foot in this matchup. You are unfavored in this matchup. And if you hit, or literally all you need is Neo Upper. If you hit that right now, it is just devastating to Rune's setup. Absolutely devastating. You're getting one fewer card, but you're protecting 2 rare candy. Do we see it? No, 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 no.
No energy whatsoever.
No, still no energy.
Can't even retreat this Dragapult EX now. It's right in range of a Lily's Clefairy.
That is a problem.
We see one more recon directive that could help us get there.
I think we have to recon directive and hope Neo Upper would. I cannot overstate. Neo Upper Energy might well be the card that gives Tord this regional championship victory. If he can hit it, is it there? No, it's a Luminous Energy. That's not enough. I mean, you take it and put it on the bench cloak, but it's still not enough.
Or do you retreat your active Pokemon?
Oh, that might be
vulnerable Pokemon at this stage with the Fairy Zone.
Problem is, if you use it to retreat, then you still need a Neo Upper next turn as well. I don't like being forced into that situation. It's such an awkward place to be.
Here comes the Ultra Ball then. Tord can at least get a couple, well, one more Pokemon into the mix. He's looking at sacrificing the Night Stretcher over the Duskull. Interesting call, when typically you can always Night Stretcher back the Pokemon you'd like, but this gives you less flexibility.
Absolutely, it does. A Badoo comes down.
The next card.
Oh, that's really annoying. Yeah, shockingly enough, Tord was seeing what we were seeing. Neo Upper would have been absolutely brutal for Rune. So I think we are going to see the retreat here, Joe. You Luminous Energy onto the Dragapult, retreat into the Badoo, you Itchy Pollen to turn off item cards. It is not the turn you wanted, but you're at least protecting your main attackers here. And I don't know, maybe you can still do it next turn. Maybe Rune doesn't hit a Gardevoir.
We're going to see the extra Duskull put into play from Tord. That's why we dispatched the Night Stretcher, and 10 brave bits of damage from this Badoo coming on into the active Lily's Clefairy EX. We have the early Artisan from Rune. We have a means... Oh, the Bravery Charm's already looking like a dangerous card here.
So again, everything just got more awkward there, because now the Bravery Charm means you don't get a nice easy KO with Phantom Dive, and we've learned at this point Tord does not have a way around the Bravery Charm.
The Psychic Energy attachment would be tempting, but with Artisan already found, you could use Iono, try and find a Darkness Energy, then if you do find a Gardevoir, you can Monkey Dory through the Badoo in the active. So at this moment, Rune is saying that my turn's probably good enough if I just guarantee the attack with Lily's Clefairy here, but there was a world where Rune really went for the more aggressive line, trying to find a Darkness Energy from the next 6 cards from this Iono, but would also have to combine it with a Gardevoir EX.
Which is far from guaranteed. Take the guaranteed KO. Of course, you had a decent chance of hitting Psychic Energy from the Iono as well, although, as it turns out, doesn't look like there's any energy at all there.
Right. So the safe play pays off in this instance.
We do, however, get the rare... There's an Ultra Ball there which can get you towards that Gardevoir EX.
Yep. We have to make that play, try and protect these vulnerable evolving Pokemon. We know that Dragapult is so strong at targeting down these evolving basics and stage 1s. So the Ultra Ball not playable with Itchy Pollen.
Oh, of course.
So that's actually not available at all.
No, Itchy Pollen turned it off. Okay. I'm feeling a bit better about this now, Joe.
Well, it means Tord can target down multiple basics next turn and the Curlier. But Clefairy's still a threat, but you're right, Ross. This Badoo's done it.
I kind of love the idea of just going after the routes and Curlier and just kind of ignoring Clefairy, going, you know what, Clefairy, you do your thing, I'll get to you later. You go do what you want to do, we'll play with you later. I want to take out the routes and Curlier.
Especially because in using your Curse Blast, you then reduce your bench size significantly, whilst reducing your opponent's bench size significantly. So even with Fairy Zone, there's no guarantee that Full Moon Rondo can knock out an opposing Dragapult. So I think ignoring the Clefairy could well be a great strategy for Tord in this final game.
So I mean, you have to KO through the Badoo. You have to take the prize when it's on offer there, but that does not feel good if you are Rune. It's not going to be an option, so looks like, I mean, that was Badoo. It's such a tiny little Pokemon. 0 energy, you're always giving up a prize using it. And how many times have we seen it come in absolutely clutch this weekend, winning players' games they would otherwise be losing. So now Dragapult comes back to the active.
Confidently promotes the Dragapult EX. Has a good amount of draw available to him. Has Ultra Ball for Flip the Script. Has already one Dracloak in play. And that Professor's Research. Or potentially, you could use that flip the script early, try and find the Hilda for the guaranteed search for your Neo Upper Energy. You can either see a huge chunk of cards, or look to find that supporter first, ahead of your Professor's research.
They're both decent options. Certainly Hilda would be amazing. You want that Neo Upper Energy as fast as you possibly can. You did not get an attachment last turn. Well, not one that stuck. You got one to retreat into the Badoo, but you really need to get that attachment here. My only real issue with going after the Routes and Curlier is if you attach Neo Upper and then get KO'd, you are in a very bad position in terms of you don't have any way of getting enough energy to do your best attack the following turn. And Jet Headbutt ain't gonna do it. Are we maybe adding up for a third Curse Blast here?
Coming into play, yes. Also have the Ultra Ball here. You can still use one Dusclops and open up the space for Pheasantipity, let's not forget.
Can indeed. There's no bench space right now, but you can certainly get some. I do like this, because I think the one thing you have to do here is Dust Noir onto the... Well, either you go after the Lily's Clefairy, but that can be done with a Dusclops.
Yeah.
Or you go after the Curlier, and I really like the idea of just essentially swapping your Dust Noir for your opponent's Curlier, because they want the Curlier a lot more than you want the Dust Noir.
Take that trade every day of the week. Curse Blast into a big research then by the looks of things, Ross. Rare Candy into the Dust Noir. Wow.
I love this.
This is getting really dangerous now. Research for 7 cards. Can we find that Neo Upper Energy? This is a huge 7 cards. This could be determining the winner of the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Do we have Recon Directive still?
We still have the Recon Directive. Okay. We could still flip the script.
It's not there. It's a Luminous Energy. We still got Flip the Script potentially. We still got Recon Directive. Do we have a way to get Pheasantipity right now?
It would only be from the Recon Directive. So now we have to find an Ultra Ball, or we have to find the physical Pheasantipity or the physical copy of Neo Upper Energy.
This is not going exactly how we wanted it. Tord is giving himself, as always, the best possible chance, but he's not drawing the cards he needs.
Ultra Ball.
Yeah, Ultra Ball will do.
That gives us Flip the Script.
I mean, it's not there, but it's getting a lot closer. Now, you do need to free up a bench space in order to play the Pheasantipity, but you can do that with a Dust Noir or the Dusclops. So that was going to get you a little bit closer.
We're going to have to throw away some excess supporters. Not what we were looking for from our Professor's research whatsoever. But now it's just a 3-card dig for a 1 of in your deck. The odds are looking less and less likely for Tord.
It keeps getting worse and worse as time goes by. Hilda no longer an option because you've had to play that Professor's research. So now you're using Pheasantipity, you're flipping the script, you're drawing 3 cards. You couldn't get an energy attachment on turn 1. You couldn't get it last turn because you had to KO, you had to retreat into the Badoo. You've not had an attachment stick yet. You need this Neo Upper Energy. And there is a world in which we can actually KO all 3 of these Pokemon. You know, the Routes, the Curlier, and the Lily's Clefairy, and put yourself in a great position, but we are going to need a little bit of help.
Brock scouting the prize taken from Tord from that Curse Blast. Here's the Flip the Script then. 3 cards from Pheasantipity EX. Will it be the Neo Upper Energy?
We need to see it. It's not. No. There's a Dusclops, which was potentially part of the plan here. Because 1 onto the Routes, 1 onto the Lily's Clefairy, so then you get the double KO. But you need the energy to do the attack to get the double KO.
I don't think we even have a counter catcher. We could have tried to counter catch.
Oh, and it is
comes
just
the other Rolts down. Night Stretching back for another 70 damage.
I don't actually mind this. Because like, part of the plan was maybe just take out all the Gardevoir pieces.
Well, now we could Jet Headbutt the Lily's Clefairy, trying to put it in range of a Phantom Dive next turn.
And then Io to 1 and Phantom Dive and leave your opponent with absolutely nothing.
So we were spouting all about finding the Neo Upper, but just taking out both the Rolts and Curlier, all via Dusk Noir, still opens up the line here. And the 70 damage is a really relevant poke.
Absolutely, yeah. To be fair, with the Neo Upper, you could have done that and KO'd the Clefairy. So still really wanted the Neo Upper. But it was not to be, unfortunately. But again, Tord is doing what he always does. He's giving himself the best possible chance to stay in this game. And now, I mean, Rune really needs to start getting some routes down and hoping that we can get Gardevoir in a turn or 2.
And this Ultra Ball cannot search for a Rolts either, because one of Rune's final 3 prize cards is the 3rd copy of Rolts. So Rune now has to dig once again towards those Night Stretcher and towards That's super odd.
No draw on the board right now. Pheasantipty has not been searched out with the Ultra Ball. There was a curve.
Might be in the hand. I think there's already Mew EX. There might already be the Pheasantipty in the hand as well.
Okay, that would give a bunch of draw then, which would be potentially nice. Actually, I think you're right. I think it is there in the hand.
I think we need to see an I know from Rune's end as well, because, I mean, Tord might not be sat on that large of a hand size, but you're still concerned here. That might be why we're thinning the Curlier, perhaps. No, we're just going to take nothing from the deck here. You can see Rune deliberating over it. It will ultimately just be a shuffle from this Ultra Ball, discarding a Nest and Monkey Dory in the process.
Neither of which are going to be that useful at the moment. Not if you don't have the, you know, if you're not searching it for Ultra Ball, you ain't searching it with Nest Ball, so might as well get rid of them. We do see the Mew hit the bench. We do see the, Bravery Charm onto the Mew. I like that. Takes it out of range of a Phantom Dive 200. We then see the Pheasantipty. It's going to hit the ball. We know it's going to hit the ball. You need the cards.
Well, perhaps we were playing the Ultra Ball just to lower our hand size for restart as well. It might be very much the case where we use restart before the flip the script as well here.
Absolutely.
Professor's research, though. Just going to be a fresh 7 cards before any of these abilities are used.
Need some... Oh, we do see a Night Stretcher in hand. That's going to help. Bunch of energy, but there is one Night Stretcher to get a routes back.
That's really important for Rune here, because we know that God of War EX is integral if he wants to continue battling on in this game and having more than just this Lily's Clefairy. Yes, the knockout is looking really appealing. Yes, Rune would be going down to just one prize card remaining this turn, but he needs to have something for the following.
Yes. Because that Lily's Clefairy, I mean, look, if Lily's Clefairy stays there, you've won the game. Congratulations, you're the regional champion. If Lily's Clefairy does get taken down, you need some kind of plan for next turn, and that starts with the route. Wow. So we see another Bravery Charm. That's absolutely huge, because it takes away the Hawlucha KO play. So now we see the Mew using restart for one card. It is
decent.
Super
You can now super odd a second Ralts and Artisan for it.
Yep.
That would make you a little bit safer from Curse Blast.
But it does
Phantom Dive.
But it opens up the Phantom Dive Hawlucha play to KO on the bench.
It does. I mean, we have Caster Vision in that the Hawlucha's in the prize cards, as is the Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. So Tord next turn has to attack with a Dragapult with a Neo Upper. So there's a lot that we can see that Rune has to still play around.
It's weird. Generally speaking, the players have a lot more information than we do. They can look at their discard, they've played their deck more, etc., etc. But the one thing we know that they don't is we got access to their prizes at all times. Seriously, we've got a little telly here. Prizes all game. It's lovely, wonderful. Shout out to the awesome crew backstage making our lives easy. That's the one thing we have that the players don't have right now.
The Artisan will grab that second Ralts. Rune trying to give himself the best chance of grabbing a God of War EX. That certainly is the easiest way for him to close the game next turn.
Absolutely.
As long as you can get Rare Candy, God of War EX, you open up so many energy attachments. There will be the quick Adrenabrain from this Monkey Dory.
I just want to point out, Rune hasn't had a Gardevoir since game 1.
No.
Since the conclusion of game 1, which is what, 45 minutes ago, maybe more, Rune hasn't had a Gardevoir since game 1 finished. And there aren't even any prizes this game. It just has not happened. We see the KO with Lily's Clefairy onto Dragapult. This is it for Tord. We do see, now he's Ultra Balling, including getting rid of a Hilda. Having said that, I think you probably need to INO here, so maybe Hilda isn't a good job. Anyway, there's a Dracloak. It's going to open up another Recon Directive. You have Flip the Script. You have double Recon Directives. You're obviously going to use one before you evolve. You do have your INO ready. You need to hit your Neo Upper Energy. It's really important.
I'm glad you stressed it so much with your voice there, so everyone at home could know it's really important.
It's really important, Joe. Like, I know I say this every turn, but it kind of gets a bit more important of every turn that goes by. And honestly, if he doesn't get it this turn, there's a very good chance Rune... Well, if he doesn't get it this turn, Rune's going to win the game. Yeah. Simple as that.
Fortunately, Tord does have the Dust Clops in hand as well, so the 3 damage that was thrown over to the Dust Skull isn't quite as threatening. Tord will be going to announce Phantom Dive. We're just going to make sure the shuffle was fine from both players here. Certainly a tense moment in this Masters Division final. Also, look at the clock ticking down as well. 3 minutes 32. I could sit here for another 2 hours, honestly, to watch these two players.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying it, honestly. I'm cool with this. I mean, they're not going to let us. It's going to end in 3 minutes, but, you know, I'm pretty
shaking
happy.
Their heads right now.
I think we're probably the happiest people to keep watching it. Other people here actually want to go home, Joe.
There has to be a winner here, and it's going to be apparent to us over the next turn or two. Toward having a final decision over this recon directive in the active position. One of those situations where he knows he's going to be using Iono. So he's now at the stage of thinking, where do I want each individual card in terms of the positioning in the deck? We're going to evolve up into the Dusclops, evolve up into the active position. Here is the Iono. No other actions in this hand. So let's give Tord 4 cards, Rune just the 1. Again, have to find that Neo up energy, but we have not just the 4 cards for Tord. There's also Flip the Script Open and Recon Directive. At this point, he does have great odds to find it.
Yeah, he really is odds on to get it at this point.
Not yet.
After everything that's happened, doesn't have it yet. There's no, well, there is a little bit more thinning if there's any basics. No, we flip the script, we draw 3 cards. We can see the next 2 from Recon Directive. At some point, we've got to hit it, but it's not going to be now. Recon Directive, final 2 cards. You need to hit Neo Upper, or this is probably going to be it.
Ooh.
Doesn't hit it from there. And if he's not going to be able to get a Phantom Dive this, it does not look like he's going to be able to stop Rune from just announcing an attack and winning on the following turn, with Lily's Clefairy winning without a Gardevoir in play. You can Jet Headbutt, but Jet Headbutt is not going to get a KO.
You have to counter catch up the Pheasantipity EX.
And just hope.
That's the only Pokemon you can't Psychic Embrace to retreat, being a Dark type, not a Psychic type. You can't even announce the Jet Headbutt, I don't think, because Monkey Dory damage would eventually deal with you.
Indeed,
so just the pass.
So here we go. Do we have a way to retreat? We do, and that means Arun Hyman is going to defeat Tord Reklev 2-1 and become your Frankfurt regional champion, the first person in Europe to get a direct invite to the World Championships by winning a regional this season. Aged up recently into Masters and showing still one of the best players around in this older age division.
Huge congratulations to Rune there. Wow, that was a sweat. You think you hear Gardevoir versus Dragapult Dusknoir, you think it's going to be a done deal. It was anything but that.
5, 4, 3, 2.
It's attack for this, just a pass. Penny's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Whiscash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands.
It's a beautiful day here at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, especially to start the 2026 season of the Pokémon Championships. Of course, we're here for the first broadcasted North American Regional Championships here at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is known as the City of Steel, but our players have only eyes on the gold. I'll be host for your weekend, Juan Childan, and I'm joined by 2 absolutely amazing people, Adam Skarzik-Watson and Pablo Meza. How are we feeling today, guys?
It's great. Happy to be here in Pittsburgh. Happy to help you kick off the season, and a big shout out to all of our competitors showing up to make this event, you know, strong and just a lot to account for, especially coming right off of these 2 regionals in Monterey and Frankfurt and World Championships.
And I mean, I think the City of Steel will be well represented with Goldingo, right? Goldingo, one of the main cards of the format. Perhaps hasn't gotten its big win yet, but I think Golden Go is one of the decks to beat for sure. So very fitting with the city that we are in today.
Oh, 100%. Honestly, Pittsburgh, beautiful, beautiful city. And I'm really hoping to do see some Golden Go, especially with all this, the Gardevoir action we've been seeing. I've always thought Golden Go is a good matchup, but I don't know what's happening in the world.
Yeah, Golden Go I think is just good into everything. It's the ability to draw so many cards, have fantastic techs, and now just the ability to set up thanks to Genesect EX gave it, I think, the main missing piece. Even outside of Air Balloon and everything, I think that Genesect EX is really what rocketed this deck to the top.
I know we're getting a little excited talking about the Pittsburgh metagame already, but you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2026 schedule, though. This is, only the first of so many regionals we have upcoming. Of course, we have Milwaukee, Las Vegas, and then LAIC, Sao Paulo, followed by Toronto, then EUIC and London. A couple of regionals already announced. A couple more we're just, we're gonna surprise everyone with, but a couple there. Las Vegas, I believe it's our first time ever having a regional in Las Vegas. That's gonna be a lot of fun. And honestly, the fact that we have an IC already, just a couple of months away, absolutely exciting. What are you guys excited for?
It seems like just yesterday, right, that we were starting off the season, and eventually this graphic's going to be all grayed out as we visit each event. I'm really looking forward to Las Vegas. It's going to be wild to visit a new town and really show this big city what Pokemon fans are all about.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas should definitely be an exciting time. I think it's definitely the standout city that we have right now. But yeah,
so far.
Yeah, so far, of course. The two ICs there as well. I'm very excited about LAIC. It's always a good time down there. So looking forward to that. And then EUIC, good old London. Yeah, we know that city pretty well.
Seattle is another special one for me too. I feel like we haven't been there in a minute. We've always been around the Seattle area, very close to Vancouver, but actually just seeing the tower there, the Space Needle, it's very, very cool. It's going to be an exciting season for everyone. I know we're excited for the future, but how about we reel it back and, take a look at a little bit of our past here with the what just happened, 2025 World Championship. I mean, the 2025 World Championships. Of course, our world champion for this year, Riley McKay, was up against one of the best players as well, Justin Newdorf, probably the best Pokemon trading card game live player. It was Gardevoir versus Dragapult, just perfectly encapsulated what the last season, this format has been about. Gardevoir against Dragapult, the big fairy Pokemon versus the big dragon Pokemon.
Yeah, it was a classic matchup at this point. You remember, if you go far back enough in time, folks, there was a debate on Dragapult. Is this actually the best deck? Gardevoir hadn't yet risen to prominence to challenge it. People considered the matchup to be very even, and even to this day, I'm not sure if it's quite settled. I think Gardevoir still has the edge, especially now with Elise Clefairy, but Gardevoir still finding major success, and Dragapult has massive flexibility to contend with the ever-changing meta.
Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir, as you mentioned, has had its ups and downs in terms of perception with the public, but it seems like for everything that Gardevoir has lost, it has just gained something new that made it even better, right? Which is crazy. And Riley McKay showed that perfectly at the Anaheim World Championships. He adapted his deck list with that more defensive approach with the Technical Machine Evolution and the Flutter Mane against the hyper aggression of the Dusknoir builds. And Body was not enough, right? Body slowed down Riley to an extent, but once Body was out of the way, the game was all about Gardevoir, all about Lily's Clefairy X for sure.
No, I agree. I mean, do you remember the times when we thought, oh, it lost after rotation? We lost refinement. Surely this deck is no longer.
Radiant Greninja too, yeah.
Surely. I think the only thing that can stop Gardevoir is it rotating itself. But even then, we have Mega Gardevoir possibly to still hold in the reins. I don't know how good it will be without Gardevoir. We'll have to see. I'm sure our players are going to make it work. The seniors and the juniors matches at Worlds as well was very interesting. I like that we had our first world champion from China, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Piloting a very interesting deck. I thought that was very cool, especially since they're very early on in their card game experience. That in being the junior and all, but also the fact that the card game itself is new in that region. I thought that was very, very cool. I felt like the juniors and senior decks were a lot more spicy and interesting than Dragapult and Gardevoir, but yeah, it was very, very interesting for sure.
The juniors and seniors, they love to play something with aggression, something that can get set up early, give you that edge immediately. And in the Masters division, players love these decks that I like to call, playing from the high ground, something that can just get that advantage, and you aren't going aggressive to push that advantage, you're just routing every single one of your opponent's ways to come back into the game. And it's a play style that perfectly suits Gardevoir especially, and now we're all just kind of waiting for it to rotate. It's going to go down as one of the best decks in history, I think. Like, Lugia dominated until it rotated. Mew VMAX dominated until it rotated. Dominated. But again, furniture for the meta is probably the way I'd refer to those lists.
I appreciate you bringing up Lugia as it being a dominant deck while it was up there.
I know.
Right, Pablo?
For a little while, yeah, for a little while.
Oh, the good times, the good times. But you know what? I want to take a look at the metagame as well for the World Championships. Of course, we are in the same metagame. We are in the same format. And, these were the decks that were popular in Phase 2 of the World Championship. Are we going to see anything similar here now in Pittsburgh? I expect the Gardevoir to go maybe just a little bit up. But yeah, we'll see. Goldengo, though, being #1. What do you guys think about that?
I really don't think we ever see that again. Like, Goldengo had a lot of hype heading into Worlds. Of course, Genesect DX brought it to a whole new level. However, it seems like it's tapered down a little bit. Like, it's still one of the decks to beat, but it's more beatable than at least the online results showed before or leading into the World Championships, right? So I'm not sure how much of the Worlds was also the hype of the new set, the new card, trying out the Genesect combination with Goldengo, but seems like at least what we saw the past weekend, we are seeing Dragapult and Gardevoir rise to the top once again. So a 30% dominance in Phase 2 of a tournament, I don't think we're ever going to see that again.
Yes. I was just going to say, I think that Raging Bolt definitely goes down, and Goldengo goes down simply because it's kind of sharing a piece of itself now with the Joltik builds.
No, I agree. I mean, the fact that 29% is Goldengo, but also I wish we could break that down more into like the Goldengo variants. I feel like Goldengo has so many different partners, be it Sizer, Togekiss is what showed up a lot in this at the World Championships. That's what I lost my winning into, by the way. A Togekiss flip. It was so funny. It was so very interesting. But even the Goldengo, Joltik, Django.
Joltengo?
Is that what we're talking about?
The Golden Hands deck. I know that one's also rising in prominence. People love that aggressive nature. But I think you nailed it, Pablo, when you just said the hype was just at astronomical levels for Goldengo EX going into this event. And for Worlds, the tournament that's going to be the biggest, you want something that's straightforward, but still has flexibility to be teched, has lots of pure card draw with coin bonus, and that's what's going to get you out of these bad situations or really awful starts that Goldengo used to fall victim to constantly back in the day, where, yeah, this deck's great in the meta, and then they go, Gimme Ghoul, attach pass.
Well, you know what? The Worlds actually wasn't our last tournament. World Championships was, of course, last season. We've had 2 regional championships just last week. I believe Frankfurt and Monterrey, and we have the data that we have the champions from those. Of course, it was Rune taking down Tord. Fairly similar, I guess, to the World Championships. It was Gardevoir against Dragapult. Very, very interesting. Again, I feel like if you're able to take down Tord Reklev, you're 2-time regional champion at that point.
I know, the win count's double.
You get an extra point, I think.
and if you're watching from home, you don't get confused when you see the Dragapult versus Gardevoir over and over. This is a broad read on the archetypes. Whenever this matchup happens, especially in the finals of a big tournament like this, it's a new idea, a new slant on Dragapult, a new idea, some sort of new innovation of Gardevoir rising to the top for these events.
Yeah, as you mentioned it, Adam, this time around, it was a 4-word candy build for Dragapult Dusknoir into a triple Bravery Charm with Drifloon Gardevoir build. So 2 very aggressive variants of each deck, whereas at the World Championships we saw double Jamming Tower and no word candy over on the Dragapult side, and we saw Fluttermane and TM Devolution, right? So we are seeing within the archetypes there are innovations to be made, there are adaptations to be made, but I do think it's incredibly funny coincidence that this has been the finals match for so many major tournaments since we had the last rotation back in April. Like, the chances of that happening over and over, like, it's not a Dragapult Guardy versus Dragapult Guardy in top 4, and then the 2 Guardies win, and then we have a Guardy mirror. It's always Guardy versus Dragapult. How does that happen?
I mean, that's just how good the decks are. Oh, we get a little treat here in actually seeing the feature deck, the actual deck lists, and this is, of course, the second place one by Tord. You mentioned earlier 4 rare candy. Very, very explosive. I believe, I personally have been calling it fast pult.
Yeah.
You know, just because, you know, the fact that the rare candy leads you into the Dragapult, and then you can also just attack immediately out of nowhere with your A spec if you have it. But what's also nice is those rare candies really are doing double duty in the fact that you can go rare candy Dusknoir as well. I wonder if Tord has ever done a play where he got to do rare candy Dusknoir 2 times with something like the Night Stretcher, for example.
I wouldn't doubt it at all. This deck wants to take prizes, wants to go aggressive. I like the advent of Hilda now for this deck. You know, people had to adapt with Brock scouting to deal with Badoo, and now we've got Hilda grabbing that Pokemon and energy. That has always been sort of the slipping point for Dragapult EX. The old aggressive builds were fishing for Crispin to get these energy attachments, and going straight for Hilda. I'm attaching to my Dragapults. I'm setting up no Monkey Dory in this list. Let you also save your energy attachments and go for the throat.
Yeah, I mean, Hilda with rare candy, that's the perfect combo, right? Grab your new upper, grab your Dragapult, and go big on the board. And usually before, right, leading into or after Worlds, we never saw rare candy Dragapult, therefore you always could reasonably predict that if there were Dreepies only on the board, there was no threat of Dragapult the next turn and plan accordingly. But now, all of a sudden, I think a lot of players this weekend will need to be aware of the fact that there could be a turn 2 rare candy Dragapult DX hitting the board immediately.
That's just really,
horrifying.
Really scary. The ghost isn't spooky. It's the dragon.
Yeah, very fitting.
It's the ghost of Regidrago V-Star right there, the turn 2 Phantom Dive.
True.
Adam here just pulling all the old hits from 2 seasons ago or whatnot. But of course, we also have our champion deck lists, and let's go ahead and dissect this one. I believe Pablo mentioned it earlier. This time, the standout is the triple Bravery Charm, but no Drifloon. Right?
Yeah, just resilience towards getting kind of knocked out of the game early, protecting a Ralts, or even putting a Bravery Charm on a Mew EX, denying those easy 2-prize knockouts. At least in my experience, I don't know, y'all are better at the game than I am, obviously, but getting the final prize or final 2 prizes against Gardevoir is always the hardest part.
Yeah, I like the bait there, right? It's because like when you're playing Gardevoir and then when you're playing against Gardevoir, right? You can plan out, you can do some prize mapping in like, oh yeah, I'll have to knock out a single prize a couple of times. Maybe I'll go big, I'll be able to knock out a Gardevoir EX. And then I just know for a fact that, oh, you know what? There's a Pheasant dipping in the bench. That's my last 2 for sure. That's gonna be my Ursaluna target. That's gonna be, my Ursaluna target and whatnot. And suddenly there's a Bravery Charm on it, and I have to adjust my plans. And sometimes that mild adjustment, that mild little disruption of the extra HP can lead to devastating plays from Gardevoir. You know, now I'm off my game, and now Gardevoir is doing what Gardevoir wants to do.
Yep, you take that 1 turn off, you get Iono down to 1, and it's curtains from there.
Yeah, and the very subtle adaptations on top of the Bravery Charm are the 4th Earthen Vessel and the 8th Psychic, right? Like, how does Gardevoir work with a lot of energies in the discard pile? So why not play an extra energy and an extra way to find them and also discard them? I think those 2 cards definitely make a difference when you're trying to be more aggressive, trying to put more pressure as quickly as possible with your higher HP Pokemon. Thanks to Bravery Charm, having extra access to energy just makes sense.
Because we've seen so many games as well where Gardevoir player gets set up early, but they just don't have a lot of energy in the discard pile. So then they're going for these really piddly roaring screams for only a little bit of damage, and they can't properly enjoy that early setup and that early advantage. So love the call out there, Pablo, tripling down on the aggressive lines of play to be able to push through and start winning.
I like it. I like it. With that, I do want to see though the meta game for this specific tournament. You know, these are the decks that succeeded, but what did they have to fight in? Now, this is the phase 2 for the Frankfurt Regional. And looks like it was Dragapult just leading the pack, just 15%, not like our World Championship, 30% Goldengo. Unfortunately, Goldengo going from 30 to 10%. I don't know if you add the Django there, maybe if you put it together 8% or whatnot. But this one's a very interesting phase 2. I see Terrorbox added there as well. What do you guys think?
Terrabox is a deck that always wants to respond to the metagame. After the World Championships, things became a little bit more predictable. We saw what the top 3, 4.5 decks were, and Terrabox says, oh, I can go in. People are being greedy. They aren't running Shaman, leaning into that Torrential Pump. I don't know if it's going to hold over for this event. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more later, but just something that we've kind of glossed over. Raging Bolt. We're kind of just not, I do not perceive the Raging Bolt. It has so many fans, so many believers. It hits hard. It's like Golden Go. It has consistency with Noctowl, but it doesn't seem to see those same results in the same numbers.
I think, yeah, Raging Bolt is a very interesting phenomenon even, because it's deemed almost like a bad deck, right? It's deemed as a simpler deck than all the others. Also, it's the one that can't cheat prizes in a way, right? Like Dragapult Dusknoir has ways to take extra prizes through Dusknoir or Phantom Dive damage counter placement. Gardevoir can do so through Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. Golden Go is usually paired with Togekiss or Dusknoir or Ceruledge with Briar to get extra prizes. Terrabox has the Wellspring Ogerpon to get an extra prize card. Jolty Golden Go has Iron Hand, so the recurring theme is cheating extra prizes. However, Raging Bolt does not have that option. It could run Briar, but pulling off their Briar play with a very weak Teal Mask Ogerpon is not reasonable. Their Raging Bolts, the non-EX takes advantage of the lack of Shaman sometimes, but it's not cheating out any prize cards really. So it's not really breaking the rules, if you will, and that's why it feels like a more balanced deck. However, its simpler nature does allow it to be a very welcoming deck and a very welcoming approach to a big tournament where you just want your deck to do the one thing that it's really good at over and over and over. And I think that's a big distinction from the World Championships, where perhaps the skill floor is a little bit higher than at other tournaments, and therefore players do not favor this type of deck and try to play something that offers a bit more diversity.
I agree with that so much, Pablo. You hit the nail on the head. I feel like if Raging Bolt existed in any other metagame, if it existed at any time, maybe 3 years, 4 years in the past, best deck in format, right? But right now, being able to just do big damage just isn't enough. You have to do a little bit more.
And decks too are weaving in a lot more single prize options to their decks as well, trying to foil these prize trades and these prize maps. And Raging Bolt has always been weak to that style of play.
All right, with that, let's move back here a little bit with the, I believe we have more data from the Monterey Regional that also happened last weekend. Of course, we have a little bit different this time, you know, half different anyway. We have Gardevoir, champion and finalist Aban Ahmed and Henry Chow. This was one I wish I could watch. I mean, Henry Chow, probably one of the best Gardevoir players out there, being taken down by Aban. I got to chat with both of them recently, and I found it really funny. They're they're good friends. And I like how Aban literally just took the deck list from Henry Chow, and I believe 3 out of the 4 top 4 decks were Henry Chow's list.
Yeah, and
incredible.
Rune in Frankfurt, Rune also won with Henry Chow's deck list as well. So yeah, it's crazy to see the influence that Henry's having in the archetype, but also in the game in general, right? With his friends group, just all of them dominating the event. But yeah, different finals this time around. Gardevoir versus Gardevoir instead of Gardevoir versus Dragapult. Same Snorlax plush, though. I feel like Snorlax is a recurring theme with our winners. It seems like a fan favorite.
Oh yeah, the lucky Snorlax plush. Yeah. So that's the technology for y'all.
That's the secret, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever take a photo with
Snorlax.
Us, yes, pick Snorlax.
I mean, and also just try to figure out whatever Henry Chow's playing and play that.
Yeah, that too.
Because it was the beginning of last season, right, where he kind of at least, you know, knocked my socks off, bringing Gardevoir to a tournament where I thought it wasn't really a good pick, and he's just led this revolution with the deck and with the archetype, innovating it constantly and seeing success. And now a lot of players tuning in and listening to Henry Chow FM radio.
Yeah.
And getting the details.
I love how Henry Chow is very open with his deck list. Again, he's not opposed to sharing it with a couple of friends here and there, maybe a couple of his students as well. But the fact that it's a good deck list, he also performs, you know? It doesn't matter if you have this information. Even doesn't matter if you have my deck list. I'm still a really, really good Gardevoir player. You're going to have to beat me anyway.
I think the biggest testament to that is the fact that, like, the changes made to the list are 4 or 5 cards, right? The structure of the Gardevoir line, the amount of Monkey Dories, like, that's not really changing too much to say this is a different deck. And therefore, the skill difference between Henry Chow and many other players seems to be really shining through, and his testing group, of course.
Yeah, him and his cadre now of Gardevoir EX players, they're playing a new tier of Gardevoir. Like, if you analyze the meta and you think that Gardevoir is B tier, you're not accounting for Henry Chow's Gardevoir that's always up in A tier and S tier.
When you're testing, you have to phase it that way. Okay, I beat every regular Gardevoir, but maybe not Henry Chow Gardevoir just yet, so I have to do a couple of...
I know. I've gotten baited before. Like, this Gardevoir matchup's not too bad, and then you play somebody who actually knows the matchup, and it's horrifying, folks.
Let's go ahead and take a look at now, though. You know, the Monterey Phase 2 data. That's something I'm also interested in, and it looks fairly similar to Frankfurt, just missing... You know, let's replace Terror Box with what? Charizard there.
Ah.
Yeah, Charizard, another deck that can essentially cheat out prices, right? You have potentially Dusknoir as a partner, you have Briar as well, and Briar's a lot more effective when you have Pidgeot to quick search for the card at the right time, and you have your Charizard doing upwards of 300 damage instead of the pitiful 120 that Ogerpon could do, right? So I think it's no coincidence. And also Charizard is perceived to have a very good Gardevoir matchup, right? It struggles against Dragapult, it struggles against other stuff, but having a Gardevoir matchup does seem very appealing at this point in the metagame.
Gardevoir is strong, and you can guarantee it's going to be in Phase 2. You can guarantee it's going to be in top 8. You just have to hit enough of them early on in the tournament to get to that phase of the tournament yourself. And having the darkness type attacker is fantastic, having that edge on the meta. And I personally think as well, Charizard has been either out of the meta or such low representation in the meta that players kind of need to remind themselves how to pilot that matchup, right? Having the Burning Darkness, having damage that scales with how many prize cards are taken, also forces the opponent to have a very specific prize map to not get one shot by Charizard when it's outside of their control.
Yeah, I think Charizard is just absolutely powerful. It's one of those decks that can really set up game on board. Sometimes double Charizard with the Pidgeot. What are you gonna do? I'll find whatever I want. Even if you knock out a Charizard, oh, you just made the second Charizard a lot stronger. How are you gonna take multiple prize cards in this board? And you know, sometimes they play Dusknoir as well, so they can cheat out more prizes that way. Very interesting deck. Hopefully we see it here in Pittsburgh. And wait. I think I actually have the metagame now for Pittsburgh as well. For day one of phase 1 of Pittsburgh, so unfortunately no Charizard just yet
Charizard.
Here.
Surely just off the bottom of this chart. There's got to be a lot of believers out there, but Gardevoir up to 15.3%. Not surprising after seeing its dominance in recent tournaments.
You can't beat them, join them, right? That seems to be the approach here. We're seeing like people are seeing Gardevoir just keeps winning and winning and winning. There must be something to it, right?
Yeah. I mean, we are at this point. I feel like the lists have been perfected almost. You know, a couple of changes here and there, and now maybe it's time for us to give it a go. 15.3%, but you know, not too far behind it. Dragapult EX with 14.9%, literally a 0.4% difference. So this metagame is pretty interesting. You have to be prepared for both these decks, right?
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if there's a player out there that goes through this tournament, plays all the rounds, and has yet to play either Gardevoir or Dragapult.
Dragapult's going through a little bit of a sort of soul-searching phase right now. A lot of interesting partners coming into the deck, a lot of new ways to play, either leaning outside of just Phantom Dive, finding some other ways to figure out your matchups. And once again, Raging Bolt. What the dog doing?
Yeah. It's still there, still doing big damage. I mean, maybe we just take big knockouts on Dragapult, but Gardevoir is always such a scary matchup for the Raging Bolt deck. But hey, maybe you run into other decks. A lot of yellow, a lot of Goldengo, plus the Joltik stuff as well. I consider Goldengo a yellow deck.
Right?
No, but yeah, Goldengo, if you put it together, technically, right, Goldengo, Joltik plus Goldengo, that's what, 18-ish, 19%. That does beat out Gardevoir, so do expect a lot of coin bonuses, a lot of big damage hitting the board. I'm actually genuinely curious though what version of Goldengo will come out on top. What will have the higher win rate? Would it be a Togekiss, maybe Sizer?
Yeah, I want to hear the debates between both players, both fans of which build. Like, oh, you're just running Joltik because you're just trying to high roll people with Iron Hands. You aren't playing real Gold and Go. And they're like, you're just playing Gold and Go because you like to draw cards and you've got Togekiss anyway. You have no right to judge me. But at the end of the day, players want to hit hard and they want to draw cards, and that's what Gold and Go EX brings to both of these archetypes.
And as you mentioned, I'm definitely very surprised at seeing Joltik Toolbox at the very bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, that's a newcomer in this top 6, right? However, you just said it yourself. Like, you want to high roll people with Iron Hands early on, but your late game is usually very weak. That's where Goldigo comes in. It protects you from hand disruption, right? However, the pure Joltik box deck is definitely very weak in the later stages of the game. Relying on Crispin to accelerate energies to have a second threat powered up to close out the game feels very weak in a format where you have 4 Iono decks at the very top, right? So I have to wonder if Joltik box is, or how successful it will be, because it seems to be a very popular choice amongst many players today without the Gold and Go.
That is true. That's something I'm very excited to see as well. Hopefully we get to feature a couple. I mean, maybe all they do is just steamroll the first couple of turns and win out from there. I'll find the last two some way, somehow. Well, that's where the boss on the, or with Ursaluna.
That's the problem for future me, getting those last 2 prize cards. And maybe they've got the read, right? After seeing these aggressive ideas in Gardevoir, these aggressive ideas with Dragapult, if they try to slow down and play greedy, you know, Gardevoir going back to playing a ton of Monkey Dories, trying to outplay the mirror match, maybe that is where Joltik Toolbox will shine.
All right, these are the decks to watch out for, or the decks that we will be seeing here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. But now I want to know more about the players we have to watch out for, the players actually piloting these decks. And of course, we have the world champion. He has probably the biggest target on his back, Riley McKay, in this tournament. We also have Piper Lepine, you know, probably where I heard the Gold and Go Togekiss from.
Yeah.
And of course, the wet goose himself, Brent Tonneson, the most traveled player we have probably in this regional championship. This seems stacked. These are very hard players to beat, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know Brent is really excited to kick off a new season of Pokemon and keep his globe trotting up and running. Piper Lepine, a player that, you know, takes frequent breaks from the game, focusing on school and things of that nature, but when she locks in, she has always such a strong read on the metagame and incredibly fast and clean plays.
I mean, back-to-back top 8 appearances at NAIC and Worlds, and back-to-back unlucky situations by getting her single Pokemon knocked out on the first turn at NAIC by Isaiah Bradner, the eventual champion, or by prizing triple Gimme Goal on stream against Raging Bolt. I feel like if Piper had a little bit of luck on her side at either of those situations, we could be talking about a top 4 or better NAIC performance, as well as a top 4 or better World Championships, right? However, I do love seeing a current world champion actively competing immediately after the season starts. Usually, because they have the auto invite to the World Championships, the direct invite, sorry, to the World Championships, usually a lot of the top 4 players end up taking a bit of a break. They take a chill throughout the next year. But Riley, first event back, he's here, he's back, and he wants to show people why he's a world champion.
Yes, I got the pleasure to speak to Riley yesterday. He's coming into this tournament confident.
Yeah. I bet. I bet.
He has his invite already. He's here to play some games, take some names. Maybe he was looking for his first top 8 in a regional.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness.
Top 8, second place at NAIC, first place Worlds, hasn't top 8 in a regional. That's a resume.
You can't have it all.
He's got to start filling in those blank spaces on his bingo card. His next regional, he's going to play with one hand behind his back. I mean, show us what you got, Riley.
Some people run first before they start walking, right? No, I'm very, very excited to hear from Riley. I see Riley's performance. I'm sure he's going to do absolutely amazing. Our world champion is going to make us proud, that's for sure. With that, I do want to look at what we think is going to succeed here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of our caster predictions. And I don't know about you guys. I feel like I'm the only one who's got it right, I think.
Oh, I see. You are a friend of
I am
Malamar.
A friend, a very good friend. I have it in good faith. He should be able to win this tournament. He's just the best buddy.
Yeah, it's just a feeling, something going on in the back of your mind.
I don't know what it is actually. It's just
it's some strong intuition. I mean, a darkness type attacker is going to be the way to go. That's why I've got Charizard on my list. There's not a specific build that's jumped out to me recently, but I know that similar to Dragapult, similar to Gardevoir, there has been so many different ideas with Charizard EX that people can pull from if you look back in the history books, that I think that Charizard really could see success. Is there a version of Charizard that you're looking at, Pablo?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Charizard for sure. Any version, I think just having a big dark type that's hard to take down, that can one-hit KO Gardevoir, is a pretty good option. So whether it's paired with Noctowl and a Terra Box sort of approach with Charizard, whether it's a classic Dusknoir and Pidgeot, I have a feeling Charizard could be in for a good time if it dodges the Dragapult. Everything else in the format seems pretty good for it, except the Dragapult, and Dragapult is still a pretty big thing. However, Greninja is my other side bet, if you will. It sucks against Gardevoir, of course, because of that psychic weakness, but it seems like it's a pretty fun deck to play, and it's very threatening as long as there's no Shaman on board.
Oh, I respect that pick. Greninja EX, definitely something that I feel like it's only ever seen play every once in a while. We feature it on stream, I believe Kobe Kawasaki playing the Grand Tree variant, and I forget which tournament, but it did make into top 4 in either Frankfurt or Monterey.
It made it to the asymmetrical top card in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, yes. And that was very interesting to watch. Definitely a very fun deck, I have to agree. I'm not going to lie, I slept a little bit late last night because I built it on live. And yeah, it seems really good. The fact that you pair it with Pidgeot too, you search, and then you get even more search with, just in case you have to use the first attack of Greninja. Yeah, Greninja is something I wish we saw more of. I thought for sure was going to be a very popular deck in our metagame just because of 2 very good attacks, but hey, maybe now's its time.
Yeah, but Chip's got our number because Shaman, right, thinks that people are actually going to try to protect their benches. This was one of the reasons that Greninja EX was so powerful, the reason that Terra Box, the Wellspring that Kyle believes in, was so powerful. And if Shaman does come around properly for this metagame, I think that Terra Box maybe starts to give way for the Flareon variants to start rising to prominence. You still have that versatility of the Noctowl engine, and you can still run some Teal Mask Ogerpon, Wellspring Ogerpon if you need to, but Flareon's just a lot more straightforward. You can punch, it accelerates energies, and you've just got almost a free matchup into Golden Go EX.
That is fair, that is fair. I'd like to just call out our audacity to not pick the world champion. No Gardevoir EX.
No, I mean, Kyle semi-picked it, and I was going to mention, Kyle and Chip are trying to, cheat a little bit in this caster prediction. Shaman could pop up in many decks, right? And Clefairy, you could argue Gardevoir, you could argue Terra Box, you could argue EVs. So they're trying to cover all their bases. So I feel like we should set some real ground rules for these caster predictions. Otherwise, we can't let these people get. I'm going to choose Buddy Puff and an Ultra Ball for Boss's Orders. And I'm sure I'm going to win this every single time.
Oh, you beat me to Boss's Orders. I don't know. Nothing beats my best friend Malamar, though. But no, very cool, interesting predictions, that's for sure. Again, Terra Box. The fact that Terra Box still has some life in it. The fact that it can still fight in this metagame. Something I feel like we failed to mention as well is there is a deck missing in a lot of the metagame graphics we've shown, right? There's no more Grimmsnarl. And I felt like Grimmsnarl was the one that really played the Shaman. So that's why I feel like Terra Box has some time to shine right now. Terra Box doesn't necessarily have an answer to a big dark type Pokemon besides maybe Teal Mask or Leafeon, like we've seen a couple of people play. But without those decks, it means you have more space, right? You have to tech less into the metagame, a more focused metagame, and maybe that could lead to Terra Box really shining this time.
Actually, now that you mentioned the Grimmsnarl, it was over in Frankfurt, I think. A Grimmsnarl made top 16.
Top 16, yep.
16.
So there is still hope there.
They're there. There's not on a graphic. Just yet.
Yeah, and that Frankfurt list you mentioned, played by Mike Ellis, I believe, was pretty innovative in the sense that it didn't have Boss's Orders. It was just trying to increase even more the consistency and just rely on counter catcher and be like, okay, if I'm not behind in order to be able to play counter catcher, I don't need to Ghost because I have the passive damage from Frostless and Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. So very interesting approach. He did really well day 1. He barely missed asymmetrical top cut in phase 2. So yeah, I mean, there could be, maybe Grimmsnarl hasn't been fully figured out yet into what it could potentially be.
I saw that list too. I believe there was no Shaman too, though.
Yeah.
So still could hit the bench there with the Terror Box, something that could happen. But yeah, maybe we should start brainstorming. Maybe start working on this Grimmsnarl list. Maybe trying to bring it back.
Monkey Dory is also trending downwards, right? Out of Dark Dragapult. Gardevoirs are lowering their counts a little bit to make room for the Bravery Charms. Maybe somebody was one step ahead of all of us. We got a couple Grimmstars out on the field, maybe.
How did we pick all these Dark-type Pokemon but not pick the Grimmsnarl just yet?
I mean, Charizard is definitely the more raw, powerful card for sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this is based on results, right? Charizard got top 8 at the World Championships. Grimmsnarl did not. Did not even come close at the World Championships. So I feel like this is definitely influenced from that before we get any new cards to continue to change things up.
100%. And now I just want to go back a little bit because I know how much love we gave this Greninja EX deck. I believe we have the deck list profile for it at least. Let's dissect it a little bit more. The more time we get to talk about our about Greninja, the more fun it'll be. Look, it is paired with Dusknoir as well, and there is that Grand Tree. And just pairing like the bench sniping with the Dusknoir, getting a complete board wipe seems absolutely powerful. And something of note as well, the main energy acceleration. The main form of energy acceleration really is energy attachment for turn in the form of what? Ignition energy, something we haven't seen as well really come into play in a lot of decks, but that's a very powerful card. 3 energies onto a stage 2, more than enough to power up the two colorless requirements on the Greninja, as well as paying for the discard. If you're gonna discard it anyway,
yeah,
might as well.
Yeah, it synergizes pretty well with Greninja EX's attack cost. It can also help Pidgeot EX attack in a pinch as well.
Yes.
I think Grand Tree is a very powerful stadium, of course, but you don't want your opponent to be able to utilize it as well. So there could be a situation where you Grand Tree into your Pidgeot, quick search for the ignition energy, attach, and then Blustery Wind allows you to discard a stadium, right? So you don't give your opponent the benefit of the Grand Tree at that point. And it also combines really well with Hilda, right? Hilda finding that ignition energy, finding your Dusknoir, quick searching for the rare candy, and all of a sudden, Dusknoir wipes out the Shaman, and you're able to use Mirage Barrage for a bunch of damage onto anyone you want. So the synergy with this deck is definitely there. It's pretty cool. It was amazing to see, and this is a great example of how you can succeed with a deck if you hit the right matchup. So I'm guessing this player did not hit many Gardevoirs at all in his run into top 8 or into asymmetrical top cut. Maybe they were knocked out by Rune in asymmetrical top cut. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but if you dodge Gardevoir, this seems like a pretty fun and very powerful deck to play for sure. And
this is such a strong example as well of revisiting, right, some overlooked cards from the past, because now that so many new sets have come out, so many new cards have come out, you can go back and patch some of the weaknesses. With Greninja EX, its biggest weakness was if you missed your attachment for turn, you were a step behind your opponent. The other weakness was the damage, right? Shinobi Blade not hitting for too much damage and falling behind, but Dusknoir fixes that. Ignition Energy, making it so you can attack more consistently, fixes that beautifully.
Oh yeah, this again, and I like the fact that we have 2 different supporters here that find special energy. Something that that is very hard in the Pokemon trading card game in general, is finding those special energies. In the past it was very tough to find your double colorless. You have to trade into them. But the fact that we have 2 different supporters that just can find these special energies out, and the fact that Chorus 2 is very flexible and you can find the Grand Tree, it just seems absolutely powerful. And again, it's not every day that you see a deck like this where just attach for turn. I say that as Dragapult is a deck like that, where all we're doing is attaching for turn. We're not really cheating out energies, but we're cheating out our opponent's way to win the game.
But we
play
are,
the game.
though. With the Neopra energy, we technically are cheating.
Yeah, and the Ignition
right?
Energy.
Ignition energy, we are. And we are cheating out evolutions and prize cards. So
accelerating. The number of energies, your pace of evolution, your damage. This is what Pokemon TCG is. Finding that way to sort of bend the rules in your favor and making your deck do that as consistently as possible.
Definitely. Try and take as many prize cards. Try and draw as many cards as you can. Find the cards you need. That definitely is the name of the game, and I really, really do hope we find a couple of Greninja believers out there.
I hope
It'd be very,
so.
very fun to feature them.
There's got to be at least one person just like you. Built it last minute, tested it online, and said, oh, wait, I'm sending this. Went to the vendors this morning to fill in like the 2 or 3 cards they were missing, and they're full sending.
Well, I'm hoping that's for sure. Again, Greninja EX. Didn't think I'd see today, but there it is. And then Dusknoir's just that powerful of a card, isn't it?
Yeah, Dusknoir is pretty powerful. That Curse Blast ability from both Dusclops and Dusknoir is honestly ridiculous at this point. So, I mean, hopefully we get something for it sometime soon.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we go all the way back in time, when Dusknoir very, very first released, there was a little bit of a debate, like, oh, but giving your opponent the prize card, I don't know if this is going to be good. Maybe you have to save it for like the finale of the game. We're just ripping them. The Curse Blast is happening early game, mid game, late game, no matter what. Players love to set up beautiful plays with Counter Catcher, and I think that's really what it is the entire game has adapted around that play style of Curse Blast.
Yeah, it almost makes my head hurt a little bit, you know. hopefully we do get something. No.
Yeah,
I cannot wait to see how our metagame evolves. Once I know we're alluding to it. It's Psyduck. Once we do get that specific card, I wonder if anything changes. I mean, this deck has just been so dominating. Is it just going to be Gardevoir's World then?
Oh, are we running Psyduck? Are you not? No Psyduck? No Psyduck?
Yeah, it's the same cycle as Shaman, exactly. Yeah, if there's a lot of Shaman, Terra Box isn't good. If you see there's a lack of Shaman in the meta, right? So then because Psyduck exists, you do assume your opponent, or do you assume people will not play Dusknoir because Psyduck exists, therefore they won't play Psyduck anyways because no one's playing Dusknoir, and therefore you do play Dusknoir because no one's playing Psyduck, so you get in this weird Psyduck cycle eventually. But
and
that's not going to happen
really going to give you a headache. Yeah.
And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Dusknoir being utilized this weekend for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, that definitely is giving me a headache now. But it's going to be very interesting. I cannot wait for the future of our game.
You're right.
Yep, right there. Yeah. I cannot wait to see the future of our game. But I mean, even just this regional, I know we're at the tail end of this format, but I feel like the fact that we are in the tail end, that brings out the more, the cooler decks. Now that you feel like the format is solved, this is where you can bring out what the control style decks that you can bring, right?
Yeah.
I know you played in Monterey, Pablo, and you played the Pidgeot Control.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I like exactly when a format is more defined and easier to predict, then it's easier to counter in a way, right? And Pidgeot Control tries to do exactly that. And I do know over at Frankfurt there was a very successful Pidgeot Control deck played by Alessandro Cormascoli, who is very famous for playing these sort of control decks. And he had some very interesting ideas with a Milotic to deny Professor Arturo, Mandibuzz to not only force an opponent to bench a 70 HP or less Pokemon onto their bench, but also be able to look at your opponent's hand. And if you can see your opponent's hand during your turn and see what they have access to for their next turn for the most part, then you can better prepare your turn, right? And then you have LGM to shift energy around. And you have Sudowoodo or Maractus to trap something in the active. So that's all the pieces to be successful. The problem is sometimes getting to that point before the aggression from your opponent takes over the game.
Mm-hmm. That's something I really do want to see as well in here in Pittsburgh. I feel like we haven't had a control style variant.
Yeah.
Control style
since
deck
rotation.
Since we lost Snorlax and stuff. And
I think the big losses were Rotom V, rotating out, and Forest Sealstone and Luminion. Like that wiped out a lot of early easy consistency off of an Ultra Wall or off of a Nespel. You were able to just fully set up and have extra resources on board. So until we get something that replaces those, Pidgeot is a very questionable play, I will say.
But hey, I mean, you played it. How bad could it really be?
And it was very questionable.
Maybe did you bring that deck? Maybe we do a quick deck profile.
Unfortunately, I did not bring it with me.
Want to forget about it already? No, but yeah. Now I want to talk about a little bit more. I mean, we have to. It's the Gardevoir EX. Yeah. Right? It is what is the most favored to win this tournament, to win every North American regional and North American tournament, apparently.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Gardevoir has still so many different styles, right? We mentioned it earlier. There are these faster versions. There's the slower defensive versions with the Devolution and the Flutter Mane. there are the versions where, hey, maybe you just want to do some prize trading, hit a lot of damage with Drifloon and a lot of charms. How about we make a little side caster prediction here? What is going to be the most successful Gardevoir? Your guys' opinion.
Ooh. I'm going to go with Jellicent EX. I feel like that's the black sheep of the Gardevoir EX variants. It had pretty decent success at the World Championships, getting top 32. It had decent success this past weekend at both regionals. And I feel like that's still, like, its moment is still to come. I feel like Jellicent EX is a very powerful card. Frillish is a very powerful card. So combined with a very powerful partner such as Gardevoir and the versatility it offers with having this, like, disruption-based approach with the Jellicent or the aggression with the Screamtail and the Monkey Dirties, I feel like there's something there that is still underexplored, and therefore it could have some success this weekend as we close out this set.
That's a good one, Pablo.
Yeah.
The Jellicent definitely escaped my mind there for a bit, but that is a very powerful card. I like the Frillish. I did a lot of testing into Gardevoir going into the World Championships, and it's one of those things where how do you beat Golden Go was what came through my mind. And something I found very interesting was the Frillish with a Bravery Charm. Just doing the item lock, that means they don't get that easy knockout with just the Laventia. They need a little bit more.
Exactly.
Buying those extra turns for Gardevoir, that's more turns to throw damage, set up a devolution play. I like that. I slipped my mind there for a bit, but Jellicent could be something to watch out for.
Yeah, my read was probably some sort of Gardevoir that's made for the mirror. Does Jellicent fall under that umbrella? I was thinking probably going back to the classic, like 4 Monkey Dory, and just saying, all the Psychic Embraces, I'm throwing and taking out all of your Pokemon.
Yeah, I would say Jellicent is probably a more general meta approach in the sense that you want to hit those Golden Goes. You want to respect them and therefore hit them where it hurts, which is they don't have their items. For the mirror, Quad Monkey Dory, the Turbo Energize as well to get those energies down. I mean, having Frillish on your side delaying their Rare Candy could potentially have something if you combine it with a Jamming Tower, but that feels like it's just stretching Gardevoir to the wrong side of dealing with everything else. So, but not sure. I mean, I'm sure the Gardevoir experts out there will show us today what's gonna do best.
Where's Henry Chow? I want to ask him this question too.
I know, Gardevoir with Zork. I want a Darkness type attacker too. All the card draw. Curly is not dead.
I'm gonna bet on maybe a Gardevoir with Drifloon at the very last.
Yeah.
A little bit cheating, but hey, we've seen Gardevoir without the Drifloon. So I'm thinking of more an aggressive version. Drifloon is also just another way to just win prize trades against Goldengo, potentially, if you have enough of those charms. And if we're playing the charms anyway, charms are very powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys already chose all the cool ones. No, but yeah, I'm sure we'll see a lot of Gardevoir action here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. I guess another thing I did want to talk about, we brought it up earlier, was some Flareon action. I know that's one of your caster picks, Adam. And have you seen the Terror Box though with the Flareon and Leafeon? It's not Eevee box. It's still Terror Box. It plays like 1 Eevee, but 2 Evolutions.
I do like that idea, right? Normally when you're playing the deck, you can just lean into Flareon. You don't really need Leafeon. And if you're in a matchup like Charizard or Grimmsnarl where you want that grass type attacker, you're just immediately going to go into the Leafeon. So it makes a lot of sense there. But having that flexibility is great, and that is the hallmark of Flareon EX, having different types of attackers to hit for weakness across the metagame. And Flareon is not only a great attacker, it's also your setup Pokemon with Burning Charge. To accelerate energy, you're hitting Golden Go for weakness. At one point, Golden Go was even teching in Rigid Band to try to throw off that math. And I think that with the rise of Terra Box, potentially ushering an era of Shaman protecting the bench, Terra Box isn't going to be able to lean into Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and so you want to play still a Terra-style deck with a lot of different options and attackers, Noctowl's beautiful, powerful engine, but a more straightforward, aggressive game plan, and that's what Flareon brings to the table. And to be fair, the Sylveon is still kind of on the chopping block. It's either too slow to win the matchups it's supposed to win for you, and sometimes you want to combine it with the Liz Clefairy to still get that attack off, but it doesn't line up, and you can just attack with the Clefairy anyway. Yeah. So maybe the Sylveon becomes Umbreon, and then we're really cooking.
I love the idea of Flareon in Terra Box just because you get to you get more energy into play, therefore you're less reliant on Crispin, and therefore you're more free to be more aggressive with Boss's Hoarders or a different support over turn, right? So I do like the Flareon idea, and you're not committing too much by a 1-2 line, and then the Leafeon is sturdier than the Teal Mascogorpon as well, right? So that offers a little bit of extra against Charizard and against Grimmsnarl. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
especially if they're running the boosted evolution Eevee that can just evolve right away when it's in the active spot. Suddenly you've got that Flareon in play and you're off to the races. And getting the similar play as Rare Candy Dragapult, getting an early attack your opponent may not be expecting. You go Fan Rotom, Eevee, switch, and you're right off. And
that's for sure. That's for sure. And well, boys, you know, I could talk about Terror Box and all day with both of you, but as much as I want to do that, I believe our next round of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship should be up very, very shortly. So of course, I just want to remind the folks at home to follow our broadcast, you know, Pokemon.com/broadcast. These are where you can find all your regional needs, your broadcast needs. These are where all the links are happening, be it here or in the EU. If you want to find more Pokemon, definitely visit Pokemon.com/broadcast. But of course, you can also follow our channels. We have YouTube, we have Twitch, Pokemon. That's just at Pokemon and whatnot. You know, I love watching the broadcasts with other people, with folks at home. Sometimes it almost feels like a watch party. It's definitely a ton of fun. I mean, what's your favorite ways to watch Pokemon? Is it here on YouTube, on Twitch?
I like going back and watching the VODs and figuring out like a specific matchup that catches my eye, or a matchup that I had trouble with. I can see it played at a really high level. That's like the best part of the Pokemon broadcast for me, is using them as a way to learn some of these higher level matchups and play them cleaner.
I always love enjoying. I have a huge TV in my living room. That's where I put on the show. Lay on my sofa, my 3 dogs beside me, my girlfriend probably playing Pokemon UNITE or something, not paying attention, and that's how I usually enjoy the broadcast that I'm not working at. Yeah.
No, that's for sure. But I guess nothing beats just being here at the regional itself.
Oh, of course.
Competing, working, judging, what have you. No, I definitely enjoy it as well. Me and my family enjoy it together. You know, I like having it up on my iPad, and then just we're opening packs as well. You know,
okay.
We can use this and that deck, yeah.
Deck building, looking at the meta game, enjoying it as a family. You're really living the dream, my friend.
Yeah, it's a little tough though to build 3 decks at the same time, right?
Yeah. No, I get the Fezandipity EX today.
You get to the vendors and you buy 12 Raging Bolt EXs.
All right. A lot of enjoyment definitely comes from watching the Pokemon broadcast, any type of Pokemon media in general, really. But right now, how about we go ahead and take a look at the format before we toss it out to the casters.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here to get you through our first Swiss round of the day with Kyle Sablehouse. Very excited for this tournament weekend. It's been a couple years since we've been in Pittsburgh, but it's a lot of fun coming to this city, and I'm sure our competitors are excited to get into an exciting weekend of Pokemon action.
Yeah, we got a lot of great players out there. We've seen some of those familiar decks popping back up, but the numbers are all over the place, and it's fun to see. What do you think is going to be the best deck to start your season? Yes, there were a couple events that we saw already, but now we're in North America. We're playing this major event here, and a lot of players are trying to take down that big prize.
Yeah, this is the exact same format as the World Championships. No new cards added to the card pool yet. No new expansions have quite yet released. But the format has really changed and developed quite a bit, the metagame, I should say.
Yeah, we've seen players really leaning into, do I want to go with this aggressive approach? Do I go a little more defensive? Do I tech in so I don't have all of these issues with Badoo? We've seen 4 rare candy sneaking into some lists where that was unheard of. So what do you go with this time around to come out with the best deck?
Those will be the questions we'll be asking, and our players are going to be the ones with the answers as we go through the tournament weekend. I think one of the big stories for sure is going to be how will Gardevoir do. It has been dominating ever since rotation, ever since that Atlanta Regional Championships. It has won almost every single major event that has taken place, and that is the trend that has continued to start off this season.
Yeah, and what do you say about that? It's Gardevoir continues to reinvent itself. It's very much like the Mew VMAX, where we saw time and time again, it can't go away. There's plenty of answers in the format, but you can reinvent yourself with the Jellicent, with extra rare candies, with slowing down and increasing your bravery charm counts. You can go all sorts of different directions depending on what you think the meta is going to look like.
Yeah, and another big story, I think, as well, has been Golden Go. Golden Go EX was the most popular deck at the World Championships, both Day 1 and Day 2, but it was Piper Lapine, the only Golden Go player to make it into Top Cut. It has still remained popular. There's been a bit of an emergence of this Golden Go Joltik box variants that we did see get first place in the Seniors Division at the World Championships. What do you think Golden Go is positioned to do this weekend?
It seems like it has an okay chance to be one of those top 8 decks. I don't know if it'll be the winner just yet because it doesn't have the perfect matchups, but it does have this consistency about it where you know what you're going to do time and time again. When you have 50 minutes to win 2 games against some great opponents, you really like having the opportunity to just pull this card out, deal 300 damage, get them out of the way, and you could win a game in 10 minutes.
Golden Go is definitely a deck that it's going to be hard to tie a lot with. Some players will still find a way, I'm sure, but you don't expect to see it too terribly often. Another deck that's remained atop the metagame that we really haven't seen too many results from, but it remains extremely popular, is Raging Bolt. What do you think of Raging Bolt this weekend?
Yeah, it was the big boomstick deck that players were playing over and over again. Just 2 prize cards, back and forth, but you were the aggressor taking the early prize cards. And then it reinvented itself a little bit. You saw the smaller Raging Bolt peeking that neck out and knocking out some Pokemon on the bench and really disrupting a lot of players. Maybe that's why you start playing rare candies. You cannot just continually lose Dracloak after Dracloak and stick around. So it might be it's time to make it into maybe top 4. I'm not going to give it the win just yet.
Whoa. Yeah, well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. We'll have to see how the weekend develops. And Dragapult, another deck you mentioned, something we'll be seeing some from very shortly. Let's get down to the table because our players are ready for Swiss round number 4. We'll get into our first match here of the day. And this is an exciting one because on the left, we've got Aban Ahmed, who is coming off of his regional championship victory just last weekend in Monterey.
Yeah, and Aban, it's been a long time coming, but we see him now on the stage with an opportunity to show us what he is capable of. He's been playing in such a great player base. He's got so many great talented players around him, and he's starting to show, you know what, this is the name you should be talking about. He can take down some big names, including Henry Chow.
And on the right side of the table, his opponent this round will be Brooke English, and she's going to be playing a Dragapult deck. And this has become really one of the iconic matchups of this format. This was the finals match that we saw last weekend at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, Rune versus Tord, and Gardevoir was able to come out on top there. But the build here for Aban is a little different. Normally when a player wins a regional championships, there's another tournament the next weekend, they're going to be hard-pressed to change much about their deck list.
But Aban has made kind of a big change here.
Yeah, this is unheard of when you think of the success that you just had a week ago, but sure enough, moving over to a Jellicent line, the 2-1 Jellicent, and a couple other choices here in the trainers, which really just speak to that defensive nature, being a little more preserving of your resources and trying to go after a different portion of the meta. Do you think that this is the right call, Chip?
It is definitely a little interesting. I think that the Jellicent build is not very good against Golden Go, the way the Golden Go decks had been built. But Golden Go has kind of gone down a little bit in popularity. A lot of Golden Go players are switching to the Golden Go Joltik box variant. I'm actually not really sure how that matchup goes, so maybe there's a chance that the Jellicent will be better there. And I think one of the big reasons for going to Jellicent, it's really good in the Gardevoir mirror match.
Okay. Yeah, and if you play against Henry Chow in the finals and you know how hard you have to work for that win, maybe you just want to make it a little easier next time.
Looks like our players are getting set up. The opening hands are drawn, and now prize cards being laid out. 6 cards to the side the players will take as they take KOs throughout the course of this game. You see Aban there on the left, Brook on the right. We're about to get this game into action, and it looks like a mulligan was taken for Brook. So we'll have an extra card to start this game off, and I do believe Brook will be going first.
Yeah, it's not always where you want to be, but at this table is a great place to start off the tournament. 3-0 against a regional champion on the other side, and there's a Buddy Poffin.
The best way to start off a game, Buddy Poffin allowing Brook to search her deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less and put them directly into play. Now looking at Brook's list, we do see the Monkey Dory, something that has been a bit of a staple as a one-of in these Dragapult decks, 1 to 2 copies a lot of times, depending on if you're playing Dragapult, playing Dusknoir or not playing Dusknoir. Always, of course, playing that straight Dragapult line at least. It does look like there's a pair of Badoo in this list as well. So Brook will have a couple of options as to how she wants to get her board set up here. Does she go with a bunch of Dreepies, or is it time to get a Duskull into play right away?
Yeah, we've seen in this matchup that so often that early setup will determine how you go about your game plan. If you have the early Dreepy, you can set up and find your Decloaks and you play a pretty fair game. But do you want to play fair? You're playing against a Bond who's just won a regional championship. Maybe you need to lean into the Duskulls, have that chance to take out multiple Pokemon in a turn. If you can close out on 2 Ralts, maybe a Ralts and Curlia, depending on what the setup is on the other side, just remove these Pokemon from play. That's how you catch Gardevoir.
Some kind of awkward prize cards here for Brook. A couple Night Stretcher, a couple Iono. Not the best, but she does play 4 copies of each of those cards, but 2 different energy cards being in the prizes, and one of them being the Neo Upper Energy. That could be rough, especially when Brook misses an attachment, which we see is what happened here this turn.
Right, slows you down even further from this point. 2 copies of Hilda, you know that'd be a great card to find and pull that energy out. You don't have access to that now, and then you have to telegraph every energy from this point forward, unless you're just going to go for Dragon Headbutts.
Not a winning strategy, I would say, Kyle. Aban is kicking his turn off, not with a Buddy Poffin, but Nest Ball, able to search the deck for any basic Pokemon, put it directly onto the bench, taking a note of what is prized, what he does have available. Right away, we're seeing Frillish brought to the front. Ralts is the starter here in the active spot. And Aban maybe has to question here, what kind of Dragapult list am I up against? Is this one that's going to have a bunch of rare candies, like what Tord's deck was last weekend, that my opponent could just pop up a big Dragapult next turn and start swinging? Or what is the build here from Brook? That's the big question about how Aban wants to approach this turn.
Yeah, and Aban's a big studier of the game. He's taken a look at that list, and you see that Monkey Dory in the active spot. That was not a card that we saw featured from Tord last week, so maybe that's enough to tell you this might be a more classic approach of the list, and you might have a little more time on your hands. Regardless, you look at those prize cards, you see 1 copy of Ralts, 1 Frillish as well. You need to make sure that you get the most mileage you can out of these Pokemon because you don't have many left.
Yeah, it does only play the 2-1 Jellicent line, 2 Frillish, 1 Jellicent EX. So still has enough to get the Jellicent established, which is good. Also, that Technical Machine Devolution in the prize cards. That's a card we see pop up every once in a while in these Gardevoir decks. Looks like Aban and crew has chosen to play it this weekend.
Yeah, and sometimes this is about the disruption that you can have against these rare candy decks, slow them down and pull down to those lower hit point basic Pokemon. But often when you're a Jellicent deck, you're dealing enough damage to where you can just remove the main Pokemon, your Dragapult, and knock out a Dracloak. 90 hit points as opposed to working through 320. You can set up to where you take 2 of those off the board and completely board wipe all the main attackers.
There is a Monkey Dory hitting the board from Aban and Iono. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck, and then get a number of cards equal to the amount of prize cards they have remaining. Right now, that number is 6. We're at the very beginning of the game, but as the game goes on, Iono turns from a consistency card into a disruption supporter. It does look like Aban here was able to find, is that another Ralts, I believe? So that's not bad. Also has Earthen Vessel in the hand.
Yeah, with a rare candy to go with it. Don't see access to a TM evolution or anything like that, so.
Is he debating discarding the Ralts here?
The Ralts, yeah, and see, that's the point. It is not pretty. Instead, losing the rare candy Gardevoir, but you need to preserve those resources. If this Ralts goes down, what do you do?
Yeah, seems like Aban's going to be okay to play this a bit slower. It does look like Brooke is going to be going for an Itchy Pollen next turn, so Aban probably wouldn't be able to use the rare candy anyway. We do see the Dark Energy attachment to the Monkey Dory. Maybe there's a world where Aban could have gotten the attachment onto Frillish, so next turn he could attach Retreat and start item locking himself, try to set the pace of the game tied up between these two players, but instead is going to get that Darkness Energy down, ensuring he can bounce any damage over to Brooke's side. Now we are back over to Brooke's turn, who kicks things off right away with Dracloak, gets that in play, the excellent Recon Directive ability, and that is a pretty good set of cards to find off of your opponent's Iono. Duskull comes down, Dreepy hits the bench, an attachment for turn, and an Iono of Brooke's own.
Yeah, I mean, the hand just played itself out at that point. Evolution, Energy, 2 more basic Pokemon to go along with this. You have Free Retreat because of the Latias, and now an Iono, moving those energies down to the bottom of the deck for Aban. So less chance to see Psychic Embrace doing anything on the following turns.
Recon Directive looking at the top 2 cards of the deck. Brooke will add 1 to the hand and send 1 to the bottom. Finds a Hilda and also a Duskull.
Yeah, not sure if you'll see the bench space for that here in the coming turns. You have that Bidoof. It's likely you might need to go into a second Bidoof if the energies don't line up. But if you grab a card like Hilda, you're right there with a Fire and a Dragapult for the next turn.
Latias provides Free Retreat to the Monkey Dory, moving into Bidoof, and Itchy Pollen deals just a measly 10 damage, but the effect here extremely strong, making it so Aban is unable to play any item cards from hand on the next turn. And this is an interesting card, actually, from Aban here. From the Arven, we see an Air Balloon. This is a very rarely seen card in Gardevoir.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, did your Pheasantipity get stuck a few too many times in some games? But this is a chance where, you know, you get that Free Retreat that sometimes is a little hard to find.
And this makes that attachment from last turn seem so much better because he has the Air Balloon. So now he can still attach and retreat into the Frillish, bounces the damage over with Monkey Dory, and takes the knockout with Oceanic Gloom from Frillish. And now Brooke is going to be the one who's unable to play item cards.
Yeah, what an answer there. Instead, you put your opponent on the back foot. For Brooke, it's not terrible in this spot. You still have plenty of answers here. You have a Free Retreater. Looking for that energy to go along with this, and we know that there's access from this hand.
And from Aban's point of view, this could be a pretty scary turn. He wasn't able to do much because he couldn't play that Secret Box he found off the Arven. But there's a lot of potential here for Brooke, and she does find a Fire Energy off this last Recon Directive. There's a world here, Kyle, where she could clear both Ralts out of play.
Yeah, I mean, Boss's Orders, Hawlucha, Energy, Dragapult, this could be game-ending at that point. You also have answers with some of the chances with the Dusclops, but you're not going to get there all the way unless you have that Boss's Orders.
Doesn't look like she has the boss, but she's actually playing 3 Counter Catcher in her list, so she can reach for that Gust effect with a Research here. She would have to give up a couple Pokemon, but I don't know that it is. Oh, yes, cannot play the item cards, right. Would have to be boss's orders because item cards are locked. Counter catcher not able to be used.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. I don't think the cards are there just yet if you want to take advantage of this, but slowing down, not into the cards here, taking that prize card now with the Dusclops, and maybe instead removing everything that isn't Ralts will be enough.
Yeah, this seems like a good option as well. Aban did not get a Curlia in play, and Aban also has already discarded a rare candy. So the chance for a Gardevoir EX to come into play next turn doesn't seem the highest. Now, we do know Aban did just grab Secret Box off of Arvin, so Brooke has to know that the pink card will most likely be played next turn, but she's getting on the offensive here. Dragapult EX into the active spot. Phantom Dive incoming. Will take out the Frillish and put all 6 damage counters on Monkey Dory to take a 2-prize turn, tying the game up.
Yeah, big KO, 2 prize cards. Now switching over to Aban's side. Have an Air Balloon, Ralts, and a Dream, but the Dream looks pretty solid because there is an Earthen Vessel, an Ultra Ball, and a Secret Box to go along with it. You can make a lot happen with that.
And a big part of this equation is going to be the Lily's Clefairy EX, which will make all Dragon-type Pokemon weak to Psychic. And that is going to be the key card for Aban to try to find, and you have to think that with the pieces he's got in his hand, I mean, Secret Box just unlocks so much potential for what you could do on your turn.
Yeah, it's finding the way to even just remove these energies from your hand into the discard pile can be so important. You need access to Psychic Embrace, and now you really unlock the potential of this deck. You find every piece that you need to close out here. Nest Ball can find the Lily's Clefairy, Artisan can find some additional resources like Monkey Dory. You really just find everything you need.
Has Rare Candy Gardevoir in the hand as well. Artisan can find the Monkey Dory out of the deck. Super Odd could even bring some cards back from the discard pile. There's a Mew EX coming down. The Bravery Charm will be played here as well. What a turn, what a turnaround. Aban started this turn with 2 Ralts in play, and that's it. Look at this board now.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, and you have to be thinking on Brooke's side. If Iono was found as the supporter for the previous turn, this could have been a completely different setup. Instead, Aban holding on for dear life, and it pays off. I mean, there's going to be a restart even for this. We're not done.
And he's got everything he needs. He actually doesn't need anything else. All of the energy cards are in the discard pile. He just needs to get through the deck a little bit more. In these situations, now that he's found everything, why not? You know, we don't even need the restart. Why not?
Oh, maybe the hand plays even further for a restart later on.
Holding on for a later restart, I like it. I think maybe the only thing that Aban would like to see here would be a Curlia.
Yeah.
That would be the only other thing I could think of, Kyle.
That's basically it from this point. We know the list with 1 Bravery Charm. It's already on Lily's Clefairy, so Ralt's the only really susceptible Pokemon here. But look at the cute plays. You can pull up Genome Hacking and take out a big KO on both of these Pokemon with the Monkey Dory.
That is a 3-prize turn. Aban goes down to just 1 prize remaining, all at the same time while decimating Brooke's board. There are no rare candy in her list. She cannot establish a Dragapult EX. She was fortunate enough to find that Neo Upper Energy off the prize cards. So in a world where she played rare candy, Dragapult, boom, there could be a response. But it's looking pretty unlikely. And even in that world, a parallel universe where Brooke decided to play rare candy this weekend, Aban does still have the Lily's Clefairy waiting in the wings.
Yeah. Basically, you have to howl at the moon at this point. If you want any answer to this setup, you need the hit points of Blood Moon Ursaluna. Take a KO, Iono this hand down low, and hold on.
Yeah. And that may be the play we see Brooke go for. Ultra Ball will discard a pair in order to find that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Able to take a 1-hit KO, can actually attack for free thanks to its ability, meaning that its attacks cost less for each prize card your opponent's taken. It does cost 5 colorless, so that means no energy necessary in order to pull off that attacker. And then an Iono to 1. That is going to be what Brooke is hoping will slow things down.
Right. If the rest of the game is staring you down on this board, the answer isn't there yet. Maximum attack with the Gardevoir, 190. Monkey Dory pushes 30 over. You're only hitting 220. It would still have to be something like Boss's Orders, which we know it's not going to be a card featured in this list from Aban. And You just stick the big hit points in the active spot and hang on.
Did Brooke fail the Ultra Ball? Did she grab the Blood Moon out?
I think we saw Pheasantipity.
I think she took nothing. Oh, no, she took the Pheasantipity.
Pheasantipity is because you don't have the Iono yet, so you need to hit both, or at least Iono to start.
Needs Blood Moon and Iono this turn. Recon Directive will have to find the Iono here for Brooke to stay in this. And it doesn't look like it. A couple Iono being prized here could be the difference, unfortunately, for Brooke. She did find the Jamming Tower. That would be another key piece to find with this combo of a turn in order to limit Aban's access to Screamtail on the next turn. But Brooke didn't quite find the pieces. She says, all right, we'll move on to game number 2, and Aban takes a convincing game 1 win.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup so many times. It's been the reason why thousands of dollars has been thrown left or right. And once you get into this matchup enough, you start to feel a little more comfortable as a Gardevoir player. It seems like it is tilted in their favor ever so slightly. And regardless of which list he's playing, he feels comfortable.
Yeah, Aban had a great game plan. He knew what to do and executed that game plan perfectly in game number 1. Was a pretty solid setup for both of these players. This was a really cute play here from Aban, taking the KO with the Frillish plus the Monkey Dory damage. That 30 HP of Badoo can be a bit of a liability sometimes.
Yeah, every once in a while you just run into bigger Badoo. Oceanic Gloom taking the KO, and with the Monkey Dory Dark Energies consistently on Aban's side, he had a little bit of a buff there. It helped out with spreading the damage around perfectly, like in this situation, where you genome hacking into the best attack in the game, Phantom Dive, taking 3 prize cards and clearing this board.
And Brooke saw the writing on the wall. There could have been a world where she could come back with the perfect combo of cards, including Iono and Blood Moon. Did not quite find it, though. Had to go for the Pheasantipity draw and was unable to get there. And looks like we are kicking things off with game number 2. Brooke has chosen to go second here and started her Hawlucha. Not ideal. And Aban looks like he's got a pretty good start lined up, kicking it off with an Earthen Vessel, putting a Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, you think we're going to see a Mega Evolution? Because that's the only time I want to see Hawlucha at this point. This is terrible. The worst starter, one of the worst starters to see because of the versatility this brings. You don't have access to knocking out very much. And my God,
Kyle,
you're right.
Look at her hand. 3 energy cards, 2 Pokemon, and a Hilda.
For Mega Hawlucha. There you go. Yeah. We're there.
We're getting ahead of ourselves here, buddy, I think.
Oh. Well, let's lean over on Aban's side where things are going great. Earthen Vessel, a Psychic into more energies to go along with this. Frillish, so if you want to slow down on those items on the following turn, you can do that too. Woo!
Yeah,
good place to be up 1-0.
We could see Aban pivot as well this game and actually attack with the Jellicent. We didn't see that in the last game at all. Just the Frillish was just enough. And Aban is going to take a moment to check the prize cards here. He did prize 2 Monkey Dory, which could be a bit of a problem. There's also a Gardevoir EX in the prizes. He does only play 2 copies. He does have the 3rd Monkey Dory, of course, a Dark Energy in the prizes as well, something worth noting. Now, the top deck for Brooke, it is a basic Pokemon.
Chip.
So she doesn't lose next turn.
Chip, we might be having an ugly off here with looking at these hands, because the only answer Aban had, it looked like, was Iono. You're not seeing anything from Brooke's side that makes you want to Iono, but do you just focus on your own strategy at that point?
I think you've got to, because you're threatening the Jellicent next turn as Aban, and you need to get some Pokemon in play. I always hate playing Iono when I know my opponent's hand is terrible, which is the case right now. Aban can definitely deduce after Brooke's turn is over here that she does not have much going on. But, I mean, you got to value your own setup. We'll see what Aban is able to find on his next turn, because Brooke's not going to have much else going on after she checks her prize cards.
Yeah, you don't love Hilda for Dracloak with no other Pokemon in play. It's just Hawlucha and Monkey Dory. I don't think we're seeing Swoop Teleporter anytime soon.
Hilda's such a powerful supporter, but turn 1, you never want to see it. It's not the card you want to play turn 1, basically ever.
Yeah, it gives a lot of information away. And we will see, unless the top deck from Aban is Jellicent, there is a really tough decision to make here on the following turn.
The question here for Brooke, where to attach the energy? I think onto the Monkey Dory makes the most sense.
Assume Jellicent is coming and move on.
And a draw for turn for Aban is the Darkness Energy. He will actually commit the attachment to it and goes for the Iono. You could tell he was debating it a bit, but he's got to find a Ralts.
Yeah, and it's unlikely to see the Jellicent at this point, so you throw the energy down on the bench, assume that the item lock is okay, but this is not okay.
No, there's no Ralts. There's a couple Curlia, but no Ralts and no way to find them. Not even a way to find the Jellicent, so it does work out nicely for Aban to get the attachment onto the Lily's Clefairy, and Oceanic Gloom will potentially slow things down for Brooke.
Weakness.
She does find Buddy Poffin and Nestball, but cannot play them. She's got an Iono of her own. Also, Professor's Research. At least a Duskull has hit the bench. Now, the question for Brooke is going to be, are these cards in hand more valuable? Does she want to Iono them to the bottom, or is Research going to be the move?
I mean, your opponent did nothing. It's just a bunch of item cards. The only question for me is, do I throw it on Pheasantipity? But I think it's Research all the way.
Yeah, I agree, and Research will be the move. Not losing too much there. Need to find a Dreepy here as Brooke to start getting into potentially a turn for Dragapult EX.
I mean, how unlucky would you have to be if you Iono'd a pretty awful hand down to the bottom, then you know that the next 7 cards weren't good. Now you see the next 7. Thankfully, there's a Dreepy in those.
Monkey Dory will be able to move some of this damage off of the Hawlucha over to Aban's side. The question is going to be where to place the damage. Brooke thinking through, we'll just move it to the active Frillish, and that's going to be it. No other playable cards, just a pass. What does Aban find? A Technical Machine Devolution and an Iono. It's just Iono. Here we go.
Yep. Had the Dark Energy. Does not feel like placing that down at this point. Probably would like to find Monkey Dory in combination with that to preserve some hit points. But let's at least find a basic Pokemon.
Does look like he's going to have to do it the hard way. There's Ultra Ball in the hand, and okay, there is a Ralts, it looks like, so it does at least have a Ralts. Does also have the option to go get the Jellicent into play now.
Chip, I'm kind of on Team Mew at this point. I don't know what else you do. I just want to see cards.
Yeah, is it going to be restart to try to fill the hand, try to find something to move forward in this game with? And sure enough, Restart Mew is found put directly onto the bench. That restart ability can only be used if you have less than 3 cards in your hand, and then you get to draw cards until you have 3 cards. Nice little refill here, and I think Aban's hand will play out nicely the rest of the way.
Yeah, he made sure to hold on to all these cards that play out post Ultra Ball. Now 3 cards to see some help.
Well, this Earthen Vessel's not too bad for next turn.
Candy and Curlia, those are the wrong combinations.
Yeah, we need the other evolution of Ralts, and Aban was not able to find it. But the item lock does remain up, thanks to Oceanic Gloom. Now for Brooke, does have Dragapult and the Neo Upper Energy, but does not have a Dracloak. And I don't know if there's a way to find one. I don't know if there's a supporter in this hand.
Oh, not even a Dusclops, as that would remove the Ralts from play. You have Monkey Dory and damage on board. You could push all that over to the Ralts, save yourself an additional turn, but this is not looking great.
Wow. Yeah, this is a rough go of things really for both players, and Brooke just has to pass. Draw for turn from Aban is the counter catcher. Happy to discard that now with the Earthen Vessel. Will be looking to thin that hand down once again, I imagine. Isn't even going to grab any energy cards off of this. Wants to have as few cards in hand as possible so that he has the maximum chance to get what he needs off of restarts. Now the question here, Kyle, does Aban evolve the Curlia, or does he hope for the Gardevoir find off the 1 card?
I'm evolving. You need that additional card there, and does see a bit of a reward with the Nest Ball.
Oh, my goodness. He's going to hold on to the Nest Ball. I think I like this because if Brooke does find... Well, I guess Brooke isn't able to Rare Candy into Dragapult. 1, she doesn't play it, right? But Aban doesn't know that. But 2, Rare Candy can't be played thanks to Oceanic Gloom. So Nest Ball could be a way to find Pheasantipity in theory in a future turn. We'll just keep up the Oceanic Gloom. We see the movement of the damage with the Monkey Dory. And now Aban is really going to need to find a Gardevoir here. Curlia's only got 90 HP, and that's going to set up nicely for Brook to actually just take a KO next turn.
Yeah, Aban wishes that the Earthen Vessel could have found a Dark Energy before the restart.
Sure.
Maybe the Nest Ball leads into Monkey Dory, and then you can just fling 30 at each other for the entirety of the game.
Ping pong it back and forth.
Oh, look at this. Sure enough, with the Monkey Dory in the discard and the 2 in the prize cards, there's just not even access to that. It would have to be Night Stretcher to find that answer there.
Yeah, 1 Monkey Dory down in the discard pile, also 1 Frillish down as the Pokemon for now. Brook is actually going to retreat this Hawlucha into the Latias. I think this move is because she wants to preserve the damage, make sure that that 30 stays around so she can utilize it.
Yep, it's been great that Hawlucha has taken the weakness damage, as there's more damage to throw around with Monkey Dory, but unfortunately, you've hit your maximum. 40 for the KO may be the prize card that takes things a little too far, and you'd still want to be able to push damage over and remove Curlia.
Now the question here is, what card was drawn for Aban? We knew he had 2 Rare Candy and a Nest Ball in hand. And he used the Nest Ball here to get another Ralts down. So if he has 1 more playable card, he can get a 1-card restart and maybe, just maybe, find something. He's going to shuffle now, though, and let's see if that card is playable or not.
Yep, anything to the bench, any energy cards, something to help. It is a research of all cards.
That is the best card I think Aban could have found there. Discarding the hands, drawing 7 fresh new cards, but wait, there's no way to find Gardevoir.
There's not even a way to find Monkey Dory energy. There's no Night Stretcher, there's the Earthen Vessel, but you can't push this damage back from Curlia.
This
Curlia's gone.
It's going down this turn.
I'm yelling timber.
And now Aban with the 2 Rare Candies in the discard pile is going to be a couple of turns away from getting a Gardevoir in play.
Sure enough, there is a TM evolution. You could move away from the items lock that you have in place, but is that what you have to do?
It may be what he has to do. I mean, this item lock he knows has slowed Brook down so much. We're actually going to see the full-on retreat.
Into this so you can get the jelly.
And Jellicent and Gardevoir EX are coming into play. Lily's Clefairy EX using that Technical Machine evolution to pull those Pokemon out from the deck.
Wow. Yeah, it's desperate times, desperate measures. It's lining up, and Aban hanging on with every card he wants, but definitely not the order that he envisioned it. But you're staring down one of the most awkward Dragapult boards I've ever seen.
What a spaghetti fest of a game we have seen right now, Kyle. But things are starting to stabilize for Aban, and things have not started to stabilize just yet for Brook. I mean, look at her board.
Right. I mean, you need to move, you need to get some Pokemon off the board. Maybe Hawlucha needed to be knocked out last turn. Like, you need space. If we see a Screamtail taking out Dreepy over and over again, what is the game from that point?
And that may be exactly what we see happen. Brook just left to pass, and if Aban could find Screamtail, he can get rid of the only Dreepy that Brook has in play, and he could basically spawn trap the Dreepies for the entirety of the game.
Okay, well, this is another way to go about this, filling the board up, but has the Monkey Dory. You can play very safe with your hit points at this point. Have the Jellicent as an attacker, lock in on that item lock. Make sure that you don't have to worry about cards like that Rare Candy if it ever did pop up. But as we know, it won't be in this list, but you're doing a pretty good job of taking prize cards and keeping your board in a pretty good state.
Aban just using the Adrenabrain to put the damage onto the Duskull, which might seem a little odd because he was going to knock it out anyway, but he doesn't want to leave damage counters in play for Brook to bounce back with her Monkey Dory.
Pheasantipity activates, see some extra cards, but of this massive hand, what has changed? Not much.
Truly, truly not much. I mean, there's a way to get another Dreepy, but she still has no outs to Dracloak here. And with no Rare Candy, she's not able to get into Dragapult. It's going to be several turns before she can really do anything. And yeah, it cannot actually even play the Buddy Poffin, thanks to Oceanic Curse of the Jellicent in the active spots. She's going to go with the sacrificial Hawlucha play, it looks like, sending it up and passing. Aban totally in control of this game.
Yep, and from here you can move some damage over, but is this, once again, just put it onto the Hawlucha so that you can clear it off the board. You do not want to deal with Monkey Dory damage flying your way.
There's an Iono for Brooke. Finally finds something playable, something to work with here. But with the Iono, if she's going to be under item lock still for a lot longer this game, there's a couple of the Dragapult EXs going to the bottom of the deck now. There is the Neo Upper Energy going to the bottom of the deck. Those are all problematic things to see go down.
Yeah, at this point, Iono needs to be into the last copy of Hilda and some Dracloaks so that you have some resources.
We do see the Hilda being found by Brooke, or sorry, the Dracloak, so at least gets that evolution in play, can start to use Recon Directive, start to get back through the deck, start to try to establish something. And looks like she will choose to keep the Dracloak so that she can get a pair of them into play next turn. There is a Dreepy found.
Yeah, I like this a lot. There's an Iono for the following turn too. It's likely you'll lose another resource at some point, so build up this hand as much as possible. Have the Dracloaks to lean on post Iono and maybe find something that can combat this Jellicent on the following turn.
Now she has an interesting choice of what she wants to leave in the active spot. You could just leave up this Latias. It could soak up a hit from the Jellicent, but as a Bond, if you see the Latias left up, he could just go aggressive and attack with Gardevoir EX, use the Monkey Dory, move the damage over, and take the KO. So Brooke will send up the Dreepy, leave a one prize Pokemon in the active spot, and pass now over to a Bond. Let's see what he was able to find. There is that Air Balloon in the hand. Looks like it's going to be a pretty simple turn here, just moving that damage over and attacking. Yeah,
wow.
Not even thinking really much else about what else he had available.
Yep, not much to be seen there. And this is the question mark turn now. You have Hilda for guaranteed answer, lean into a Dragapult and start to work on something that's decently relevant, but you walk right into Lily's Clefairy. Instead, use the Iono and try to come up with a little better solution.
I think that Aban here made a really smart move with the movement of the damage off the Jellicent. Now he's been moving it off the Gardevoir, but by healing 30 from the Jellicent with Adrenabrain, he takes this Jellicent out of range of potentially being KO'd by Brooke's own Phantom Dive on the next turn. Flip the script for Brooke, draws 3. Looks like she did find an energy off of a Recon Directive, so she could split the energies onto the 2 Pokemon on her bench. Benching a Duskull could allow her to threaten something on the next turn, reaching for a KO on the Jellicent.
Yeah, it gets dangerously close at that point. What's your answer here? You have the Dragapult. You can attack in, but then you're looking at Lily's Clefairy as a follow-up answer. Maybe something like Mind Bend would have been an all right choice here, but this feels like we could see game over. I mean, we do see game over, right? Lily's Clefairy with Mew in combination. It is game on board.
Game is indeed on board. We can see Aban close out this game the exact same way he did in the first game, and he's just signifying, yep, sure enough, move into the Mew. I've got the Monkey Dory to move the damage over. Doesn't even need it, can KO that Duskull, and Aban takes a really convincing 2-game set.
Yeah, and that has to feel good for Aban. He's been playing so much Pokemon here, and it's been working out for him. He won the tournament just a week ago. He is now in the $10,000 club, and he's building on that report now. He's gonna walk into this North American event already 4-0. Even though he's made a little bit of a deck list change, still feels very comfortable as a Gardevoir gamer.
Absolutely, yeah. You could tell that he was extremely comfortable in that set, knew what to do, and even when things were not going well in game number 2, he was still able to navigate himself to a position that he would be the one to come out the victor. Let's recap game 1 and game number 2 here. In game 1, we did at least see a little bit more back and forth. You know, Brooke had a bit of a setup, but Aban was able to sneak in that cheeky prize with the Frillish. And then, even though Brooke had a pretty good response here, KOing both Frillish and the Monkey Dory, taking a 2-prize turn herself, leaving Aban with just a pair of Ralts, this was the turn. I mean, he just had the perfect response here.
Right. To add to it, there's an air ballooned Gardevoir there, but you just walk right into the genome hacking triple prize card because of the Monkey Dory pushing over. 1 prize remaining, even though Aban really didn't have to do much work. But that's what happens. You knock out a Badoo, your opponent gives you a Dusclops, and then you're 1 prize away after genome hack.
And again, here in this second game, once Aban did finally stabilize, played really well with the placement of the damage from the Adrenabrain. He was healing the Gardevoir, but putting the damage on the active Pokemon so Brooke would not be able to use her own Adrenabrain, and making sure he was taking those KOs every single turn. And Jellicent just went so aggressive, and Aban was able to close out the game with the Mew EX once again.
Yeah, it's one of the more iconic ways to answer back in this matchup. It's fairly risky if your opponent has a response. If you see Rare Candies, Dragapult, Neo Uppers, but we saw none of that this time around. There was one of the weaker board states, and it's no fault to Brooke. You start Hawlucha, you need to move that Pokemon. You find Latias, then you have a Monkey Dory because you have Illum. Like it makes sense, and then you look at your board and you go, oh, yeah, I can't win with this, can I?
Yeah, and then getting item locked on top of that by the Frillish as well. Wasn't able to like cycle the deck at all. Honestly, even if item lock hadn't been happening, it might have looked very similar for Brooke. That hand just did not really go anywhere for her at all. But that's one of the reasons I think these Jellicent players with Gardevoir do play 2 copies of the Frillish, and that's one of the things I've heard very consistently from a lot of players is that the Frillish is really one of the better pieces of this deck. It's a super Badoo almost. You do more damage. It does cost an energy, but it's got 80 hit points. It's not going anywhere. So Aban playing 2 copies increases his chances of starting with it. And that's exactly what we saw. Started with it and was able to start getting that attack off right away, limiting Brooke's options.
And you're always going for the Dark Energy Monkey Dory. So if you see that, then you also have that free energy on the following turn. You just knock out that Badoo immediately. We saw it there in our match just now, and I'm assuming that you can make that happen fairly quickly in a couple of other matchups where Badoo is present. If you don't have to worry about item lock, really unlocks a lot of stuff for you on the other side, and then you just get your Gardevoir and get rolling.
And if they try to respond with their own item lock, you just get to do it again, right? So
thanks a lot.
Frillish is the perfect response, it seems like, to Badoo, and it still gets that same effect. So really, really strong option here for the Gardevoir deck. And other than that, it's the same old players, right? All about the Mews and the Screamtails. And we didn't even see Screamtail come up. I really would have expected to see Screamtail, but Aban just wanted to keep up the item lock, which I think was a reasonable choice.
Yeah, if you have your opponent against the ropes and the only answer that your opponent could ever have is either really, really late game Blood Moon or Saluna, which you'll figure out, or bringing up the Dragapult and you have Lily Clefairy and Mew, you just make them do it every time. And it worked out so well for him. Didn't need to move against his classic game plan.
Yeah, and had that Bravery Charm as well on the Mew, make sure it was always protected. Even if Brooke did pop out a rare candy somewhere along the way and a counter catcher or boss's order, something like that, I guess it would have to be boss, right? That Jellicent's just shutting things down. Aban was going to be able to have the response.
Yep, it's also a little bit of preservation when you see the Iono on the other side. If you have the Bravery Charm on Mew, you have Restart that you can follow up on, and sometimes it is just 1, 2 cards, whatever it may be, but that can be the answer. It was research in this case this time around, and that completely unlocked the entire deck.
Well, Kyle, I think Wancho is standing by with our winner and the Monterey Regional Champion, Aban. Let's get down to the lounge and hear from our winner from the last round.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Sadana here, and I'm joined by Aban, regional champion Aban, looking for possibly his second regional win in, 7 days? But for now, round 4 winner, how are you feeling, Aban?
I got pretty lucky, I can't lie. Game 1, when she dropped item lock, I had the most broken hand ever. I felt like I had to apologize. I was like, I have the most insane hand. It's been crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I've been getting really lucky these last 2 weeks. I don't know. Maybe I'm actually okay at Gardevoir, but it feels like I'm just drawing insane all the time.
Sometimes, if it's your time, it's your time. If it's your deck, it's your deck. No, yeah, I got to see that game 1. Off an item lock, I think all you had was, well, after the attack, right? All you had were 2 Ralts.
Yes.
Off the 2 Ralts, suddenly I look away. I was eating lunch. I look away, and suddenly what? There's a Clefairy, the Monkey Dory, the Mew, and then you just
There's a Charm too, don't forget.
Oh yeah, absolutely dismantle the board using the Dragapult attack. Very, very powerful. Is that a play you've seen yourself do a lot of the time?
Well, I mean, for the last half of the year, I was playing Dragapult myself, so I was doing Dragapult, all these Dragapult plays. And finally with Guardy, with Mew, I get a taste of that again, Still get a Dragapult sometimes.
It just feels like home. Going back to some Phantom diving. Very, very cool. All right, well, now let's talk about your list, right? You just won Monterey with Gardevoir. You faced against Henry Chow. That was, again, probably one of the best Gardevoir players out there. The list you're playing now, though, I noticed the Jellicent. I don't think that's quite the same list as last week.
No, we knew that we won. Like, Rune won in Europe, I won in Monterey, and we knew that there was going to be a lot of copycats. I don't think anyone expected Gardevoir to be #1 on the graphic, but we thought it was going to see a huge uptick, and there's not that much skill edge in Mirror. Like, obviously, I was able to beat Henry, so, like, it's not, there's not, like, a crazy amount of things you can do in Mirror to, like, prevent them from just taking the first prize and going 1-1, 1-1, take 2. So, with Jellicent, we also have the Air Balloon, which I got to show off game 1, and if you go second and you turn 1 Frillish, it doesn't matter what, like, how good they are at Guardy, they're, like, cooked.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. So after winning last weekend, you were just like, how do I beat myself, right? And it looks like the answer is Jellicent. Let's dissect into that a little bit more, right? You mentioned, turn 1 Jelly, but what about the Jellicent itself? What matchups does that Pokemon come into play?
The other thing is we thought a lot of people were going to play like Piper's list, which had like her Worlds list. It had Goldango, Togekiss, and Scrapper.
Yes.
And that was really bad for a Monterey list. But those cards are pretty useless, like as like in general against like Togekiss, or not Togekiss, Jellicent. So like when you are playing like the Frillish game plan or whatever, they don't really have that many good answers. So like our Jellicent list should be good against like Piper's list. It's good in Mirror, and like it's also, as you saw in like the stream game, it's like it's better against Polnor. I think both lists are good into Polnor, but it's like it's like slightly better, I think, into Polnor. So those are the big 3 decks, so figured, you know, it makes sense. We'll send it. Honestly, we're still going to play the Monterey list until about like 11 p.m. last night.
Oh, so this was a 11 p.m. decision to switch.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, wait. Now I want to dissect that. Well, what goes through your mind? Like when you have to switch a deck very last minute, what goes through your mind? Like, what are the pros and cons about?
So blessed to know Henry Chow. I sit in the room, we're on the hotel bed, we're literally doing nothing, just like playing footsies, and then he decides we're playing Jellicent. I'm like, all right, bet. That's what we're playing. Like, that's it.
Henry Chow just blurts out, we're playing Jellicent.
Yes, dude, I like actually do nothing. Like I swear I used to test more, but like ever since Worlds, I do nothing. I just show up and Henry's like, yeah, that's what we're playing. And like luckily I knew Henry before he was winning Reg, so I'm like grandfathered in, and yeah, it's lit.
All right, remind me to find you and Henry at least at 10 p.m.-ish before an event. Try and get a deck list. Oh, not yet. That's right. That's too early.
Yeah.
But very, very impressive. Again, so Jellicent with the... Did you play any charms? I'm not sure if I got to say. Oh, yeah, you have a charm.
Well, I have a number. At least one.
Yeah, again, very, very interesting list. Are there any other matchups you want to run into, though, this weekend?
If I can play Poltnor, Mirror, and Goldango all weekend, I'm going to win the tournament.
Oh, yeah, I like the confidence, and it's a well-deserved confidence, I believe. Again, I don't think there's too many people that can say they're going to be gunning for a 2-time regional win within 7 days. But again, you're in a good track. Winning round 4 here in Pittsburgh, very, very good. What about we talked about Goldango a little bit. There's going to be quite a few Goldango Joltics as well. What's your game plan against those specific decks?
One cute thing you can do is sometimes against Goldango Joltik is if you can kill the Joltik with like some monkey or some attack, you can try to set up enough damage on the hand so you can amp it with Mew to take 3, and then you take 2 somewhere else. But you are correct that the Django is what we call it, Joltik Goldango. That is a worse matchup for this list than it is our Monterey list. The Monterey list had like a free matchup. You could make your board out of hands range with like all 3 of your charms, and then you could like stick to the hands with too many energies, especially because they bench Latias a lot.
Yes.
And then they just can't kill anything, and they just like sit there and lose. Like, there's nothing they can do. Yeah, normal Goldango is just get in there with the Frillishes and the Jellicents, and I don't know, just get in there. And you have Devo.
That's true. Oh, that's true. You do play the Devo. Have you used it yet at all here at Pittsburgh?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. But it's there for what specific matchup?
It's for Mirror. It used to be for Grim at Worlds, but I played against Grim today somehow, but we thought Grim fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, no, it wasn't even on the graph.
I didn't get, like, the Grim game was unfortunate. I think he might have messed up, but he like got the Frost House in play, and I used my monkeys and I was using monkeys better than he was. I was Frillishing and just using like 3 monkeys and sending it over every turn.
You were using their Frost Last damage against them, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, the Divas for Mirror, Dango, I guess Grim. It can be good against Polnor if they get too fast of a start and you want to freeze them for a turn, but it doesn't come up that often.
Very cool, very cool. Again, very commanding showing as well. Going 2-0 Not gonna lie, it's not every day we see a Gardevoir matchup on stream and still have, what, so much time left before the next round, so...
I think I was playing pretty fast, too.
Yeah, again, you already know the plays, right?
Yeah.
You're probably a little bit practiced from last weekend. No, but yeah, again, very interesting. Hopefully we get to see more from the Frillish. I guess just a couple of more questions for you before I let you go. Again, this was an interesting deck. Do you have any other advice you want to give players out there?
Well, I think that I always make the joke now that I don't practice anymore, but I think like last year, like I had this reputation for being kind of a grinder, and like it's true, like all the skills I built last year, like playing 24/7, like I honestly did it too much. I like definitely cooked some of my classes. Like I played the game way too much, but the skills I built from last year are like carrying over now. So like even if I don't play the game that much anymore, I mean you can like putting that time in at some point in your life to get good at the game will like always be like you'll always have that skill at some point.
I like it. You know, it's always about building the foundation, right? If you have a good foundation, everything you put on top of it, only makes you higher. Great advice. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out the tabletop guys. They're my family. When I came back to the game, I bought a Lost Box deck for like $40 at tabletop, and I was hooked. Brian has been nothing but nice to me. He's always like helped me out, and all the tabletop guys are always rooting for me. I always see all these nice messages. It really warmed my heart, you know, seeing those guys like always cheering for me. And also, obviously, shout out Henry because he feeds me decks. And shout out the rest of the testing group. Yeah, I mean, when we were working together, we were always like doing good at all the NA majors. So I was really happy to be a part of that. So yeah, thanks to everyone. Oh, and shout out my family too, obviously. My bad. That was last. My bad.
Amazing stuff. I mean, it sounds like you have a great support system. It does take a village, I believe, to really raise up a great player. Again, huge congratulations, Abon. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds. I'm sure we're going to see more from you. With that, we're going to throw it back to the Desto for more Pokemon action.
Thanks, Wancho. Great to hear from our winner last round, Abon. You know, very confident, but also, you know, it seems very laid back. You know, he feels very comfortable with where he is right now.
Yeah, playing footsie last night. You know what? If any chance you have to learn a little bit more from Henry, you got to take that advantage.
Is that like sleeping with the textbook on top of your head?
Yeah.
You share a bed with Henry Chow. Well, that's worked out nicely, and you know, Henry Chow, I believe, also started undefeated at this point in the tournament. There's a handful of players that are on this 60 cards. I expect we'll be seeing more from them throughout the course of the weekend this tournament.
Yeah, they usually figure it out, and I think they may have this one all figured out for themselves. It's a strong list. Maybe the way that this meta has shaped up will be beneficial. If you're running into he's looking at 3 decks that make up about 50% of the meta, and he likes all of those matchups now. It's like, that's pretty good.
It's definitely pretty good. A great place to be in. And that's one of the, whenever you choose to play a deck, like trying to counter a very specific meta, and you see that graphic come up that shows those 3 decks are the 3 most popular decks, there's no better feeling, really.
Yeah. It works out so well, and he feels so confident, too. And that's something that he talked about earlier on just there now. It's when you've played as many games as he has, it doesn't matter if you really put in the reps with this deck in particular. You know all the different ways to win a game, to slow a game down, to buy an extra turn, whatever it may be. He has all of those tricks now, and he can perform whenever he needs to.
Well, Kyle, let's take a moment to take a look at the championship points that these players are competing for this weekend here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. This is what players are going to be trying to do to qualify for the World Championships this year. Now, it is an extended number. Last season, it was the top 125 players in the Masters Division of North America. This year, it'll be a top 135, extending things out a bit. But the payouts for the placements are very similar, if not the same here. 350 points for first place, and payouts all the way down to the top 1,024 players.
Show up. That's all we're asking, is show up and just keep playing your games, and you will find some points here to build on that. Take those points over to your locals, continue to build on that as well, and you'll see a lot of these players are still grinding out those events, making sure that they have the most points possible. Build up that cushion so that you don't have to worry about 135 down the road.
Yeah, and these are the points that players are earning here at regional championships, but there's also international championships, the bigger level of tournament, but there's also the lower, the local level of tournaments, the league cups, the league challenges. All of those points come into play and can eventually lead to you securing your spot in the top 135. One of my favorite stories, I think, last year was a guy we both know, Jeremiah, got top 125 in North America last year without going to any international championships. He was able to lock it up with just the regionals and his local events.
Absolute flex. Maybe now with a little bit of that extra swag that you get throughout going to a lot of these regional events, you can put some of that money off to the side and go to one of these majors.
Yeah, hold out and go to one of the ICs, because they really are truly an incredible experience. Of course, the championship points are not the only thing these players are competing for. There are tons of prizes on the line, cash money up top, and also tons of Pokemon TCG booster packs.
Yeah, those are pretty nice to find here and now. 5-figure club waiting for you upstairs. $10,000 for these Masters players. Juniors also fighting for some pretty pennies there as well. And we know that they are so talented, and they're just waiting to move up into the Masters. We have a few of those players already starting to ruffle some feathers in the Masters this tournament.
I saw someone post after Tord's second place finish at Frankfurt last year. He's now the first ever player to cross $200,000 in career earnings. That is incredibly impressive.
I thought you were going to bring up the picture of him and Rune in Malmo 2018,
where
Rune is the littlest child, and now he's completed the arc all the way to taking him out.
Yeah. Taking Tord down in that finals of Frankfurt. That was a really exciting game as well. It came down to a game 3. I can only hope that we get something so exciting here this weekend in Pittsburgh. Of course, the payouts go all the way down to the top 32 here for the cash prizing. And also our juniors and seniors, you know, they're walking away with a bunch of money. I mean, could you imagine having $2,500 when you were 12 years old?
I can't imagine having it now. That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Really cool that these players are able to, you know, find a way to make their hobby earn a little income for them, you know, put it away towards college, whatever it is, or pay their way to a future event. And speaking of paying your way to a future event, you know, we talked about the championship points these players are earning. The top players for each region during each different rating time frame are able to earn travel awards to future international championships, depending on their placement on the leaderboard.
Yeah, we call this the Thomason, as you may see. This is what you want. If you are playing out of your mind during one of these periods in the year, you have a chance to earn a bunch of help to find your way to some of these major events. You won't run into issues like Jeremy did previously. They'll be waiting for you. All you need to do is apply through, and you'll have this answer, $3,500 for some of these out-of-region players. And in region, you're going to have just plenty to get to your tournament.
Yeah, the LAIC qualification period has already passed. It ended the day of NAIC finals, but now we are currently in that qualification time period for EUIC. So all of the championship points that players are earning right now to the last day of LAIC, whoever finishes in the top 16 is going to earn a little bit of money to go towards that next IC. And even if you just get in the top 32, you get priority registration, which is a pretty solid benefit, to be honest.
Yeah, that's starting to become a difficult thing here sometimes, but
especially for EUIC and NAIC specifically.
Exactly. And it's not for lack of trying. There are so many open spots available, but this is a growing game. We continue to build over and over every single year. This is the event that you want to join. Going to need quick fingers or top 32.
It's going to be what it takes for you to get into one of these future tournaments potentially. What a great season it is shaping up to be. Just one single round into the year for us, Kyle, and I'm already excited to see the stories that continue to develop. You're going to want to make sure to stay tuned. We're going to take a quick little break, but we'll be back very soon with Swiss Round 5, which will be Community Choice, your pick for who we get to feature. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
My one main goal, don't commit any rules violations on stream.
That's not bad. That's not a bad goal.
Okay, it's a good start.
I rock with that.
Well, this is going to be a strange game. I play Hilda as my supporter.
Ooh.
Oh!
Top Deck Research!
Yay!
Hello, Pokemon fans, and we're here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. I have a secret for everyone. You know, I want to share what I believe. No, I am 100% sure is going to win the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. It's going to win the rest of the regional for the season, to be honest, because honestly, it's just the best card, the best friend in format And of course, I'm talking about my friend, Malamar. I had to check if it was upside down there. Of course, not this Malamar. This Malamar is rotated out. I was trying to find the one for standard, but it's just that rare. The Malamar in standard with the colluding tentacles attack for 1 energy pulls up a Pokemon from the bench and does 120 damage. There's no running from our friend. He's always going to be there for you. He's always going to be hugging you, finding you on the bench. Of course, yes, you have to play the Xerosic Machination with it for it to do anything. I mean, that card is powerful too, but not as powerful as, of course, our friend Malamar. 100% it's going to win TCG, VGC, and even GO potentially. It is legal in all 3 games. And with that, you know, again, I do believe it is the BFDF, the best friend deck in format. Malamar, keep an eye out for it. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Malamar action.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the broadcast of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, kicking off the season in NA. This is our first regional championships on this part of the world, and I am super excited. My name is Adam Skarzig-Watson, and I'm on the desk with Pablo Meza. We're going to break things down, set the stage for round 5.
Now, speaking of round 5, this is a community choice, so make sure you are. I'm not sure if the poll is live yet or not, but be sure to be on the lookout for that over on our Twitch broadcast. You can vote to see which matchup you would like to see for this upcoming round, which should be starting quite soon, right?
Absolutely. This is your chance to see maybe a matchup or a deck that you might not have a chance to see later on in the tournament, or maybe later on in the meta game once it falls off. But we are going to put our fate in your hands, beautiful viewers at home. So hopefully you'll do us proud and give us something amazing to cast. That last game we just saw, of course, Gardevoir doing Gardevoir things.
Yep.
And when it's in the hands of one of the bests, you know that it's going to be a pretty devastating matchup to play.
And we see the shift, right, from the heavy Bravery Charm build into now this Gel Sentiac. So you have to wonder,
you called it.
have to wonder if this testing group is now going to be defaulting towards this Gel Sent, what advantage that offers in the metagame they predicted, right, this weekend. And I mean, that Gel Sentiac stopping item cards and tool cards as well is pretty powerful.
Yeah, stopping tool cards has been something that players like to have in their decks in theory, but the Jamming Tower is everybody's 61st card. It always seems to be the first thing on the chopping block. There's a lot of Stadium Wars going on with Area Zero and Artisan, so it's not as reliable. But Jellicent coming around, stopping tool cards. I know that if you're expecting Terra Box, right, you want to stop that Sparkling Crystal, and that is going to really protect your board, let you get set up, and Jellicent does seem to be a fantastic call.
Yeah, and then it requires so much energy to be able to attack, right? Which means you get so much damage onto it, but that's where Adrenabrain comes in. So there's a lot of synergy between all of those pieces, and playing that more disruption style based Gardevoir, that more defensive style, compared to more aggressive this previous weekend. We'll have to see how effective that is, right? It could also be that it was the wrong call and it fizzles out as the tournament goes on. We have a lot of Pokemon to play for today in Phase 1 and Phase 2 as well.
We do have some numbers. Maybe we can get an early indication of defensive versus aggressive, maybe which matchups and certainly which players are seeing some great success right at the start of this Pittsburgh Regional Championship. So let's take a look at these standings, see what we can suss out here.
We have McKenny Tran up there, did pretty well at NAIC, of course. Emma Hagen, I think she got top 64 this past weekend at Frankfurt, so traveling all the way from Europe to play at the next event.
Of course, we saw Bonamed just win on stream. Rahul Reddy also jumping out to me. A lot of these names look new, but it might just be so many players and so many tournaments. They all start to run together for me, Pablo.
Oh, I know. I mean, Grant Manley doesn't ring a bell, really.
Oh, there he is.
A pretty unknown player, I think.
But yeah, off my glasses right now, folks.
I mean, we have so many people, right, playing in today's event.
Yeah.
That even at 4-0, there's still hundreds of players with this record at the very top. Some familiar faces, and of course, some newer faces, and that's what we like to see, right? We love to see a brand new up-and-comer do really well. We've had a lot of like newly found success stories from very successful senior players jumping right into Masters and having immediate success. So we could also see new Masters shine this season.
The players that age up are usually being coached, and they learn so much from the veterans of the game. They just really hit the ground running into this new age division. And what I'm really looking forward to as well, Pablo, is players who maybe had to take a little bit of a break towards the end of the season. Maybe they couldn't play in as many events as they would have liked, and now they can re-enter this season with renewed vigor and that hunger to get those points, top the leaderboards, and hopefully get that invitation to the World Championships.
Yeah, of course, this season we have 10 extra spots for the North American players, right? Top 135 this season for North America, same for Europe, and top 125 for Latin America. So plenty to play for. We're just getting started. Now, each of the big regions will have had one event each, so it'd be interesting to see what the leaderboard is looking like at the top after the first weekend.
I know, another Gardevoir versus Dragapult, Gardevoir versus Gardevoir. Now we got to break the mold, right, Pablo? We're looking for Dragapult versus Dragapult in the finals, or just anything. Flareon, let our caster picks come through. Flareon, Charizard, please.
Or Greninja. Why not Greninja EX? That would be sweet.
When we were talking about it at the opening of the show and you were breaking down some of the combos it was capable of, I was really impressed with the addition of Ignition Energy, because that was the big sticking point on the deck for me, was that you really couldn't use Mirage Barrage consistently. The damage was so low. People were scraping the bottom of the barrel, looking at maximum belt, trying to just barely get one-hit knockouts. So maybe that could be the way. Being able to search specifically for the cards that you need, using Pidgeot, using Shinobi Blade is so strong in this metagame, where a late-game Iono can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Yeah, having that Pidgeot down, having that Dusknoir take care of your Shaman problem, right? Then it doesn't matter if your opponent plays or not Shaman, the Mirage Barrage goes through anyway. So yeah, a lot of synergy between that deck. That unfortunate purple circle in Greninja EX though is the big setback, but it didn't stop it at Frankfurt, and you never know. I've always said that in order to have a good run at any given tournament, you need a combination of skill, a good deck, and a little bit of luck. And the luck part does come into with your draws, right? How you draw into any given game, how much you dead draw, how much you don't, your top decks and whatnot, and also the pairings. Yeah, that is true. There's so much variety out in the field that you could have the best deck in the room and hit a string of 3 or 4 awkward matchups where your opponent plays real well and you just can't overcome them, or you could have a mediocre-ish deck, but you hit all the right matchups and you never run into any bad counters or anything, and you fly to the top. So there's a lot that comes into play into having a good run in the Pokemon trading card game.
The players that are able to consistently, be on the right deck for the right metagame, consistently play well after hours and hours of rounds against various matchups and opponents. These are the players that will eventually see success as long as they stick with it and don't rest on their laurels. Keep thinking about how they can learn and improve at the game. I'm of course talking about like Tord Reklev, who is going to make a deep run, going to make day 2, going to make top 8, even when he gets top 4 or comes in second place at a regional or an IC. Everybody knows that, he's worked so hard to get there. I'm thinking, of course, of Isaiah Bradner, a player who consistently was making these deep runs, and everybody knew it was just a matter of time before he got his big win. And now the next player I want to see kind of come full circle is Piper Lapine. She's already had like such massive success from previous seasons, but I feel like we're just starting to see the beginning of her like true, really dominant legacy, something in the likes of Henry Chow.
I fully agree. Piper had that season where she won 2 regionals, right?
And they actually had to rework the points distributions in order to compensate for what a massive accomplishment that was at the time.
Yeah, exactly. And after that, she had a more quiet season with school and whatnot. There's also other things in life outside of Pokemon, of course, but we saw her close out the 2025 season with all out, the perfect way to, well, not the perfect way, she came so close to it being the perfect season, right?
And you mentioned it as well, Pablo, right? Just sometimes you make that deep run, you're in the right place at the right time, and you get that bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, NAIC, right? She was playing Grimmsnarl, and she hit Guardian top 8. Like, you cannot, if she had been asked, what matchup do you want to face in top 8, she would have answered Gardevoir, right? But just so happens that the luck of the draw, their starting hand, did not cooperate in that final game. And same for the top 8 match at the World Championships. She had the Togekiss technology. That was good enough to help beat Raging Bolt. She didn't need to flip heads every single time. She just needed one throughout the game, but she also needed Gimmicools, and that's the part where the deck failed her.
And, speaking of luck of the draw, that's what you're seeing right now on the screen, folks. We've got this beautiful crowd shot. These are the players figuring out who their opponents are going to be, getting in position, preparing for this next round. This is, of course, giving you at home plenty of time to figure out what your community choice is going to be. We can get those players corralled. There's so many Pokemon fans here, not just competitors, but just people who want to enjoy the environment, people from the city of Pittsburgh, enjoying the vendors, enjoying the side events. The prize wall is such a huge draw, and we talk about it constantly, how these regional championships are basically little mini conventions, and there's still a lot of love in the room, certainly for Pokemon and for the scene and for the competition.
I will say, we are seeing, like, the tables right in front of us are the video game tables, and the one thing I'm jealous of them as a TCG player is the amount of plushies that they can have on the table at any given moment, because we need our decks and cards and deck boxes and dice and all the things that players love to have with them. But in VG, you just need your gaming console and maybe headphones that you're wearing on your head, right? So there's plenty of space for extra decoration, and it's always really cool to see. I think there's so many plushies out there.
Everybody has their favorites. You know, you bring them for good luck. You bring them for just a little bit of emotional support there on the table, and maybe we can bend the rules a little bit, get some more plushies down there. Just attach them to your body however you can. That's what our judges like to do. Now, I enjoy that as well when we're here. We see sometimes people are cosplaying. The judges always have their favorite plushies kind of decked out on their uniform, so they're even easier to spot. And remember, folks, if you ever have an issue in one of your games, don't be afraid to reach out to a judge. They're there to help, make sure to resolve any issues, answer any questions you might have. We're right at the beginning of the season, so I know that a lot of people are going to be playing in their very first regional.
Yeah, for sure.
And, everybody is going to be very welcoming and try to make that a great experience. I mean, my first regional, I was focused purely on not getting a prize penalty. That was my goal when I went in. I didn't want to make any mistakes because I had been practicing so much just playing online. And then when you try to transition that to playing in person, you're worried about, like, oh, did I forget the shuffle, and the stuff that the game will say, no, you can't play another supporter. If you just keep going and your opponent's got to stop you.
All right, Adam, I think our results from the community poll are here, so let's take a look at what won. And seems like we're gonna be showcasing Owen Dalgard against Jose Ordaz. I don't know what decks these are.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. I don't know what decks these players are on, but I do know that Owen Dalgard is a little bit of a rogue deck builder, bit of a fan favorite in the community, so I'm happy to see him on the stream. This is going to be a match. Owen always brings the spice. I know that he was joking a few weeks ago. I did see he was trying to get a limitless page for the supporter Larry. So I don't know how deep into the weeds his deck is going to go with some silliness, or if he wants to start this tournament off strong, this season off strong, and play something with a lot of power behind it, something that Owen really believes in.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like the community picked really well. Owen coming off a top 32 from Frankfurt Regionals just this past weekend, already has 420 championship points.
Ooh.
And is currently ranked 7th in the global championship point standings. That is, like, we are 2 weeks into the season with the big event starting. I mean, the season officially started on the 1st of July, so you can start getting championship points through League Cups and League Challenges at your local gaming stores. But he was back at Frankfurt, did pretty well over there, and he's already starting 4-0 this weekend. So what a run by Owen. Do we have another world traveler in the making, perhaps?
Hopefully. All it's going to take is a little bit of momentum to start off the season.
And seems like we have Owen playing that classic Dragapult Dusknoir deck against Jose with the very hot Conkeldurr the Dunsparce deck, which did high numbers last weekend at Frankfurt. I'm sure Owen was there hearing all about Conkeldurr and how they did pretty well. One of them got top 16. They faced off. We had a Conkeldurr mirror on stream, I believe, in round 6 or something like that. So Conkeldurr seems to be the hottest new toy for many players, and it's a pretty cool deck. It's a pretty fun deck as well. And I think we're about to see if it can go toe-to-toe against one of the top decks in the metagame, Dragapult Dusknoir.
And this the Dunsparce idea. Players have really experimented with this time and time and time again as a draw engine. I remember seeing it in like Archaladon, for example. Players were trying it in Roaring Moon, of course, and it's only a matter of time before somebody finds a home for this proper draw engine, and maybe this is the way it's going to go going forward. A nice single prize deck to kind of foil your opponent and get some early aggressive hits. We've talked constantly about how, do you want to be aggressive? Do you want to be defensive? And Conkeldurr is the definition of aggression.
Yeah, being able to attack for free if it has a status condition on it, and therefore that's where the Brute Bonnet comes in now. If Owen didn't know what he was up against, just by seeing the Dunsparce, you could probably narrow it down to Conkeldurr. There's not a lot of decks playing the Dunsparce engine at the moment, or at least not meta viable ones, and that runaway draw will be very, very clutch, and it's definitely the best single prize engine to help you reach for your resources. Now, seeing the Brute Bonnet already in the discard pile does mean that I'm sure Owen, with the caliber of player that he is, he will be able to know exactly what he's up against now.
And if you can prepare, you know what your opponent's up to, that is the first step. Having a decent read on the metagame, having the ability to quickly identify what your opponent is doing, because this lets you figure out what you're going to set up, what immediately you're going to lean into. Jose just goes for Jet Energy, puts Fan Rotom in the active, doesn't want any of these Dunsparces to be in danger, and now is beginning to threaten potentially just a quick assault landing if the Stadium comes into play.
Yeah, that Stadium being so clutch, but it is part of Jose's strategy. He definitely wants to have that in play. Does play 3 copies total, does have 2 Gravity Mountain and 1 Town Store to help him find those ancient booster energy capsules a lot easier. And now, over on Owen's side, we are going to see him very thoroughly check the prices. I'm sure he wishes he had the price cam that we have right now. He's going to see the Halucha is not available, which can be pretty clutch to bring that HP of Dunsparce into 60 with that flying entry, and a Dracloak not available. The Blood Moon probably not going to be a factor. So yeah, we'll see how Owen handles this.
After the Buddy Poffin finds Dreepy and Badoo, Owen most likely just going to try to set up Itchy Pollen, try to slow this deck down. Once you've got the Dunsparces in play, hopefully Jose has the Dunsparce already in hand. I didn't get a chance to see whether or not that's the case, but typically if you can't Ultra Ball or something to find the evolution Pokemon, it can be pretty awkward. And Owen is going to need some time to set up, because when you are playing a 2 prize deck into a single prize deck, you need to make sure you have multiple attackers set up and ready to go and take down this game.
We are seeing that Owen is not taking a page from the Tord Reklev playbook, and he's actually not playing any rare candies. He's going for the more traditional, slow but steady approach. Gonna have to go through the Dracloaks and get that Recon Directive, of course, which is pretty powerful, into a lot of resources, as we see the Latias EX get into play to be able to start the Itchy Pollen lock.
With Nest Ball, brings this down. Skyliner allows you to retreat your basic Pokemon for free, and now Jamming Tower entering play is not trying to deny anything towards the Fan Rotom, just wants to get this down. And most likely going to retreat into Badoo here, of course, start setting up Itchy Pollen. It is a little spooky because of just 1 Dreepy in play, but finds an attachment for turn. And after the research, no other basics to be put down.
Now, this Jamming Tower getting put into play immediately is actually a pretty big deal, because that's 1 less Stadium Owen will have to counteract the 2 Gravity Mountains that Jose has, which will bring Dragapult EX's HP to a much more achievable number, and will allow Conkeldurr to threaten a 1-hit knockout onto it with the poison damage bonus.
So Timber and Conkeldurr and Boss's orders drawn off of the Dunsparce, so its runaway draw is going to shuffle those back into the deck. Jose signaling that he will go back in. No Timber were set up on turn 1, of course, so still a little bit behind of evolving into the main attacker for this list. But, you know, Assault Landing is still here to take a prize card, and Owen is more than happy to see Badoo go down and not this Dreepy.
Yeah, especially there's no Ultra Ball allowed to be played. We are under Itchy Pollen lock, which is very impactful, because that doesn't allow Jose to be able to play these item cards to be able to find the Timbers, right? Last turn, he didn't find a Timber. That's the main Pokemon he needs. And with only one copy of Girder, the heavy reliance on rare candy will mean that Itchy Pollen is just gonna wreck really, really bad any attempt by Jose to do pretty much anything.
Now, Boss's Orders, of course, folks, was drawn off of the Dunsparce. Can just boss up Dreepy, use that Assault Landing, take the knockout. But is that really the way you want to play this? Because then Badoo is just going to keep you under item lock, and you can't get set up. Is it better to keep delaying your opponent or get this Badoo out of the way and try to focus on your own setup? Owen has the Night Stretcher, instead goes for Dusclops, has second Badoo. This is also something that, again, a straight Polt wants to play a little bit more of, a more defensive line with 2 Badoo. For a long time, we only saw just 1 copy and attachment for turn. Luminous Energy, Dreepy is ready to go. Needs to start evolving, however.
Yeah, Owen needs to find a Dracloak, needs to use this research, which will leave him with no more stadium counters. The second jamming tower has hit the discard pile, and therefore, now he has no way to counteract the Gravity Mountain. Jose's setup is not really threatening much next turn, especially because we know there's going to be an Itchy Pollen, therefore there's no possibility to go Rare Candy into Girder, and we can't Ultra Ball, Rare Candy into Conkeldurr, and we cannot Rare Candy into Girder, so needs to have it raw in the hand, which I think it is in there. But yeah, I mean, it's just that Itchy Pollen is just so tough to get past when you're relying on 1 Stage 1 Pokemon and 4 Rare Candy.
This is the first hurdle, right, of going against the Dragapult matchup, is can you deal with Badoo? Then the next one is, can you deal with Dusknoir? Can you deal with Phantom Dive? Can you deal with Monkey Dory? And unfortunately, if you get off to a slower start like Jose did, had the great setup with Fan Rotom, getting the Dunsparce, getting the draw engine established, but no threats yet. The Dracloak is found. This will be the first recon directive. You look at the top 2 cards of your deck, choose one to go to the hand, the other one goes to the bottom of the deck, finds a second Dreepy to put on the bench. Owen Dalgard's setup gets stronger and stronger as this turn goes on.
Yeah, finally found that second Dreepy because he wasn't able to find any sort of body puffin yet. Now, this 10 damage on the Timber is actually pretty significant, putting it in range of the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive if Jose is able to retreat it, and does play a few copies of Jet Energy, right? There's already 1 in play, but does have 2 others, which could allow him to move the Timber. But realistically, this Itchy Pollen lock is just too strong at the moment. The Dunsparce is good, but it helps you draw cards. It's not going to be an attacker. Fan Rotom is good early on. It might even get another knockout right now, but realistically, this is just really rough, as we see the Dunsparce using that Find a Friend ability attack, to find the Dunsparce, I'm going to imagine.
Yeah, the Find a Friend lets you search your deck for any Pokemon. Typically, these attacks are like, Call for Family, where you're only finding basics. This one, you can get any Pokemon, put it in the hand, and then this throws the ball back to Owen's court, right? Am I going to Iono you? Just get rid of this to Dunsparce? Do I think you have threat potential? Now, with Dracloak on bench, with 2 energies attached, Badoo has free retreat, and 1 damage counter on the Timber, the Phantom Dive is looming large over Jose's board.
Yep, and Owen already has the Dragapult EX in hand, has a Boss's Orders as well in case he needed to chase something else down. As we see, the Recon Directive does find Shaman or the Neo Opera Energy. That Shaman technology that we were talking about so much. Seems like Owen is respecting the fact that Terrabox had so much success last weekend and chose to play it this time around. Now, Owen has such a good hand here right now. Has the Hilda to find another Dracloak, has the energy attachment, has the Dragapult already. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be left in the field with no Timbers in play whatsoever. However, Jose will finally be able to play his item cards freely.
And Hilda is just so beautiful for, again, just keeping up the pressure. Either setting up what you've already established, you need your energy, you need your evolution, or once you're already there, you're using it to grab your Dusknoirs, just a second energy to attach for turn. After grabbing the Neo Upper, I wonder if Owen is going to attach that to this Dracloak right now, or maybe hold on to it for a surprise factor a little bit later on.
And the fact that you can actually have that luxury, right? Do I want to attach the Neo Upper? Do I want to do it slow with your opponent applying no pressure, with their setup just being so weak? And yeah, we see the Timber KO. So sure, go ahead and play any item cards you want, because you're barely going to be able to have a Timber in play next turn anyways, with the threat of Dusclops, with the threat of a potential Dusknoir, and with those ever-looming Phantom Dive damage counters.
Jose's forced to get at least 2 Timber in play, and you're putting Timber on the bench. That means you have less room to bench Dunsparce to evolve and try to draw cards. Owen taking prize cards means that there's a much higher chance that Hawlucha is going to come through and establish that flying entry combination for Phantom Dive to take the Timbers down. So after drawing 3, the runaway draw shuffles the Dunsparce back into the deck, and now Jose, before committing to that, is just going to figure out what's next to be played. Colress's Tenacity to find a special energy and a stadium card. We know that Gravity Mountain is in here. It does reduce the HP of Stage 2 Pokemon by 30?
Yep.
20.
By 30.
30, right.
However, right now the priority is, of course, setting up. So we need to be able to find those Timbers. We need to be able to draw extra cards, and that's where the enriching energy comes in. When you attach it, you draw 4 cards off the top. So a Hilda essentially can get you at the Dunsparce and this enriching energy, which is +7 cards each turn. But so you can see the setup has been so weak. There's nothing really here at the moment, and we need at the very least 2 Timbers right now to hope to be able to survive. And because the Colress has been played, Owen knows his hand is not changing. And if there's a boss's orders there, Adam, I don't think we're going to see any Timbers survive the next turn.
Yeah, the Artisan was a great grab off of Chorus, but that's only going to get you 1 Pokemon. Jose's got to dig a little bit deeper. I'm hoping to see a Nest Ball or something. Brute Bonnet enters play.
We have an Ultra Ball, so that could get us the second Timber. I would like to see the draw first with the enriching energy. That way, if you get a Timber, you can Ultra Ball for something else. Like right now, thinning is very important in your deck, but right now you want a lot of basic Pokemon in your deck so that you can draw them with that enriching energy, and then afterwards find whatever piece you might be missing. We see Owen reading the girder.
And I understand the hesitation here. You really want to try to save the enriching energy for Dunsparce because it also shuffles its energy back into the deck as the Dunsparce, and then you can keep recycling that enriching energy and enhancing your draw even further. So Jose Ultra Balls for Dunsparce to attach enriching energy to it instead.
And that sounds wonderful, right? Like, that's the ideal. But sometimes you just can't afford to do the ideal, and you need to improvise on the spot. And, I mean, we're getting more cards, right? We have a Great Ball. We have another Ultra Ball. But realistically, this is what you want your turn 1 to be looking like, not when you're staring at an already powered-up Dragapult and a Dusclops and an almost already powered-up second Dragapult in play.
Now, there's 2 Night Stretchers down for Owen. I don't know if there's a Dusknoir in the discard pile just yet. I don't believe so. But if Owen is able to just find the Dusknoir with an Ultra Ball or maybe just off of Recon Directive, you know, that's going to be another just explosion to wipe Jose's board. This is definitely Owen's game to lose. He just has to step up and collect the victory here in game number 1.
Yeah, realistically, Owen probably can't win next turn, but there's not going to be any Timbers on the field for Jose. Owen is going to be down to 2 prize cards. There's going to be damage counters on the field as well. And yeah, it's just going to be very rough to be able to set up. And I have to wonder, like, Conkeldurr did pretty well last weekend, is sitting at 4-0 here right now. But surely they must have a better game plan against Body to be able to succeed, right? A Body after Body just denying your forward candies. How do you overcome that? I'm not quite seeing a good way to do so.
If you've got Fan Rotom, maybe double Fan Rotom or something, you just keep hitting the Badoo, taking the first 2 or 3 prizes. If you have a better setup behind the item lock, I think it's fine. Because the Dunsparces showed up beautifully in the early game. It was the lack of Timber, really. If there was a couple Timber in play, maybe the item lock wouldn't have been as devastating.
Yeah, especially because Jose was able to find that girder early on, right? So that would have been pretty helpful. But yeah, the lack of Body Puffin, the lack of access to Timber is definitely hurtful. And now we are seeing Owen go full out with the Dusclops and that second Duskull to make sure that he has those extra damage counters and make sure that there is never a Timber or a lack of damage to help Phantom Dive to just clear out the board at any given moment, as we see that boss's orders get played.
Brutal. Also has Ultra Ball in hand. If there's two better discards to have, you know, just go ahead and deal the 50 with the Dusclops.
Yep.
And take out both Timbers once again.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wonder, do you just keep all the resources? You don't even need to attach an energy. You can't bench under Dreepy. You don't really have to. You could just establish the second Dragapult here, but you value the Recon Directive, especially now that you're going down to 2 prizes. Your opponent could Iono, and maybe that would hurt a little bit. So I do like keeping that Dracloak as a Dracloak, especially because the active is not really threatened when there's no possibility of a Conkeldurr showing up.
If you are playing a deck like this where your game plan is very telegraphed, you know, Dragapult excels at dismantling these kinds of plays because they lean into Badoo when they need to slow you down. They can use Phantom Dive in combination with Hawlucha, Countercatcher, Boss's Orders, and Cursed Blast to make sure you are not getting set up. That's 2 more prizes for Owen, and then the leftover energy going over to Fan Rotom.
And I mean, this is where we just had a new rule change for this season, that +1 turn, right? If Jose wants any hope of winning this round, like, you have no game plan here. You have no attacker, your main Pokemon, you threaten 70 damage, maybe 80 with the poison, with these 2 on the bench. You are not winning the game with that, so we really should be starting game 2 right now.
Yeah, just go ahead and concede, probably even on the turn prior to this.
Absolutely.
I thought it was perfectly acceptable to just scoop it up and try to get a more aggressive start, a more stable start. And I think that that's probably what the point of this deck is, certainly, and what Jose has been able to do consistently, being 4-0 at this part in the tournament.
Yeah, and then, like, you're going to see a lot of players have a hard time adapting to less turns after time is called, right? So the way you can have some sort of control over that is knowing when to concede. Your opponent is 1 attack away from winning the game. You have no copies of your main attacker down. Pack it up, let's go to the next game, and give yourself a better chance. Give yourself a chance at having a better start, getting those Timbers out early, hopefully evolving before the HE Pollen or through the HE Pollen, dealing with the HE Pollen quick enough to where you can sustain your deck. Yes, we are doing a lot of actions, but none of them are getting us closer to winning.
And with only 2 prize cards remaining, Jose, you know, just drew Ursaluna there. That would be a great way to close out a game if this were a bit more even. But Fan Rotom comes back into the active after all, just trying to deal some chip damage to this Dragapult EX. And all it's going to take is for Owen to have 1 more gusting effect. Let me double check these lists. Already used 2 Boss's Orders.
1 more gusting effect, 1 Night Stretcher for a Dusclops.
Oh, that's
the
true
damage
as well.
onto the bench as well. Owen just has so many options to win this game. And, I mean, sure, Countercatcher is not live because you're ahead and you're completely fine. You have 4 Night Stretcher axes. If you've been sort of studying the metagame and you haven't seen a rare candy now, you know you're up against the 4 Night Stretcher Dragapult Dusknoir build. And sure, Gravity Mountain comes into play. Now that Dragapult has 290 HP instead of 320. You're nowhere near close to getting a knockout, and Owen pretty much has game on board. Oh, okay, we have the Blood Moon, sure.
Yeah, Blood Moon, Jet Energy takes a knockout, and Owen had already kept the Dragapult EX in the hand. Neo Upper set up on the second Dracloak here, ready to take over.
Okay, that's pretty good. Jose puts himself down to 2 prize cards. That will certainly help his case. However, Owen still just needs a copy of Dusclops and a copy of Dragapult, and we are seeing that Ultra Ball probably for the Dusclops to seal this. Owen doesn't need to KO the Blood Moon, he just needs to KO these 2 Pokemon with the residual damage from Phantom Dive. There it is. You're going to see the Curse Blast, 5 damage counters onto the Dunsparce, Phantom Dive, 2 damage to the Dunsparce, 1 to the Fan Rotom, and that's going to be game number 1.
Dragapult loving to take multiple prize cards is its current claim to fame. Players have really leaned into this style of play, and just the fact that you can set up these checkmate scenarios is what makes the deck so attractive and what brings it consistently to the tops of these tournaments to go toe-to-toe with Gardevoir when the time is right.
Yep, pretty decisive win right there, and I think it shows an inherent weakness of Conkeldurr, right? Conkeldurr might be a fantastic single prize Pokemon that does really well into these multiple prize Pokemon. But as we saw in this game 1, that Itchy Pollen is just too difficult to deal with. Even if you KO the Body on the first turn with your Fan Rotom immediately, they keep coming back and they're gonna stop your candies, and that's just gonna delay your whole game plan until it's a little too late.
Yeah, I don't, and maybe that turn where Jose maybe could have bossed up Dreepy rather than taking down the Badoo could have put him on a different line there. Perhaps he was expecting there to be only one Badoo. Owen Dalgard is on 2 copies, but of course there's 4 Night Stretchers in this deck as well, so even when you knock out the Badoo, it's a very high chance it's going to come back regardless.
Yeah, I think if you, like, historically, Dragapult has been playing 2 Badoo since rotation and even prior, right? So I think assuming anything less than 2 would definitely be very hopeful at the very least.
That's valid. That's valid.
Therefore, yeah, you have to account for double Body. You have to, I mean, just based on deck building, I feel like only having 1 Girder in these sort of deck feels like a mistake, because how are you getting past Body? And if you are aiming to win any of these regionals, you know you're going to have to play against Dragapult at some point. You need to have at least some sort of game plan, right? Give yourself some sort of chance. I think 1 copy of your Stage 1 Pokemon is not really it.
A lot of decks that are relying on evolving are trying to work in things like Brock Scouting or Jacques or something to get around that item lock and still find their pieces and slowly evolve up their Pokemon if that's the case. Because if your opponent is using Badoo to item lock you, you know that they are also taking a pretty slow-ish start in the early game, and it might give you that extra time. But we're going to game number 2. Jose Ordaz is 4-0, and this does give me a lot of hope for this archetype. I want Conkeldurr to surprise me, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 jobs as Conkeldurr: dodge Body and dodge Gardevoir. You manage both of those, you're probably golden. You're a very powerful single prize Stage 2 Pokemon that can 1 KO anything it goes up against, even the Dragapult. But by the time you get to that Dragapult, it might be a little too late for the Conkeldurr, as we saw in game 1. But let's see what game 2 has in store for us. Their Body is never guaranteed, right, at any given moment. You also have the tools to deal with it, with the poison, with the Fan Rotom, so it's not like all hope is lost. Jose has definitely tested against this deck, I'm sure, so he must have a way around this.
And as we get into the first game, Owen just starting off with a Dreepy and active, immediately goes for Nest Ball to look for another basic Pokemon. Going to quickly read the deck, see what is missing, see what's in the prizes. Of course, we know that Shaman is part of this deck list. Not good for this particular matchup, but it's great to see that tech and maybe keep it in mind going forward in the tournament. We've got a full Dusknoir line in the prizes along with Latias EX. Now, what's great about Latias EX in this matchup is it lets you preserve your energies when you're trying to pivot around and get certain things out of the active. So Owen is going to maybe be down 1 energy attachment potentially on this Dreepy when he needs to get it out of this active spot.
Yeah, that Latias is actually a pretty significant prizing. The full Dusknoir line is also impactful, especially mostly the fact that you cannot have 2 Duskull down to use like back-to-back Curse Blasts on the same turn. As long as you have access to 1 Curse Blast, I think you're probably fine, unless your opponent has all 4 Timbers down in the first turn of the game. I think it's probably manageable, and there's also a Lucha available, which plays really well into those 70 HP Pokemon. But yeah, the Latias will pretty much force Owen, if he wants to have an Itchy Pollen lock, to either be a lot more passive with his energy attachments, or rather not have as much wiggle room with his energy attachments, and put a lot of pressure on him finding that new upper when he wants to break that lock and start being aggressive and applying pressure.
That's very important to note. And Jose starting with Brute Bonnet in the active spot. This thing has a massive retreat cost. However, as we saw in game number 1, Jose has 3 copies of Jet Energy. Hopefully this thing won't be stranded too long, because this would be the other side of the coin if Jose got the best setup with Timbers and everything in the back line, but just was struggling to get Brute Bonnet out of the active spot.
Yeah, that's what the Jet Energies are there for, but they're not infinite, and they're not exactly easy to find. However, that Colress Tenacity is actually insane. On this turn 1, we'll be able to find Artisan, to find Fan Rotom, to find the Dunsparce crew, and we'll be able to grab that Jet Energy to take this first knockout onto the Dreepy. And now Owen's hand, or Owen's start rather, was not as great, and I think he has 3 copies of Iono in his starting hand. So he's probably going to play one. I don't think you can afford to research 3 Ionos on your first turn if he even has a research. But then those 6 cards, a lot of the game is going to be relying on those 6 cards.
And with this first Dreepy going down, it means the second Dreepy is forced into the active spot. So it's the same conundrum over again for Owen, trying to get the Dreepy out of the active spot, having to go down an energy attachment in order to do so. I remember in the earlier days of Dragapult, right, you know, you're running things like Rescue Board.
Yep, seems like Jose's getting ahead. You can't search for a Pokemon and an energy. It's a stadium and energy. The stadium gets played. Now we can search for the fan rotom. So, I mean, this is normal, right? A lot of us take a few shortcuts in order to speed things up, and there was nothing illegal about it. He was just thinking 3 steps ahead, but hadn't done that first step initially. But now we're seeing everything play out. We do see the enriching energy over the jet energy, so I wonder if there's already a jet energy in hand, or if Jose's just really trying to prioritize the draw in order to try to find timbers. But yeah, I really would have... Oh, he has plenty of energy in his hand. Never mind.
Okay,
He has all the energy.
So Jet Energy is there for Fan Rotom. Jose gets to have his cake and eat it too. The enriching energy is going to be beautiful to be attached to the next to Dunsparce. Unfortunately, as you already talked about, Pablo, Owen is going to be forced basically to play Iono next turn after this knockout. Maybe finds Pheasantipity, gets a little bit more draw, keeps back into this game because... I know you've already seen it, folks. There's 1 Timber.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that we have bench space for.
It's already an improvement from previous game, right? Previous game, turn 1, we didn't see any Timber. Now we are seeing 1. So we're getting closer to where we need to be. And now our setup is much stronger. Owen's setup is also much weaker. And you will be ahead in the prize cards. If your opponent wants to Itchy Pollen, they will not be able to do it through Latias. Jose doesn't know this, but Owen does. So there's going to be a lot of pressure mounting on his energy. So a lot will be happening at this point. And the game looking a lot better for Jose right off the bat.
So Dreepy comes back from the discard pile thanks to Night Stretcher, gets rebenched, and the active Dreepy evolves into Dracloak. Luminous Energy also being attached to this Pokemon for the turn. Remains to be seen if Owen wants to leave this in the active or most likely just to retreat it. It's going to go for Iono first, not using the Artisan quite yet. Wants to see what's drawn off the supporter and then use Artisan to search out the other basic that you might need.
Yeah, and I think another very useful tool or very useful use, if you will, of the Artisan is that Owen just plays 2 Ionos and a research at the very bottom of his deck. And therefore, he wants to shuffle those up to have a chance at finding them with those Recon Directives and with just off the card off the top, since his hand doesn't have any supporters right now. So pretty good strategy or pretty good sequencing by Owen. We're going to see that Recon Directive not offering much help, and I have to expect this Artisan will find us a body to try to slow down Jose just a little bit.
Yeah, especially after picking up the Counter Catcher from Recon Directive. Here finally comes Artisan. Badoo's picked up, and after the shuffle, once again, those amazing supporters are going to find their way back into the deck, have a slightly higher chance of getting those here in the mid-game where you need it, and this is the moment of truth. Will Badoo be able to hold back this Timber, all of these Dunsparces? Because I haven't seen what Jose's hand is looking like after that Iono.
I think he might have access to a couple of Dunsparce, so that's pretty good. The issue is going to come down to finding that 1 copy of Girder to get closer to the Conkeldurr. You do play Hilda, right? 4 copies of Hilda should be able to help you in that regard, and the copy of Girder didn't get prized, so if we can find a Hilda, we might actually be getting somewhere here, Adam.
And the sacrifice of the Luminous Energy is unfortunate, but you've got to get this Dracloak out of the active spot, of course. Badoo goes for Itchy Pollen, and Owen Dalgard is hoping that this is just enough to delay with no rare candy and get a Dragapult down, maybe with Neo upper next turn, and swing on this active Timber.
Yeah, that counter catcher on the Timber is actually pretty significant. Slows down the pressure on the Fan Rotom, and Owen doesn't know it, but Jose had a Jet Energy in his hand that got shuffled to the bottom of the deck, I believe. Now, this Dunsparce will open up a bench space for Artisan to be utilized for a second copy of Timber, so that's also pretty significant. So a lot of synergy between Jose's cards in this turn right now. but it's all about the Girder at the very least, and also finding another Jet Energy to continue the pressure and bring this Timber, hopefully soon Girder, back into safety. But one copy of Jet Energy is prized, so that leaves, and there's one in the discard pile as well. We see the new feature here for the stream. We have one copy of Jet Energy prized, one copy in the discard pile, and one copy in play. So actually, we cannot move this Timber this turn.
It's going to be another attach and shuffle. Excuse me, the Dunsparce is getting runaway draw back into the deck. Has to evolve the active into Girder just to keep that down. Gets a little bit more of a boost in HP. It's up to 90, but this is still incredibly vulnerable to a Dragon Bolt, of course.
Yeah, the key card being healed here. I think Owen, if he can find the new upper, then this game is going to go upside down really quickly. Now we're going to see the Color's Tenacity, and we're going to find that there's no more Jet Energy. I'm sure, well, I don't know how thoroughly Jose checked his prize cards, and I think based on the face he just made, I'm not sure he was aware that the last copy of Jet Energy was not available to him. So he's going to have to find that Jet Energy, the Enriching Energy, but will not be able to do his best possible play and bring that Girder back to safety on the bench.
Yeah, with the Brute Bonnet and the Girders, these things have big retreat costs, so it becomes very difficult to pivot around, and that's what the Jet Energy is for. Just picks up Town Store and Enriching Energy. Can draw 4 more cards this turn by attaching. It's already shuffled into the Dunsparce, but this is a truly unfortunate happenstance, right? Having that Jet Energy in the prizes. When you have such a powerful turn to have the stabilization of your evolution line of Timber and then Fan Rotom coming into the active spot to take another knockout. This is what I speculated could be a strong, fruitful line in game number 1, with Fan Rotom doing a lot of the dirty work for the early game. But now Girder staring down another potential turn of item lock, potentially a Dragapult EX with a Neo upper to slam this thing back down into the discard pile.
See another Timber, and there we see the pass. So no pressure, body was not effectively dealt with. This gives Owen a little bit of wiggle room perhaps with the energy. We're going to see the Arizon get utilized, which Jose didn't counter last turn, so that Duskull getting into play. Owen looking a little bit more stable. This Recon Directive needs to be a very good one, though, because there's not a lot of help in Owen's hand. And if Jose is able to find a Conkeldurr and a Boss's Orders, then he could go after that Dracloak. So Owen not out of it yet, in a little bit of a dire spot. A lot relies on this Recon Directive.
2 cards to change his fate. Buddy Buddy Poffin and another Badoo. Can keep the Poffin. You can just fill the bench with tons of Dreepies to make sure you're always going to have options for attackers. And it seems like Owen is going to have to give Jose another turn to apply some pressure.
Now, this is where hand reading comes into play, all right, in terms of skill. Owen knows that Jose plays Jet Energy. Owen knows that Jose's best play last turn was to use Jet Energy to deal with that body, apply pressure, and keep himself in the game, in the prize race, whilst evolving into a Girder. But Jose didn't do that last turn. So I would not be surprised to see Owen play another of those counter catchers or Boss's Orders if he has it, bring up either the Brute Bonnet or the Timber as well, and because you're denying rare candy, right, then your Dracloak is protected. So that would be a very clutch play to make here. I'm sure Owen sees it. He's eyeing up the counter catchers. I think he might be deciding between counter catcher or Boss's Orders, as he has both options right now. And there we have it. Yep.
Boss's Orders, just use your supporter for turn right now while you kind of have it for free. You can save your items for down the road. I think that Owen, based on the board today, is expecting to still remain behind in prizes. Eventually, Jose will find a way to maybe get rid of this Badoo. And the chip damage, again, is so important, right, Pablo? Dealing just 10 damage to Timber, setting it from 70 to 60, means that the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive will be able to knock it out, even if Jose does get it out of the active spot. And there is only 1 copy of Girder, folks. So this Timber doesn't have any chance of Rare Candy becoming a Conkeldurr.
Another peculiar decision here from Jose last turn was that he chose not to poison his girder, right? I don't think the damage mattered too much, but there was no pressure on this body. Otherwise, this body would have 20 damage on it already, and it would be going down on the next turn, or would have at least forced Owen to bring up the other body or something, right? But there was no pressure from Jose from the poison package at the previous turn. Now we are seeing it, but it might be, it's definitely one turn too late. I think this is a clear showcase of Owen fully understanding his deck, but also understanding his opponent's deck. And then you have to assume that your opponent is always trying to make the right play, right? So because they didn't grab a Jet Energy, either they misplayed by not grabbing it, or it's just not available to them. They don't play it, or it's priced. So very good read on Owen's part, and I think that alone is just going to give him all the time in the world to set up and get to the Dragapult and take over this game at some point.
Yeah, even though Jose had the additional timbers down, the lack of rare candy is still holding back the aggression. It doesn't matter if you've got your evolution line ticking up. If something is stranded in the active spot, using the Jet Energy early, one ending up in the discard pile, just so many factors coming together to open up holes in Jose's game plan that Owen is immediately clocking and immediately exploiting.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen being incredibly strong, and also combining that with Owen's incredible reads, incredible understanding. I mean, Conkeldurr was not a deck before last weekend, I don't think. Like, it was a deck that was played, and it was like, haha, funny concept because you get to attack for free, right? Last weekend, it proved that maybe there's more to it, okay? Right now, we are seeing one of the major weaknesses, the item lock. And being weak to item lock when one of the major players in the format has 2 copies of Body every single time in their deck, puts a little question mark on my mind in terms of, can Conkeldurr actually compete with the top threats of the metagame?
Yeah, maybe this is just a bad beat. Jose 4-0, maybe he's just being able to find lines into some of the other anti-meta choices, right? So you're trying to counter the counters, perhaps, but if you go up against something strong and meta-defining like Dragapult EX, you're naturally going to struggle the way a lot of decks do. When you're going up against Bidoof, your opponent is much more comfortable letting you do your game plan and do your slow evolution setup, because that's what Dragapult also wants to do. And they're just going to make that bet that once we're both established and we're both evolved up and we start swinging on each other, Dragapult is going to come out on top no matter what, especially because of the additional threats of spreading damage counters, taking multiple prizes. You're able to sort of offset even the strength of playing a single prize deck, which is what Conkeldurr is trying to lean into.
Now, this will definitely be the final confirmation that Owen needed in terms of like, okay, if my opponent had a Jet Energy and chose to be conservative and not play it that previous turn, there's no reason not to grab it right now and just keep applying pressure and doing more things, right? He just played a Colorless Tenacity, is choosing to fail both aspects of the card choice. Therefore, my opponent is stuck. And Owen, honestly, with the time left in the round, Owen could just choose to play into bringing up this guy, bringing up, perhaps not that guy, but bring up this guy over and over, because Jose will not be able to move it whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm double checking the list here, looking for some other switching out, something.
There's none. It's
Turo,
3 Jet
Penny.
Energy. 3 Jet Energy, and that is it. Not even a Latias EX, so that's another big weakness of this deck, I feel like.
You're trying to go for almost a pure single prize deck here, no Pheasantipity, which some single prize decks will still dip into out of necessity to have some card draw, especially when you're trying to get over that final hurdle for your final, 2-ish prize cards.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that if you bring up this Brute Bonnet, because of the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule having that side effect of the opponent has it attached, cannot be affected by special conditions, Brute Bonnet cannot self-KO to free itself from the active lock, right? So Jose's damage output right now is basically 10 until Owen decides if he chooses to bring this. Jose's damage output will be 20 damage in between turns. That's not enough to win this game even with the time left in the round.
And just goes for counter catcher.
Yep, and we're gonna see an even better play. We're gonna just remove all the timbers from play. Phantom Dive on the active, 2 damage counters here, 2 damage counters here, and then once again we have a Fan Rotom based deck, not even a Conkeldurr deck. We have not seen Conkeldurr attack once this game, or this round.
an insane play. When you let Dragapult set up and manipulate the damage counters to their benefit, these board dismantling plays are exactly what's in store for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dusknoir does best when combined with Dragapult. We are seeing Dragapult at its best, and we are seeing all sorts of weaknesses exposed by the Conkeldurr deck. So if you're struggling against Conkeldurr, this is a pretty good showcase on what it's really missing and why Conkeldurr is a balanced deck, right? The combo is there, the synergy between the cards is there, but it's not as broken as the combination of Dusknoir and Dragapult EX. And I mean, Dusclops even, you don't even need Dusknoir at this point.
And this devastating play is coming off of the back of Owen just keeping his wits about him and recognizing, yes, of course, my opponent doesn't have any jet energy, so I can have my pick of the litter here when it comes to what I want to attack, what I want to have in the active and item lock. Knowing 100% that your opponent's Pokemon is stranded in the active gives you free pass to take as much time as you like to establish your plays and wait for the perfect alignment of opportunity, abilities, attacks, damage counters for maximum devastation.
Yep. Buddy Puffin will give us another Timber, right? And the Dunsparce, but once again, we are just benching the Pokemon that attacks versus our opponent's fully set up board, basically. Like, the big piece missing is a Duskull, but if Owen is able to find a Hawlucha, that 1 damage counter takes care of the single copy of Timber once again. And there's only 1 Night Stretcher in the deck, so there isn't even any real recovery left to bench 2 and have some hope of work handing into it the next turn. This is just really, really bad for Jose here.
Every possibility for this deck to go wrong seems to have shown itself during this set. It's really unfortunate to see folks. These oddball decks are always such a fan favorite. Great to see them succeed or to have, you know, a moment to shine in the tournament. But the lack of switching cards, like only access to 1 Night Stretcher, you can tell that this deck is built to immediately hit the ground running and not take its foot off the gas. If your opponent has any chance to slow you down, you can see where this deck really struggles to recover. Hilda finding enriching energy once more. And of course the Dunsparce. This is also the meat and potatoes of the deck, having this draw engine, this repeating draw engine, so that in the later stages of the game, your opponent can't Iono you down and try to find a way back into the game. You're able to constantly keep up that pressure and aggression. But yeah, from Jose's standpoint, you're drawing cards, but to what end?
Yeah, exactly, right? It looks very fancy. You're drawing 7 cards off of 1 supporter, right? Like, Hilda all of a sudden becomes a better research because you're not getting rid of any resources. However, what do you do after, right? You need something to sustain that. And of course, Conkeldurr is a fantastic Pokemon, don't get me wrong. But it's just balanced versus the absolute raw power against Dragapult, against Gardevoir, right? And this is why, like, when a deck like this does so well at a tournament, there's a lot of spotlight and a lot of attention put into it, and for good reason, right? But it's also not a coincidence that this deck has not been a popular choice amongst many players up to this point, right? So there's a balance between a hidden gem, but also something that can generally compete against the top threats of the metagame. And I think being this weak to Ichipollen is just a really big nail in the coffin in terms of your deck's viability to be able to be successful in the long term.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people, right, that are also going to see this game and take it as a challenge. Oh, you know, Timber is my favorite Pokemon. I want to make it work. That's, you know, what the game is about for me. That's what I enjoy doing. And, you know, take some notes, folks. You can see, okay, if you're thinking about building this deck, you're going to want to try to maybe weave in a secondary attacker of some kind, have some more switching out, try to put that 4th jet energy in, maybe a Turo, to get these things out of the active spot. Maybe we're looking at Hilda, things of that nature. Excuse me, like Brock Scouting, right, to get away around the item lock. These are just important deck building fundamentals when you're considering what you want to not just build, but what you want to bring to a tournament. Can I deal with this really popular line? Can I deal with this? Can I deal with Badoo, right? A card that you know you're going to run into multiple times in that day.
Yeah, I mean, Badoo, such a small Pokemon, such a big threat, right? That's, I think, a very good way to describe Badoo. And now, Owen, this turn has the perfect combination, I think, already in his hand to be able to basically secure the game. He has Flying Entry Hawlucha to put 1 damage counter on either of these 2 Pokemon, and has Boss's Orders to bring the other Timber that's undamaged, and therefore seal this game. I think I saw the Hawlucha in his hand. Yeah, it's there. It's there. There's a Boss and there's a Hawlucha. I can't imagine him doing anything else. Of course, the Duskull is tempting. Of course, you could potentially want to do that. Seems like it's going to be the Duskull instead of the Hawlucha plus Boss. Did he play a supporter already? Maybe that's what I missed. Maybe he researched into all these resources.
I don't think the support. I don't believe the support has been used for turn, but I think that Owen, you got to keep your wits about you, right? You got to stay focused. Sometimes when you're so far ahead of your opponent, maybe you start to fall asleep a little bit. You know that your game's in the bag. Maybe you're thinking too much about the next round, but no, Sid goes for Hilda.
Yeah, I mean, Owen must.
Is
know
Owen trying to
that
get fancy, pull off another 3 prize turn, rather than just dismantling the Timbers instead?
I mean, that's impossible, right? He's not going to choose not to attack this turn. So, yeah, I mean, he must have something else in mind. He might not be in any rush. He might be generally just wanting the Conkeldurr to have its time of day right now. Taking down both Timbers is no longer an option, but Owen's still pretty much in the driver's seat.
Of course, and there's 4 minutes left in the round, so even if somehow Jose were able to put up a fight, you know, there's no way to even run this one back. Owen, it's just a matter of, are you going to win 1-0 or are you going to win 2-0?
Yeah, with less than 4 minutes on the clock, this game might conclude for either player. I mean, the Dusclops Curse Blast giving prizes to your opponent can be a factor sometimes. Like sometimes you're in the game just because your opponent has given you so many extra prizes by that Curse Blast as well. There's still the Blood Moon Saluna to factor in as well. So maybe Owen is accounting for that in some sort of way. Like if he took down both Timbers and then the Blood Moon Saluna comes back and knocks you out and your board isn't established enough, or you get Iono'd as well, maybe you don't have a great response. So maybe taking it slow is the way that Owen has figured out to like really maximize his win condition.
Yeah, even in states like this where you are so strong, you've got so many options in play, draw with the Dracloaks, potential combo threats with Duskull, you can slow the game down a little bit more with Badoo. You know that your opponent's missing a Jet Energy, you still have to account for these outside chances. Is there any way I could fumble this game?
Yeah, I mean, Blood Moon Iono, but turns out Jose doesn't even play any Ionos in his deck. This deck apparently cannot afford it. It all relies on the Hilda. There's no other way to draw cards or find cards or anything. There's no disruption available, so I think that's going to put an end to this. Yeah.
Without any Iono, I think this just absolutely tells us, Pablo, that Jose is going to be ahead or perish. There is no in-between.
Yeah, I mean, is there a universe where you go Rare Candy Conkeldurr, Rare Candy Conkeldurr, and you go in with a Blood Moon and therefore Owen can't get 2 prizes next turn? Is that maybe the way we go about this? Is that the option
still
we have?
Dusknoir still in the prizes, so that potential to get that boost of damage to augment Phantom Dive is currently not available.
Yeah, so maybe there's maybe there's something in there. How could Owen have prepared for that? There's no Rare Candy for Owen at all. So yeah, there's no way to, I mean, there's no Dusknoir available because it's priced. Even if there was, there's no Rare Candy. So yeah, I don't think there would be a way to do that. But we're not seeing that second Rare Candy. That Timber will be available. The Dunsparce doesn't get discarded.
Yeah, and this is the other point. This is the other part of it, right? You leave the Dunsparce, so hard to say.
Yeah,
the Dunsparce in play so that when your opponent is going to Iona you potentially, you still have that draw engine prepped and ready to go. But Conkeldurr, folks, gutsy swing. If it is affected by a special condition, it can attack for no energy. Has the Ancient Booster Capsule onto Brute on it, so it can activate its ability to poison both active Pokemon.
Yep, we're going to grab Enriching Energy and the Dunsparce. We're going to shuffle up that deck. Now, Jose was looking at that other copy of Rare Candy as he was looking through his deck. So there is a universe where if he manages to find that Rare Candy, combination and takes a knockout here, maybe Owen cannot counteract that situation. I'm seeing the Rare Candy in hand. Does have another Dunsparce to potentially draw with. Missing that Conkeldurr though. The Binding Mochi will help him do extra damage. We see the poison. We're not gonna even attempt it. So all Owen needs now is a Dragapult to take down the Conkeldurr, take down the Timber, and win this game.
So draws for turn. The timer is ticking down. Owen is going to be turn. It will finish out his turn, and then Jose will get one more turn before the set is over.
There's no copy of Dragapult actually in the hand right now, and I'm only seeing Iono as draws. So there is a universe where Owen could whiff off of this Iono 2-2. I mean, does have double Dracloak. I did see a couple nice stretchers in there. There's an Ultra Ball, there's a Dragapult as well. So I would say odds are pretty in favor of Owen hitting this, but it's, oh, I think he has a research. Never mind. I think he just researches into whatever he's missing.
Mm-hmm. And it's not just about the, you know, finding a Dragapult. You just got to find Night Stretcher or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many options available to him right now. We're going to research, and I mean, we're going to research for 7, and we have access to potentially 4 more cards. So that's 11. I can't imagine there's many more cards left here. And we see the Night Stretcher already in the hand. We're going to see the Dragapult, and we're going to see this game close out. I really wish we could have seen Jose use that leftover the Dunsparce in order to try to find that Conkeldurr and remove that possibility from Owen, because that generally could have given him a very real chance of closing out this game.
But Owen takes it down. Dragapult, Dusknoir, incredibly potent. Even in a matchup like this, where you are seemingly at a natural advantage because of Badoo, you still have to play it well, you still have to execute, and Owen showed us what kinds of combinations this deck is capable of. You can play aggressively with early Phantom Dives, you can sit back behind Badoo, try to set up these really fancy combination plays, and because you are controlling where and how many prize cards you're taking, it also really throws off your opponent's ability to respond effectively. Looking at the replay now, Owen once again bringing up Dragapult, taking out the solo Timber, and this was the thing that put Jose on the back foot. Couldn't get enough Timbers in play. They were all unsafe over and over again. Owen constantly had the response with Dusclops, Curse Blast plus Phantom Dive, taking down every single Timber, every Girder. Nothing could stick. Jose only pulled off one Conkeldurr attack this entire game, and Blood Moon Ursaluna took some prize cards besides.
Yeah, that Blood Moon Ursaluna might have surprised Owen towards the end. Definitely surprised me, but it wasn't enough to close things down. And then Game 2 started off a lot better, but that clutch third Jet Energy prize for Jose. I mean, generally, it could have given Jose one more turn of aggression, but with Owen's plethora of availability for ghosting effects, with so many counter catchers and boss's orders, eventually something would have gotten stuck in the active through that Itchy Pollen and no way to move it, and that's where Owen was able to slowly but surely get energy into play, get his Dragapults, get his Duskull and Dusclops going, and despite prizing quite horribly, he was able to run away with this game after researching into the final piece that he needed, which was that Night Stretcher for game.
And the Neo Upper Energy, right, that had been attached so early in the game, and often this is a big risk that Dragapult players take sometimes, to attach a Neo Upper Energy to a Dracloak or something because they don't want to discard it to a Research or something, or they want to use their attachment for turn just to remain efficient, but Jose was never even able to punish that play.
Yeah, and I mean, that Neo Upper, as you mentioned, I feel like that's definitely the card that has brought Dragapult over the edge, right, into like broken territory. Neo Upper Energy, when it first came out, was almost like laughed at, because it was in an era of V-Star Pokemon and Stage 2 Pokemon that were viable back then, were like Gardevoir and Charizard and Pidgeot, right? None of which wanted to play that energy because they had self-built energy acceleration. And even when Sparkling Crystal came out, that was the preferred choice for Dragapult, but it seems like Neo Upper has continually shown why it's the best day spec for Dragapult. And with Hilda, it got even better as well. Now Dragapult can freely play Jamming Tower and still have access to its A spec. So Dragapult just showing why it's one of the top contenders in the metagame, but has that asterisk in terms of going up against Gardevoir, it keeps falling short. Conkeldurr is not the Pokemon to stop Dragapult, nor Gardevoir, but Dragapult just feels like it's so close to being able to do it.
And that is why we now can hear a few words from Owen to hear his thoughts on the metagame, his thoughts on the tournament, and his build of Dragapult. So take a look, folks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Watch us on here, and I have the absolute pleasure of interviewing Owen Dalgard, the winner of the last round, Dragapult Master himself. Owen, how are we feeling after that last round?
I'm feeling great. That matchup is pretty favored, so I was happy to see that he was playing the Conkeldurr deck, but I'm just glad to close it out and that I drew pretty well, and I was able to 2-0 him in the set.
Oh, I feel that. It definitely favored. Very, very dominating. I think while I was watching that match, all I could think of was Timber as you chop down and dismantle his board. I think the only time he actually got to attack with the Conkeldurr was, what, 49 minutes in, like in the last attack, right? Tell us about the strategy there.
Yeah, so the main strategy in this matchup, because they don't play the TM Evolution card, is to just keep them under item lock until I can wipe out all of their Timbers so they can't get a big attack in. So I'm just itching like the whole game, setting up my Dusclops, setting up my Dragapult, and then once I can take a big like multi-Timber and like whatever evolutions he has knock out, then I go for it, and I can like disrupt sometimes too, and that's usually enough to win the game.
Oh, exactly. We saw you win back-to-back. A lot of the times just absolutely board wiping the field, just removing everything that can possibly attack. And but you've been doing a lot of work, right? Those 10 damage definitely help out. And of course, the Duskulls, right? Tell us about your deck now. You know, you're playing Dragapult, but I don't think you're playing any rare candies, right? So tell us why we decided with the slower Dragapult version.
Yeah, so I'm playing a more standard version of the Dragapult deck, similar to Justin Neudorf's second place list from the World Championships. My deck is pretty standard. I have like a pretty normal Dust line and Pult line, but I just wanted to play more consistency. And the reason I didn't like to play Rare Candy was because in the mirror match, when they Badoo you can't use the Rare Candy. So it felt like not a very good card for that matchup, and I wanted to leave more space to have more even and slightly favored matchups across the field.
Love it, love it. Great explanation. With that, Owen, I believe we have the next round almost ready. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to shout out my parents, my dad and my mom. Shout out my sister. Shout out Safari Zone, Dan and Angel from Safari. I really appreciate you guys. And then shout out to Polaris, all my students, Cohen, Eric, Miles. There's so many, but thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so happy to be here.
We're happy you're here too, Owen. With that, again, congratulations. Best of luck with the rest of the round. Rest of Pittsburgh. I'm sure we're going to see more from you. With that, we're going to have a quick break, but we're going to be back with more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere. Hello, Pokemon fans, and we're live right now in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and we're at the newest and hottest booth, the Championships Gear booth. This is something new to the 2026 season, and of course, they have to show it off at the start of the season here at Pittsburgh. They have everything for every single game, TCG, VG, and even GO, from playmats to Switch cases. How about we check some out? Oh, Evan! How are you doing? What are you excited for here?
Boy Wancho, I am like a kid in a candy store, or perhaps more accurately, a VGC competitor at the Championships Gear store right now, because all of this gear looks incredible. But I have to specifically shout out these gorgeous hoodies and long sleeve t-shirts. Jody Azzarelli, look away from the stream right now, but we are memorializing probably the most iconic moment in VGC history, Sajin Park's World Championships winning Pachirisu alongside these major threats of that meta. Garchomp, Tyranitar, and Salamence. It's incredible to have that moment memorialized and immortalized on this hoodie, and I can't wait to pick one up.
Very, very cool. I love how Pat Chirisu is highlighted there. It's just to follow me, right?
Of course.
With that, how about we check on this side? Will, how are you doing? What are we excited for?
Hey, Wancho, I'm doing great. This is incredible. The first thing that I was drawn to is this Azumarill shirt. I mean, come on. If you've ever watched a competitive Pokemon Go battle, Azumarill's involved at some point, right? It's one of the main constants through all the seasons, and these shirt designs are so incredible. I really wanted to point out as well that they do have these Series 26 tags. That's going to let you know that this is just for this season. It's very, very special. And if you're a Master League player, there's also things like this Landorus Therian t-shirt with this cool gradient coming down as well. Honestly, yeah, this is perfect.
Perfect gear for walking outside when you're playing Pokemon Go. I believe these are called the human sleeves. With that, a lot of amazing stuff here at the Championships gear booth. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Break Queen does low. It's secured! It's secured! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions! How much energy maybe that Corsola has.
He has the back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's Arch going to be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow.
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion!
Big one card for Yuya as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him.
There it is!
Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back. Prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We're going to take our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier.
absolutely surreal. It's going to take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the broadcast for the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. That was an exciting break, a fantastic recap of what happened at the World Championships, the end stone of the last Pokemon competitive season, and we're starting this new season off strong, people. We just passed through our round 5 community choice. We're now heading into round 6. My name is Adam Watson, on the desk still with Pablo Meza. We're going to be walking you through this next match for sure, and I'm excited for whatever this tournament has in store for me.
I know we have plenty of Pokemon yet to play for. We have our round 6 getting ready. So let's take a look at the notable matches we have for this round. We have a lot of very good players here. We're going to be watching Chris Franco against Elijah Derringer, but we have a lot of really cool matchups here happening.
Yeah, of course, Abon Ahmed we already saw on stream going up against Makani Tran, a player that you've seen over and over again in tournaments. But of course, there's a match, Justin Neudorf going up against Brent Tonneson. Justin Neudorf was, of course, you just saw in the World Championship video, very heavy player right now against Brent Tonneson, one of our players to watch specifically for this tournament. Peter Ho going against Riley McKay. Can you imagine going to your regional? It's start of the new season, I can't wait. And then you've got to play the world champion. That's how we do it at these events, folks. You're going to run the full gambit. It might be your first regional, but you might go up against one of the veterans.
Yeah, I mean, going up against the current world champion, imagine in your first round, right? If you're 5-0, you can expect it a bit more.
Yeah.
Round 1, starting the season up against Riley McKay. But yeah, I mean, we have some really good names here. McKenny Tran against Aban. Riley McKay against Peter Ho. Justin Neudorf against Brent, as you mentioned. Then we have Rowan against Henry Chow as well. That have been fantastic to watch as well. Ben Cryer against Christian Labelle, another regional winner from last season. And then Callie Moore against Robert Wild. So all of these matches, honestly, had something going for them, and we could have been picked for the stream match. But we're going to be watching Chris against Elijah, and I'm sure we're in for a good one here, Adam.
Yeah, don't worry about it, folks. Any names you see here that you're looking forward to see, I'm sure that they are going to make it further on in the tournament, into Phase 2, into Top 8. We've got our current standings to look at. This is right now for Swiss Round 5. So many people, 5-0. This is only 16 names as well, people. You got to remember, there's thousands of competitors here for the TCG tournament, just in the Masters division pretty much. And we have a selection of names here for you. People at 15 match points, just almost already on the cusp of locking in their Phase 2.
Yeah, and I mean, the match we're about to see could show us one of our first players to make Day 2, so let's head to the table and take a look at what our competitors are bringing for this match. We have Chris Franco with that Raging Bolt deck, and we have Elijah with that intricate combination, playing half and half of a deck, it seems. We have Joltik combined with Golden Go for that Iron Hands pressure, and usually Slitherwing is a big headache for Joltik Golden Go to deal with, so I have to wonder if that's going to play a major role in this match.
And with a deck like Raging Bolt, right, this is a deck that's playing big basics. You don't have to worry about Ampy very much taking a lot of early prizes. So it's going to be important for Elijah to pivot the deck. You can't just have the, oh no, you're weak to Iron Hands, so I just win for free. You still have to think deeper about your matchups and your plans. Pikachu EX ending up in the prize cards for game number 1. This was one of the important Pokemon I thought would be really strong for the Raging Bolt matchup.
Yeah, that Resolute Heart ability really shining through, other than against that Slitherwing. But that Prime Catcher and a copy of Boss's Orders, these decks are very aggressive and they want to have all those costing effects as much as possible. However, over on Chris's side, he also prized Pheasantipede EX and Mew EX, so both supporting Pokemon to help him get out of death draw situations or really find extra resources after a knockout. So both of those Pokemon being prized could make it a little bit difficult to recover later down the line. The Pheasantipede is towards the bottom, so that's probably going to be a bit more accessible early on. But yeah, I mean, interesting prizes that could switch up the dynamic of this match, especially with, as you mentioned, that Pikachu EX being priced. But we are seeing Chris take the lead here. Both players, Chris, I think, usually wants to go first. Elijah wants to go second. So I don't think we're going to deviate from that in this game.
And with Nest Ball picking up Fan Rotom, Chris Franco's already off to the races. I'm going to grab some Hoot Hoots, some Noctowls, get that engine up and running. Teal Mask Ogerpon, of course, is a Terra Pokemon, so does fulfill that condition for Jewel Seeker to activate, get the rest of the cards that are going to be needed to set up this deck. Meanwhile, over on Elijah's side, once the turn goes through and Miraidon uses its tandem unit ability, Elijah will have a chance to look through the deck, see that Pikachu EX is missing, and maybe start to think about pivoting very aggressively into the Goldengo half of the deck. Just look for these, maybe a big 2-2-2 game plan.
Yeah, lead with Iron Hands and follow up with Goldengo. That's definitely going to be the game plan once Pikachu EX is not available. And now, with all of these single price Pokemon on the bench, primed for that Iron Hands, that's going to be pretty amazing. Now, Chris's best response next turn would ideally be to KO whatever gets powered up by Elijah through that jolting charge attack. But pulling that off is not always necessarily easy. Now, we are going to see that Ditto get into play. We're going to see the Transformers start. I have to wonder what Chris will go into. Will it just be the Slitherwing right off the bat? Or a Raging Bolt EX seems to be the choice, which makes sense. You want to take 2 prizes as soon as you can.
And Raging Bolt is definitely more flexible, depending on whatever Elijah's going up against. Who knows if this is just a straight Miraidon or something, or if it's just no Goldengo yet in the deck. Maybe it's just a Joltik box. And no, but actually does reconsider. Goes for the Slitherwing. Pablo, you're onto something here, buddy.
Yeah, seems like the Slitherwing. I mean, it's the classic single prize into 2 prize Pokemon trade-off, right? Which will always favor the single prize person if they manage to pull it off. Now, in order to pull it off, now you're going to need 2 fighting energies onto Slitherwing specifically, and because you need to play either Crispin or Professor Sada, you will also need your Prime Catcher, but thankfully, you have both of these Hoot Hoots ready to become Noctowls, and you already have a Terra Pokemon in play, so Chris is looking in a pretty fantastic spot to be able to essentially punish whatever Elijah does. He's like, and you can't even go like 50-50 on the split with the Jolting Charge, like put 2 energies on Pikachu and 2 energies on Iron Hands, because 2 energy on Iron Hands with no Crispin doesn't really make Iron Hands a threat. And also, Elijah doesn't have access to Pikachu. So I think starting off, like right off the bat, from this fantastic turn 1 that Chris just had, this is not looking good for Elijah, and he hasn't even begun his turn.
You typically are scared, right, of the Noctowls being a liability in this matchup. The Slitherwing offsetting that prize race, giving you a great single prize attacker that maybe you can just keep recycling with the Night Stretcher or something. Seems good, but Chris does still need to get some, some energy in the discard pile to turn on Professor Sada. We'll see how that goes. But for now, it's over to Elijah. Gets the Iron Hands, of course, off of Tandem Unit, and now a Nest Ball as well. I think would love to see Pikachu, but it's fine to pick up Latias EX. This is great for your pivoting options.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we didn't see a Joltik off the Tandem Unit, so we do see it that it's already in the hand. The other copy is prized. And now, eyeing up the Genesect here, which is very interesting. We're going to grab those 2 Goldengos, so Shirley already has a way to retreat, or maybe just not planning to Jolting Charge at all, which I'd be very surprised if that was the plan. We already committed to the Iron Hands. We only have space for Joltik now. How are we retreating and attaching to this Joltik? I don't know if he has a way. I think he has 3 energies and 2 Goldengos. There's no way to reach. Oh, there's a Turo. Okay. I was very confused at that point.
Professor Turo's scenario to get Miraidon out of the active spot. This allows Joltik to come into the active spot. Also opens up a spot on the bench. There's nothing to take that spot right now. Latias EX seems like a great addition for that spot when the time comes, but it's just going to be Jolting Charge. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 energy. Distribute it however you like.
Yep, that Professor Turo coming in very clutch. That's another way to retreat for sure. You have Air Balloons, you have Latias, and you have that Professor Turo. And this is a pretty good choice for Elijah. He does have now 2 Gimme Goals in play, has 2 Goldengos in the hand. So even if this Iron Hands does go down, he will be able to follow this up. So the question now becomes, can Chris pull off this turn 1 2-prize knockout on the Iron Hands to take away that threat? And can he follow that up? That's always the question. There's no Iono in these sort of jolting Gholdengo decks. It has anti-synergy with the Gholdengo itself, but this KO is probably going to require, I imagine, both Noctowls. So might leave Chris in a little bit of a weird spot where dealing with the upcoming Gholdengo might not be as straightforward or easy. And he needs to piece this out perfectly as well.
If you commit your early Noctowls, you get the early advantage, but again, trying to get through the mid game, trying to close out the game, that becomes very difficult. Prime Catcher is picked up, Earthen Vessel is picked up, the pieces are starting to fall into place. Lightning Energy goes to the discard pile, going to need to find a Fighting Energy. Hopefully there's another way to discard that. Might find Grass Energy, still use Teal Dance for the turn to draw one more. If you can see just one more resource that can save that Noctowl, it sets you up for success for the mid and late game.
Yeah, this has to be picture perfect though, so we are going to see that discard of the Judge and the Fighting Energy. I think this should be grabbing a Raging Bolt EX as well. I think we might be missing a way to retreat after we play the Prime Catcher. Of course, Prime Catcher will bring up the Iron Hands to the active spot, but it will send the Slitherwing to the bench. And when you're using Professor Sada, then you're powering up the other Pokemon on the bench. That's probably going to be a Raging Bolt EX, since that has to be your follow-up. There's no single retreat ancient Pokemon that Chris plays, so
it's got to be Latias then in that spot.
Yeah, it's going to be Latias, and therefore you're only attaching one energy. So once again, you have the KO. Now Chris has it, I believe, guaranteed. Has the Fighting in hand, has the Sada, and will draw. But what happens after? What happens after the Gholdengo just goes KO, the Slither, and that's it. We're going to see an extra card thanks to that Grass of the Teal Mask, but then you need to piece out a Raging Bolt EX and a full Sada in order to do the next Thunderburst Storm into the Gholdengo EX. So it's not perfect yet for Chris here.
Yeah, really, really going out on a limb with this play, folks. Taking down Iron Hands is so important to deny multi-prize turns, getting 2 prizes yourself, but with no Raging Bolt in play, the ability to take the next attack is so severe. Elijah has already prepped the Gholdengo EX by finding Genesect EX, split the difference like we talked about, Pablo, knows that the Iron Hands isn't going to be as viable from this position, immediately wants to set up coin bonuses.
Now the prizes were picture perfect though for Chris. Fezandipity to recover after the Slitherwing goes down from the Gholdengo, and Ultra Volt to search for Noctowl, to search for whatever piece you might be missing next turn. So Chris probably could not have asked for a better 2 prizes of this attack, and now his hand is looking stacked, and he can probably make the assumption that it's not getting attacked by a Judge or an Iono or even an Unfirst Stamp at any moment, anytime soon. So already looking very good for Chris, being able to follow up this first amazing turn with another turn to just deal with that Gholdengo immediately.
And the boon of only needing to use 1 Noctowl to pull off that play as well means second Noctowl is going to fill in any holes that might come up here for the next turn or the turn thereafter. So Chris is in a fantastic spot, and Gholdengo can only take 1 prize now. Even after the coin bonus, still needs to find a Metal Energy to attach, and only needs to discard 1 to knock this thing down.
Yeah, and with that Arbin, should be able to find that Earthen Vessel. Oh, already has the Metal Energy, so should be able to find whatever he's missing. He can also go grab an Herballoon, retreat this Gholdengo into the next one, draw an extra 2 cards before he commits to anything else. Can draw with Fezandipity as well, so Elijah will be able to do a lot of things this turn. Now, if he plays the Arbin, he can't take a 2-prize knockout, and if Elijah was able to somehow pull off a knockout on this Teal Mask Ogerpon, that would accomplish 2 things. A, you equal the 2-for-2 price trade-off, right? With no other 2-price target for the Slitherwing. And you also are able to deny the Terra Pokemon. Now, the Arbin has been played, so now the only way to accomplish this would be with the Prime Catcher, but unfortunately the Prime Catcher is not available since it's at the very top of the prize card. So
yeah, I wonder if Elijah was searching in the deck just to consider that line, but is happy to pivot. That would be the best case scenario. And you can see with decks like this that are so aggressive, the first one to skip a beat, the first one to miss an attack on the key target can be defeated. But after Golden Go evolves in the active spot, this is going to be a second coin bonus for 2 more cards. And this is the deck's claim to fame. You try to bring it down to low prize cards with an Iono. Raging Bolt was doing it originally with just Pheasantipity. And now Golden Go is saying, well, nope, I'm going to use Fez and also coin bonus so that I can never be disrupted. Once I get set up, it's going to be aggression, aggression, aggression. Earthen Vessel also being used to grab 2 energies, and one of these will be discarded to knock out Slitherwing.
Yep, so pretty straightforward turn here, not accomplishing what we would have liked, and this is one of the reasons why playing this Joltik Golden Go deck can be a little scary. It does have a very, very, very bad matchup into Raging Bolt precisely because of the 2-for-1 trade that can happen no matter what you power up, because your energies are not safe on the Pikachu EX either, thanks to the burning effect from Burning Turbulence. So everything going against this this Joltik Golden Go deck when going up against Raging Bolt, but we're going to see a knockout. You ask your opponent, do you have everything? Unfortunately, the answer is yes for Chris. And he has a stadium as well.
Unbelievable. Latias EX comes into the active spot. This is just a free pivot, and the rest of the setup is going to happen with Area 0 Underdepths and a Terra Pokemon. Chris Franco expands the bench to 8 slots. Pheasantipity off of the prizes, as you called out, Pablo. Hits play to draw 3 prizes, and the hand is all gas.
He found the energy. He found a Raging Bolt. Now he can start up to 2 Raging Bolts. Now he has the guaranteed attachment. There's a leftover energy here. So the knockout is now guaranteed. Now Chris just needs to make sure that he has enough resources for whatever happens after, right? To finally secure the game. And he probably won't even have to use Noctowl to accomplish everything he wants to at this point. So having that leftover Hood to just close out whatever you need to close out the game is just incredible.
It's similar to when your opponent has Pidgeot EX in play and you're trying to make a comeback. You know that they're always going to find the perfect card to foil you or close down this game. Raging Bolt EX is picked up and finds its place on the bench.
This could not be better for Chris, honestly. Like, I don't think you can pick a better combination of cards to find off your prizes, to draw eventually off the top with Fez, to have in your hand the start as well, the Ditto. Everything is just working out
switch
perfectly. I mean, now you have a backup Ogerpon, you get another energy into play. You have extra Terra protection. You have the stadium as well. If that gets countered, then you just lose the fan route on the Noctowl, so you're perfectly fine. Like, everything is just working out so beautifully. Even the Pheasantipity being in the prizes actually worked out because it was accessible there, and therefore he didn't even need to Nest Ball or Ultra Ball for it to get more resources in play.
Okay, so I gotta say I wasn't familiar with this deck's game. Let me tell you, I didn't think that Raging Bolt was better into Golden Go, into the current meta game. I thought it was just a little bit too fair, a little bit too honest, like you were saying, Pablo. But Chris is saying if we're going blow for blow, Raging Bolt is still reigning supreme with that long neck. Comes into the active spot and is setting up for a beautiful Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, the big advantage that this deck has over, or rather, Golden Go, in trying to use Iron Hands to its advantage, leaves itself very vulnerable to exactly what happened on the first turn.
Yep.
The Burning Turbulence takes down your energy and you're out of it. And that's why the other versions of Golden Go are trying to play Togekiss, or trying to play Ceruledge with Briar, even Dusknoir, right? To offer a different advantage, but not have this fighting weak Pokemon that can be traded against 2-for-1 without any issue. And now we see the Bellowing Thunder knockout down to 2 prizes for Chris. Elijah having only taken 1, and against the rope against Chris's picture-perfect looking bench.
Even wove in a second Hoot. So now there's chances for double Noctowl to find any combination of 4 cards, essentially, to bring this one home.
Yeah, I think Elijah's best bet could maybe just be to take down this Ogerpon. Hopefully that denies the Noctowls if Chris doesn't have a backup Terra Pokemon to play down. It will also force discards of the Area 0 no longer being active because there's no more Terra Pokemon in play. But when you're facing down a 7 cards in hand, Raging Bolt, and there's Pheasantipity in play as well, you might not even need Noctowl. You just need a Sada and an attachment, and you're good to go. So
yeah, and that was the original Raging Bolt, unstoppable. You try to bring them down to a small hand in the late game, and it just is not enough to put up any sort of defense versus this onslaught. But after the Pheasantipity, Earthen Vessel, getting Grass Energy, still trying to stack up. Because this is the other thing, right, Pablo, is that Elijah still needs to fill the hand with energy so that Make It Rain can hit these big numbers that Golden Go is known for. This version of the deck still runs the superior energy retrieval, still has Levincias, but needs to find them. Boss's orders to bring up the other bolt with energy. Instead of taking down Ogerpon, Elijah's going to opt to try to keep the energy out of play. That is another way to maybe hold back an attack and a win from Chris Franco next turn.
Yeah, I mean, by denying that energy, you force your opponent to have another ancient Pokemon, the Sada, and 2 more energy, right? For 4 total. So we'll have to see if Chris can pull this off. I'm very confident he can with a huge hand size, with the extra resources that Pheasantipity will give him. We are seeing the energies getting recovered from the discard pile in order to accomplish this knockout. There's currently 4 energy, so we are missing 1. Oh no, there's the 5th energy, so no need to overextend. We see the Galvantula hit play as well. That could have been a pretty important card to make this, or to help in this 2-for-1 price trade-off, except there's nothing that Galvantula can take down right now that could trade easily. 180 is not enough to knock out any of these Pokemon, and now it's on Chris to pull off game here.
And after all the energy is discarded, gets 2 prize cards by taking out Raging Bolt, and Chris Franco immediately sees the win potential for this turn and goes for Flip the Script to draw 3 and finds Ultra Ball. Just going to pick this up and, yeah, just go and take the final knockout.
Yeah, he found Night Stretcher off of that Pheasantipity. He can Night Stretcher back the Raging Bolt and find the Night Stretcher for the right energy, has a Grass in hand, has a Sada, so he already has it all. He just needs to sequence this perfectly, not miss a bit, not put the wrong energy on the wrong Pokemon, which we have seen players do before on stream, and that's been very unfortunate, where they attach the wrong energy with Sada, and that leaves them without a possibility to attack. We see the attachment of that Teal Mask. We see the Night Stretcher get back the Lightning attached. That's 4 energies, that's 280 damage, and that is a knocked out Golden Go EX for game.
And I also want to give a shout out to how quickly, how swiftly Chris Franco identified and executed that play. Wants to save as much time as possible, knows that this match is going to be really aggressive, and if it somehow goes to a game 3, is going to need as much time as possible to think and analyze these plays. Beautiful game 1 going over to Chris. The Slitherwing tech is so powerful. We'll see if Elijah can maybe swing things back in his favor with access to Pikachu EX or Prime Catcher. But looking at a replay of what just went down, Slitherwing kicks things off to take down Iron Hands. This is so huge after your opponent accelerates energy into play with Jolting Charge, just to nullify that completely.
Yeah, pretty one-sided game 1, honestly. Chris just never missed a beat, got the knockouts, got the Raging Bolts going after that turn 1 prize exchange. Prime Catcher was available. It wasn't available for Elijah. He could have had a chance by picking, like, Touring Optim Rhydon was actually pretty big in denying that 2 prize exchange, or that 2 prize target, and only having Iron Hands. And sure, if that goes down, you can respond with a 2 prize knockout on any Pokemon, literally, then you might be fine, right? And you're asking more out of your opponent. But Prime Catcher was not available. I don't think he had, like, all the combination of cards that he could have used at that point in time. Like, he needed Superior Energy Retrieval as well. He needed 5 energies total, so it was really hard to pull off. And he doesn't have Noctowl to go along with his setup, unlike Chris, which can find what he needs when he needs it. So
precisely.
Yeah, we'll have to see what adaptation Elijah can do here, if there even is any. And wow, I think Chris just top decked that Nest Ball off the top. Without it, his hand was looking very, very, very bad. But now that's going to find Rotom, that's going to find Ditto, that's going to get the Terra into play, and we're probably going to see a replay of what happened on game 1. So that Nest Ball off the top just gave Chris a big, big help.
Yeah, Ditto, Hoot Hoot, Noctowl is grabbed. There's a Raging Bolt, a Sada, and a Crispin in the prize cards. Things could get a little bit rocky in the mid-game because of that, but because Chris only needs to really lean on Slitherwing for the early stage of this matchup, not as much of an energy requirement needed there. Teal Mask, Ogerpon put in the active spot thanks to Ditto's transformative start ability. It sends itself to the discard pile, and you can pull any other basic from your deck to take its place. And after an Earthen Vessel, going to grab a Grass Energy, gets rid of Boss's orders, knows pretty much that Elijah's going to have a 2-prizer in the active spot, isn't looking to chase down anything specific. when you're playing your supporter for turn, you want it to be something accelerating energy. Bosses are for the late game when you're already established.
Yep, that's exactly what we want to see. And now Chris, off to the races, gets that extra card off. Tildance gets a Nest Ball. Oh my goodness. So that Nest Ball once again, picture perfect Nest Ball. That will get him the Slitherwing. And he has the Fighting Energy. And now he has the Terra Pokemon. And now he has an extra Hoot, I believe, available. We haven't seen the price, I don't think yet, but nothing too important price for either player. Prime Catcher is now available for Elijah, so that's pretty good to know. We're going to go for the Raging Bolt instead of the Slitherwing. So Chris debating, okay, if I commit too hard to the Slitherwing, that might scare my opponent from getting those Lightning-type, weak-type attackers, and you might try something different. So Raging Bolt can also get you those first 2 prizes, which is all you need to close out this game.
Yeah, Chris Franco heard me doubting Raging Bolt and took that personally, is putting on a showcase of this deck firing on all cylinders. Now back over to Elijah Derringer. Latias EX in the active spot, and Nest Ball searching through the deck to see what is what. I don't know if you can commit specifically to Joltik. Most likely could be a Miraidon tandem unit, but again, lightning type attackers, not going to be the best thing into Slitherwing. Not every Raging Bolt is running it, but it is certainly incredibly strong here when you're anticipating needing a single prize option, especially when you think that Iron Hands is going to be around the corner in all of these matchups.
Iron Hands, such a powerful card. I remember when it first came out, Adam, people were panicking about it so much. And I mean, for good reason, I think, like the extra prize effects, right? As we were talking about earlier today, the way to cheat extra prizes out of your opponent, the way to essentially cheat the rules by getting an advantage that way has historically been super powerful. But I also think a lot of people had like PTSD from the Arceus Dialga Palkia days, where
true.
It's GX attack gives you an extra prize all the time, so people were like extra panicking. But Iron Hands is fantastic, but also definitely needs the right support to go alongside with it. And this deck is one, or Joltik is, I mean, I would argue it's the best partner for it after Electric Generator.
The idea with Iron Hands is you're just trying to punish the meta for being too slow. There was the kind of first idea around the Turbo Iron Hands build, right, with the Miraidons and the Electric Generators powering up very quickly, having the heavy baton to keep those energies in play and just run your opponent down. It didn't see a lot of success. It was always a presence in tournaments, and this is just a new flavor of that. Anticipating your opponent to be much slower, but when you're up against Raging Bolt, you want to go second so you can Jolting Charge, and you're giving up that advantage of being able to make the first attack by making it a setup attack.
Yeah, it seems like Elijah already improvising. We're not going to be seeing any Jolting Charge. It's going to be an attempt at being a full Goldingo deck, just completely disregarding all the Joltik pieces, all the Iron Hands. So this is really good to see, like a player recognizing, okay, my usual strategy is not going to work. My opponent has an amazing setup. Once again, already threatening the Iron Hands off of a Prime Catcher. Might not even need a Prime Catcher, just needs an energy attachment and a way to retreat. So I'm going to switch it up a bit. Unfortunately, though, there's still 2 prizes liability. So the adaptation that Chris did as well also plays out. Didn't go blindly for the Slitherwing, expecting his opponent to go into the Miraidon or the Iron Hands. He got the Raging Bolt, which is like the middle of the ground play, which is like, okay, whatever 2 prizer you have in play, I will be able to threaten. And that's exactly what we are seeing here. I'm pretty sure either Latias or Genesect TX are going down this turn.
And after Earthen Vessel, to look for 2 more energy, what's the discard here? Ooh, Crispin. There is still 1 energy already attached to the Raging Bolt, so you don't necessarily need Crispin. There's 1 in the prizes and a Sada in the prizes, so this is an important resource to keep the momentum going. So I am a little bit scared to see that go, but Chris Franco clearly has this whole game mapped out. Look at how he's moving right now.
Yeah, it's all about that Boss's Orders in his hand. With that Boss's Orders, he's going to take this first two prizes on the Latias. It's pretty decisive way to start that 2-2-2 price race. You lose the Crispin, sure, but you still have just enough energy to get the knockout. Now, as always, it's all about what happens after, right? Will Chris have enough resources to continue the pressure? Now, we did see that the other Boss's Orders is already in this spot. So Chris only has Prime Catcher as a way to continue chasing down things on the bench. But the way Elijah has played out this game is the only Pokemon you can apply pressure with now is Golden OEX. So you don't need to ghost around the Golden OEX. You just need to KO whatever Golden OEX is in the active 2 more times, and you will win the game. And that's the first Golden OEX right there. So things working out pretty well, and it's important to recognize how you can afford to discard some of these ghosting effects or boss disorders. I see a lot of players are always like very hesitant to discard those cards because they're good cards. But if you plan out your game correctly since the very beginning, you can realize that a lot of the time you won't need them to win the game because the Pokemon you need to KO is just going to be right there in front of you.
Chris knows that Elijah has to come to him, and probably some calculation as well, getting rid of the Crispin, saying, well, I know that I've got Sada in the prizes. There was a reward that happened in the first game, right, of taking Pheasantipity and Ultra Ball. And this is something that Chris, and especially aggressive decks in general, can do, is I can just lean a little bit harder into my prizes being almost like an extension of my own hand. And if I identify something as prized, there's a very high chance I'm going to see it this game regardless.
Yeah, many games you just have to be like, okay, I'm going to cause my own dead draw by playing all these cards, but I will be drawing 2 prizes and I have my top deck. So that's 3 new extra resources I will have access to next turn before I start it, which will hopefully allow me to continue applying pressure. Now, because this isn't a full-fledged Goldengo deck, getting 6 energy total in order to be able to KO this Raging Bolt DX might be a challenge. There's no Energy Surge Pro. Usually, you get energies onto a Pokemon, that Pokemon gets knocked out, and therefore the energies are now out of the deck, and you have access to them through Superior Energy Retrieval. I think that's going to be the big challenge here for Elijah. Can you get enough energy to pull off this knockout? And it's not looking good, I think.
Elijah's digging as deep as possible. Turo on the Golden Go, Evolve, Air Balloon, another coin bonus, has drawn 6 cards. Tons of energy in the hand so far, just needs a few more.
There's 3 energies currently. There's 1 Earthen Vessel, so needs 1 more. 1 more, and he found Nest Ball for Pheasantipity. Pheasantipity is not prized. Now, if you just need 1 more energy, I really would like to see a Pheasantipity before, like a flip the script draw before committing the Earthen Vessel, because by getting energies out of the deck, you're making it less likely to draw energies off of the flip the script. So, or maybe there's the 6th energy already in the hand that I missed. But if there's only 5, we are 1 energy short. We need 1 to attach to the Golden Go, and then 5 more to discard to get this KO. I think we're 1 short, but I might be seeing wrong.
Okay, Superior Energy Retrieval also going to be part of this equation.
Yeah, there's 4. I think we're going to see another shuffle. We're going to grab the Fez. So yeah, I definitely think there's room to do things a little bit different here. Grab the Fez before we then, okay, that's not a Fez. So maybe we do have enough energy, or maybe we're not planning on taking the knockout here.
And Gimmighoul hits the bench once more, is trying to just draw as many cards as possible. This does still have a 4/4 Golden Go line, so the coin bonuses are going to go crazy next turn. Superior Energy Retrieval comes through, gets rid of bosses, orders, and maybe Tool Scrapper, and gets 1 energy out of the discard pile. There it is.
All right, so we got there. Yeah, we have our 5 energies now for the knockout. That's a lot of resources utilized in order to accomplish it, but we're keeping up in the price race. We don't have too many easy liabilities on the bench, right? This Gimmighoul not being a Pheasantipity, I feel like we had a possibility to just give ourselves more wiggle room, conserve the Superior Energy Retrieval for the next turn, in case our opponent doesn't get the knockout, or in case they do. But we pieced it out. We are keeping up in the price race, and now the pressure is on Chris, which just filled up his bench and has no space for Raging Bolts to take this knockout until he plays an Area 0 down.
And this is the caveat. Even if it feels like you're overextending or you might not have resources to follow up with another attack, if your opponent misses a beat, you know, there is no punish there. So Chris Franco needs to respond to this knockout with another one in turn. Has the Raging Bolt, had the Hoot Hoots, the full setup, but you need to be able to also have the threat of multiple attackers to take its position when the time comes. It's going to be Ultra Ball, discarding Prime Catcher, and another Ultra Ball. Once more, Pablo does not need Gust. The targets are going to be in the active spot, guaranteed.
Exactly. I love seeing that discard of the Prime Catcher. Sure, it's your respect. Sure, you only have one copy. Sure, it's a fantastic card. Chris no longer has a way to Gust, but with the knowledge that he has from his opponent's deck, he knows that the Pokemon he's going to have to deal with in the active spot will always be a two-pricer. If it's not a two-pricer, that means Elijah didn't attack, didn't get closer to winning the game, and therefore Chris just has a free turn anyway. So I love that. He was definitely struggling to decide what to discard, but ultimately he had Ultra Balls, he had Nest Balls, he had Sada already, and a Night Stretcher and an Energy. So all the cards were so valuable. When you don't need Gust, you can afford to discard those Gusting effects, no problem. And now we're going to see him piece out everything quite well here.
Area 0 Under Depths finally enters play. Great space on the bench for Slitherwing.
Yeah, that's because the second Raging Bolt is prized. So he needs 2 ancient Pokemon to be able to get the maximum value out of Professor Stardust Vitality. But Raging Bolt EX just got KO'd, so he's going to have to recover the Night, with the Night Stretcher, he's going to have to recover that Raging Bolt EX to keep up this pressure. So I'm not sure how thorough Chris's price checking was in the first search or throughout the game to recognize that the other Raging Bolt was priced, but he always had that Night Stretcher, and he also got a little bit bailed out from his prices when he got that Professor Sada. So things working out really well for Chris here.
And then draws 3 cards off of Professor Sada. You can attach 1 energy to 2 different ancient Pokemon. Has Grass as well for Teal Dance to attach to the Ogerpon and draw 1 more card. Superior Energy Retrieval in hand, benches a Hoot Hoot. This is another great setup after taking this next knockout to be able to take the final one.
Yeah, and Chris could have whiffed this KO if he didn't find a Grass Energy. That was the one card he couldn't guarantee this turn. He had everything else for sure, other than a Grass Energy. But off the Sada, he found the Grass, and he also found a Superior Energy Retrieval. So things are looking fantastic right here. If you're Chris, you know your opponent cannot Iono or will not Iono next turn. So the second Raging Bolt EX is still priced, but as long as he can find that second copy of Night Stretcher, he's going to be able to get a return KO next turn and finish this game out.
There is also 1 Hoot Hoot on the bench, so we'll be able to potentially sort that out. So needs an out towards just the Night Stretcher in general, has raw draws with Pheasantipity, or, you know, just grabs the Jewel Seeker and is ready to go.
Yep, now it's on Elijah to keep pace, right? He needs, once again, 6 energy total, with 1 Superior Energy Retrieval having gone down already. That puts a lot of pressure on his resources. Does find an energy off the top, and I do believe he has Arven and the other Superior Energy Retrieval in hand. The Levincia is priced, but he might need to exhaust the last 2 remaining Superior Energy Retrievals at this point in time.
And this is just... every turn has gone so well, but I just have to take a beat to emphasize how these players are really overextending for these. They're taking some big risks because they know that tempo is king.
Yeah.
If I don't take this knockout, it doesn't matter if I take an off turn to have a more stable setup and have better resource generation or multiple Hoot Hoots or maybe more card draw. You have to keep up with the current pace of the game and trust that the card draw and resource search that you've built into your deck will serve you and keep this momentum going.
Now, seems like Elijah will be able to piece this knockout with the Earthen Vessel, thanks to the fact that he already has a Superior Energy Retrieval, and different from the usual Joltik Goldingo list, Elijah is playing 4 copies of Superior Energy Retrieval, where the trend has been 3. So with 4, you definitely have a lot more wiggle room to be like, or to try to pretend to be a full Goldingo deck as he was trying to do. He almost pulled it off. He definitely did everything he could, and he adapted really well. That's what I definitely want to give props to Elijah. He recognized the big weakness of his deck. He recognized that going the standard route of Joltik into Jolting Charge is just not going to cut it. So he needs to try something different, and he definitely did. But Chris also adapted and also did not miss a beat.
Superior Energy Retrieval also being used. With all the cards you're drawing off a coin bonus, you have plenty of fodder to pay the discard cost for this and get 4 energy from the discard pile. Elijah also smartly attaching the Air Balloon to the Genesect. This is a Pokemon you don't want to get stranded. This would be Chris Franco's only prayer if the attack somehow were to be whiffed, try to bring this Genesect up and stall it for a turn, is going to say nope. Anything else that comes in the active spot is going to be swinging for the fences. And after that big knockout, Mew EX comes to the active spot. It's up to Chris Franco to take a knockout this turn, or it's Elijah's going to swing back and take this to a game 3. Let's see if we can put it together.
I think we're about to see a deja vu here, Adam. We're going to see a Noctowl. We're going to see a Noctowl grab the Sada and grab whatever else, and then we have the Night Stretcher for the Raging Bolt to come back and Sada into 2 Pokemon, and then Teal Dance, and then attach. And we're going to see the knockout. It's going to play out pretty much exactly the same as the previous turn. There's a Noctowl just grabbing Sada. Can you imagine? Like, Noctowl lets you grab 2 cards, and you know you just need to grab 1, and you're good to go.
Yeah, just double checking the hand. The Night Stretcher is in there, pulls off Ultra Ball instead. And Chris Franco is moving rapidly. Has plenty of time left on the clock, but you can tell as a very seasoned Raging Bolt player at this point has probably done this exact same line over and over again. Even with the other Raging Bolt and the prize cards, the Night Stretchers coming in clutch. Professor Sada's Vitality attaching 2 energy from the discard pile to the Slitherwing and the Raging Bolt, double checking the energies in hand to make sure that the costs are being met appropriately.
Yep, I love that. That pause to just double, triple, quadruple check that you're attaching the right energy to the right Pokemon, went back to the hand before committing the energy from the Sada in order to power up the right energy to the Raging Bolt, and then we saw 2 pretty much exact same attacks, and we see the knockout. And yeah, I mean, I think
rapid
the
fire.
deck didn't get shuffled after a search or whatnot. Like, the 3 cards did not matter. The game was effectively over at that point. Both players know it. It's completely fine. Like, it was an unnecessary action. The 3 cards did not matter. He had game on board. He had game in hand. Whatever he drew did not matter. So yeah, pretty well done. Pretty flawlessly executed by Chris. And I love that pause that he did to just double, triple check that he was attaching the right energy to the right Pokemon and not mess up the attachments for the Raging Bolt and all of a sudden be in a weird situation where you have a fighting in hand and your Raging Bolt has a fighting energy attached from the Sada and you can't attack at that point.
Yeah, when you are closing in on the win, going up 2-0, going 6-0 in the tournament, maybe you just get a little bit ahead of yourself and you have to stay focused. And Chris Franco seems to have the speed and the wits in order to run this down. Raging Bolt taking a knockout, getting knocked out in return, getting brought back with Night Stretcher to take a knockout once more. And Elijah, I got to give credit where credit is due, was digging deep and using very smart sequencing with Golden Go EX to draw tons of cards, get all those energies, and played this like a really standard Golden Go deck.
Yeah, and we've talked about how, like, you grab half a Joltik deck, half a Golden Go deck, mash them together, and you have this archetype, right? Well, this is one of the drawbacks. Against Raging Bolt specifically, half your deck is basically null and void. And that can be a big issue if you're in a situation, if you're up against this deck, where big part of your strategy, even like just to be able to find enough energies for Golden Go to be a follow-up can be a struggle. And we saw superior energy roll for a single energy. We saw barely getting to the knockouts by Elijah. So since you're not a fully fledged Golden Go deck, you're going to struggle a little bit, especially against this. And Raging Bolt is a deck that punishes the sort of adaptation for Golden Go. It struggles against the more standard builds that try to get extra prizes a different way through Togekiss or Ceruledge or whatever it is. But Joltik and the Iron Hands Pressure offers a much better approach against things like Gardevoir or Dragapult as well. So it's like you have to balance, and then in the end, what you face, you have no control over, right? So Elijah did pretty well, adapted really, really well in that game too, and almost pulled it off.
And there was even the potential, putting the air balloon on the Genesect to counteract the opponent. And this is what we saw as well, not just the players adapting their decks, but adapting to each other. Where in the start of Game 2, Chris Franco didn't even put Slitherwing in play, recognized that the adaptation is just going to nullify it for now, but then just put it down in the late game just to get that extra attachment, having bonus energy in play to pay for Bellowing Thunder's discard cost. Just beautiful execution, especially with 2 dynamic, aggressive decks, and the players were willing to take really big risks to maintain their dominant board positions.
Yeah, and there was definitely an opening there for Elijah to take over the game when Chris got that first knockout with Raging Bolt EX. If he didn't find a way, or he didn't find a grass energy to attach to, he would have been 1 energy short on the knockout. And that's where because he discarded the prime, or if he hadn't discarded the prime catcher, and if Elijah had benched the Fezandipity, then he still would have been able to pull off that KO without the grass. So those very small details or decisions that Elijah did, not committing to the Fezandipity, and then Chris being able to just barely find that grass energy, like drawing one energy can be the difference between winning or losing a game, especially in these matchups where it's all tempo, as you mentioned, and it's all about the 2-2-2 price race, which Chris was always to get ahead of and never let go.
And of course, the change to the deck from Elijah's side to have the extra superior energy retrieval, leaning into the Golden Go half of the deck a little bit harder. I just love seeing the display of all of the card draw, air balloons, Turo, getting multiple coin bonuses off. But Chris Franco shows up and says, Raging Bolt is a solid deck in this metagame, and I'm going to prove Skarsgård wrong, and did it justice, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the metagame right now is like, you'll do well if you dodge 1 or 2 bad matchups, right? So if you're Raging Bolt and you dodge Gardevoir the whole day, you're going to have a pretty good day. If you're Dragapult and you dodge Gardevoir, you're going to have a pretty good day. Fortunately for both, Gardevoir is the most popular deck in the room today, if we don't count the combination of Golden Go decks. But still, if you count the combination of Golden Go decks, then maybe Raging Bolt has its merit. It does decent against Dragapult, it does decent against, or very good against this Golden Go deck, does quite decent against the other deck. So, I mean, in the end, a lot of your run will be determined by how well you play, but also what matchups you go up against and how well they play their deck as well.
And we'll be able to hear a little bit from Chris now about maybe some of the stories he's had so far in this tournament and what his goals and aspirations are for Raging Bolt in this event. Let's take it down to the lounge and hear from both of them.
Thank you, Adam. Wanjel Sadana here, and I'm here with our round 6 winner, Chris Franco. Chris, absolutely massive win. Congratulations, by the way. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good because, like, I mean, it was very stressful because I was like, oh, I'm gonna be on stream. Oh no, like, so scary. And then he flips over and I'm a ride on. I'm just like, all right, cool. We're probably just gonna win anyways. Like, I mean, I made a few misplays in game 2. Like, there was a world where I didn't hit the knockout in game 2 on the second Sadas, but I drew into a grass energies. But like, I was like, I'm very happy to see that matchup every day.
For sure, for sure. So is it any Miraidon deck, or specifically Miraidon Goldengo? Tell us about your game plan and everything.
I mean, Miraidon, Goldengo, Joltik Goldengo, all those matchups I'm very favored into. I didn't show it on stream, but I actually do have a Cornerstone Ogre Pawn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, whoever wants to know that, I guess, one of my next opponents. But yeah, the Goldengo matchup feels very good. I mean, I keep the Slitherwing in for those two, the Joltik matchups. And yeah, I mean, I've hit 2 Goldengos, a Joltik, and a Joltik Goldengo today. I'm very happy about that.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's
no Guardies.
We'll dodge the Guardies, but just in case you do play a Gardevoir, do you have a game plan?
Usually, it's not a very good matchup, obviously. I try to, like, take 2 prize cards before they take 2 prize cards. I mean, that's just obvious. But, like, I do have a copy of Judge, and I think the only way I can ever get ahead in that matchup is to just go Judge on turn 2 and then like try to energy switch or something and like attack with Raging Bolt, like the little one, and just hope they don't have a response on that turn, and then try to get up to in the game with Prime Catcher or something like that.
Yeah, and sometimes that's enough, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my experience into Guardy, I've beat the majority of the ones I've played against. I mean, sometimes it just comes down to if they have it or not, and Guardy sometimes just doesn't. They don't really have much of an engine other than their supporters, so.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's the nature of your deck, right? Raging Bolt is really good at getting knockouts.
Yeah.
And it's up to you. Oh, I'm going to do what I want to do, and I have a little bit of disruption with the Judge.
Yeah.
Now let's see if you can do anything about that.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of like playing the Iono, but I think the Judge it was a good call this weekend, and it's definitely paid dividends. I won against a really bad matchup earlier today because I just judged them into a no Noctowls, Terrabots, can draw, so.
Yeah, that's a good one, especially after the first fan wrote them.
Yeah, and they put all the Noctowls, and you're like, nah, put them right back, buddy.
Yeah, definitely deny one of those combo heavy decks.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, very cool. And all right, so leading up to this event, why did we decide to bring something like the Raging Bolt to this event?
It's just something I'm very comfortable with. I've been like playing Raging Bolt. I played Raging Bolt at NAIC. I played it to Milwaukee. I think I played it to the event before that.
Okay.
And I've had a good conversion rate. Day 2s have been abysmal, but like it's been pretty good. I really like the Noctowl engine. I feel like if up until rotations, I'm just going to keep playing the Noctowl engine as long as possible. It just feels great.
Yeah, no, makes sense. I mean, the Noctowl engine, absolutely powerful. Being able to find just two trainer cards, excuse me. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense to me. And any other matchups you want to run into besides all the Golden Go's and all the Miraidons?
Generally, I'm kind of scared of the Dragapult matchup just because, like, it can go off the rails really quickly if you don't have a good opening hand. But definitely a lot more confidence in that matchup into Guardy. I also really don't want to see Crustle. But I hit one in round 1 and they double bricked, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I get that out of the way. I'm never going to hit one again, so... Yeah, those are the only 2 decks I don't really want to see. Terrabox is kind of iffy, but I have my strats towards it. I mean, it's not that bad, but not as bad as people say it is, so...
Yeah?
Yeah, mostly Guardy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm a Bolt believer myself. I feel like that deck is absolutely powerful. Again, just the consistency it has, and the fact that it does so much damage.
It works every time, like 75% of the time. So.
And sometimes that's just good enough. Again, big damage, big guy.
I think in game 2 on that stream there, I top decked Nestball on my hand was completely dead. Top deck Nestball, and then use Ogre Pawn, draw a card, draw into another Nestball. And I was like, all right, cool. But without that, like that doesn't work sometimes. It is what it is.
Hey, you need so little, right? With the draw from Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, you have your Muse as well, just in case.
Nestball, Fan Rotom, you're in for the game.
Yeah, definitely. With that, tell me a little bit about how you practice going into this event.
I don't practice at all. I don't go to I haven't gone to a League Cup this season. I went to 1 challenge. I played Raging Bolt there. I mean, that's the extent of testing I have. I don't play TCG Live or anything. I just I watch a lot of stream games, and I guess sometimes I theory craft a little bit, just what other people are gonna play. I look at the meta graphs and stuff, and I was like, I see a lot of the cheese guy and the Celtic, let's just send it. So, I mean, not a whole lot of testing. I don't.
Well, I like it. Sometimes all it takes is good theory modding, and hey, you said it. Sometimes you learn a lot from these streams. You're watching the best players out there, especially around the finals, and
yeah. Sometimes I'll just be up at 3 a.m. just watching some streams, some stream games. So
we appreciate that. With that, before I do let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Right off the top of my head, I'm still kind of jittery, so I don't really have anyone I want to shout out. I guess
friends, family.
I guess shout out the friends that I'm rooming with, as well as I guess the friends I've been able to see all day. I have a lot of friends who are not at this event. They're playing at some other tournaments right now.
Okay.
I wish them good luck on the stream, I guess.
Hey.
Hope you guys pull through. So yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, congratulations in your day 2 again, 6-0 on stream, locked in, right? Actually, what are your thoughts going into day 2? Just one last.
I mean, I'm happy that there's going to be 8 rounds phase 1. I'm locked, so I'd like to win the next few just so I feel like I have a cushion going into day 2. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Hopefully we finish stronger than we usually do with the decks. So yeah, I'm very excited.
All right, I'm excited for you. I'm a Bolt believer. Let's go. All right, with that, we're going to throw it back to the desk now for more Pokemon action.
Now, that was a great interview, but I am now conflicted. How do I feel about the Raging Bolt that I was like, oh, he must have practiced this line of play so much? He's like, no, I don't practice. I'm just theory modding. He's playing in the mind realm.
I mean, I'm also I try to prepare as much as I can by practicing a lot and whatnot. And it's been a minute since I've started 6-0 at a tournament, so maybe I just need to stop practicing, and that'll work out. All theory.
I know, take a lot of pressure off, right? You just go into the tournament saying, I like this deck, I already know how to play this deck, I've studied a lot of streams, and maybe it'll pay off. But Chris, feeling confident, feeling nice and chill, is looking to just collect every win that he can. He's been dodging some bad matchups so far, so that's really great to hear. We'll see if his luck holds up. But also, while all of this hullabaloo was going on, we did have a chance to hear from our audience at home, and they shared some tweets with us. Make sure you're using #PlayPokemon as well to let us know your thoughts about the stream. And look at this. Julian Gortberry says, my girlfriend paired into my mom. What the flip?
I read this the morning when Julian posted this, and I thought it was pretty hilarious. Like, the odds of this happening when there's over 2,600 Masters players, right? I mean, first off, how many players' moms are playing in their events, right?
Apparently just Julian's and maybe Mrs. Szymanski.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would be lovely to see more, right? But it's like, So I don't know. The odds of this happening specifically, it feels scripted, Adam. It honestly feels scripted.
And no matter who you are, you might get matched up against one of the best. We talked about this earlier, Pablo. So I hope they had a lot of fun, certainly.
Look at the lovely photo. I mean, do you feel like Piper's feeling a little, or felt a little bit of pressure, like playing against his girlfriend's?
I don't know if Piper is
mom?
She doesn't strike me as the type that would ever sandbag or take it
true,
easy on an opponent.
For sure.
I think that
no mercy.
I hope they had a great game, but I'm secretly hoping that Piper just got that 1-0 and got a great start and maybe has some momentum in this tournament. And I hope that Mrs. Gort is also enjoying the rest of her tournament run, especially.
Yeah, I mean, it's lovely to see parents being involved with their kids. I know when I was much younger, I would have loved to have my parents involved in the tournaments as well.
Yeah.
This passion that I have for Pokemon. So yeah, this picture is super wholesome for sure. Whoever ended up walking away with a win, I'm sure they had a great time.
And as we move on to our next tweet, we still have a couple more. This one's from Jeremy. This is his kind of new tradition. He has his Badoo that he dresses up and takes around to all the events. Buddy the Badoo makes his return to the 2026 Play Pokemon season. Good luck to all the players itching for their first win here in Pittsburgh.
That's a fancy looking Badoo. Like, that's a fashionable Badoo if I've ever seen one.
Has a little camera and the hat. So much swag on this little guy.
The gold chain as well. Yeah, pretty cool. Playing dress up with the plushies. Like, that's next level, right? We were jealous of VG having all the plushies on their table. Jeremy's bringing it to the next level and playing dress up with.
Oh, yeah. It has the HoloWare now for the Badoo plushie. Yeah. You'll love to see it.
All right. Well, we have round 7 coming up very, very soon. We're going to go ahead and on a break very quickly, but we will be right back with more Pokemon action to close out this phase 1 coming right up.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. I have a very special treat for you, an interview with one of the best Terra Box players out there, Josh Frink. Josh, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing good, Juancho. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. A lot better now that I get to talk about some Terra Box action. Again, so you played in Monterey, yes? And you were able to make top 16?
Yeah, I got 12th place at the Monterey Regional Championship with a funky Terra Box list, I think is fair to say.
Well, funky. Okay, tell us about what makes it funky. What goes into your Terra Box deck? Again, Terra Box is one of those decks where literally almost anything can go into it. That's why it's a box-style deck. What's in yours?
Yeah, so we made a fusion of kind of 2 archetypes, mixing together Terra Box with the Eevee Box deck. My friend Alex Szymanski and I both played it to the World Championship with just a 1/1 line of Eevee. And then for Monterey, we ended up adding in a Flareon EX as well as the Leafeon EX that was already in the deck. So kind of an amalgamation of the Eevee Box and the Terra Box together.
That's very interesting. So 1 Eevee, but 2 evolutions. There is an Eevee Box style, Eevee Box deck, right? But this, again, this is more Terra Box than Eevee Box. Did the Flareon or Leafeon help out during the tournament?
Yeah, so both of them are kind of for pretty specific matchups. Initially, the Leafeon was put in as sort of a helper against like the Grimmsnarl matchup, something like Charizard or Zoroark that have these grass weaknesses. But as we played more and more, we realized that the Leafeon's Verdant Storm attack mixed with Gravity Mountain Stadium is really good against Gardevoir, because Gardevoir, in order to be considered clean, right, needs full HP, which would require 3 energy for attack, 2 energies on Monkey, which does 300 damage off of the Verdant Storm. So with Gravity Mountain, you're one-shotting Guardy. And so it came up a ton in that matchup. And then the Flareon is good in a whole bunch of matchups. It's great against Goldango, which is one of the best decks right now, but against other Pikachus as well. You can break Pikachu's Resolute Heart with Fan Rotom, and then you can Burning Charge to knock it out. 70 plus 130 is exactly 200. And then you can accelerate the energy to your own Pikachu to then make it hard for your opponent to get through that as well, which is a really good combo into things like Joltik Box, Joltik Dango, other Terra Box decks. I don't know what else plays Pikachu. That might be it.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I like it very outside the box. You know, when I'm thinking about, oh, if I'm going to use this Pokemon as a counter to something, a lot of the times it's like, oh, Flareon's a fire guy. Let's knock out some Goldengos. But you gave perfect answers for other types of scenarios. I think that's what's important, that that goes into a box style deck. Sometimes one Pokemon has to have multiple uses, right? All right, now that you've played, again, in the Monterey Regional Championships, you're now in the Pittsburgh Regional. How are you feeling about this tournament? Do you think the meta has shifted at all or whatnot?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay about this tournament. There was a really interesting situation last week where Gardevoir kind of dominated both of the major events. Gardevoir, especially the heavy charm Gardevoir, is kind of a negative matchup for TerraBox, which makes things kind of interesting because those were really the two like most successful decks last weekend. So I think there will be a lot of hate on Gardevoir. TerraBox is good into the decks that are good into Gardevoir, but if there's also hate on TerraBox in the like inclusion of Shaman index, or you know, an uptick in more of the Gardevoir that Abon, Henry, and Rune all played, that could be a problem. So I'm kind of lost for what to play this weekend, but you know, I'll have a 60 submitted by tonight and we'll see how it goes.
Well, you have around 24 hours left to decide on a deck. Maybe something interesting to put into the TerraBox list or whatnot. With that, you know, I do want to, just one last question for you. You know, you do great in building these types of decks. Do you have any advice for someone who's trying to build a box-style deck, or in deck building advice in general?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing, and I'm a coach for the Pokemon TCG, and the biggest thing that I tell all of my students is that the best thing that you can do is you can go on Limitless or anywhere that you can find results from certain decks. You should net deck to some extent, and then if you find problems with the deck, you should be looking for solutions that are specific and intentional, right? So if you see Henry's Guardian, you're like, okay, well, now that this is popular, maybe Tool Scrapper and Goldango is a big problem for me. So that matchup now is maybe negative. And so if that's the negative matchup that you're trying to approach, then maybe you can start to play something that is more like what Riley McKay played to the World Championships with the Flutter and the Devo. You can play something like the Jellicent in the Gardevoir as a means to deal with the Tool Scrapper, because it's much less affected by those sorts of techs, right? And so if you're specific and intentional with looking for solutions to specific problems, that's always going to be the best way to approach new deck building. And you can find some pretty creative solutions to things for sure.
Love that answer. Thank you so much for the advice. With that, anyone when you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, so I want to shout out my testing group. First and foremost, Alex Szymanski. He's the person I've been working with for the longest time. Juancho and Ira as well have been working with us for a little bit for the World Championships and AIC. Blake Ray, Alex Kreckler, Diane Szymanski, Michael Bergerac, and of course my sponsor, the Shuffle Squad. Yeah, I think that's all the shout outs I have, so yeah.
Awesome here. Thank you so much, Josh. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere. Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here once again live from the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. I have a question, though, for everyone playing right now. Goldango is one of the most powerful decks, but it has so many partners. So how about we get a quick survey on who we think is Goldango's best partner? Who do we think?
Okay, whoa. I think that Togekiss is really good right now. Sometimes you gotta get lucky with those coin flips, but drawing extra prize cards is always good.
Sounds good.
I think Joltik is the best one because of the versatilities of the different attackers in the deck.
Aside from the miniature Goldango, which I just consider part of the deck, I'd say no partner. It just feels more consistent that way with nothing else clogging up the bench. You get more of the draws.
I think straight up Goldango is the best. You could make an argument for the Scizor inside of the deck, so it can take out some of the wall Pokemon.
I'm gonna go with Incineroar because Fake Out and Intimidate's pretty good, and they're both very scary to see on the other end.
Huh, I thought you were playing TCG.
It's gotta be itself. It's strong, it's consistent, what else does it need?
It's Togekiss because taking prizes break the game.
Cerula GX because he's really cool.
Besides Genesect, it's probably Togekiss.
I think besides Genesect, probably Ceruledge, just because you can get the energy, make it useful again.
Psyduck when it comes out and is playable for us. If you couldn't tell.
100% Joltik. That little insert put in work. You'll be here.
Very powerful bug for sure.
The best partner for Goldango is Togekiss.
It's either Genesect to make the deck work or Gimmighoul since you can't get it out, right?
That's not fair.
Well, no one else. I'm assuming no one else has said it yet. But if I had to choose Monkey Dory.
Okay, that's a good one. Thank you. These people have so many different opinions for the best partner for Goldango. We're going to have to wait and see what actually comes out on top here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Our 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Championships well underway. 6 Swiss rounds done. 3 more remain today. And we'll see who will be contending for the title of regional champion still this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk for the next couple of rounds by Kyle Sablehouse. We had an exciting start to the day. We've seen some really interesting decks. I'm looking forward to seeing what else we can find through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we know, 40–50% of the meta. It's going to be a lot of those classic decks, but we've had some interesting ones sprinkled in on stream, and maybe we will continue that trend here, as it's starting to get pretty spicy as we move through the rest of Phase 1 here and into Phase 2 in our Round 9 coverage we'll have coming up later on in the tournament. It's a fun new twist to the tournament.
Yeah, for those uninformed, there are 8 rounds of Phase 1. Then if you finish with a certain record, you get into Phase 2 of the event. And the first round of Phase 2, which is Swiss Round 9, will actually be played today in Day 1 of the tournament. So a little bit of a change from last season, but that just means more exciting Pokemon action to watch through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, if everyone who loved Day 2 and maybe missed out on some of those opening rounds, we're going to throw one at you to end the day here in Phase 2. It'll be really exciting to watch and potentially see a player start off at that 9-0 mark. We have a lot of players already doing a great job of that here at, what's this, 6-0 now? It's pretty ridiculous.
Let's take a look at some of those standings here heading into Swiss Round 7. We'll see who our undefeated players are that remain. 15 players still with a perfect 6-0 record, and some extremely familiar names up at the top of this list.
Yeah, start things off with Rahul Reddy. He is on a pretty great run already. Top 16 in the regional in Mexico and looking to push even further now. Makani Tran taking down Abon earlier in this tournament at 5-0, so now 6-0 there too. It's a great run there to continue to push into maybe even more top 8 regionals.
Yeah, we just saw Chris Franco get a win. We saw Owen Dalgard the round before get a win as well. He has now moved to 6-0. And then Liam Halliburton, 6-0, an excellent start. Of course, Liam is the 2022 Seniors Division World Champion. He won the Orlando Regional Championships a couple of seasons ago. He's always a consistent top-level competitor, and he always plays pretty unique decks as well.
Yep, Lance Bradshaw we see very often at a 3-0, 4-0 mark, but he's pushing it a little further this time, 6-0. So maybe he's got something for us this time around. Always great to see Lance doing well at these events.
Absolutely, so many players still in contention. Of course, 8 rounds for Phase number 1, and then we'll whittle it down to just a few players that'll move on into Phase 2 of the event. 8 rounds of Phase 1, 6 rounds of Phase number 2, and then we'll cut down to our top cut.
Yeah, a lot of great action that we have here at this opening North American tournament on stream here in Pittsburgh. We're excited to be back here at this tournament, this venue hall once more, and it is absolutely packed. So many players excited to get the ball rolling here, start to accumulate those points, and build on a new legacy here in 2026.
So these are the standings after Swiss round 6. Let's take a look at what is going to be happening for some of these players here in Swiss round number 7. We'll get a look at some of the key matches we will be keeping our eye on. Christian Labella versus Brandon Salazar is definitely a standout there. Calvin Connor versus Julius Brunfeldt coming all the way from Finland to compete in this event. Jarrett Gamilla versus Andrew Hedrick. So many great matches as we go down this list.
Yeah, I mean, countless. It is so difficult to pick which game goes on stream for us, as there's so many players that are worthy of gracing us at the table, and gotta pick one. This one looked really fun. At the very top there, Kurt Wong and Grant Manley. It will be an exciting match.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. We'll talk about the players' decks once they get seated at the table. I think they're making their way up. Swiss round 7 just about to start. Players making their way through the hall. And these are some of those key rounds in the event. You know, players who are X2-1, still holding on to hope, crossing their fingers that they're going to be able to get to that 5-2-1 record to move into phase 2. Some players, just one more loss or tie will eliminate their tournament run, but there's still plenty more to play for, of course. I mean, some of these players out here, not even in contention for day 2 anymore, but they're still playing for championship points. They're still playing for booster packs and also the pride that comes along with how well you can finish at a regionals.
I mean, we saw the breakdown. There's players that you make it in the top 1,000. You can get a couple of points to bring home and add that to your resume. So you might as well keep on trying at this point, and plenty of players trying to do that. And even if it isn't about that, just building on your performance and taking that into the next regional, that can give you all the confidence you need.
And we've seen it plenty of times before as well. Someone will start X02, you know, with 2 losses early in the day, 1-2, 0-2, whatever it is. Then those players can fight back and make it all the way into top cut. It's happened many times. And for some players as well, I mean, even like an 0-3 start, it doesn't feel good. You're not going to make day 2 anymore, but you can still learn a lot from playing the last few rounds. And a 5-3 record is definitely going to shore you up some championship points if you can win out.
I feel like 2 of Michael Paramawat's regional wins were on the back of those like 0-2-1 performances, and then he just ran it up. And
yeah.
There's no reason to stop playing, so give it your best shot and see what you can do.
Absolutely, no reason to bow out early. There's still a lot of Pokemon to play, and if for nothing else, even if you don't win the rest of your rounds, it's great experience, right? You know, so many players can get discouraged as they're getting into the game. They've got a lot of hopes for their first or second regional championships. Things don't go their way the first couple of rounds. Maybe they're unfamiliar with the tournament operations, you know, leads to some unfortunate mistakes, whatever it may be. If you just stick it out and keep playing, the only way to get better is to keep going and to keep playing, learn more things, gain more experience, and continue to level up as a player.
Yeah, you can meet some new players as well too, make some new friends, maybe make a new testing group because your other one didn't do too well for you there. You could try it out next time.
Calling out the testing group. I feel like there's some like hidden trauma here for you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't trust anyone anymore.
Played Giratina V-Star one too many times, or?
Yeah, you know, well, I mean, nobody followed me on the Giratina, to be fair. It was just me and Justin.
Yeah. We got you a day 2 finish at NAIC a couple years ago.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Not too bad for a Pokedad, if you ask me. Well, it looks like our players are getting set up here for our next round. It's going to be really exciting when we got Kurt Wong on the left, playing a unique Charizard deck with the Noctowl engine and a couple of other interesting attackers as well, up against Grant Manley, a mainstay of the competitive circuit, who is playing Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, Grant, he has a fun story. He has been trying so tirelessly to get back to this point, as he's one of the best players, but just continually runs into what he likes to call bad luck. But often it's a lot of what comes down to his deck choice. He thinks that he made the right call, and then it just does not work out for him. He wanted to give himself the best chance this time around. He thinks that Gardevoir is the play. Finally take some of that variance out of the way and just let him show off his talent.
He's going to have an interesting time of things here up against Kurt's deck. I mean, Kurt is playing Charizard. That matchup, I think, is close, probably slightly Charizard favored, but Gardevoir, of course, one of the strongest decks in the room, has lots of play out of it. But Kurt is also playing Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn EX. Talk to me about this.
Yeah, this is a combination that we have not really seen. There was a little bit of highlight of this. Don't have exactly the results that came along with it, but I believe at the Monterey Regionals, the junior player had a very similar list to this and was seeing a lot of success. And I mean, look at this start though. How do you have success when you prize both Fan Rotom.
That's 2 Fan Rotom for Kurt. He does only play 2. And that is 2 Rare Candy for Grant. He also only plays 2. And 1 Curlia.
And a Curlia.
And a Technical Machine Evolution.
What?
Now, Grant does play 2 TM Evo, and he does still have a Curlia, so we can still see a Gardevoir come into play, but that is not good, Kyle.
Well, I was going to talk about what you can do in this matchup, but who cares? It's all we need to see is a Wellspring taking out some Ralts or Curlia, and this is a goodbye, Mr. Grant.
This could be a rough showing, but Kurt's setup may be stifled by those 2 Fan Rotom prize. We'll have to see who's going first, who can get the better setup. What a interesting start, Kyle. And these are some of my favorite games of Pokemon. You're bound to prize something bad at some point along the way. So how do you navigate the situation you find yourself in? We're getting into this game. It looks like Kurt is going first, and he has navigated himself into the best starter right away, that Ditto.
Yep, if he doesn't find a Pokemon here, ooh, but
I think I think it would fail.
Yeah, well, maybe right now he doesn't have any in play, so I don't like that for him. But yeah, this is a great Pokemon to see as you start off the game. However, he will receive some bad news. He does not have any Fan Rotom to move into his classic approach here, where you want to lay down, get those hoots, and set up for what is a pretty strong opener that you typically see. You have your rare candies, your Charizard, you can get aggressive, you can move into the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and use that in combination with Crispin if your opponent has a couple of lower hit point basics that you want to work on, or if you want to soften up some of these EX Pokemon.
So Kurt's getting a little bit of bad news here. No Fan Rotom. We saw him automatically pulling all those Noctowl and Hoot pieces to the front. Not going to be able to get a bunch of those into his hand, but this transformative start Ditto will open up the entirety of his deck. He can grab any basic Pokemon he wants and put it into the active spot. Now the question is going to be, what will that Pokemon be? Will he go aggressive and try to pull off a Rare Candy Charmander play? Will he go with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon? And it looks like he has given us the answer. It is going to be a Hoot found.
Yeah, is that like the most interesting tell for Grant? I feel his mind exploding at this point. when you see Hoot of all Pokemon taken, you don't see a Fan Rotom, but this is the right call for Kurt. He has the Air Balloon. He has already the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in hand. He's got plenty of resources, and he just wants to gravitate over to that Noctowl. If you have Hoot in play, you feel a little safer.
No Charmander is a thing to note for Kurt, as he does pass the turn over now to Grant Manley. Grant here sitting with the Earthen Vessel in hand. That can get rid of a Psychic Energy in hand, the perfect place to put those cards. Not before he kicks things off with an Artisan.
Yeah, Artisan, double-edged sword, as your opponent did not set up very much, and you will give over some of those basics, but this is what you do when you're a Gardevoir player. You care more about your setup than anything else, and it's important that you see these basics early on. We'll also find out the news that we found out with those prize cards. It's going to be an uphill battle for Ralts and friends.
Yeah, it could be tough for Grant to get a Gardevoir in play here, but if he is able to, he'll feel pretty decent about his position, I feel like. So, especially as he starts to take prize cards, he'll be able to find those rare candies, and then that'll become more Gardevoirs in the future. This Earthen Vessel will discard a Psychic Energy, the perfect place to put it, and then gets a pair of Psychic Energy into hand. Other than that, though, in his hand right now, Kyle, I didn't see much else. I think he's got an Iono.
That's what I saw.
A couple Energy.
Yeah, you start to worry. If this were an Arven kind of setup, you'd see Secret Box and everything flying around, all the Psychic Energies to go along with it. It does not look like that is the case. So might as well grab these energies, throw them down to the bottom, because that means you have a better chance at seeing, what, some more basic Pokemon? That's what you need here.
It is definitely what he needs here, so that we'll see probably the Iono before the Artisan usage, trying to maximize the potential to get as many basics in play as possible, and an attachment as well to Pheasantipity. For a couple reasons, I would assume it can just retreat next turn, but also, hey, if he lucks into that one Technical Machine Evolution, that would feel pretty nice. There's a Ralts. Is there one more card to come? Evolution one time? No.
Not the most unluckiest player ripping the TM Evo on the number 6. Couldn't be him.
Oh, and a really interesting card there I see in Grant's hand, Iron Bundle. I don't think that's a card I've ever seen in a Gardevoir list. What do you think of that?
Yeah, he didn't mention that one. That's a very interesting addition to the deck, and I could see how that could be pretty helpful in a lot of situations where your opponent just sticks the high hit points and mid-stage, end of the game, whatever it may be. You can just move that around and feel a little more comfortable.
You know what else it's probably going to be good against for Grant through this tournament?
Let's hear it.
Those Gardevoir opponents that are all playing Jellicent in their deck now.
Yeah, get this out of my way so I can play my items, please.
That is going to work out probably pretty decently for Grant if he finds himself playing against one of those. But, of course, he's got to get through this situation he finds himself in first. Don't think he's got much else here in the hand. A pair of Ralts and a Monkey Dory, really not a bad setup. If he had an evolution, it would be perfect. Now he's just debating, does he want to retreat here? Does he want to get this Pheasantipity out of the active spot? And it will be into the Monkey Dory, and is that it? A pass.
Okay. Well, at least it wasn't Ralts. That'd be really bad here. We can see with Noctowl, you're not ever too far away from Wellspring, Ogerpon, getting in the mix and starting to take some prize cards, and we're pretty much there.
With the Ultra Ball, Kurt probably can pull off the full combo to go for the Torrential Pump. But the Torrential Pump is probably not... He might leave himself in an awkward spot if he were to go for it. It's something he's got to balance here. But from an Ultra Ball, Noctowl can get the Crispin that he plays, plus that Sparkling Crystal A-Spec. Do you think it would be worth it for him to use that Torrential Pump right now this turn?
Well, even if you do, maybe you just refuse to do the shuffling aspects and just keep the energies in play.
120 to the active, yeah.
As it doesn't seem like taking one Ralts off the board would do very much for you, and you want to have that consistent stream of attackers. And without a Charmander in sight, you need a little more time.
Yeah. Will just be a more setup-oriented play, it looks like, as Buddy Poffin is found, and a Crispin, so can at least maybe use that to get some energy cards into play. And off this Buddy Poffin, he'll be able to search his deck for any basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, probably get another couple Hoot Hoots into play, and it looks like a Charmander will also hit the field.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at this deck, it's so interesting that this is where Charizard finds itself in the format. It needed the inclusion of a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon of all cards, but this does make sense for what this deck likes to do. It's attacking early enough, forcing the pressure. If you don't deal with this threat, then I'm going to continue to take over the board state. And if you do handle this, then you just charged up my Charizard to knock out most EXs in the game right now.
It is interesting that Kurt grabbed Crispin as his supporter for turn. This will allow him to search his deck for 2 energy of differing types. He gets to put 1 into the hand and attach 1 to one of his Pokemon. An extra attachment for turn, extremely powerful effect. But he's not going to be able to pop off and totally utilize it here. He's not going to pull off an attack this turn, unless he wants to go for corner on the Monkey Dory, and that could be kind of interesting.
Yeah, a little saw block every once in a while, never hurt nobody. You don't need to do very much right now. Getting the energy established on the Wellspring Ogerpon is great, because if you have that in combination with the Crystal and then a boss's orders, you could still go after a double Ralts Kirlia combination and remove both those Pokemon next turn.
And it will be a retreat into Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Sob will ensure that Monkey Dory is unable to retreat for Grant on this coming turn. Now, for Grant, what is he able to find? I still, yet again, see no Arven, but he is going to use the Hyper Blower of that Iron Bundle, force Kurt to send a different Pokemon into the active spot. Kurt will choose to push this Charmander, and now Grant will go for Artisan.
Yes, it's just so interesting. Kurt probably not prepared to make that type of decision in this moment, but that's where he's left, and it does slow him down. It's a spot where you really wanted to keep the Wellspring in the active spot and threaten to have the energy along with your Sparkling Crystal and a boss's orders put a bunch of pressure on Ralts, and you see Grant identifying that even though the Charmander's in the active, you still want to have that third Ralts and guarantee that you have a little bit of longevity.
Yeah, less so than being aggressive with the bundle, which I'm sure Grant is able to do with this deck sometime. This is just him trying to buy more time, him trying to get stabilized and get set up, and a great way to get set up is finding the pink card, Secret Box from the Iono.
Yep, did not find all the psychic energies to go with it, but honestly, you see one and you get excited. It's all you really need. Plenty to come with this, but I mean, you're still not doing terribly much. It would just be a Kirlia at this point.
Yeah, can get at least a Kirlia in play, and maybe he's debating actually just Ultra Balling for the Kirlia, because Ultra Ball was another card he found to save the Secret Box for next turn.
Yeah, and when you have the third Ralts, you probably feel a little more comfortable about your spot here, but this is a risk, because we know without the rare candies, without the other Kirlia, you are at a risk with the Kirlia being knocked out. You guarantee that there is no Gardevoir on the following turn.
And I think this right here is a great example of why checking your prize cards is so important in the Pokemon TCG, because I think many players would have just ripped the secret box right there, gone to get the Technical Machine Evolution, and then found out, oh, I only have one Kirlia. So because Grant knew a Kirlia was prized, he's able to make this play, save his secret box for a future turn.
Yeah, and then there was a world too where you use secret bots, find some additional resources, then Ultra Ball. You can go Kirlia, TM Evolution, get the Gardevoir down, but you just have to remember you're still playing against a Charizard deck. Rare Candy Charizard Boss's Orders removes that Gardevoir, and you are completely decimated from that point. So Grant, finding that middle play here, and you have to feel a little more comfortable with that secret box in hand.
And let's see what Kurt is able to do from this position here. Ultra Ball does get rid of Chi-Yu and a basic Fire Energy. And that's a lot of energy hitting the discard pile now for Kurt, so another piece that he'll need to manage through this game. Looks like he's debating between a Charizard and a Noctowl. What are you seeing here in his hand?
There's not much else to go along with this, but when you see that you just have one Hoot Hoot, maybe it is just Charizard. You could have an additional resource for next turn, but you're really going to be limited from this point afterwards. You need to just bank on the hit points of Charizard keeping you around for an additional turn. You don't need to do too much else other than attack.
Rare Candy into Charizard EX. Infernal Rain pulls 3 basic Fire Energies from the deck and puts them into play however Kurt would like. There's a pair and a third one now being found. Also do, of course, have to give a little bit of a shout out to those sweet reverse holo Heart Gold, Soul Silver era rare candies right there.
Yep. Hey, you see that flex, and you already know it's a man after my heart.
And I can tell you one person who does not care about the artwork, and that is Grant Manley.
Grant, yeah.
Could care less that his opponent's playing Heart Gold, Soul Silver Energy, but a little bit of respect.
Get that distraction off my screen.
Exactly. But Kurt is the one who will strike first now. KO the Monkey Dory. And what is Grant's answer going to be? He has Secret Box in hand. Fezandipity EX will be online. Flip the script this turn. And a draw for turn is a Night Stretcher. Could see a Monkey Dory come right back into play. How's he going to navigate this? There's no Drifloon for Grant to take advantage of here. What do you think you'd like to see?
Right. As far as what you can handle this turn, Charizard's hit points are basically out of reach. You don't have an answer to that Pokemon, so you can switch over to a different strategy and try to target down something else with Scream Tail. You can maybe go after the draw engine that you see with the Hoot Hoot and remove that Pokemon from play, but you have to be very careful at this point to not walk into the Gardevoir Charizard mix.
I feel like so often in these situations we see the players go for a Mind Bend, try to slow the opponent down, and right here the math will actually line up pretty nicely for Grant with the 20 damage he put on this Charizard earlier. A Mind Bend, that puts it up to 60. Excuse me, that's 60 more damage. That puts it up to 80. That means a Technical Machine Devolution later in the game could sneak a prize card.
Yep, not bad at all. We could see.
Oh, look at all these energy.
that line up, and with Secret Box, it's not a bad place to see your energies.
Yeah, well, not the darkness energies, though. That's kind of the issue here for Grant. You want to discard those Psychics, but the Darks are such a nice resource. Now, Grant is playing 4, calling back to the Bradner and Henry Chow list from NAIC. Wants to make sure he can use Monkey Dory as much as possible, but has to be mindful of how many he discards. And he's grabbing Ultra Ball off of this Secret Box. He's not going to have many cards left in his hand.
Start to get nervous with that, but TM Evolution, Artisan as well, so basically just finding the fodder for Ultra Ball. The Secret Box might just be a Pokemon search at this point.
Now I think Grant here is just debating what supporter to grab. Sure, he could research, discard his hand, draw a bunch, or Arvin try to set up, or Iono try to slow things down for Kurt. And I think more importantly for Grant here is hold on to the resources. He's got Darkness Energy in hand. He's got Night Stretcher. Maybe doesn't want to discard those right now.
Yeah, to find those Dark Energies later on would be nice. You also saw a little bit of a tell from Kurt in the previous turn where really was debating if Charizard was the right call there or going for the Noctowl, as no other Pokemon really made much sense in that spot. And that does lean into your opponent not having that great of a hand. And I understand the debate that comes along with that when you think, well, Iono would help me.
Grant will be able to establish the Gardevoir, evolves the Kirlia up, has a Darkness Energy to attach to that Monkey Dory, and Iono can be used as his supporter, putting Kurt down to 5 cards. Grant will still draw 6.
Not much else needed at this point. You could see some Psychic Energies and be helpful if they could hit the discard pile at some point in time, but for now, just to have those along with the Professor's Research for the following turn, not too bad. Energies will come into play. That means we'll see some damage. Mindbend lined up, and now the only question is where do you put this damage? He likes the Charmander. All right.
I mean, I think this is just Grant keying in on what he's setting up for, and that is Technical Machine Devolution.
Yeah.
If Kurt does get another Charizard into play, this other Charmander could be hit. Once it becomes a Charizard, Technical Machine Devolution can effectively take 2 prize cards, a board wipe play lined up.
Yep. It's holding on to those energies with the dark energies on the Monkey Dory. If that Pokemon remains in play, you will have access to throw damage onto the other side of the board, take some of these board clearing knockouts. And if you're just playing against a Wellspring Ogerpon at the end of the day, you feel pretty comfortable that that thing won't at least win. It can disrupt, but winning is a lot trickier.
We've gone past, I think, the point of the Wellspring Mask being a huge threat for Kurt here. There was a time where it was the scariest thing that Grant could have seen on the other side of the board, but now that Gardevoir EX is into play, he'll feel a little bit better about it. Kurt will use Ultra Ball, discards the Professor Turo's Scenario and a Psychic Energy, searching his deck for any Pokemon, adding it to the hand, and it will be a Noctowl using Jewel Seeker to find out a couple of trainer cards, another blinged out rare candy, big shout outs there, and one more trainer card can be found still. As Kurt, what do you think you'd like to see him do this turn with this confused Charizard? How does he navigate that situation?
I mean, it's almost looking like retreat time at this point with the Super Rod play to bring those energies back afterwards, but may just have enough energies anyways to have this Charizard lined up, retreat into that, and attack through.
Oh, he only has 1. He had just 1 energy left in the deck. So now he can retreat Night Stretcher to get the attack off. Is that the move?
It may have to be at this point. There's
what we're
not
stuck
much
with.
else. He's running out of fuel. 3-card hand to work with. Resources dwindling. And there is a stretcher, and it looks like a Crispin and Boss's orders to go along with this.
And this can be a problem with these Noctowl Engine decks. Yes, very powerful. You get to pull off really cool combos, but you're not often advancing your hand. And Kurt here is able to pull off a combo, but his next couple of turns, where is he going to go? That's the question he'll have to figure out.
Yep, it's just so many different ways to navigate, but it's as simple as a confusion can just really throw a wrench into your plan here. However, you can just move past this. You have the energies you can retreat through. You have the new Charizard now, and it's a great attacker lined up, ready to go. It's just you're banking on top decks after this point.
Charizard retreats into the other Charizard, and Boss's orders brings Gardevoir EX into the active spot. Taking 2 prizes, Kurt down to just 3 remaining. Grant Manley still yet to take a prize card. Draw for turn here. He's got a pretty large amount of cards in hand. He does have Pheasantipity EX online as well, but he is staring down the mighty Charizard EX. What situation, what move is he going to go for? It looks like the first thing is Night Stretcher to bring back a Kirlia from the discard pile, his only Kirlia, and evolve one of these Ralts.
There's not much else that you can do at this point. You have your Monkey Dory. You're prepared to confuse once more. 80 damage on both of these Charizard EX puts you in a great spot for that TM Devolution. And yeah, he's just going to go for another Monkey Dory. Having an energy on this Pokemon, it just means that you can go into more confusion if you need to, as you see Kurt just grasping at attackers, trying to close out and get over the finish line.
Yeah, Kurt went for the Gardevoir KO, but left Grant, of course, with this Monkey Dory. A bench of the Lily's Clefairy EX does get an energy attachment as well, and then Professor's Research, discarding the hand to draw a bunch more cards. Pheasantipity's flip the script, draws 3 more from the top. That is 10 cards now in Grant Manley's hand. Lots of options to work with, and there is that TM Devo.
Yeah, I don't dislike this either. The energy to the Lily's Clefairy means that if you do handle both of these Charizards like you expect to on the following turn with TM Devolution, you have the Lily's Clefairy to clean up on the Wellspring Ogerpon and take that Pokemon off the board, so long as there's enough Pokemon in play or enough Monkey Dories to move damage around.
Back over now to Kurt with one Hoot Hoot in play. Does he have a Noctowl to find a way out of this? He does play an Air Balloon, so that could provide the free retreat option, and he could find it here off of this Jewel Seeker, but then what's he going to attack with?
It's not pretty. It's so complicated from this point because you've already dedicated so many resources to these Charizards. Both of them are about to be knocked out, so how do you put on enough pressure to threaten to win a game so that your opponent doesn't have a TM Devolution turn? That's really what you're looking at this point.
Looks like it will be Sparkling Crystal, the A-Spec of choice, and Air Balloon grabbed out of the deck for Kurt. If he has a boss's orders, he could take out both Kirlia and Ralts right now. He did just play a boss last turn. Let's see if he maybe has another one here. He is going for the Torrential Pump. He's committing.
Yeah, I don't even dislike boss's orders into Kirlia, knock out the Energy Monkey Dory at this point if you need to.
Sure.
But it's not great. You're leaving damage on board into a Monkey Dory. You see the Charizards waiting to be KO'd potentially here, but was this enough? As you still see Sparkling Crystal, but there's no threats on the other side. And if you TM Devolution, you just walk into a pile of Noctowls that can come back down.
That is a downside here because Grant should know that if he uses TM Devo, there's a 100% chance that Kurt will be able to Torrential Pump once again. And Kurt does only have 2 prize cards remaining.
Do you think 6 cards would be enough to help him get over the finish line?
I wonder if Grant's move has to be like counter catcher the Charizard EX with nothing on it and stall for a turn, try to hope that that's going to be enough.
Yeah, you can get a count on how many energies are available and maybe feel a little better there, but you just saw the energy shuffled back in with the Wellspring. We know Crispin's in hand, so retreating this Pokemon would at least be there.
Depends on, how many energy are still available in the deck. Looks like a bunch are already discarded. Night Stretcher's already down as well. So, I mean, there is a world where that could be Grant's best play. Also, with Crispin, there have to be 2 different types of energy in the deck as well. If you only pull 1 out of the deck with Crispin, you just add it to your hand. You have to pull 2 out in order to get that full effect of attaching 1.
Well, let's see if we can put it together then. It's 2 Psychic, 2 Fire in play. So it's a Fire and a Water that was shuffled back from the Wellspring. So 2 energy for Crispin would be available for a retreat on the Charizard, which would still be pretty dominant.
Yeah, this one is looking rough for Grant. He will go for the Night Stretcher here to get a Kirlia into play, just hoping he can get a Gardevoir EX in a future turn. He's actually going to bring up the Noctowl as the choice. We know Turo's already been used, and I think Grant is not feeling great. You can tell by his body language here. He's going to bring up this Noctowl and go for the Devolution, taking a couple of prize cards. It does bring all these Noctowl back to hand, but maybe he's hoping that this Noctowl, I guess this does work out, right? Kurt can't Crispin to the Ogerpon attached for turn and still retreat this Hoot Hoot. So
right.
I think Grant found the way here. Air Balloon is already down as well.
Yeah, moving this Pokemon no longer as easy as it once was. There is the copy of Latias, but I'm not sure if we've seen that Pokemon just yet.
No, I don't think we have, and I think we will here very soon. Nestball will find that Latias out of the deck. Kurt here back in the deck now with a Jewel Seeker. He is also eyeing Super Rod up. So a combination of Super Rod, some energies back, Nestball for the Latias.
Yeah.
And then Crispin to reestablish. I think Kurt is going to have this game locked up.
Yeah, with...
Wait. He played Crispin. Oh, he's got the 2. Okay.
He should still be there. He got plenty of Jewel Seekers to find an answer to.
Yeah.
But, a Wellspring somehow, some way closes things out. And what a ridiculous way to win a game here. Just attacking with Charizards, and then de-evolves into a bunch of Jewel Seekers.
Yeah, prizing double rare candy and a Kirlia, that has got to be really unlucky.
Yeah.
But Kurt, able to navigate things. I was a little worried with that Crispin because he grabbed the Super Rod, and I was like, oh, he's got to put the energies back first. He played the Crispin first, but no, did have exactly those 2 energies remaining. Works out perfectly. Let's get into a replay of that game number 1. The opening turns for these players were a little back and forth on the setup, but Kurt was the one who was able to strike first. Charizard EX, Burning Darkness KOs Monkey Dory, and then a couple of confusion turns for Grant. Kurt had to navigate his board a little interestingly, but Boss's orders KOing the Gardevoir really put on the pressure, and Grant was unable to make another Gardevoir for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we just saw back and forth here with Kurt now just switching over his strategy completely after the TM devolution. Has to roll right back into the Wellspring Ogerpon, and he's got plenty to get the job done there, as he has access to basically everything in his deck from that point. And for Grant, you have to wonder, is he working on perfect information at this point? Because there's a lot to consider in this deck, and I don't think everyone knows a full 60 Charizard Noctowl list.
No, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not working with perfect information here. We are getting into this game. It actually looks like Grant has chosen to go first. Oftentimes we see these Gardevoir players choosing second, valuing their own setup. What do you think about this move, Kyle?
Well, this might just speak to being behind in this spot. You want to have a chance to evolve that Kirlia and then use the TM evolution. So just buy that additional turn, that preservation that you have against a Wellspring Ogerpon. That's a card that he was really worried about, but of course he didn't feel like playing Shaman in his list, didn't want to throw away some of his additional help.
Just an attachment of the energy for turn to the Monkey Dory and a pass, but Grant did put Artisan into play, and that is always a feels bad thing to do whenever you're playing against a Fan Rotom deck.
Yeah, there is a lot waiting for him on the other side now. Buddy Poffin, along with the Artisan, plenty of setup here, and this is the true power. We didn't even see this from game one with the double Fan Rotom prize. This time around, Kurt should have plenty of resources and a lot more threatening of a board.
See what he gets established here. Lily's Clefairy EX in the prize is not relevant in this matchup, but an interesting tech for the weekend, I imagine, for the Dragapult decks out there. Take some one-hit KOs, navigate a couple prizes with the Wellspring Mask. Seems like a pretty interesting lineup. A couple supporters that could come up off of the many disruption supporters that we will likely see from Grant through this game.
Yeah, it's fun to see this Charizard used as a way to accelerate energies instead of as a main attacker, as we so often see it. But this is one of those matchups where you have to really lock in on one or the other. If you want to use it for the energies, the Wellspring has to be knocking out combinations of Ralt and Kirlia. If it isn't, just use the high hit points, use that darkness typing that you have, and run over Gardevoirs.
We do see the Ditto come down. An attachment of an energy for turn could lead to that transformative start, getting any Pokemon into the active spot. But with the Darkness Energy attached, whatever Kurt puts up here could be getting confused, so can't really just go for the Wellspring Mask right away. We'll see what he gets. He actually, I guess he has to go for the Wellspring Mask.
Yeah, with this,
with all the with his bench being full, right?
Right, exactly. If there was maybe an extra space, you could consider like Latias and then moving into the Wellspring later on. But with this, it's not as fun. Does have the Area 0 underdepths to go along with this, so could have a pretty strong setup moving forward. But this opening 60 damage is not going to feel fun.
And that is what Grant is going to eye up right away as an option. And look at that Professor's research. You can tell by Grant's reaction and body language there, he's not pumped to throw all those Darkness Energy away.
It's literally the I don't want to play with this anymore meme, just over and over again for Grant. He cannot find a way out here. Looks like he does have the Kirlia, so can't complain too much. But it's just holding on.
He's got the Kirlia. He has Ultra Ball to go grab another Ralts if he wants it, and he will go for it. Discards an Iono and a basic Psychic Energy. The energy going down, of course, is good.
Yeah, it makes you feel a little better about the 2 Dark Energies sitting in your discard pile. As how unlucky could you get? But we'll have 1 Psychic Embrace to lean into, but finding that Gardevoir might be trickier now.
There is the Mind Bend of the Monkey Dory, 60 damage, and this active Wellspring Mask is confused. So Kurt could find a way to still power up a Wellspring Mask all in one turn. If it's attacking with the active one, though, he's going to have to flip for that confusion.
Yeah, and at this point, you see the Gardevoir in the discard pile. You see your opponent really struggling to get set up here. If you shift over with this Noctowl, find Rare Candy and Boss's Orders, take out Kirlia, you might feel comfortable with that alone.
Yeah, I could see that being a decent play. Then again, the Monkey Dory would just come right back up and confuse the Charizard. So that's one of the interesting things about the mind bend of Monkey Dory. I mean, confusion doesn't mean you can't attack. You could still go for it, but players play so aggressively around the potential of getting hit by their own attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's decimating to see on the other side. You just lose an opportunity to attack your opponent. You give them that additional 30 damage that might be the difference in a knockout or a devolution KO at some point. You just don't want to ever sacrifice that.
We will see Rare Candy into Charizard. Infernal Rain pulls a couple of energy out of the deck. One can go to the active as a retreat option as well. Doesn't even need Latias. Can still, of course, retreat even while being confused. And sure enough, 2 to the bench, 1 to the active. And we will see the Infernal Rain. And I did see the Boss's Orders in Kurt's hand. Will he go after the Kirlia? That is the question.
Yeah, it's hard to say at this point. I feel like you should, being that you have the Ultra Ball for the following Noctowl into air balloon combos and moving back into this Wellspring. You might be able to target down that other Ralt and take that off the board too. There should be plenty for you.
Yeah, and you can tell Grant is not pumped to see that. Meagerly pushing up the Kirlia, getting KO'd, pushes up his own Monkey Dory. And now he's left with just a Ralt and a Monkey Dory.
As soon as you already know what supporter you want, the top deck gives you a research and makes you even more confused with your life.
And I think Grant will lean into the research here now with the Ultra Ball. Now able to find Pheasantipity EX. Research can find 7 new cards, Pheasantipity 3 more.
10.
Yeah,
I like 10.
That is 10.
He should be able to find something with 10.
And he could find Rare Candy Gardevoir as well, if he wanted it. But I don't even know how good putting Gardevoir in play would be right now. It actually would probably be kind of bad.
Yeah, it's not an ideal spot, being that you still see the Hoot Hoot. The Wellspring Ogerpon's available to knock out the Ralt, so you're kind of back and forth on what is the safest way to preserve this Pokemon. Is it keeping it low hit points and not a threat, or is it throwing all the hit points out there and Charizard wanting to attack after this Pokemon?
Looks like Grant did find Earthen Vessel and also Secret Box. So that, of course, unlocks plenty of options now for him. Will be Earthen Vessel first, getting a couple energies out, and probably a flip the script before the Secret Box. See what you're going to get before you fully commit to pulling specific cards off. What else do you think Grant would like to find here?
It just speaks to what he needs to do at this point. Is it find the Gardevoir because you already see the Charizard in the active spot? You can confuse it and feel a little more comfortable that it's not going to be a boss kind of turn, because boss Rare Candy Charizard's a little more difficult to make happen. Or do you force your opponent's hand? As long as you have another Ralt in play, though, maybe that is where you go.
Yeah, I think finding another Ralt here would be really strong for Grant. He can get the Artisan off of his Secret Box. I actually think he may have the Artisan in hand at the moment. Let's see, and he did prize a Kirlia again here, so he can't even get Kirlia. It's going to have to be a Rare Candy play next turn. He could see a Night Stretcher potentially off the Secret Box. Yeah, kind of, it's just not looking great here for Grant. This matchup seems kind of tough, honestly, for Gardevoir after seeing it play out here now.
Right. If it's Pidgeot, he just places enough damage with Monkey Dory onto a Pidgey and removes it from play, and the devolution in combination with Iono just ruins the board and the game's over. But because it's Noctowl, the devolution is so helpful that it just gives your opponent win on board at the end of the game. You have to avoid that. And then how do you dance around the damage at this point? He doesn't play Bravery Charms. He's not going to preserve resources in that fashion. The hit points, it is just really tricky to keep a board around.
It almost feels like he has to go for like a KO, the Teal Mask into a devolution play. You know, take that Terra Pokemon out of play, make it not a threat, so that when you Devo, Jewel Seeker's not going to be an option, or hope that it won't be at least.
Right. And it's just something that you can see Kurt play around at some point. He can always bring back the Wellspring if there's enough damage on it to where he tries to set up for a Monkey Dory move with the damage. He could play a Turo down and save that Pokemon. So it's just so many things that Kurt can think about because he is Charizard, but he's also Terabox.
Right. Yeah, it's a really cool build to get to see on display here from Kurt. You can see how it lines up nicely into this matchup. You can think through how it could line up nicely into some of the other popular matchups in the room, how the Dragapult could work out for you as a matchup that you can play into. But we do see that Mind Bend confusing the Charizard. What kind of answers does Kurt have?
Yeah, well, with just the one Noctowl, it seems a little more tricky to set up for the perfect turn, but maybe there's something there. If you have Rare Candy Charizard, you could throw the 2 fires onto the Wellspring, find the water, and then go boss for the Curlier Ralts. But is all of that there with Noctowl?
Yeah. It's a lot of pieces to find. He does have Air Balloon, so that's something he's eyed up as an option off this Jewel Seeker. Of course, now...
He's got Energy Search in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some pieces.
Jewel Seeker searching for 2 trainer cards. Air Balloon is eyed up as the first one. Potentially not locked anything in quite yet. Rare Candy being considered as well now. Looks like Rare Candy. And what was that card? Is that a Night Stretcher? It's a
Super Rod.
Super Rod.
Okay.
By retreating these energies off, putting them right back into the deck.
And that means we're likely going to stick with the Charizard EX as the attacker then. You can retreat, move those energies back into the deck, bring out your new Charizard, load up onto both of those Charizard EX, have another one ready to retreat into for the next Mind Jack.
Ooh, does play Super Rod though. Is there, oh, there's already a couple of fire energies in the discard pile, so that'll work out to put the 3 different energies back in. Having the Psychic go back is nice for some Crispin plays down the line, so that makes sense. And Rare Candy into the second Charizard EX. This game is playing out eerily similarly to game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the most optimal way to do this, though. The retreat was better. Yes, the Psychic energy is preserved if you feel like you'll use the Lily's Clefairy at some point, but there's already a fire energy in the prizes. It's just 2 energies being pulled here that we could have seen an additional energy on the Wellspring or the Charizard.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. I do wonder if he wants to make sure that there's the Psychic in the deck for Crispin later, right? Because you do have to pull 2 different types of energies out.
Sure.
That could be something that he's weighing here as an option. So maybe he, even if he had put the 3rd fire back, he'd have wanted to.
I kind of just want energy on board here, Chip. This is.
Yeah.
I want another Charizard to attack.
Well, it also works out nicely if he's just going to use. Oh no, he didn't take the Air Balloon, right? So he's going to go for Iono, sending both players' hands to the bottom. He will only get 5 cards here, Kurt, and Grant will get a fresh hand of 6 to work with. Let's see what he draws into.
Oh, he finds the Air Balloon.
Did he really? Found the Air Balloon off the Iono, so this ends up paying off and working out perfectly. All those energies get to stay into play.
Wow. Best of both worlds there.
Now, the good thing for Grant here is that Curlia did not go down. So he will be able to establish a Gardevoir EX if he wants to. And I do have to wonder, that is kind of a big if. Because Gardevoir EX is just an easy target. Now, Kurt doesn't have any Hoot-Hoots in play. It's all Noctowls. So if Grant can go for an Iono plus Confuse, maybe Kurt gets stuck for a turn, has to retreat.
Well, this is where perfect information would work out fairly well for Grant. This list only has 2 Rare Candy for Kurt. And you've seen both Charizards out. So if you have Gardevoir's hit points in combination with never seen a Charizard EX ever again.
Sure.
I don't care if Charmander's still around with 2 fire energies. That's a pretty great space to be.
Yeah, and I wonder if Grant has to make that call at some point and say, oh, my opponent only plays 2 Rare Candy and lean into that.
How do they fit all of this?
Right.
I mean, you have to make cuts at some point, and it is on the Rare Candies. Just enough to get this card into play, accelerate the energies, but this is the risk.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see a Gardevoir TM Devo play here. That's a good call out from you. It would, of course, unlock so much potential for Kurt with all those Noctowls going back, but like you said, no Charizard attack lined up. That would be pretty nice.
Yeah, it's just Wellspring and a Dream from there. The Lily's Clefairy isn't an option right now with that in the prizes, so.
Yeah, what would Kurt even attack with the rest of the game?
The attackers are embarrassing at that point, and it's always going to include Crispin, which means that you don't have to worry about your Gardevoir's hit points in the active. It would always be 1 prize at a time sniping away at the bench.
Kurt does play a Terapagos EX, so that's another thing to consider. That's something that can come in and do a decent amount of damage, but it can't get through a Gardevoir. Psychic Embrace after a rare candy on the benched Kirlia, or the benched Ralts into a Gardevoir, does put a little bit of damage into play. And a pair of energies, 2 on the bench, 1 onto the active Kirlia. We're going to see 3 damage counters moved over to that Charizard, a retreat into the Monkey Dory, and we're doing the mind bend thing once again.
It didn't work last time.
It did not.
Let's try it again. But you know what? You've seen a ton of resources. You've seen the air balloon. You've seen 4 energies already on board. Is there even the energies to use the Wellspring?
If there's no boss's orders this turn from Kurt, I think Grant is actually in an okay spot. But if Kurt has a boss, this could get a little tricky for Grant to navigate. He has already played 1 boss. He does only play 2 copies in his list. I think there is just the 1 boss in the discard pile. And that's actually a really funny interaction. The Sparkling Crystal does work onto the Charizard EX. And sure enough, confirmation there, just 1 boss's orders in Kurt's discard pile. None in the prizes, but he did not have 1 in hand. Has to go for Judge as his supporter for turn.
Chip, I don't know. Like when you think about what Kurt's able to do on the following turn, if there is a TM devolution, damage moved over to the Charizard, remove both those Pokemon from play.
Yep.
You just put down your crystals, so your Wellspring is not attacking for 1 or 2 prize cards at that point. You were all in on Terapagos, and that doesn't feel fun.
Maybe the only play Kurt has after Grant's upcoming turn, but Grant is going to have to piece it together here. He's got his back against the wall. 6 prizes down to 3. 2 fully powered up Charizard EX into play. Can he find Technical Machine Devolution? And he already has it in hand.
He's got the hit points of the Gardevoir. This is what we spoke on the previous turn, so it's still very relevant here. 3 prize cards remaining for Kurt, so he can hang on for a little longer. Already has the damage ready to roll, but if you want a Psychic Embrace, see a few more cards, might as well get those energies into play and be ready. But you don't have to do too much. It's just push the damage over to this Charizard, remove them both from play, and wait to see how Kurt uses his resources. He's just got the 2 Hoot Hoots and a Dream.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Grant could have lined things up a little differently with his damage last turn. He's probably playing around the potential of a 3rd rare candy. If he knew there was only 2 rare candy for sure, he probably could have KO'd one of these Hoot Hoots this turn and left the Charmander in play, right? Because you know the Charmander is not going to be useful.
Right. No, that's a great point too. It's just that perfect information. If he knew what he was up against here, I feel like he could navigate it a little cleaner, but that is not the case. He's still going to come up with a great play here, though. And although the Jewel Seekers are back, Kurt is working with not very much. This is a Wellspring Ogerpon. A lot of energies down.
And this could be a really, really interesting end to this game. 7 minutes left in the round. Grant is mounting a pretty sizable comeback here. Kurt does have 3 prize cards remaining, so let's think through what the prize map might look like for him. If he can take out one of these Monkey Dory and then use his Terapagos and his last boss's orders to KO the Pheasantipity, that's how he could close the game out. The question is just going to be, where does that extra 1 prize come into play?
Yeah, and with the way that the energies were spaced out previously, he was all in on reusing that Charizard on the following turn. The Crystal went there. He preserved the energy by attaching the Psychic energy, which even reduces some Crispin options in the future. There's no big attack right now other than back-to-back Terapagos. You'd have to just make that work with the Stretcher.
Yeah, I have to wonder if the placement of the Sparkling Crystal may be a mistake for Kurt. If he had Sparkling Crystal, Torrential Pump could be used now, KO the Kirlia, and then he has Terapagos to boss KO the Pheasantipity. But he can't Crispin and boss, I guess, in the same turn. Maybe it was just always going to be a little awkward here for Kurt at the end of the game.
I mean, even if you just attack into Gardevoir, remove the Kirlia with the back half of the Torrential Pump, you can still win with the Terapagos into the Pheasantipity later on. But yeah, it's the energy placement. It's just got me very curious.
Jewel Seeker does grab Boss's Orders and the Area 0 Underdepths from the deck. So we could see Kurt go wide, put a few more Pokemon into play, boost that damage from Terapagos EX. But if there's a Boss's Orders this turn, that means there's no Crispin. Is he going for a Sob play, try to slow things down?
Well, Sob Lock, we've seen it once or twice. It can be a pretty helpful tool, and Gardevoir's not known for being able to move around too often. If Pheasantipity were stuck, maybe you're holding on for a few extra turns.
Flip the script, draws a few cards here. Mew EX was found as one of them. The Area 0 Underdepths also has come into play. Gets rid of Grant's Artisan. That'll limit his access to something like a Screamtail if he wanted to go for it later. We do see Buddy Poffin for Kurt. Can find a couple 70 HP Pokemon and put them onto the bench. Looks like a pair of Hoot Hoots will be found. But still no attack really lined up here.
Yeah, there's just the resources don't line up fairly well. You don't get an energy at all with the way that the Noctowl works because you don't have a way to search it out. The only way typically would be the energy search or the Crispin. We've seen the energy search, I believe, already. So you have to Night Stretcher and find energies out of your discard pile. It's just you're not using your resources very efficiently, but you're just trying to close out these last prizes.
Second Jewel Seeker does find Crispin and the Night Stretcher. Can bring back some of those energy cards. 5 different energies in the discard pile. Plenty of options to bring back with Night Stretcher. And it looks like it's 4 fire and 1 psychic. There is 1 fire prized. So there is a psychic and a water left in the deck for him to pull out with Crispin here. Assuming none of those are in the hand. Okay. Boss's Orders on the Fez, and ooh, it will be the Sob. And this will buy plenty of time if Kurt wants it here. Grant does not play Professor Turo's scenario. Pheasantipity could be stuck here for a minute until it gets powered up, and we see a Cruel Arrow. And that is probably going to be Grant's best line here. And now I feel like Grant's biggest enemy may be the clock. I think Grant probably wins this game if it plays out, but Sob may ensure that it takes too long, and Kurt could become the winner of just a singular game. Of course, let's remember here, it's a change from last season. We're no longer playing 50 minutes plus 3 turns. It is now 50 minutes plus 1 turn. So as time is called, the current player will be turn 0. The opposing player will get plus 1 more turn, and then that's it. The game is over after that.
Right, and that means Grant needs to have the raw attachment every single time from this point forward. Can't overdraw and miss out on, well, he could run into some deck out issues in that fashion, but he needs to have the perfect energy attachment and pass the turnover from the rest of the game here with 3 minutes, sub 3 minutes to work with.
So he's got 6 Psychic Energy accounted for, 4 in the discard, 2 in play. He's got all 4 Darkness Energy accounted for. So that means there's only 1 energy left floating around somewhere, which is in the prize cards. So he is going to need this Super Rod here. But the problem is that he's going to play Super Rod, and he has no way to find the energies that he's putting back in. I think he's already used his 2 Night Stretchers so far. Are there 2 Night Stretcher in his discard pile? There is just the 1, but he doesn't have the other one in hand.
I don't see a supporter to draw into these cards either.
So he's not going to use the Super Rod at all.
Yeah, it's a bit curious too, is you could at least maybe run into the top decks of it, but if he feels like the draws into an Iono or a Research or a little more favorable, then you want to reorder this, but this is just a KO.
Yeah, Kurt is going to take the knockout. Feels like he's bought enough time here, and Grant, in order to not lose to a Torrential Pump next turn, he needs to get another Gardevoir EX into play, and he also needs to find his 1 Bravery Charm and put it onto this Monkey Dory. He does just play... No, he does not play Bravery Charm. He plays no Bravery Charm at all.
Not all of them.
So he has to KO this Ogerpon on the bench, like right now. He needs to find his 1 Counter Catcher is what he needs.
Okay. Oh, the resources are so low at this point. It's just trying to work through. I don't even know if there's a way to see the rest of the deck here.
Yeah, needs to find his Counter Catcher, or if he just attacks this active Terapagos, he has to hope that Kurt does not have a way to fully power up the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn.
Okay, there is Iono in hand, but now just some quick calculations. About a minute left to work with. He's going to hold on to the Ultra Ball and fodder and just go through.
4 cards from the Iono. There is an energy for the Monkey Dory. We do see that attachment happen.
Yes, Pheasantipity for even more draws now.
1, 2, 3. There's a Night Stretcher, Earthen Vessel, a bunch of energies in the discard pile. About 30 seconds left.
All right, he's got enough to remove the Terapagos from play, but he's not going to handle the Wellspring. With the Hoot Hoot in play, you start to wonder what else is left here for Kurt. Can he get the job done?
Grant has got to hope that this Iono has messed things up for Kurt. And Grant has about 20 seconds here. He needs to announce his attack because in this situation, Grant needs Kurt to be turn 0. If Grant ends as turn 0 here, that means that the game is over effectively.
Oh, he's going to go with a play that doesn't take any prizes. He doesn't want to leave the Flip the Script Pheasantipity available. 3 seconds remaining. Card is drawn.
So that means
Grant gets 1 turn.
Grant will be turn 1. Kurt here will be turn 0. He has 1 prize card remaining, but I don't think there is a way for him to take it here.
You can't. With the research, you just lost the Crispin out, but that's what you had to do. You had 1 card and then your draw for the turn.
And then Grant needs to take 4 prizes on his +1 turn to squeak out of this set with a tie, with 1 single match point. Yeah, Kurt does not have access to that Sparkling Crystal. It has hit the discard pile. If he had Crystal, he could potentially find an energy card here in order to Torrential Pump for the game. Counter Catcher's going to do him no good. He's been the aggressor this game. There is no way for him to use that as a gust.
Yeah, I mean, you see 3 energy in play already. We know that there's still a few more psychic energies to work with. There should be enough here to move the damage with the Monkey Dory and be just fine.
I don't think there will be actually here now. Kurt recognizing the situation, he retreats into the Pheasantipity, the Pokemon with the most amount of HP.
Lily's Clefairy, though.
Lily's Clefairy can reach for the KO. And then with the damage movement from Adrenabrain, yes, so Gardevoir couldn't get the KO, but Lily's Clefairy will. So Adrenabrain will move these damage counters, can move 40 onto the Terapagos to take the 2 prizes, and Full Moon Rondo on turn 1 of time will take a 2-prize KO on this Pheasantipity, and Grant Manley squeaks out a match point here. Kurt let that one get away from him, and these players will tie this round.
Is there any other way to close out a game for Grant? Nothing goes your way for 40 minutes.
Wow.
And then you find the perfect answer to take advantage of an opponent who's tried to get cute at the very end and the pieces just weren't there. Grant finds a way to squeak out that 1 point. And
yeah,
I mean, kudos to Kurt too. That is a difficult deck to play.
Absolutely. So many different moving pieces, so many options. Noctowl decks already are pretty tough to play with just access to your entire deck. The mind-blowing potential of what you could do on any given turn. And then when you add in a bunch of different potential attackers, you know, Kurt navigated things well to get to this point, but both of these players are coming away here at 5-1-1, which does lock up a spot into Phase 2.
Yep, and this is how we got there. It was quick moving with an early Charizard EX from Kurt's side of the board, and he did not see the perfect answer for Wellspring. The entirety of the match just did not work that way, but it was enough. With the prize cards for Grant, that one Gardevoir basically spelled out defeat. There was not much else to work with.
Yeah, he did what he could, but with no more access to Gardevoir for the rest of the game. Mind Bend from Monkey Dory, while it is annoying for the opponent, Kurt had just enough to play around it and was able to come away with the win. Now, here in game number 2, we saw a lot of the same in the early turns.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Grant's side of the board, you would not think that there was a way to come back, and then this turn happens. Just 3 prize cards taken from Kurt's side, and it is a full dismantling of the board. Both Charizards, both Noctowls pulled up, and it's Terapagos' turn to try to make something happen. But Lily's Clefairy, of all cards, enough to get the job done here with the overbenching of the Area 0.
Now, Kurt just pushed his Pokemon with the highest HP. He might have won that game if he just pushed a Noctowl.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot to think about. And
I don't know what Grant would have done in that spot, right? I mean, I don't think he could have possibly taken all 4 prize cards on that last turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the one copy of Counter Catcher. I think we already saw it.
He would have had to find it. No. I think it might have still
okay.
been available. Or was that the game that he... No, because it was in game 1 that he stuck the Hoot Hoot active, the Noctowl. So I think that it would have come down to if Grant could have found the Counter Catcher. So the play was still available, of course. Maybe someone can go back and take a look if that Counter Catcher was in hand. Definitely curious, but... Yeah, really well played there, I'd say, from Grant, for sure. Finding a way to come back in what seems like a tough matchup and a really tough start as well.
Yeah, I mean, he just did not have the right cards. You could see him getting down on himself in game 2. Just the draws weren't perfect, but they weren't by any means terrible. Your opponent didn't have a way to capitalize on them and remove all of your Ralts or Kirlia from play, and he got a pretty decent setup out of it and was able to take advantage of the fact that Kurt overplayed his hand. He threw down 5 energies at one point and used his Sparkling Crystal and said, you don't have 2 damage in a devolution. You know what? That's not terribly hard to find for Grant.
Yeah, really unique deck there from Kurt. I'd be excited to see more from it later on in the tournament. But a mind-bending matchup there for sure. A lot to navigate there for both of these players. Lots of confusing situations. But yeah, really cool to see. I love to get to feature these unique decks. You know, I don't think that... I've seen rumblings of this deck before, but getting to see it on the big stage is more unique than just seeing it from an online tournament result, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's also, I mean, I think the main result came from a junior player, so I can only imagine the mental gymnastics it takes for a child to pick up this deck and do so well with it. It's unbelievable. And now Kurt with another great showing with this deck. 5-1-1 can build on that and take that into phase 2 now. This is a threat. It handles a pretty fair amount of the format, and I really like its positioning with if the early Wellspring works out, it just seems like you can just bank on the fact that Charizard is always going to be there to take these big KOs, and those hit points are definitely a problem for a lot of decks.
What do you think of Grant's Gardevoir list now that we've seen it play out and seen kind of what he's got to work with? You know, there's no Bravery Charm in here like we see from so many other players. He doesn't have Jellicent. He's got the 4 Darkness Energy.
Yeah.
Grant's a guy who likes to kind of march to the beat of his own drum. He always thinks that he's got the sauce, the unique thing. He does have the bundle in here, which is cool. What do you think about this list compared to the other Gardevoir decks we've seen?
Yeah, I can already see the tweet of this is the ideal 60, and this is what we should be doing. But
optimal
yes,
Gardevoir.
Optimal. He mentioned this. We had a chat before the tournament. He included the Cleffa. He wanted to have some additional consistency. I don't think we saw the best of what this deck is capable of. The setup was not perfect. Never did we see turn 1, turn 2, or any TM evolution happening. Just all the things that he built into the deck for consistency completely dissipated, and he just had to play by the skin of his teeth and try his best. And I mean, he played some Grant Manley Pokemon. He had to work his way out of an awful spot just to get 1 match point.
Hey, it's better than no match points.
You take it, yeah, for sure.
I think we'll definitely take it from that situation. Because, yeah, that matchup definitely seemed rough. I feel like a lot of the Charizard players feel like they just have a good matchup into Gardevoir naturally. But then you throw in this extra layer of the Wellspring Mask. I think the big key card for this matchup we saw play out specifically for either of these players was the Technical Machine Devolution that Grant had access to.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this matchup and how it works out. I feel like if Kurt plays like a Blood Moon Ursaluna or something in his list, how do you lose ever with that closeout? If you just have Noctowl and just go Blood Moon, Energy, Boss, Pheasantipity, like you'll always have a way to close out those final 2 prizes at some point.
It's hard to fit everything you want. There's already so much in here.
Can we make one more cut? We don't need a Terra Orb.
Terra Orb? Terra Orb's broken,
It was pretty good.
Yeah, it was
pretty good. It's pretty good when you could just search out Rare Candy, Terra Orb, and get your Charizard roll and not lose anything from your hand. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in here.
Well, that was an exciting Swiss round number 7. We will have round 8 coming up very soon. But before we do, let's check in on our players to watch for this event and see how they're doing at this point in the tournament. Riley McKay, of course, our reigning world champion. Piper Lapine coming off of a top 8 finish at the World Championships. And then Brent Tonneson, player traveling to this event all the way from Australia, pro Pokemon player himself, has had a couple of incredible seasons in a row looking to kick things off here in Pittsburgh. It does look like Riley McKay is 6-0-1. pretty good follow-up from being world champion. Piper is 6-1, and then Brent Tonneson 5-1-1. You'd expect nothing less from these three.
Yeah, I mean, well, shout out to whoever's picking the players to watch as well, because it is hard, even if you pick the 3 best players in the room, it's hard to see results like this. 6-0-1, 6-1, and 5-1-1 from these players, all on some interesting styles of the deck that we've seen, and it's cool to see now that they can continue to build on these results. For Piper, what is this now? A top 8 at NAIC, top 8 at Worlds, and now moving on to even more here in Pittsburgh. Riley on a historic run here too, and just give Brent another travel award.
I think he'll get it, buddy. Yeah, incredible runs really from all 3 of these players, but the last 4 months of Pokemon for both Riley and Piper has been incredible, both in Top Cut at Worlds, both in Top Cut at NAIC. Riley, of course, having the better finishes at both, but incredible, incredible setups, and looking forward to seeing more from these players, hopefully, through the rest of the event. Well, that is Swiss Round 7 in the books. We've got Swiss Round 8 coming up, which will be the final round of Phase 1 of the event. But don't worry, we've got even more Pokemon action because Phase 2 is going to happen tonight. The first round of Phase 2, Swiss Round number 9, we will be streaming tonight, so you're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned, get you a quick drink, and come back to this stream. You're not going to want to miss what we have in store.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans. We're here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and oh boy, I have one special interview for you. Probably one of the best, if not the best, Gardevoir players out there, Henry Chow. Henry, how are we feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. I'm really, really excited for tomorrow. North American Regionals are just so much fun. So it's been a while since one's happened, and I'm really excited for the one tomorrow.
Very exciting. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add to my intro, but second place at the Monterey Regional Championships. So you just got second place there, and now you're coming here to Pittsburgh. How does that feel? Are you going to be playing the same deck? Are we playing Gardevoir? Whatnot?
Yeah, I most likely will be playing Gardevoir. I don't know if I'm going to be playing the exact same 60. The 60 last week was really good, but the results were so good that people might try to counter it this weekend. So I'm sort of still trying to read the room here.
I was just about to ask you that. Do you think your results then will really change the metagame for this one?
Yeah, I mean, if your deck gets to finals or something, that's one thing. But in this case, it actually managed to win both the European Frankfurt and the Monterey Regional Championships. So pretty much everyone who's serious is going to show up with an answer for the deck, I think. So we got to watch out for sure.
Oh, you mentioned, yeah, so Gardevoir also won the Monterey Regional Championship. I would love to get a first-hand account from the winner of the Monterey Regional Championship. So ladies and gentlemen, Aban Ahmed, first place at the Monterey Regional Championship. Again, same deck with Henry Chow. How are we feeling, Ahmed?
I mean, I just watched Henry's class, and it was pretty easy to play the deck. I didn't play any games after Worlds, so I'm glad. Thanks.
Man, that must have been one really good class. Just, again, first and second place at the Monterey Regional Championships. Same 60. Did you guys work together at all besides the class? Did you test play at the very least?
Well, I mean, Abana is someone I've known for a really long time, pretty much right after I started playing Pokemon again. So he, as he said, didn't really get a chance to play at all, and I had created this deck, made the class in it, and I just sent it on over to him. And I was like, I think this one's pretty good. You know, he definitely got a good chance. Actually, me, Aban, and Michael Davidson all went out to eat the night before, just us 3, and then all of us were in the top 4 with the deck. So it was a pretty cool story.
Wow, so make sure you go out to eat with the right people, apparently. Aban, how does it feel to win the Monterey Regional Championships, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. I've wanted to win a major for a while, so yeah, I mean, obviously the 10K feels nice, but it's not even about the money. I just really want to win a major, so.
I mean, now you also have your invite to the World Championship secured. Wait a minute. What are you doing here at Pittsburgh then? I kid, of course. How did the deck feel? Again, Gardevoir, probably one of the best decks out there. How did it feel in the Monterey, and how do you think it's going to perform here at Pittsburgh?
I mean, every time I was playing a Guardian Mirror against Terrabox or anything, my deck just was working so well. I'd have 4 energies in the discard, or game 2 against Henry in the finals. I'm going first. I have Candy Guardy, 2 monkeys, and a Screamtail attack. On my second turn, I was like, this deck is broken.
And so tell us what that's like, playing at the finals of a big regional like that against a friend. That has to be something special.
Yeah, I've actually been really lucky. In 4 out of my 5 finals, I've hit people who I consider to be pretty good friends of mine. So it's always really fun to get to a final in the first place, but sharing it the moment with someone you know is a friend to you, that means a lot. It's always just so fun.
Same question, Aban.
I mean, I think actually in the finals I was having some counterproductive thoughts, like am I gonna look like kind of stupid, like making all these, like I couldn't tell if I understood the game, like what was happening. And so yeah, I was really nervous. I'm really glad I got one out of the way, so like hopefully in the future I'll play better.
You won. How can you won that regional? I think you played pretty well. With that, you know, any advice for both of you? Any advice you want to give out there to any aspiring Pokemon player? Because you know you're both champions at this point.
I'm gonna go with my classic stick to one deck. I think it's a good strategy if you're really trying to get results. Don't change decks too much. Just try to focus on improving on one deck and play online as well.
All right. Well, how about you, Abad?
I think just check out the AShao99 Twitter and see what the play is.
That sounds like great advice. With that, thank you guys so much for the interview. This was a ton of fun. Oh, anyone you guys want to shout out before I let you guys go?
Shout out to Bond, man. I'm really happy for him. It was really awesome to see him win his first regional. Of course, you know, I wish it was me still, but I mean, it's so cool to see him win finally. I know he's been waiting a long time for it.
Shout out to tabletop guys. They're all my closest friends. Like no matter what, I feel like sometimes I get kind of caught up and I don't get to go to locals as much. But whenever I come back, they love me like unconditionally. I love the tabletop guys, and yeah, I'll be back soon.
You're not gonna shout out Henry?
I mean, thanks Henry for the class. I mean, I thought I already said that.
Yeah. For sure. All right. Thank you so much, guys. This was a lot of fun interview. Best of luck this weekend at Pittsburgh. Maybe we get that final once again, this time on stream. With that, this was, again, great interview. We're going to throw it back to the action here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our regional championships. The 2026 season has kicked off. We are underway, and the action is as exciting as ever. Tons of new regionals merch out there for people to pick up. Tons of excitement here in the tournament hall as over 2,000 players have gathered, but only one can come away with the title of champion. We're heading straight to the stage here for this one. Chip Ritchie at the desk with Kyle Sablehouse. And our players are sitting down. We're getting our last round of Phase 1 underway. Both of these players at 7-0. We've gone all the way to Table 1 to bring you an absolute banger of a match.
Yeah, this is epic here. Two 7-0 players trying to lock in for the best possible Phase 1 start here to start off our fresh young season. And a fresh young face, Liam Halliburton with the Ends Zoroark EX. It's a deck that really has turned heads. You either love it or hate it. And I don't know how I feel about it, but maybe he can change my mind.
Yeah, it was kind of like the secret off-meta deck of the World Championships. There was a pair of players using it in top 8 of the event. Liam also played it to the World Championships, but didn't quite reach the full potential of what the deck was capable of. But he's starting off excellently here at 7-0, and he'll be going up against Rahul Reddy on the other side of the table. Rahul just a week removed from a top 8 finish at the Monterey Regional Championships, where at that event he was playing Terrabox, but here he switched up quite a bit. He's going with the Gardevoir.
Yeah, and he's got some great rarities in that deck, as we see. He's been known to flex a little bit as he's been traveling around the world playing Pokemon for so long. These prize cards, man. This Liam, that box could be anything.
The secret box in the prizes, the Cleffa in the prizes as well for Liam. That's awkward. But then for Rahul, the Streamtail, that's annoying. A Monkey Dory being down. He only plays 3 in this list, not the 4 we see every once in a while. And a Gardevoir EX and a Rare Candy. Kind of awkward things for both of these players to navigate. And also one of in Rahul's deck in the prizes as well, that Air Balloon.
Yeah, and we know the importance of that. We talked to...
or Bravery Charm, excuse me.
Okay, yes. Well, that can also be a pretty interesting inclusion here, too, as you try to preserve those hit points as you're moving through. This is something that we'll have to look out for as we move into this game, and it is moving quick. Liam, starting things off here. Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, we are in for a treat in this one. Both of these players are extremely skilled, but also both these players pretty efficient with their decision-making, I would say. I always enjoy watching both of their games. They kind of like to move and groove through the deck. Liam here, of course, will take a moment to check his prize cards quickly off of this Buddy Poffin. He has started a Toad School, not the best starter, and really not the best in this matchup. I guess the Toad Scroll can still slow things down by limiting some Night Stretchers, but in this build of Gardevoir, Rahul is only playing 2 Night Stretchers as opposed to the 4 we see from time to time.
Yeah, doesn't line up as well, but you might be able to surprise your opponent if you want to go down that avenue. We saw, I believe, the Toad Scroll in the prizes, so it might just be a wasted bench space here for the future, but what isn't going to be wasted is this Buddy Poffin into multiple Zorua with the follow-up of a second Buddy Poffin chip.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it does not get much better than this. This is why you're 7-0.
Turn 1 going first, this is definitely the dream. Just fill your board with your Zoruas, get whatever you want established into play, and start swinging. So there's been many builds of the Zoroark deck over the last 6 months or so, ever since the release of the card. We've seen that Ins Darmanitan get into the mix, but we don't see it featured in this list here. For the uninformed Kyle Phillison, what's the game plan here in general for Liam?
Yeah, well, if you were familiar with the Darmanitan style, it was really susceptible to losing out on that Pokemon. The benching got awkward. If there was ever a way to knock out that Pokemon, you just run out of a lot of resources. Instead, focus on the hit points of your Zoroark and lean into that Reshiram. Both of these attacks very helpful in different matchups. If your opponent cannot take a one-hit KO, Powerful Rage will build up, stack onto your Zoroark as opposed to this Reshiram, and you have that damage to work with. Other than that, 170 is the name of the game.
The second Buddy Poffin is being played. Only one Zorua able to be found. There is a Zorua in the prize cards, and also the Cleffa as well, the other optional target there. I don't think that Liam wants to fill that bench spot with another Toad School, so he'll settle for just the 3 Zorua.
Yep, a little bit of information to pass on to Rahul, and he's taking all the notes he can in his mind, as this is a matchup you need to be concerned about. It can go the wrong way for you fairly quickly. An Zoroark attacking into the Gardevoir, that Dark Weakness can be tricky, and just seeing those prize cards fall early on in the game, if the trades start to build up, Liam will see endless attacks for the duration of the game.
Rahul's going to kick off his turn with a Nest Ball, searching his deck for any basic Pokemon, putting it directly into play. It will be Ralts found, brought down immediately. Looks like he's already got a Monkey Dory in hand and also an Artisan, but the Artisan is going to get discarded with an Ultra Ball, getting rid of that Gold Stadium card and also a Darkness Energy.
Yeah, Artisan, as nice as it can be to help you set up your board, you don't want to give too much help over to Liam at this point. You know, he is just missing out on that one final piece of an Ends Reshiram to get the job done. And you can get away with just the Ralts and the Frillish here. Maybe even some item locking or something like that would be enough to slow things down for an additional turn.
It does look like the Frillish will be eyed up as an option. Does look like another Frillish was found from the restart. That's pretty nice. And Iono sending both players' hands to the bottom here on the first turn. They will each get 6 cards. Rahul just looking for a basic Psychic Energy, but Kyle, I don't see one.
So it's going to be one of those games, is it?
Retreat into Frillish and pass. Now, talk to me about how Rahul wants to set up and navigate this situation. Obviously, Liam playing a dark deck. All of Rahul's attackers are weak to dark. What's his move going to be?
You're kind of back on the same path that we've seen with other decks, where you have to lean into some of these suboptimal attacks, the mind bends and working in the confusions. However, you need to be considerate of the fact that Liam can move around his Pokemon fairly quickly if he has the right tools. We've seen some players leaning on the End's Castle. However, I don't think that this is the style what we're seeing. It's just the air balloons this time around.
He's got the air balloons. He does have that Pecharunt EX. That would be his main way to get that movement. But yeah, no End's Castle. Opting for the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Now, that was a card that when it got revealed, I think a lot of players were really scared of, and it's really not had a huge impact on the standard format just yet. But Liam has found a place for it here in this metagame. Not in this matchup, it won't be useful, but interesting to see for the weekend, right?
Yeah, and maybe even just as a counter stadium every once in a while, that can be enough to help out. But that's not a turn.
Artisan for Reshiram and pass. Yeah, that is not a turn. Not what Liam wants to do. He wasn't even item locked, and he still couldn't do anything. No Zoroark, no Cyrano, which he plays 3 copies of to get a bunch of Zoroark EX and Zoroark EX into play.
Oh, and look at this.
Research from Rahul. We have seen so many of these games from players today.
You just have the Iono, and you know that you probably should, but then your opponent just plays this kind of turn, and you just have to throw resources and giddy up, and
yeah,
it's going to work out in this spot. He has the Earthen Vessel. He's finding the resources now. He can put that item lock down if he wants to. It might not matter, but you have definitely some attacks lined up for the following turn.
There's a Monkey Dory coming down from the Artisan. We will see the Oceanic Gloom, 20 damage, and now Liam unable to play any of those item cards in his deck. Nope. Oh, okay, it's trading it away.
That is a way to use it.
I didn't see the Zoroark come into play. He must have top decked that for turn and immediately able to get rid of that Buddy Poff and a card he's unable to use.
Now, you did mention these players can play quick, so that will give you an excuse there on that Zoroark.
How dare me look down at the deck list for 1 second and then look back up and see a Buddy Poffin flying through the air.
Well, when you think of other ways to work in this matchup, and it's just so hard to target down Pokemon like this End's Reshiram. You can work on Scream Tailing, removing it from play, but there's just so much refill. The 2 Super Rods, the Night Stretcher, this Pokemon can come back up, and it has to, because it is the only attack that you use the entirety of a game.
We will see the damage being moved over from the Oceanic Gloom. Liam debating where to place it. Wherever he places it, he has to know it's going to be bounced right back over by Rahul. So I honestly wonder if he shouldn't even move the damage over. It just gives Rahul more options.
No, that's a great point. It's you're not getting very far with it. And I suppose Curlia, sure, why not?
That's a pretty good find for Rahul here. Secret Box will be able to discard 3 cards from hand, and now he's able to search his deck for one of each differing type of trainer card, 1 item card, 1 Pokemon tool, 1 supporter card, and 1 stadium. That air balloon is found as the tool card. Looks like Earthen Vessel to get some more energies down is eyed up as well. For his supporter, Arvin is being brought to the front. What do you think he'd like to do here? So he's got Jellicent in hand. He could start swinging, get that lockup, but he knows that there's a Zoroark on the bench. What's his move?
Right, it doesn't get you very far. You're just removing a Pokemon that your opponent already wants moved. They don't mind giving up a prize card in that instance, so Jellicent doesn't line up great. It seems like if you were to try to take this knockout, you'd want to do it where you could move the damage, but that's what Monkey Dory on the other side avoids, is it can push the damage back around, and then you don't have that 60 to push over and then clean this Pokemon up. So I guess that's what we're looking for at this point, is if you were able to set up a turn with double Monkey Dory, you could knock out the Toedscool and then cash in on a big Jellicent attack, maybe not feel as bad about walking into a Zoroark, but do you even have time for that?
Gardevoir EX does come into play. Ultra Ball will get rid of a couple of Psychic Energy cards. Pheasantipity EX brought to the hand. That'll be a nice response if Liam does take a KO this turn. And Rahul's got that Jellicent up in the active spot. It's Oceanic Curse. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any item cards or Pokemon tool cards from their hand. And then Power Press deals that base of 80. If you do have 2 more energy attached to it, it's 80 more damage, but not going to be relevant when it comes to KOing this little Toad School.
And then considerations here for Rahul of if you are to attack with this Pokemon, it doesn't only leave the Jellicent susceptible, it also could lead to a Gardevoir if there's a boss's orders. So have enough energies in play to where you feel good about this buying you enough time to restart and have a new Ralts in play.
Oh, and this is really interesting for Rahul. Will move the damage over with the Monkey Dory and chooses to pass.
Yeah, and that's what I was speaking on previously is with a Pokemon like Toadschool, 60 hit points is great for you. And you can have those 3 energies accelerated, move with the Monkey Dory, push 30 over 30 again, and then try to clean up this and attack into another Pokemon. Maybe pick something nicer on this board to remove.
Hilda being played by Liam, searching the deck for an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. Will grab out another Zoroark EX, trade online, discards a Buddy Poffin, trade once again, gets rid of that Rocket's Watchtower.
Find an item, find a useless card. Just continue to burn through everything you don't want to see later on. Have the energies available. The 30 damage, not relevant as we see the Monkey Dory there too. So you can push that right back over to the Gardevoir. And then you don't have a way to move just yet, so just wait another turn.
Yeah, has the air balloon, but cannot play it thanks to Oceanic Curse of the Jellicent. Now over to Rahul. He knows that Zoroark is lined up. He knows that it's pretty likely that Liam can find a basic Dark to retreat this active Toad School this next turn. So what does he do? What is the move? Does he start swinging, put on the pressure, try to stream together a couple of Jellicent EX? Does he retreat into a Monkey Dory and take a Mind Bend KO as a 1-prize Pokemon? Got options. Which is he going to go with?
Right, he has the energies with just the retreat of the Jellicent, but then he has to decide, is the Monkey Dory enough to commit to? Could your opponent throw you off by promoting something you're not expecting after the KO on the Toad School?
Okay, with the 50 damage on the Gardevoir EX, he actually could retreat into Frillish and get the KO on this Toad School, moving the damage over with the Monkey Dory. I think that's exactly what we're going to see him do here. It's kind of a cat and mouse game for these players. Who's going to strike first? Who's going to make something happen first?
Yeah, and this is also nice to see from Rahul as once more you are at risk. Your opponent could have the answer. Just that boss's orders takes the KO on the Gardevoir. So have an answer, something that can attack, soften the blow, and buy you some time. And even the consideration to move the damage off the Jellicent as opposed to the Gardevoir here because he knows Gardevoir is the likely one to target anyways.
So he's just going to leave this Toad School active. He's going to force Liam to find the way to retreat this Pokemon. Just hits it for the 20 with the Oceanic Gloom. Now, Liam can play his Air Balloon now. The Oceanic Curse ability of Jellicent limits tool cards, but the Oceanic Gloom attack of Frillish does not.
Well, a little unfortunate of his ordering then for him as that card no longer available. But he does have the Turo, and we saw it drawn off the trade, so can bring that Pokemon up. Has the Reshiram now, and it's going to wait a little longer. Has the answers that he needs with the Zoroarks. He's just going to buy time.
Wow.
And if there's 2 Monkey Dory waiting for you, have 2 Monkey Dory waiting for your opponent. Just push the damage back.
Yeah, what an interesting game that we're seeing play out now for both of these players. Just happy to kind of hide behind their Pokemon and start to build up damage on the opponent's side of the field. Liam not wanting to be the aggressor here, not wanting to be the first one to strike, activating Rahul's counter card options, the counter catcher being the main one, not wanting to get himself limited by an Iono potentially.
I mean, it's brilliant against Gardevoir, which you know does not have boss's orders.
Right.
There's no bench space for a Screamtail. There's no way to work around the damage that has to go into this Ends Reshiram, which means you're giving your opponent that first activation of Counter Catcher. What's the only answer you have to that? Continue to keep item lock in place.
So does Rahul say, I'm tired of waiting, I'm just going to start swinging and get out of this lock? No. Just 80 damage.
Okay, he's going to take it.
Oh, it is going to be. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Does have that 4th energy, so that will be the KO onto the active, and Liam happy to send up that Zoroark EX.
He's been waiting for this. This is where you feel the most comfortable. However, the one spot that he does have is I have not seen the boss's orders yet. Oh, now it looks like it is there in the hand now. So
he does have it, so I'll have his pick. Does he KO the Jellicent? Does he KO the Gardevoir EX? And I think whenever your opponent on the Gardevoir side of the field does not have another Ralts or Kirlia in play, getting rid of Gardevoir seems pretty strong.
Yep, and then there's a debate of what you do with the damage on your side of the board. Double Monkey Dory, you could push the damage over to Frillish and just take the prize card. It doesn't seem the cleanest, but leaving as little damage on board for your opponent to play with seems optimal.
Yeah, he could even just push it to the active Gardevoir, to be honest.
Right.
Make sure that there's no damage in play for Rahul to play with besides the 30 that is left on this Jellicent EX.
Yep, you're not removing the free retreater with the air balloon as there's already the Mew there. So maybe if that prize card isn't helpful for you, just take the 2 prizes as opposed to the 3.
Yeah, I think taking an odd prize here does seem fine because Liam can sneak in a 1 prize KO on a Ralts. I mean, this is setting up extremely nicely here for Liam. And he is going to take that single prize KO, does take that Zorua off of the prizes, and Night Joker copies the attack of the Inns Reshiram Virtuous Flame, 1-hit KO onto the Darkweek Gardevoir EX.
This is where Jellicent just does not feel like enough.
No.
It is an amazing ability, but this attack is very lackluster. For 4 energies, you feel like you should be dealing a lot more damage.
Yeah.
Maybe even able to work in knockouts with the Monkey Dories that you have access to. But this is where he's at, just attacking into the Inns Reshiram, hoping there's no way to bring this Pokemon back. We know there's plenty of resources there, but it's the item lock enough to slow that down.
And I think that's what Rahul is hoping for, as we do see Night Stretcher hit the hand, but Liam is unable to play it. He does play 2 boss's orders. One was just played on the last turn, but he's going to need to find another one if he wants to get an Inns Reshiram, because otherwise he's just going to be using Night Joker to copy Night Joker, and that doesn't do very much.
Yeah, you're running out of attackers at this point then. Boss's orders is found. That activates some of these items, and that might be the best one.
Yeah, Secret Box discards 3 cards, and I think as Liam, the main thing he's looking to do is get both of his Inns Reshiram back and available. And that is exactly what we'll see with the Super Rod. He can Super Rod both of those cards back in. So even if Rahul was to boss KO again, or counter catcher KO, I should say, he'll have access to the last one to take his final prize card. Liam's moving quickly because this game is all but over in his favor, unless Rahul can find some cheeky way to fight back.
Right, and for Rahul, you look at the deck size there, only 3 to 4 cards remaining there for Liam. Liam might have a way to shuffle back in with the Iono to restock the deck at this point, but with the Pal Pad for the boss's orders, you know that Jellicent is not going to make the impact it needs to.
Yeah, I don't think that there is a win condition for Rahul anymore. Does Liam still have? Yeah, he's got Turo in hand, so Rahul can't even boss's orders the Inns Reshiram and try to stick it with the Jellicent active to limit the air balloon. So yeah, this is going to be a tough one here for Rahul, but Liam is flying through this situation. It looks like Rahul is going to have to rely on Monkey Dory's Mind Bend and hope that somehow Liam does not draw any of the 2 boss's orders that he just put back into the deck when he's got 3 Zoroark in play.
Yeah, yep, that makes it a little trickier. When you try to rely on your opponent missing on anything in this situation, Confusion doesn't do what you need it to do. Item Lock doesn't do anything with the boss's orders. Yep, it's just a retreat over Inns Zoroark, boss's orders, Mew, it is over.
Yeah, Liam just slamming the energy, showing he's got it. Plenty of cards left in deck for him to get through with trade. Guaranteed way to find the boss's orders. Liam Halliburton gets the winning game 1 and going to send us to a game 2. That was a super convincing game for Liam.
That was masterclass stuff. The play to pick up and find the second Monkey Dory, just an understanding of this matchup, and it speaks back to our previous game, that perfect information. You know exactly what you're up against with Rahul, and you can play around everything from his deck. Rahul had to play fair Pokemon. Liam did not.
Let's take a look at Game 1's replay, and it was a pretty slow start for both of these players. That Toad School stalled things out for Liam early game, but once Rahul took the first KO. He never got an opportunity to take another. Liam went off to the races.
Yeah, and a little bit of an issue with the way that the board was set up for Rahul. He had to commit onto this singular Gardevoir, which led him susceptible. He could never set up another Gardevoir from that point forward, losing piece after piece, trying to put on enough pressure with either Monkey Dory or the Jellicent, but it's just not enough when you're fighting against this weakness. He did find some really unique plays, trying to target down on some of the weaknesses of Liam, but Liam, he had every answer.
This matchup does seem tough for Rahul after seeing things play out. The Gardevoir deck typically likes to play a long, slow, grindy game and find a way to piece it all together in the last couple of turns to come out on top. In this matchup, that may not be an option for Rahul. I wonder if he has to pivot strategies and if we have to see him just be aggressive.
Yeah, this could be the Candy into Gardevoir, use Scream Tail, and rip into Zorua as often as possible. This is the hand that gets it done for you, though. Look at Liam's side and look at Rahul. He's got a pink card, and there's 2 Zorua in the prize cards.
2 Zorua and Boss's Orders, all very key cards in that last game. And Rahul opens up with his Secret Box A-Spec and has the Air Balloon, has a Frillish. This is a guaranteed turn 1 item lock, and Liam only has a Fezandipity EX in play.
Yeah, there's just nothing to work with on that side. You can use the Frillish. You could even use the TM Evolution if you wanted to, but if you have access to these cards, you might as well lock in the items. Try to find the big response here. If you have the Gardevoir on the following turn, the game's going to end.
And Rahul does not even take a supporter card off of the secret box because he's got research in hand to dump the hand, draw 7 fresh new cards, does find himself another Ralts. There's a rare candy in the hand as well. We could see him get aggressive on the next turn. Does Liam have a supporter to work with? Draw for turn, it's Maractus. Professor Turo's scenario.
Wrong professor, it's
just a pass over to Rahul now, finds an Earthen Vessel from the top. There is the rare candy. I don't think he's got a way to get a Gardevoir, so he's going to still have to keep it slow, but he's fine to do that now with Oceanic Glow totally slowing Liam down, and Liam just having nothing else to work with as well.
Yeah, not enough cards to thin down, use the Mew, and just take the 1 energy and draw up, trying to find an answer. Instead, has to just fly through once more. Loses a candy, but he has the Curlia.
Yeah.
So he feels very comfortable that next turn he can get the ball rolling, keep the item lock in place here now.
Very comfortable indeed. Draw for turn from Liam is a Cyrano. No, it's the Rocket's Watchtower. That's not going to do anything here, shutting down the abilities of colorless Pokemon. Rahul draws an Arven for turn. He's got Ultra Ball. He's got Psychic Energy.
At what point have you had too much? It's about to flip over at this point. The Arven, the energies are all there. Gardevoir could attack in and take the KO if you need to.
If he gets, yeah, I guess actually if he gets Jellicent here, he can KO this active Fezandipity and keep the item lock up. And that is going to line up really, really well for him. He's got enough energy in the discard pile. He just needs to make sure he can get 4 energy total onto Jellicent. And Liam sees the writing on the wall, concedes the game. We're going to game 3 with 28 minutes left, Kyle.
This is my favorite way to close out a set. Both players, great understanding of what is happening and what you need to do. Liam, you have a great matchup ahead of you. If the cards aren't rolling your way, throw them. Just try again. You'll find a better hand. You have to find a better hand.
You have to think, right?
I don't know if it gets much worse than that, man.
Double Turo, Reshiram.
Tiffany start like
he drew a Maractus.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, well, not what Liam wants to see, but with the quick concession there, he knows he's gonna have plenty of time for this third game. And this is what I was talking about with these two players. They both know what's up, right? They're not going to drag things out super long. Both their prize checks were very efficient, very quick. And once they were ready to make moves, they were flying through the deck. So I expect no less here in this third game. I am glad we're not going to recap that game for any goldfish that might be out there that have forgotten what happened in the last 60 seconds, because it is time to get into game 3 of this set.
Yeah, Slowpoke gamers are struggling to keep up. This is a flying game with over half of the time remaining here still. We are in game 3. Who will be 8-0 to end out phase 1? Maybe work on that first phase 2 win here at the end of the night.
The fist bump, the draw for turn, and we are kicking things off here in Game 3. Rahul is going to be going first, does start a Ralts, has a Frillish on the top deck, attachment of a Darkness Energy for turn, and a Nest Ball, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon to get it right into play.
Yeah, you don't need much as Rahul. You're looking for a decent setup, but the one copy of the Jellicent there in the prize cards, not your favorite answer. It's if you enjoyed the item lock, you're not going to have access to that. It's just the Frillish for the rest of the game.
Yeah, one of his 2 Counter Catcher being prized, also one of his 2 Rare Candy being prized. These are all nice resources to have at specific times, but those actually could be ones that are nice to take as prize cards as the game continues. Just an attachment of the Dark for turn and kicking it over to Liam. Rahul not pumped to see that turn 1 Buddy Poffin, as Liam will be able to get a solid setup going. And he's even got that Cleffa in the active spot to get an Eek rolling.
Yeah, and we know how important this card can be. It is such a liability. It's awful to give up that prize card, but this deck likes to give up that prize card, and you might as well lean into that fact. You have the retreat, you have the draw, you can get through some of these bad starts, because once you have the End Zoroark in play, you don't have to worry about any draws for the rest of the game.
A pair of Enzorua being brought down, 1 Enzorua in the prize cards. Looks like a Counter Catcher and an Air Balloon, both copies that Liam plays 2 of in his list, so both not too big of a deal to have prized as long as he can find the other ones when he needs them. See what else he's got working in his hand. He actually has one of the Air Balloon already. Could get that in play in order to get a little bit of draw power with the Cleffa, and that is always an interesting gambit to go with, right? Do I put this tool in play that could be better on something else in order to draw more cards with Eek? How worth it is it?
Right, and you know that you'll be susceptible. It's the pulling up of the End's Reshiram, not having a way to move that Pokemon would be rough. So what do? You play the balloon on that Pokemon and already be ready. It's a pretty great play so that you can see more cards, because he did not have access to an Enzorark just yet.
I do have to apologize. I do believe I misspoke and called it Eek. It is not Eek. It is Grasping Draw from the Cleffa.
Too much cube, Chip.
I've been playing a little too much retro recently. Yes, not Eek. Many good Cleffas over the years, and they all have to do with drawing cards, and that is no different here, as Grasping Draw will find Liam 5 cards from the top.
Well, we'll see if Rahul eeks as he sees his opponent see 5 fresh cards in a matchup he's not fairly comfortable in.
Not a bad start here for Rahul, though. Both Curlia being found, both being evolved right away, and a Iono. But does Rahul find a Psychic Energy? That is 2 games in this set where Rahul has been unable to go with the turn 2 Oceanic Gloom.
It's so unlucky, because he had a Dark Energy in the previous hand, too. So he had the Dark attachment, the Dark in the hand that went down with Iono, and then he finds just Dark. It doesn't make sense when you look at the counts, but here we are. Those were the 3 Dark Energies instead of any other one.
Yeah, no Psychic Energy found. There is an Earthen Vessel prize, but he does still have 2 more. Any of these cards being found at any point would have led to Rahul item locking Liam here, but instead Liam is going to be happy to have another turn to do whatever he wants. He could even get aggressive here and just start swinging.
Yeah, just a Hilda is enough. Sometimes you just need to find your first Zoroark to get the ball rolling. Use trade and then chain these together. We know how often one will find another and lead to a full board setup. It won't be a max board this time around with the prize cards, the 1 Zorua in the prizes there, but still feeling pretty comfortable and maybe even a little aggressive. It just depends on how you want to play this, but you have retreat, knockout on a Curlia right now. Is that the way you want to go?
Trade discards the Artisan, 2 cards being found. Looks like plenty of energy in the hand. There is a Monkey Dory, so we'll just take a turn to, potentially get that established.
I mean, it's the previous play of game 1 was so great. You didn't need much. He's going to play around the item lock and just burn this card, get this down. But it is just the single copy of Monkey Dory this time.
There is Enzorua coming down the 3rd one. We do know 1 is in the prize card, so that can lead to plenty of Zoroarks in future turns. And just an Eek. Only 2 cards found this time. No reason to get aggressive here. Liam is fine to play things slow. He knows he's favored here, so happy to take his time and just continue to get set up. Now over to Rahul. Uses Ultra Ball, gets rid of another Ultra Ball and an Arven. And does find a Gardevoir, so that is able to get established. Artisan finding any basic Pokemon from the deck, getting it into play. There is Monkey Dory.
Yep, just one big thing missing on this side of the board, and it's in that discard pile, or lack thereof. Gardevoir does nothing without Psychic Energies, and those have still yet to be found. Iono trying to mitigate that issue here. Earthen Vessel, any way to discard would be very welcome. And he finds the other Dark Energy again.
Not the energy card he is looking for, but at least Earthen Vessel will yield him plenty of Psychic Energy, so still able to find a piece, find a way, but just one turn too late might have spelled disaster here for Rahul in this game. He will still be able to go into the Frillish, put a little pressure on, get that item lock rolling. Or will he go aggressive here?
Yeah, I mean, I like retreating with this. You need to see that energy in the discard pile. You don't care much about the damage as it goes, but Monkey Dory pushing over and taking the KO on the Cleffa. It opens up for counter catcher if you could, because of Frillish locking out those items. But you've opened the bench space, and that Monkey Dory energy, that's a scary thing to think about.
Trade from Rahul gets rid of the Cyrano. There's another Zoroark. Trade gets rid of the Toadstool. That's 2 more cards. 2 items that he can't play right now. There's another Cyrano in the hand. Can find other in Zoroark. 3 EX Pokemon, adding them to the hand. It looks like Pheasantipity will be found as well. That's another piece that Liam could go with here in order to draw even more cards to continue to get more set up.
Yeah, I get a little more nervous about that Pokemon in play, but thankfully it's not the worst retreat cost on it, so finding that 1 energy to move around isn't bad, and ends Reshiram already protected with the balloon.
There's that 3rd trade, 2 more cards. Energy cards lined up. He's got the Maractus in his list this weekend. That is interesting to see.
Yeah, it's once more, it just when you have access to a Pokemon like Monkey Dory, if you can lock something up for a little while and it's not able to take a 1-hit KO, you can just push damage over by whatever setup you need and draw through until you feel comfortable, and then reestablish once more with Zoroark, copying whatever Reshiram attack you need.
Uses Artisan, searching the deck for a basic Pokemon. Looks like it will be the other Monkey Dory brought down. Yeah, when is the time to start attacking? That is the question here. He's got a Darkness Energy in hand. Could just slap it on a Monkey Dory once again. Maybe let Rahul get a little damage in play with his Frillish. I think Liam is fine with that trade-off. Or is it time to just go in, start swinging, take attacks, take prize cards? He is going to attach to Monkey Dory. That is yet another turn with no attacks. He's going to retreat into a Zoroark here. That is something he's considering.
Yeah, it's tough to say. You have a decent amount of hit points on your Reshiram where you feel okay with this Pokemon remaining in the active spot. The only thing slowing you down right now is the item lock, and we know that it's just the Frillish. Jellicent no longer an option with it being in the prizes. It'll be Monkey Dory moved up to the active there.
Just giving himself the potential for more damage to be put in play. You know, if Rahul goes for the Oceanic Gloom, he'll be able to Adrenal Brain, then retreat, start attacking maybe. Just happy to play this passively, which is very interesting. Rahul now, see if he can find a way to capitalize on the slow turn from Liam, the lack of aggression, the lack of attacking. And I really don't know if there is a way for him to capitalize on the lack of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, if there ever was a way, it would include the fact that you have that extra Dark Energy, the final Dark Energy for that Monkey Dory, but he has yet to find a way to get these Psychic Energies in the discard pile. It's just the 1 copy right now, and again, he finds Earthen Vessel and no way to discard energies.
Yeah, you can get those Psychic Energies, but I mean, he's really feeling the loss of Refinement Curlia.
Yeah.
Those formats ago, right?
Why do you get to trade, not me?
Yeah, I remember the days. Searching the deck here. Looks like off the Artisan is going to take yet another Monkey Dory. So that is going to be the full board of Pokemon for Rahul. That's 5 Pokemon on the bench, 1 into the active spot, but still just no real options. Just, yeah, goes for the Oceanic Gloom. And now it's over to Liam. Asks to see the discard pile, check out what Rahul has played. Bunch of supporter cards, not too much else. And yes, no Psychic Energy. Probably the main thing Liam was checking for there. Now, with 3 trades available with the Darkness Energy, is now the time where we can start attacking? I don't know how these players have this much self-control, dude.
Right.
I'm getting in there.
It's. I think this is a spot where Liam was thinking it'd be a lot more difficult to find the other Dark Energy in Monkey Dory. I would have a way to move more damage over, and then maybe I could clear out the Frillish and then take my knockout on something more relevant, force the aggression over. But instead, he's still waiting to find the boss's orders to get the job done as he's staring down this Frillish.
There's the energy on the Zoroark. Come on, Liam, you can do it. Retreat that Monkey Dory. Start attacking, I believe. Oh, it's time, Kyle. No, it's not. Is it time?
He's got plenty of time. That's the beauty of scooping up that one game. 16 minutes remaining here as he does promote the end Zoroark. He is ready to giddy up here.
I don't really understand doing this versus just attacking last turn. I don't really think it changed much of anything.
No.
So, yeah, I guess maybe he's waiting for boss. Is that what it is? He's waiting for boss on Gardevoir.
Well, yeah, that was the piece I didn't know if we had in hand just yet. And
got it.
Thankfully, it has been flashed. It is knockout on Gardevoir, and that is what you always want to see with this attack. Tried his best, did Rahul, with the locking and the Frillish, trying to stop the items of the counter catcher, but could not stop the boss. Those 2 prize cards hurt.
Rahul does have another Kirlia to evolve into Gardevoir right away, and there is the Gardevoir actually already in the hand. Now, the problem for Rahul is if he has to be a little worried about putting this Gardevoir in play and just having it get bossed again.
Right. And it's an unfortunate thing that he has to continue to play into at this point, is he needs to accelerate energies. He needs to get the ball rolling here. But what answer do you really have at this point? If you attack into the Zoroark, you're leaving a ton of damage for the End's Reshiram attacks to lean into with the powerful Rage. If you're just going to lean into Confusion,
yeah,
you could see End's PP up along with an Energy, retreats, and there's a knockout waiting on another big attack. It's just, there's so much to think about here.
Weighing all the options. Many of them have slim chances of victory, it seems like, for Rahul in this matchup. This matchup just seems really, really, really tough. It's 2 games in a row for us, Kyle, where we've had a Darkness deck just really having a good time against the Gardevoir player.
Yeah, it's a unique way to do it, too. This is a deck that has 1 attacker to lean into, other than Maractus, that can use the attacks of. But sure enough, that is enough. End's Reshiram being copied over and over again. If you can draw with trade, it's enough of an engine to keep up with a lot of decks.
Rahul did find counter catcher, so he'll try to stick a Zoroark in the active spot and hope that that's going to be enough. I think at this point now, he knows Liam does not have the End's Watchtower in order to, or not End's Watchtower, the End's Tower in order to get free retreat. He just has that Rocket's Tower.
Yeah, he's got the castle would be, but castle. Yeah, this is a spot where he's almost got the puzzle figured out. He doesn't have the air balloon. He doesn't have a way to move energies because of the item lock.
If only
but
Liam
you still have to worry about that professor guy.
Yeah, which Liam does play 2 copies of, and he has an absolute book of cards in his hand. He has 3 End's Zoroark in play to trade. He's got that Turo lined up in the hand. We'll trade away another Hilda.
He's seen so many cards.
Yep.
You have to think that eventually it'll be found. If not now, then another turn here fairly soon. Only 20 damage on the Zoroark. Boss's orders is thrown into the hand, but I mean, Rahul may have bought a turn, but what do you do with that turn?
Yeah, he's got the Turo in hand, so Liam could pick it up this Zoroark if he wants to. I do wonder, though, if he doesn't want to and if he'll be content to wait like he did in the last game. Wait for a turn where he can boss plus KO the Gardevoir. And that may be what we're seeing right now.
I don't mind keeping the damage on this side of the board either.
Sure.
It doesn't make sense with Monkey Dory to push it over. You see your opponent's clearly prepared for that with triple Monkey Dory. Force it to be Gardevoir's Psychic Embrace, pushing enough damage over to try to clear up an energy-less Zoroark. That's a great place for you.
Arvin played for Rahul after a rare candy into a Gardevoir. This will find him any item card, any tool card he wants. Looks like Secret Box will be levied here. There is that Bravery Charm as well. has Technical Machine Devolution, so if Rahul can navigate himself to a position where there's enough damage in play on a bunch of Inzork EX, a TM Devo board wipe is an option, but with a couple Monkey Dory in play, it seems pretty unlikely that that's ever going to be a real threat.
Yeah.
This is just looking really difficult for Rahul to navigate. I mean, Liam is not feeling pressured to do anything at all. He gets to sit back and wait for his totally optimal turn and then pounce.
Right. I mean, we're Professor Turo away from all of this damage being irrelevant, all the turns being gone, and you think back to that play, maybe if you have the Jellicent, then you can work on the TM Devolution play, get the 80 damage, spread enough damage with the Monkey Dories, take 2 of these Zoroarks off of the board, and then maybe clean up on a final one. But even then, one single Turo is enough to just set you all the way back and have a 2-prize knockout right in your face.
Trade, trade, trade. Getting through the deck got me feeling like it's 2018 out here. Liam with so many cards, so many options. Literally everything in his deck seems like it's available right now.
Robin Schultz and Tord just applauding as loud as possible.
So it is kind of interesting of how Liam wants to approach things here. I think he'd like to, oh, he's actually gonna pick up the Monkey Dory with the Professor Turo and just get the energy attached over to another Zoroark. He's just going to be content to play this waiting game even longer, Kyle.
This is the most unique way to play this match. I promise you, I could not in a million years consider taking the Monkey Dory off the board with the Turo.
And Liam is just not pressured to do anything. Like, he is fine to wait here as long as Rahul wants to let him wait here.
Yep. Well, we've been waiting for this moment. This is something that you and I were thinking about as the game was progressing. There may have been an error that occurred earlier in this set between these players that I think they want to investigate. So we'll have the judges have a quick pause right now.
Yeah, it looks like something's been seen from a previous game. Judges are having a talk, looks like backstage as well, that some of our backstage judges are taking a look at things, and we're going to get a official wording figured out of exactly what's going on so we can keep everyone else in the loop.
But, I mean, as far as what we've seen from both these players, what an interesting game of Pokemon. It is wild to think that this is where we're at. A full setup from both players, and 20 damage is optimal for the whole rest of this game.
I've heard someone say once that the Pokemon TCG at the high level is just a game of who can be more careful. And that's what Liam is doing here. He's being as careful as possible. Sure, he could use the Turo and start attacking, and he would probably win the game.
Yeah.
But why risk it? You know, just take it slow, pace yourself. You're not feeling pressured at all. Wait until you have the perfect setup and then pounce.
Yeah, and that's a strategy that's worked out well for him. It allows him to play as fast as he does because he buys additional turns with that strategy, and just being optimal, it means that you're going to have more chances to come up with a strategy that works. And you're drawing so many cards a turn. You will trade, fill this hand up. There's no way to slow it down. Iono, he can continue to build right back up, and he will have enough resources to come up with a great solution.
Well, as we're waiting to get this ruling and waiting for the end of this game, we got to give props to both these players for their excellent start so far, both 7-0 coming into this. It's got to feel like Liam's going to lock this one down and move to 8-0 with Inzork. I don't want to put too much of a curse out there just in case, but
yeah,
it's looking pretty good for him right now.
Yes, it's a very favorable matchup. Unfortunate for Rahul to run into this, and if what we saw was the case in the rest of this game, Rahul might be looking at an issue here as well.
Yeah, it looks like it is an issue from something that happened with Rahul's turn. We've got one of our head judges on stage now, kind of conveying the information. So what do you think of the Inzork as a choice of deck for this tournament coming into this thing, especially the build that Liam has got?
I mean, you start to consider as far as like matchups that can be difficult. Golden Go if you don't have the Toad Scroll, but you have that card lined up so that you can solve that matchup. Other than that, what other decks are really leaning into one-hit KOs against you. The two most prominent decks are the Dragapults and the Gardevoirs, which clearly you have a response for both of those decks. So it seems like on paper you have some fairly good matchups. My problem is just inherently with the deck. You have one attacker. it's
You don't like having your options limited.
Right, I want 100 options. I want
Hey. You can copy Scratch with Night Joker. That's another option.
Thanks. Thank you. Do you know how many times I've watched this deck copy ends Darumaka for
50 damage?
50 damage.
Yeah.
Like, at least you had that option back in the day. This list, you have nothing, but it seems like it is the right way to use this.
Yeah, so it looks like our head judge is giving out the ruling here, and it does sound like there was an issue with a previous game where Rahul took 2 tool cards from his secret box. You're only allowed to take one. Bit of a misstep there on Rahul's side.
So it's not like Irida where you can just get 2 of whatever you want?
No. Well, come on, man. And so it does sound like there is going to be the judge ruling here, and we'll get perfect words. It does sound like Rahul is going to receive a game loss for this situation.
If there were ever a time to receive that game loss, I think it's in this matchup. It's okay.
Yeah.
It was clearly just an accident that happened there. He went in with the secret box, just went to go find some resources and get the job done. He's already staring down a really good matchup with the Pheasantipity energy pass if it was in that game, and he's just looking to get over to game 3. So.
I think that was the game where it happened because things just moved so quickly. Right. Liam conceded pretty quickly after that turn. So, but yeah, I think that the word has been given to both of our players. I think they were both showing the clip as well. So that's one of the things with it being on stream here. We got the video evidence. We've got the proof. It did happen. There's no disputing it.
Do you want to call the head judge? No, I'm good.
I can see that it happened.
I think it happened.
So unfortunate for sure. And that's something that, will be tracked through the rest of the event. If there's ever any other sort of, it could lead to further escalations, right? If there's other gameplay errors on Rahul's end, future in the event. But it does seem like Liam is going to come away with a victory here and move to 8-0. With Enzark EX heading out of Phase 1.
Yeah, this is a deck that a lot of players feel like is the best deck in the room. It's just giving yourself options, drawing a lot of cards, and seeing matchups like this. If Gardevoir can be handled this simply, I feel like you want to take that into Phase 2 because you know what you're going to see on the other side.
Liam was probably pretty pumped to see that Gardevoir was the most popular deck in the room for this tournament. He made the right call.
And the Gardevoir players are worried about the mirror match.
Yeah.
They don't care about you. They don't respect you, Liam. They don't care about that Seniors World Championship. They want to see the big ones. And he's over here working on it right now. He's already 8-0 here in Phase 1. This is the deck you need to be worried about. I'm starting to understand it.
Yeah, you're starting to see the vision, huh?
Yes, yeah. It was way over there, but now it's in my face.
We got you some glasses.
Thanks, guys, yeah.
Some contacts, you got sorted out. Comes into full focus now. And yeah, let's remind everyone as well that this is going to be the last round of Phase 1. 8 rounds of Phase 1 today, but we're also going to have the first round of Phase 2 happen tonight as well. All the players who got a 5-2-1 or better record will move from Phase 1 into Phase 2, and Swiss Round 9 will still happen next.
Yeah, and that's going to be so exciting. This is something that's new to our game now as we get to see that iteration of the phases. We saw a little bit of it earlier with our previous tournament in Europe. To have that example is cool to see, and I think it just adds like a little more excitement to the tournament itself. Of some players are going to be knocked out already, but they get to watch some of their favorite players or their friends now competing at the end of this day and watch them take all of that energy into the next day that we have.
It can be a real momentum builder because you've already gotten over one hump by just getting from Phase 1 into Phase 2, and now building on that momentum, you go get dinner with the crew, you get a good night's sleep, and you come back ready to go for 5 more Swiss rounds of Phase 2. Definitely, it could be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's exciting to think about for some players like Liam. He's going to be 8-0 already, can take another Gardevoir matchup or whatever it may be. We could take a look at some of the decks that are potentially going to pop up and follow along with him as we see some of
Yeah,
our standings.
there were 2 other tables where there were 7-0 players. So we had 6 7-0 players going into this round, and with some updates, it looks like Nolan O'Brien from Canada and Dennis Peroff from Canada both have moved to 8-0 as well. So 3 players moving from Phase 1 to Phase 2 with a perfect record.
All right, and as far as decks go, you're looking at Dragapult, Dusknoir decks, Gardevoirs, Charizards, more toolboxes. This is a wide array that we see at the top for our players. It's going to be really exciting to see what these matchups look like. What does N's toolbox mirror look like? Because my brain would explode with the passing that goes on there.
Yeah.
Riley McKay is the only one who's like, yeah, let's pass. This is what we've been waiting
Pass
for.
back and forth. Yeah, just a game of playing as carefully as possible, you know, building up your board and then finding the perfect turn to pounce.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at some other decks that we see.
I think I saw a Grimmsnarl up there at the top.
There is. There's another one here. It's 7-1.
Several Grimmsnarls. It does look like it is quite a bit of Gardevoir. There's some
Pile of notable players. 7-1 Gardevoirs.
Yeah, lots of 7-1 Gardevoirs. Does seem like a bit of Joltik. I see Flareon up there at 7-1.
Okay, yep.
Lots of Gardevoir, lots of the Golden Go variants, different, just straight Golden Go. Looks like Golden Go Joltik box as well. So
this is going to be a really fun Phase 2. I mean, just looking at the names and the players, the decks. Oh, this is, yeah, there's a lot to be looking forward to here. I can only imagine what matchups we'll have to pick from. Probably not following with the 8-0 feature match for the start of Phase 2. So.
Hey, unless Liam gets the down pay, right? Then it'll be the other 2 8-0 players, right?
Yeah, that'd be. I mean, that's a pretty classic matchup.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to watch.
Yeah, 2 8-0 players facing off, seeing who gets to be the last remaining undefeated. But there's also plenty of unique decks out there that hopefully we can get a chance to feature as well. We want to show a good balance of, you know, the top players, what the best players in the room are playing. Unfortunately for a lot of viewers, it is just a lot of Gardevoir, but there's some unique things out there, and we want to find an opportunity to feature some of those really cool decks that players have brought as well.
Yeah, it's, I mean, that's some of the issues you run into with being that we've already played this format over at the World Championships. We've seen a couple of regional results already. Sometimes the matchups start to polarize because you've already figured out what works for this matchup, and you can take the loss here. You just accept a couple of percentage points that aren't going to go your favor. It makes picking matchups for a tournament like this pretty tricky because sometimes it's already decided before they sit down. Thankfully, with a lot of our players, they've made some interesting inclusions. They've started to spice up the list a little bit, and they have some plays.
And that's what's really fun about the Pokemon TCG is even when a new set isn't out, you know, we've had this format now for several months, Worlds, and then a couple of other major tournaments last weekend, the metagame continues to evolve. Players continue to find unique cards to add into their decks, unique twists on their lists as well. I mean, the best example is just that recent group that took the Gardevoir deck to first place in Frankfurt, first place in Monterey, second place in top 4 in Monterey as well.
Yeah.
They turn around and change decks completely for just 1 week later.
Because they think everyone's going to copy them. So what do? They just play a list that beats their old list. It's brilliant.
Honestly, it would be interesting to get the numbers. We probably can get this, so we should try to find it. How many people in the event played the exact 60 that Aban won with in Monterey last weekend?
Yeah.
And Rune in Frankfurt.
I want to say at least 30.
Yeah, what % of the Gardevoir players? It's probably pretty high, right?
Yeah, it usually is, and it's because if they have already decided that this is the way you want to play the deck, they probably have a pretty good reason for it. Then you see the shift over to the Jellicent, and it gets you wondering, well, if they had that in their back pocket, what else do they have for you, too? They've been thinking of a lot.
Are they thinking like 3 tournaments ahead of everyone? Like they know what the meta is going to evolve to, and
I've heard of players that, like, I don't know if it's just like confidence or ignorance at this point, but they'll just say like, yeah, I had a really good deck for this tournament, but I wanted to save it for the international so that I'd win more money or more prizes. Yeah. It's like, just win the regional, bro. Like, what do you? It's not that. It's pretty
I think
nice.
that the metagame moves too quickly now for people to do that. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that was more of a thing back in the day. Whenever there's less information spread around, you'd see people holding on to something to try to become world champion, hold it out for worlds or nationals, because those events were the biggest and most prestigious. But nowadays, with online tournaments, with Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, there's just so much happening. You don't want to risk someone else finding out your cute idea, and then you are left on the sidelines having not utilized it for a tournament. Use it now, get your win when it's due, and then, you know, find a new way to innovate moving forward.
Yeah, right. We're not asking that much. If you're not happy winning a regional championship with thousands of players and $10,000 and the prizing that comes along with this, the championship points that lead you into the even better standings, and even getting your travel paid for to the next.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much at stake. You got to go for it all.
Got to go for it, absolutely. It's been an excellent day so far. We've wrapped up Swiss Phase 1, but Swiss Phase 2 is coming up very soon. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We're going to have round 9 action very soon.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here. And, the past week we've had 2 other regional championships. We had Monterey and Frankfurt. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a special interview for you here today. Someone who's been able to make it to top 32 at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, Owen Dalgard. Owen, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm super happy to talk to you, Juancho. We've been talking for a long time, so it's great to have an interview with you.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, Owen, you've had such a phenomenal 2025 season, I think. You've made multiple cuts, right? And I'm glad to see you, still perform in Frankfurt. I'm sure we're going to see you perform here at Pittsburgh. But let's talk about the Frankfurt Regional. Again, that's quite a little bit far away from Pittsburgh. But what did we play?
So I played the Dragapult Dusknoir deck. It's pretty similar to the deck that got second place at the World Championships. Pretty standard, but it's a deck I really enjoy and I've been playing for a while.
And why did we decide to go with Dragapult for this specific tournament?
So one of the main reasons I really wanted to play Dragapult was the rise of the Goldengo Togekiss deck that Piper played at Worlds. The Togekiss doesn't really do anything against the Dragapult Dusknoir deck, so I felt like it was a pretty good matchup, as well as other decks that made top 8 like Charizard. That matchup is pretty good as well for me.
And did you face a lot of these Togekiss and Charizard decks at Frankfurt?
So I actually didn't play against any Charizards, which was a little bit unlucky, but it happens. But I did play against, I think, 2 Goldengo Togekiss decks and 4 Goldengos total, so I was pretty happy with that.
Not too bad, not too bad. Now that we're, actually talking about the decks that were played at Frankfurt, tell us about the meta game there. Was it something you expected?
Yeah, so the metagame was pretty standard. It was a little bit different from the Monterey Regional on the same week. Very high Goldengo, Raging Bolt, but Dragapult Dusknoir was the #1 meta share, which actually surprised me a little bit. Usually it's not #1. I was thinking maybe Goldengo would be #1, but there was a lot of other fun decks too. There was some Crustle, there was a little bit of Terra Box, but yeah, pretty standard metagame for this weekend.
And now that we've had these 2 regional championships, Monterey and Frankfurt, do you think how does that affect Pittsburgh? Do you think any of the results from those tournaments are going to affect the metagame here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, I think everybody knows Gardevoir, Henry Chow, Aban, and Rune. Amazing performances in Monterey and Frankfurt. So those are definitely going to be on the high. And also decks to look out for people to counter. Maybe more Charizard, maybe more Grimmsnarl to beat the Gardevoir decks, but also definitely some Terra Box. We saw a lot of Terra Box in Monterey from Carter and from Caleb Rogerson. And that deck is super, super strong, definitely going to go up in meta share. It was really low going into Monterey and Frankfurt, like around 3%, but I definitely expect that to be a lot higher.
So how do you think your Dragapult deck is going to evolve, or what changes do you think you're going to have to make in that deck for this tournament?
Yeah, so I've definitely been thinking about the Terra Box deck a lot because that matchup is not very good for the Dragapult deck, but I've definitely been thinking about adding cards like Shaman, because Shaman helps prevent the double knockout from the Wellspring Ogerpon that Terra Box plays. So that's definitely a card that I've been thinking about.
We've seen Tord Reklev play, a lot of rare candies in his second place list at Monterey. What do you think about rare candy in the deck?
Yeah, I've always loved rare candy. I played rare candy in the Milwaukee regionals when I got top 8, and Tord's 4 candy is very interesting. It's very good against Terra Box because he's able to get the Dragapults out before they're able to knock out like a Dracoloak, for example. So I think that's definitely another addition that people are really going to consider and something that's really cool and innovative from him.
Ooh, great to hear, great to hear. With that, just a couple more questions before I do let you go. Any advice you want to give out there to any aspiring player? I mean, you made top 32, you had a phenomenal 2025 season. What advice can you give?
Yeah, for sure. So definitely just work hard, make new friends, play a bunch. Playing the game is the best way to get better, so keep going. Don't get discouraged. Go to as many League Cups, locals, League Challenges, regionals. Just keep playing, and that's how I got better, and I'm sure anyone who plays a bunch will get better, grow, and they can become the player and reach the goals that they want to get to.
Love to hear it. Anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to shout out my sponsors, Safari Zone, and Dan and Angel from Safari. I really appreciate you guys. My dad, my mom, Polaris, all of my friends that I test with, Benny, Evan, all my students, Cohen, Miles, Eric, everyone else. I appreciate you guys so much.
Cool. Thank you so much, Owen. Best of luck for the weekend here at Pittsburgh. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, live from the floor here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. We just finished the end of Phase 1, and players with the records of 16 points or 5-2-1 and better are the only ones who will be advanced into Phase 2. I thought I'd give everyone an update on how our top players are doing right now. Right, we have Nola. We have a couple of 8-0. Nola and Brian and Dennis Perroff, 8-0, and of course the folks that won on the stream, 8-0, absolutely amazing standing to be in, especially going into Phase 2. You also have Ellie Davis, Aban Ahmed, Owen Dalgard, Alex. Of 7-1s as well. 7-1 is definitely a place you want to be in. I mean, Owen and Aban, people we have seen throughout the stream already. It's nice to see them. Yes, they did get a loss. However, they did still win out throughout the day. I mean, 7-1, great position to be in. We also have, I want to update you guys on our world champion as well. Riley McKay, currently 6-1-1. Not necessarily the best record, but good enough to make it into phase 2 and still could still win it all, possibly still get his first top 8 in a regional championship. Another notable name would be Piper Lepine, 6-2, again, not quite the 7-1 or 7-0-1 record, but still in there. And again, Andrew Hedrick as well, 7-0-1. Andrew Hedrick, of course, multiple-time regional champion, former international champion as well. So this is someone to keep an eye out. I mean, everyone should know Andrew Hedrick by now. 7-0-1, technically undefeated. Amazing, amazing records. I'd love to talk about the decks. They're all playing well, but we're going to have to wait, and it's going to be a nice surprise. I will say, though, there is a Conkeldurr, at least in the upper echelons of this tournament. I'm curious, though, Pablo, Adam, what do you guys think of players right now in our phase 2?
I mean, that's definitely a lot of big names, a lot of people that we're going to be paying attention to, not just for phase 2, but throughout the rest of this season. So stay tuned and pay attention to the names that you're going to be seeing on this broadcast and tomorrow's broadcast.
Yeah, lots of top players making it through, to no one's surprise. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are also making their first phase 2 as well. And that's something we probably should touch upon. We are entering phase 2 of the tournament. Despite still being Saturday, we are going to begin with the first round of phase 2, this round 9 of the tournament. And that means the player field is narrowing down quite a bit, almost to like 10% total of the field is what's left. These players will continue on to try and make their way to the asymmetrical top cut.
And when you are looking at players, you know that, oh, you're 6'2", you don't have a perfect win record. These are players that will, you know, they get that fire lit under them and they're just going to win out. You love to have that buffer once you head into phase 2, once you're trying to vie for top 8. But you just never know how these cards are going to fall. You just have to focus on the game in front of you. We hear this time and time again from the best of our players to just focus on the game in front of you, play clean, and don't lose focus.
Yeah, one game at a time, right? Everything else is unknown, right? The future is unknown. What's next is round 9, game 1. Nothing else matters at this point for these players, whether you're heading in with a 5-1 record, which is the minimum needed to achieve phase 2 today, or with an 8-0, as we saw Liam Halliburton advance to that. So yeah, and I mean, we've definitely seen players who start 8-0 and fail to make asymmetrical top cut as they don't have a great phase 2. However, we also have seen players who have an amazing run, a dream run, going undefeated in phase 2 and making it all the way to the asymmetrical top cut. So regardless of what your record is currently, there's still everything to play for at this point.
Yeah, it is anybody's game still, and I can't wait to see who is going to come out on top, because this meta is ripe for kind of being broken wide open. We've already seen some innovative techs here. We've already seen some interesting partners and new spins on classic archetypes to give them that slight edge in this format that's become very mature.
Now, if you are watching at home and you're excited for all the action happening at the Pokemon Regional, want to learn more about how to get into the game, how to start competing, just want to get some use out of the cards that you've come across now, you can always find a Pokemon League near you. You can scan this QR code right now in front of you to find events that are located near you and maybe dip your toes for the first time in the run for a champion in the making.
Yeah, fine. The Pokemon Leagues are so great because it's very chill. You get to find players that are also in your vicinity. And, you know, if you keep going to that league over and over again, you're going to make some fast friends, some longtime friends with other Pokemon fans. And another really low stakes sort of event that's a lot of fun, of course, is the pre-releases. We've got a lot of big exciting, fresh sets coming out soon with the Mega Evolutions on the way, and the pre-release events for that are going to be really, really wild.
I mean, I'm guessing, wild guess here, that there's people playing at a pre-release event right now that are tuning into the stream. They have it in the background in their League store. I'm guessing that's going to be the case across, honestly, all over the world, probably.
Yeah, shout out to you, everybody at your game shops, tuning into the stream and also supporting your local scene. That's so important, and that is the root from which everything else that we're doing here today blossoms from.
Yeah, and you can get prize packs as well for participating in your league. There's always either fun activities or a tournament happening, so make sure you check that out. And yeah, if there's activity happening around you in those local leagues and you attend, then you help other people find out about it, and the community grows, and that's what we're all about.
And if you've already had plenty of time to scan this QR code, we are just waiting just a little bit more, folks, while we figure out the pairings and exactly what's going on. It's not just about sorting out who made it to Phase 2, but now we have to do a completely new repair of, you know, who's going up against who, and maybe we can get another exciting matchup. We kind of predicted, right, Pablo, going into Phase 2, preparing for Top 8, preparing to crown the regional champion here in Pittsburgh tomorrow, that we're going to start seeing a lot of matchups that we've seen before. It's no surprise that not only do the best players gravitate towards the best decks and drive them to the top of these tournaments, but these decks are there for a reason. And these matchups are going to be classics that we've seen before, and hopefully the players, every time we think that a matchup is solved, they always tend to throw that monkey wrench at us, and sometimes even flip a matchup on its head.
Yeah, and I think the game we just saw is a perfect example of that. We have Enzor EX, which on paper, with its dark typing and high HP, has an advantage against Gardevoir EX-based decks, especially ones that don't play Drifloon, which seems to be all but gone this weekend. Then it has a pretty decent matchup against Dragapult, as if they don't manage to take down the Zoroark EX in a single hit, then that rage attack from the Reshiram becomes a very dangerous thing to go up against. And finally, they have the Toadscruel technology in order to try to counteract the Goldingo decks. And what do you know? Those were the 3 most popular decks in the room. So Enzor EX has a rough matchup into the more aggressive decks like Raging Bolt or the Joltik box decks, whether it's with Goldingo or on its own. But if you face off against those decks that are that the better players tend to favor usually in a meta game like this, then, I mean, who wouldn't love to sit down, play against Henry Chow, and just have a natural advantage because you chose the right deck?
And you're going to need all the help that you can get versus Henry Chow. And it's a really interesting spin on sort of the metagaming aspect of picking your deck for the tournament. Do I want to play something that's consistent, can probably make Phase 2 quite easily, maybe even make it at the top 8 with a wide chance, or a deck that has a very difficult route to Phase 2 in top 8, but if you can get there, then you might even just be a shoe-in. I'm getting word now, however, folks, that we do have updated standings now for round 9. Let's see how all of the 8-0s, these are all the players, most of them that Wancho had already mentioned, but these are probably no surprise to a lot of folks, a lot of longtime Pokemon fans, certainly Andrew Hedrick at 701, one of my personal favorite players, you know, tends to go on hot streaks, right?
Yeah.
Kind of cools down for a little bit, and now at the start of this season, maybe this is the start of another one for him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a pretty good tournament showing this past weekend in Monterey. Now he's here with back-to-back good performances as well. And yeah, I mean, we also see players from Europe here. Julius, I think, from Finland here representing the European region. And I think this is the perfect example of how the game is really becoming quite global, and these regional tournaments are having players from all over the world, from Australia, from Finland, from Norway. I know there's players in Phase 2 already from all these regions, and it's amazing to see, honestly, how much the game is growing and how much representation we have at the very top alongside these top players.
Every regional is a chance to score that direct invite to the World Championships. And if you are one of our top players who's consistently making deep runs, you want to play at a regional just to accumulate some points for the leaderboard. Get that with the new system especially, get your invite that way, just by being a consistent, solid player across the entire season rather than trying to high roll and get just the one. Every player in Pokemon will tell you that, and you've already mentioned this before as well, Pablo, you need to be on the right deck, you've got to play well, and you need the, luck to fall a little bit on your side. And if you're consistently making those first two choices happen, those first two outcomes happen, and you're making these deep runs in tournaments, it's only a matter of time before the luck falls to you and you'll be able to go all the way.
And part of that luck is having the right matchup, right? So let's take a look at the notable matches here that we have for this round 9 of phase 2 of the tournament. And we are going to be seeing Andrew Hedrick against Christian Labella, 2 top-tier players, 2 former regional champions from last season, and Andrew Hedrick, NAIC former champion as well. But honestly, these all look like top table matches, and watching any of these would definitely show us some very high level Pokemon play. But I'm very excited to watch Andrew Hedrick against Christian, 2 top-tier players.
A fantastic match to kick off phase 2. Andrew Hedrick versus Christian Labella. These are players that, if we have some new viewers in the stream, if you're not familiar with them, they're going to put on a show for you, and you will remember these players going forward.
And speaking of phase 2, Adam, we actually already have the numbers and the breakdown of the metagame that we are going to see from all the players that made it through into phase 2. We have the full breakdown of which decks made it and how many actually made it through. And surprise, surprise, Gardevoir is still at the very top of the chart.
The Jellicent seems to be the most popular idea, and you sort of were in the same line of thinking as well, Pablo. Something that is very strong for the mirror, something that can shut down your opponent and stifle the new era of aggression that we've been seeing in the Pokemon TCG. Dragapult not far behind, of course. It is a solid deck. It's a filter for so many lists in this game. So many viable decks just simply have too bad of a Dragapult matchup, and players don't want to bring it to a tournament, because even when Gardevoir is considered the best deck in the game, or Golden Go is considered the best deck in the game, the Dragapult diehard players are still going to show up and play this deck to perfection. Sometimes it's just straight Pult, sometimes it's Zard, sometimes it's Dust Noir, and that seems to be the idea that is running rampant here in Pittsburgh.
Yep, Dragapult just a very, very powerful card. And then after that, we have a slight drop-off in terms of totals, but we have Raging Bolt making it through, we have Golden Go variants making it through, and if you combine both Golden Go decks, like all the non-Joltik and the Joltik, Golden Go would still be strong and would be holding that #1 spot. So very interesting to see. The decks do play quite differently, I would say, to the point where it's important to separate them, but in total, Golden Go, including decks, are definitely the #1 opponent to beat at this point in time. And then coming in at number 6, we have the Ogerpon Toolbox deck. That's a very new inclusion for sure.
Yeah, players getting very well rewarded, certainly, for just having the read of less Shaman still out in the field. So Torrential Pump running rampant, and Teal Mask Ogerpon is a grass type attacker in a pinch, maybe scooping up some of these Charizards, some of these Grimmsnarls that have come out of the woodwork to try to counter Gardevoir.
Now, interesting to note, we do have almost 500 players here in phase 2. Total of 488 trainers. That's not 10%, as I was thinking. It's closer to 20% of the field making it through, which is really impressive. That's a lot of Pokemon trainers still out there battling for the next few phases, or the next few rounds, sorry.
A lot needs to be narrowed down, and this just is a testament to, I think, the overall skill of the player base increasing as more players jump in and more players are welcoming these newcomers and teaching them the ropes. They are going to make consistent runs at these tournaments, especially with how big they are. We're usually thinking, okay, yeah, the names we're used to seeing are going to make it through, but now we've got some new blood breaking in, and players playing a lot cleaner, a lot faster as well. Less ties means you're getting more match points, means you're also going to make it to phase 2.
Yeah, phase 2 is usually like that first big threshold that a lot of players want to accomplish, right? Winning at your local league is very cool. Winning League Cups and League Challenges is something that a lot of players are aiming for and are really trying to get, but I do think that because regionals are so big and international championships are so big, and they have this prestige aura around them, like making it through phase 2, getting to that win and in, like I know a lot of players are very excited about the possibility of making it to phase 2. They really try their hardest in practice and prepare so much for these regional tournaments to make it to that phase 2. So making it is definitely a big accomplishment for many.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone, certainly, that played through all their matches, even if you didn't make it to phase 2. Just going to the regional and sticking through it as a learning experience is so important, even if you start off 0-2, not getting discouraged and digging deep and playing through your matches and fighting through is that spark that will grow and allow you to cultivate your competitive spirit and, you know, come back even stronger for the next tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely had players who have lost their first or 2 rounds and then go on a complete hot streak and end up winning the whole thing. So you're not out until you have that 3rd loss for sure. So it's always important to keep a clear head, keep playing. And of course, 2 players who are very, very familiar with phase 2 are the 2 that we are going to be featuring right now in our streamed match.
Andrew Hedrick shuffling up, sitting in player 1 seat versus Christian Labella shuffling up. These players are getting ready to get down to business, and they don't have their headsets on yet. We'll make sure we get official word before we can talk a little bit deeper about what decks they brought. Some people here in Pittsburgh might already know, but for the viewers at home, I always like to keep it a little bit of a surprise. And regardless, we know it's going to be a great match.
Oh, for sure. Like, it really doesn't matter what decks these 2 are playing. Like, they're both amazing competitors. They're both very experienced players. And here we have them. Yeah, Dragapult Dusknoir, the classic Dragapult Dusknoir against Ends Zorg with that Ends Reshiram combo. And we have the Toad Scroll, which is very, very important when you're trying to deny Night Stretcher, right? Toad Scroll is a great piece to have when going up against the Golden Go decks, but against decks that play 4 copies of Night Stretcher, it also comes in pretty handy, I would say.
Exactly, you're denying these Dusknoir combos. Sometimes Dragapult finds itself in a pinch, needs to Night Stretcher for an energy or something just to get that Phantom Dive off. If they're forced to discard a Dragapult EX early and want to Night Stretcher it back to complete their evolution line, you can deny that too. The biggest thing, the biggest point for this matchup that I want our audience at home to pay attention to is the fact that Dragapult EX smacks for 200 damage, but then Zoroark EX can swing back with that powerful Rage attack. It uses Night Joker to copy Reshiram's attack, powerful Rage, and then get the one-hit knockout on Dragapult. So Andrew Hedrick has to be very selective about when to attack, what to attack, sometimes even which attack to use. We've seen Dragapult's result to using that 70 damage Jet Headbutt just to sprinkle some damage without putting their Dragapult EX in danger. And these decisions are going to be the big points that I want our audience to pay attention to.
Yeah, and if they use Jet Headbutt, that's when the Adrenaline Brain from Monkey Dory comes into play from Christian. So we definitely have a lot of possibilities here, a lot of interesting interactions between both decks. And we mentioned how Enzorg EX seems like a pretty good meta call if you're all going up against Gardevoirs and Dragapults. We just saw Liam Halliburton completely dismantle his opponent's Gardevoir EX deck. So it's going to be interesting to see how it fares against the other big meta game threat. And important to note, you were mentioning that Dusknoir, the extra damage is important. The Toad Scroll can deny the Dusknoir going off multiple times through the use of Night Stretcher, but Dusknoir can KO the Toad Scroll itself in order to reactivate those Night Stretchers. But then if you're doing that, then you can't one-KO a Zoroark EX. So that decision making and where you place that damage to deal with the Zoroark, to deal with the Toad Scroll, to have access to more Dusknoirs, how Andrew plays this out, it's going to be very interesting. And how much the item lock affects the Zoroark deck. As we saw in the previous round, that item lock by the Frillish was actually pretty destructive in one of the games. So if Christian doesn't have a strong start, Body could be causing havoc in this match.
Yeah, Christian Labella, has a backup of the Maractus, also has Cleffa. Kind of fell out of favor when Badu came around, but just having the ability to take a slower start, or if you are under item lock, to just say, okay, well, I'll draw some cards, I'll figure it out down the road. It can get tricky if your hand is clogged, but thanks to trade, right, with Enzorg EX, you're able to discard the cards you don't need, draw a little bit more, and so you're not worried about getting a bunch of items or useless cards stuck in your hand. So overall, I love Enzo Ark's position, but this is the poster child of a deck that's always so strong and such a great meta pick on paper, but simply can't convert because players will just run into some oddball decks or something very aggressive. But Christian Labella has made it all the way here, kicking off Phase 2, and is up against a veteran, a heavy hitter, and this is exactly what's going to happen when you break through that threshold of Phase 1 into Phase 2 of a Pokemon TCG Regional. If you haven't run into any of the big names yet, it's almost guaranteed at this point.
Now, I don't know how old Andrew Hedrick is. I can't imagine he's older than 21 or 22.
I know,
Can
he's
you
a Bambino. I call him a veteran.
Yeah, I think veteran is a very strong word to use here. Like,
I know, I'm sitting here on the desk with Pablo Meza, folks, and I'm like, oh, look at this guy, he's grizzled. Look at that 5.
helps against their Raging Bolt matchup, which is pretty important, shutting down those Noctols. So that's going to be important. There's 2 stadiums as well prized for Christian. So countering the 1 copy of Jamming Tower that Andrew has outside of the prize cards could be a little problematic, and denying that those air balloons, denying the Binding Mochi extra damage could come into play. So the stadiums could be a deciding factor in this match.
And I'm just waiting for these players to start. We've kind of hyped up the match. We've hyped up the players. We've sort of broken down the matchup already. And now all remains for these players to get down to business and execute. Andrew Hedrick starting off with Badu. And Christian starts off with Enzaru in the active spot and a Buddy Poffin. Fantastic start. Exactly what you want to see.
I think that's the best thing you can hope for. We have seen Enzo Arc have pretty good success. We did see it get 2nd place at the World Championships, played by Gabriel Fernandez in the seniors division. And this list is honestly pretty similar to what Gabriel played, except there's an important difference that could play a role here. And that's the fact that there's no Janine's Conviction or Janine's Secret Technique.
Janine's Secret Art.
Yeah, Janine's Secret Art. So there's no supporter-based energy acceleration for those orgs. We are relying more on the N's PP up, which is denied by that Itchy Pollen attack. So the energies could be delayed. We have a very low basic energy count for Christian, so that alone could be something that just halts the pressure that Christian can apply to Andrew without or under item lock. As we see the double Buddy Poffin start that I think both players are like, oh wow, pretty good start for you.
Yeah, I'm just taking a closer look at Christian's deck just to see if there's an Earthen Vessel in here or something. There's a couple Hildas to help out, but it's just going to be a matter of getting the Zaruas off of Buddy Poffin, maybe picking up a Cyrano to grab the Zoroark EX and start trading as much as possible to dig through the deck. Very typically, that is the strategy with these Zoroark decks. You aren't trying to look for something specific. Your natural card draw is going to get you there. But after just a double Buddy Poffin setup and an attached pass, not too shabby, Andrew Hedrick is off with his own Buddy Poffin, Badu in the active spot. And Andrew's just going to take a quick look here. There's a full, again, Dragapult line in the prize cards, folks. Dreepy, Dracloak, and Dragapult EX along with 2 Iono.
I think Andrew's playing 1 card different from Justin Neudorf's 2nd place deck list from the World Championships. There's 1 Hilda and 1 Jack split instead of the 2 Hildas. Everything else seems identical. I might be wrong on something, but it's like pretty identical. It's what you come to expect from Dragapult Dusknoir. No rare candy technology that we saw from the previous weekend. But yeah, Andrew also off to a pretty good start with the Buddy Poffins, the Dreepies and whatnot. And we see the Toadskull over on Christian's side immediately hit the field, which I think is pretty smart. It's like, it's almost like a buffer of HP, of extra HP for your Zoroark, right? And Andrew does rely quite heavily on the Night Stretchers, even to pay retreat cost at some point, recovering the energies after a research. So having access to Night Stretcher is very, very important for Dragapult decks in general.
If you want to put Latias EX into play, it's another liability. You get your free retreat. And so Andrew is going to focus on just attaching energy and being very stingy with where he's putting it, because if you retreat that into the discard pile, the threat of not being able to get it back ever is way too high. Just going to be an Itchy Pollen. Does hit Enzura for weakness. That's why we see 20 damage here, folks. And it's over to Christian Labella. Can't play items this turn. Just benches Enz Reshiram. Another attach for turn.
Here I was saying that Christian was going to struggle to have the right energy to pressure, and we just have 3 energy in hand, 2 already attached. And if we see a Zoroark EX of this Iono, then the pressure could just jumpstart here since the second turn. But it's going to be tough to get one without having the Cyrano search for it. And I don't see it, Adam, and we can't Ultra Ball for it.
Yep, just going to be an Iono. 6 cards off the top. There's another Darkness Energy, a counter catcher. Has to pass back. A huge window of opportunity kind of taken down. Might be a blessing in disguise. We've seen so many players go for an early knockout on the Badoo, then counter catcher, another Badoo comes back, etc. So maybe Andrew Hedrick, if he doesn't respond too strongly to this, Christian Labella might still be safe.
Now, we didn't see even the scratch for 20 damage, so there isn't even an opportunity to deal with the body over the course of 2 turns, so that's an interesting choice. I'm sure there's a reasoning for it. I mean, there's Monkey Dory damage that could come into play, so you don't want to leave in or too much damage on your opponent's side of the board. So, yeah, I mean, we already see something that might, like, it definitely caught me off guard and like, we chose not to attack. So was that intentional? Are we planning something? Are we trying to prepare for something? I feel like there's probably a reason, and it feels something like very small and subtle, but sometimes 10 or 20 damage can be the difference between winning or losing a world championship even.
Very good point. Very good point. But after the Dracloak evolves up, Recon Directive is used. Buddy Poffin also played. I wonder if Andrew Hedrick is just going to get another Dreepy, play very slow, go for as many Recon's Directive as possible, or if it's going to be a Duskull.
Yep, Duskull, no fear of the Toadscroll, which hasn't hit the field yet. Now, I did see that Christian did draw the Cyrano off of that Iono. So if Andrew doesn't play Iono himself this turn, Christian is going to have a very explosive turn. And I think we're going to see part of why this Zoroark deck has been favored by a lot of players as a way to have a better matchup into the top threats of the metagame, which are Gardevoir and Dragapult themselves.
The Buddy Poffin for double Duskull is so intimidating. You know that Andrew is looking to be aggressive for sure. And now it's finally Christian Labella's turn. He's been waiting all this time to play the Cyrano and get 3 Pokemon EX from the deck. And the flexibility of this is great. It's going to be 3 Enz Zoroark EX, in a pinch. I've seen, players also use it to grab like Pheasantipity or something, but he's still looking to get that set up. And this is going to be 3 trades, so it's going to be 6 more cards seen. Thin your deck down for cards you don't even need. Even the Team Rocket's Watchtower, right? Just put it in play just because, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how thoroughly you check your prize cards for stadium cards, so that being in play already with 2 more stadiums being prized out of the 4 you play could be a little problematic. Why? Because Christian doesn't play Ent's Castle, and therefore retreating Pokemon is more reliant on Air Balloon. But if Air Balloon is being denied by that Jamming Tower, that could put Christian, it's not a problem right now. It might not even be a problem if Christian is able to free up some of the stadiums from the prize cards. But there could be a potential where this Reshiram ends up being trapped in the active for a certain amount of time as long as there's a Jamming Tower in play. So that's an interesting interaction that I think could come into play later. We'll have to keep an eye out for that one.
And Andrew Hedrick, he has an eye for those sort of devious plays. If you give him that window of opportunity, he's going to get that read of, oh, wait, where's your End's Castle? I haven't seen it yet this set. Time to strand something. And if you get something stuck in the active versus Dragapult, they're just going to set up and then look to explode you.
Now, there is the second copy of Jamming Tower in the prize cards for Andrew, so thankfully it's at the very bottom, so that could lead into those sort of tricky, sneaky plays. But for now, we just have the Itchy Pollen, we have our Dracloak set up with the possibility of attacking. Now, interesting to note, Christian once again chose not to take a prize card here. So, leaving the body there, not activating Counter Catcher, knows about the possibility of the Counter Catcher, I guess.
Yeah.
Going up against that Reshiram with the Jamming Tower. So we're playing super, super cautious, super out of the norm, right? Christian could already have one prize taken, getting closer to winning, but then a Dusclops plus Phantom Dive takes out your Zoroark, right? And then you're stuck finding another energy. You have one less trade. So, I mean, I guess we can still do that anyways, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason why we are not getting aggressive yet.
Yeah, Christian Labella is just being very respectful. I think that counter catcher is probably the main reason. With only the one Reshiram in play, you know, Andrew Hedrick could just knock that out, and maybe Christian Labella struggles to find the Night Stretcher to get that back, or maybe the other Reshirams in the prizes, that sort of thing. But finally, after the evolution, here it comes.
Yeah, we see the Curse Blast onto the active. We see the Phantom Dive taking a 3-prize turn here for Andrew Hedrick. And now Christian, a little bit against the ropes, has no way to retreat, needs to promote the Zoroark with energy, but that one can't be powered up through N's PP up. So in a little bit of an awkward scenario. However, Andrew Hedrick's board is completely underdeveloped. He has a Dreepy, a Duskull, and a Bodyu. So if Christian responds with an Iono and just an attack for 170, off of 3 cards and no prizes taken, therefore not even a Fezandipiti as an out, that could put Andrew in a lot of trouble here. So did we get a little overzealous?
I think the pressure of the Toad Scroll might have been a little bit too much. The longer you wait, the Toad Scroll comes down. Suddenly, your energies, your Duskulls become very difficult to recover, and maybe the 3-prize turn was just too delicious. We've seen this sometimes from players as well. I've got to extend. I want to go for this big play, and the last 3 prizes, I'll figure it out, right? I'll take a prize. Maybe I can lean on Blood Moon to close this out. Zoroark is not a aggressive deck, right? You need to slap it at least once for the powerful Rage to even become a threat, and Andrew Hedrick is probably fine in saying, I still have plenty of time to figure things out for the next half of this game.
That's a problem for future Andrew Hedrick, right? We'll deal with that when we get there. Not even looking at the 3 cards, whilst Christian draws 5, still has both trades able to draw him extra cards, will go with the first one, discarding a Nest Ball. And I think that's an interesting decision as well. I think most players would be inclined to going Nest Ball for Fez, draw extra cards, a lot of extra cards, right? But that could open up some unfortunate win conditions. So when you don't need those extra cards for a very crucial play, maybe hold off on benching the Fezandipiti, could cost you. Now, I do want to highlight, there's a stadium right there. So now Christian doesn't have access to any stadiums anymore because the 2 he has remaining are prize. No, never mind. He did unlock 1 from the prize. So
okay.
Still 1 prize remaining. Andrew now did get the Jamming Tower out of his prize cards. It did go to the bottom with the Iono. And he has the other one in his hand. So some sort of stall play with the boss, with the Jamming Tower. If he needs to buy time later down the line, that could be an important play to consider.
And Monkey Dory now adding itself into the calculus of this matchup. Christian Bella was probably hoping for this to come down a little bit earlier to throw away some of that Badoo damage, save that first Zoroark, but it just didn't come through. Andrew Hedrick still not taking his foot off of the gas pedal. Boss's orders is thinking about the Reshiram, is going to check the discard pile. Where's all of your Reshirams? Where's your Night Stretchers? Decides to take out the Zorua, trying to constrict the card draw.
Interesting choice there. I thought it was going to be for sure the Reshiram, but yeah, just trying to limit the card draw options that he has. But I mean, now you don't take out the Reshiram, you're not asking your opponent to find a Reshiram to knock out your Dragapult, right? You don't have Rare Candy in your deck, so I think not knocking out the Reshiram has to do, and knocking out with Jet Headbutt as well, not even Phantom Dive, to not place extra damage counters that can be thrown back with Monkey Dory. That non-knockout on the Reshiram, I think clearly signifies that Andrew is planning the Jamming Tower play at some point.
That's devious.
It is. If that is
leaving
correct,
the Reshiram to strand it later. Andrew Hedrick's, he's thinking very far ahead. Christian Labella is still on the back foot, right? There's the attack here with Zoroark EX. You take 2 more prizes. You're down to 3 prize cards remaining, but Zoroark doesn't have that capability that other decks do to take multiple prizes in 1 turn. This could be the argument as to why the Badoo was left up. Wants to use the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain ability to knock that out and then try to get a knockout elsewhere.
Yeah, and I mean, there are 2 copies of Professor Turo, there are 2 Air Balloons, and there is a Palpad, so the stalling strategy is definitely not perfect at all. Andrew did get access to another resource here. off of the price cards, but things are definitely, he's very far ahead in the price race. He's very far behind in the board development.
Yeah, after this Dragapult goes down, it's going to be a couple turns of taking a breather, reestablishing the board, and going for those final prizes.
I wonder if, as Christian, you see this board and you're wondering, does my opponent play Rare Candy? Like, I don't know if at this point you know for sure your opponent does or doesn't. And I think because it was Tord Reklev that played the 4 Rare Candy version, you might expect some players to play it. You also haven't seen a Jamming Towers he played yet.
Yeah.
And the 4 Rare Candy version didn't play Jamming Towers, so maybe you're a little suspect on that possibility, like a Rare Candy Dragapult with a Neopper happening right now. It's very unlikely, probably not going to, but I don't know if there's a 0% chance. We know because we can see the list, but I don't know if Christian knows, and he has to account for the possibility of that.
Yeah, in the game 1 of the best of 3, players will try to find as much information about their decks as possible. Players sometimes will keep these tech cards hidden and just scoop up the game rather than reveal some special silver bullet they have for the matchup. They want it to maybe come through in game number 3 when the chips are down. But Christian Labella just diligently setting up the board. Another Cyrano enters play to find the Zoroark and evolves that up. Both trades used, and Binding Mochi being attached. Now, Binding Mochi, when the Pokemon is in the active spot and poison, gets that damage boost. Doesn't need it just yet, of course. Just takes out that first Dragapult EX finally and picks up Tauros Scenario and Air Balloon from the prizes.
Pretty big pickups for sure if Andrew's going to try any sort of shenanigans here, trying to stall something out. Definitely that Reshiram. And we are going to see the Hilda, so I wonder if Christian's like, no way, you have Hilda into Rare Candy plus the Dragapult plus the Neopper. Now, you could grab the Neopper here as Andrew. You definitely don't want to attach it, though. Your opponent has double with the potential of triple Zoroark, has a pretty sizable hand, and hasn't played any Boss's Orders just yet. So
correct, yeah,
there's definitely a big threat. There is one Boss's Orders priced, I do believe, for Christian, but Andrew doesn't know that. So, and Countercatcher is also live for Christian, unless he's under item lock from the Chipolan.
And yeah, just finding out the Neo Upper Energy, I think you're taking a slow turn, attaching anyway. Andrew's also going to need to find probably one more Dreepy on top of all of this, just to keep the threat potential up. And perhaps he was a bit overzealous, Pablo. It all comes down to whether or not Christian Labella can continue to bully from this position now that that Dragapult has gone down. Will the trades bear fruit? Will the gusts come through for Christian to close out this first game?
Yeah, I do think Christian was being extremely passive, right? Choosing not to even attack the Budyu and let alone not KO it. So Andrew got very far ahead, but now he's struggling to have anything real set up at this point. I was about to say, doesn't even have a backup Dreepy. Now he does. He does commit the energy, though. So
wow,
big commitment from Andrew, just asking Christian, do you have the boss? If you don't, then you're going to be in trouble. And the one thing is, these decks can't search for boss, right? They just have to naturally draw into it at any given moment. And by denying Countercatcher, you know you're not giving your opponent too many outs to it.
So Pheasantipity actually traded away.
No
First
boss.
Draws, nothing yet.
And second Munkidori, and no Boss's Orders found. So the Dracloak will survive the turn. I guess Andrew saw the 2 Ionos getting put back into the deck and was like, okay, it's more likely that I get Ionoed than I get boss, statistically speaking, right? So you make the statistically correct decision and hope for the best.
And so after evolving that Zorua into another Zoroark, going for the final trade, no boss. And, you know, Christian wants to make sure, I would love to boss up and take down this Neo Upper Energy. Andrew Hedrick really had to go out on a limb there, dangling that A-Spec special energy in play like this, and is rewarded.
Now, we'll have to see. Christian does choose to send the 2 damage back to the Budyu, but is this going to be a turn where, oh, we could see, oh no, we can't see double Munkidori because there isn't any more damage to be sent back. So is that healing, or is that Adrenobrain a tell of like Christian not attacking once more? Or was he just trying to make sure he doesn't have any leftover damage on his board? Yeah, we're just going to take the knockout. All right.
Yeah, so all the damage cleared off of the board, trying to prevent Andrew Hedrick from maybe doing something tricky by sending that damage back.
Yep.
And trying to set up a multi-prize turn, because Andrew is on 2 prize cards remaining. Drakloak comes to the active spot, has the Neo Upper Energy attached, and the... What is this? Second evolution, okay.
Yep.
Okay, Recon Directive number 2. I missed the first one, pardon me.
Yeah, finds the Night Stretcher, plays down the Jamming Tower, plays down the Blood Moon, can get back the... Not the Dragapult, we're going to see the Dusclops, we're going to see 5 damage counters on the active, and seems like... Yeah, that's going to be it. Blood Moon will allow Andrew to knock out the active Zoroark EX and win the game.
Yeah, being able to use Cursed Blast to force Christian Labella down to 1 prize card remaining means that Blood Moon Season's skill is fully active, so it can attack for free. This is so important as well to bump that Team Rocket's Watchtower so that colorless Pokemon have their abilities back.
Yeah, that was a very impressive showing by Andrew. And Christian had an opportunity to establish the Toad Scroll, chose not to in the end with that other Buddy Puff and whatnot. So very interesting decision making by Andrew, and seems like the early aggression definitely paid off. There was that one turn where the boss's orders, perhaps instead of the Drakloak, would have been better on the Duskull to guarantee that this play wouldn't happen. But that early aggression with the Phantom Dive taking 3 prize cards was perfect by Andrew in the end.
The end Zoroark, enjoying 280 hit points, is just barely out of the range of Phantom Dive, but the powerful Dusknoir line allowing Dragapult decks to fix the math and find these knockouts where they otherwise wouldn't has spelled victory for Andrew Hedrick in game number 1. Blood Moon Ursaluna taking down those final 2 prizes.
Yeah, I completely missed that Blood Moon was just game. 2 prizes left, and that was it. Pretty good by Andrew, had it all mapped out perfectly, did need to draw just the right amount of cards at the very end. And turns out Neo Upper Energy was good enough to pay for a retreat cost.
And it was a great kind of like a bait, right?
Yeah.
If the Drakloak gets bossed up and goes down, you still have the rest of everything you need.
Yeah.
And so it ends up working out either way, just having a checkmate scenario.
So was KOing Body a mistake? Could you have sent the damage to the Body, passed it over, and then if Andrew, then Andrew wouldn't be able to have attack. Oh, I guess with 1 energy he would have been able to. So maybe it was completely fine. He just retreats, attaches, and he's good to go. So no, I mean, the aggression paid off. No Iono on that turn, and playing the Turo defensively to protect that Monkey Dory also paid off. So yeah, Andrew off to the races here in this game 1, and starting us off in game 2 with a Jamming Tower prized.
The setup here is the same as we saw in the first game, except Andrew Hedrick is going first. Starts with Badoo and has Buddy Poffin. I'm wondering if Christian Labella is reconsidering the calm early game that he approached the table with, or if it was an abundance of caution due to the fact that the setup wasn't quite there yet, right? Knowing that I have the Zoroarks in play, I have some energy attached, but I don't have a way to bail out the Reshiram if Counter Catcher is the response to me knocking out Badoo. And I wonder if Christian Labella is just going to say, well, I guess I might just need to go for it, knock out the Badoo. Maybe there's a chance where also Toad Scroll gets set up, because that was also foiled in that big 3 prize combo turn that Andrew Hedrick took.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like if we knock out that Body in the very first or in the 3rd turn where we chose not to KO it by Christian, then that Body is also not hanging around later down the line, and that extra prize card we take means Dusclops can no longer use Curse Blast because we are down to 1 prize card at the end of the game. So that alone could have affected the whole outcome of the game. As we see this game start off pretty calm for Andrew, just puff in, attach, and good to go. And now we're going to see Christian establish the Monkey Dory immediately, foregoing the attachment on the Zorua and with an Iono off the bat.
I mean, this is fine, right? You know, it wasn't until later on that the Duskulls came down, but having a Dreepy and the attached return means that Andrew Hedrick is pretty much on pace. Because Zoroark is not an aggressive deck, this sort of ironically plays into Dragapult's plan to be very calm, just lock you down with Badoo and get set up behind it. Christian Labella still needs Dragapult to strike at least once for that powerful rage to come online. Duskull is picked up finally from Buddy Poffin, and Andrew Hedrick is considering maybe a second one here. Same song and dance from game number 1.
Yeah, and putting them very nicely alternated, one of each here on the bench. Pretty neatly arranged. And yeah, off to a pretty decent start. I think he's also holding a Dracloak already. And under Ichipolen, I think after seeing the Ents PP up and not seeing any Janine the previous turn, he pretty much knows that there's no threat to his Dracloak next turn. Zoroark cannot be powered up in a single turn, so this Dragapult with the new Opera energy that's getting attached right now will be pretty safe, 100% safe, if you will.
Yeah, this is terrifying. He's got the Neo Upper Energy already, potentially a second Dracloak. You're just drawing cards, and now with no items, it's so difficult to counter, to build up your own board in the face of this. Fortunately, Cyrano does come through. Search your deck for 3 EX Pokemon. This is going to be Zoroark number 1, number 2, and Pheasantipity is the pickup. I don't know if this is going to enter play, though. Probably just thinning it out of the deck.
Yeah, for sure. And especially as we already have a Zoroark EX in our hand at this point in time. So we want to thin, we want to grab cards to discard as well, potentially off this Cyrano. But now we get 2 extra cards off the trade. We want to find other basics, but we need to find them as actual basics because Buddy Puffin is not live right now.
And after the shuffle, it's going to be just evolving and trading. And I'm not sure exactly what Christian Labella even wants to find at this point. The energy attachment last turn went on Monkey Dory, so there is the ability to bounce this boosted damage because of the grass-type weakness back over to Andrew Hedrick's board. And he still has 1 slot, of course, left over for his Monkey Dory. I don't know if we're going to play ping-pong with these 2 damage counters.
We do find Buddy Puffin, but we do not find any other basics. We do have energy to attach, especially for the next couple of turns, like this turn and the next. Seems like we're going to be doing it on the bench Zoroark EX to have that energy a bit more protected from a potential Dusclops aggression. We're going to see the Air Balloon attached in case of an Iono as well. And yeah, we'll have to see what Andrew has in store for us. Will he go on the aggressive route once again? Will he chill behind that Ichipolen for a little bit more time? Does find an Iono, which is a pretty nice find if he wants to refresh his hand and potentially establish a second Dracloak right there.
Christian Labella, I think, is just begging the question from Andrew Hedrick. Are you going to Ichipolen me again, give me more damage to reflect back, and then take a knockout on Badoo, and then maybe swing into something else and get a little bit more tempo that way? But this opens up Andrew Hedrick for the evolution into Dragapult, another evolution on one of these Duskull to knock out the active Zoroark EX.
With a Dusclops, Andrew's hand would go crazy. He had Jamming Tower, he had Counter Catcher, he could have done a lot of things, but no Dusclops means, yeah, if he goes for the Ichipolen, then that's where the Monkey Dory getting established in the beginning could be very rewarding here for Christian, but definitely against the ropes for him at this point in time.
Another Dracloak evolution, another Recon Directive. 2 cards from the top of the deck. 1 goes into the hand, it's a Fire Energy. The second one I didn't quite glimpse goes to the bottom of the deck. And Dusclops finally evolves.
So we have access to 5 damage counters. Not quite enough. If we wanted to take down the active Zoroark EX, we're still 10 off after 5 from Curse Blast and the 200 damage from Phantom Dive. Now, Andrew debating whether to bench the Monkey Dory or not. And since Zoroark does not have a way to 1-KO Dragapult DX until after Dragapult DX attacks into the Zoroark, then Monkey Dory should have a lot of wiggle room to send some damage back. But we just see the Ichipolen.
And this is just a pittance of damage on the Zoroark, and now Andrew Hedrick kind of forcing the issue, right? Stacking that damage onto the Zoroark and saying, well, you've got to use Monkey Dory to try to keep this Zoroark out of range of just a Dusclops Cursed Blast, not just the Dust Noir one, plus a Phantom Dive. And so with Christian Labella responding to this play, potentially taking the Adrenabrain knockout on Badoo, there's still not enough damage to knock out the Dragapult. I wonder if he wants to hunt down this Dusclops.
I mean, I think he would definitely love to if he has the Boss's Orders and the Reshiram, which we can search for the Reshiram with the Artisan. So if we can go Boss KO the Dusclops, that would actually leave Christian's field pretty well established at this point. I don't see a boss's orders though, or maybe it's I couldn't tell if it was a boss or a Professor's Churro scenario.
Yeah, this is feels like a make or break turn, taking down that Dusclops, because it is Andrew Hedrick's way to just sidestep the threat of Powerful Rage. Notably, off of the Artisan, Reshiram is not grabbed. It's another Zorua.
And that indicates that we do not have access to boss's hoarders in our hand for sure. We're just going to have to take a very passive turn here, finding the Zork, not even grabbing for an energy off of that Hilda. And yeah, no aggression, not even a KO on this Monkey Dory at this point in time. Do have energy to attach this turn. I think that's all the energies out of the deck now. That's why Hilda ended up whiffing. And we see the attachment on the active. So now we have 2 Zorks with 1 energy each. A pretty good setup if you expect one of them to go down off of that Curse Blast from Dusknoir plus a Phantom Dive combination.
And, you know, Christian's not just going to retreat this Zoroark. It still has 1 damage counter on it, even though it has the important air balloon. Already saw the jamming tower in game number 1. Knows this isn't going to be super important, but this is giving Andrew Hedrick all the just control over the game, right?
And, I mean, Andrew, definitely in no rush, right? If you feel, as Andrew, that this is a bad matchup for you or it's a tough one, and you already won game 1, like, you don't need to go into hyper-aggressive mode, right? You can wait until your opponent makes the first move, makes a mistake perhaps, or goes overzealous with their resources, and then you go in for the punish whilst you build a much better setup with multiple Dusclops and Dusknoir Axes, because now that you threaten the Phantom Dive, a 60 HP Toadschool is just never gonna hit the field. We even saw one get discarded off of trade already.
It's a card that's so good if you can get out ahead of your opponent's setup, but Andrew Hedrick consistently having that Budu set up and getting the Dracloaks down, there was really no opportunity for the Toadschool to even enter play. The Toadschool in the prizes, of course, but still, you never want to bench the Toadschool, then try to get aggressive to jailbreak the Toadschool from the prize cards to get the evolution up. So Christian Labella not really being able to take advantage of one of this deck's sort of signature techs for the metagame.
Yeah, and would be pretty important, right? If you early on you're able to set it up against Dragapult, deny those nice stretchers, that can be pretty big, but as it is, Andrew has free reign on the nice stretchers, free reign on the board at the moment. There's not going to be any more Itchy Pollen, however, so we will be seeing item cards for Christian finally next turn.
And still another recon directive to be used. Andrew Hedrick trying to maybe find Dusknoir, has Jacques in hand, can grab that, but you always want to try to see if you can just draw it naturally before using your supporter.
And there's a Jack, 2 evolutions. I think Jack definitely has its merits in specifically Dragapult Dusknoir over Hilda in some situations, because you benefit so much from being able to also find the Dusclops pieces, the Dusknoir pieces, or even a double Dracloak turn can feel extremely strong. But yeah, the Dusclops and Dusknoir both can hit the field, both can evolve. We could see a very crazy turn happening right here, Adam.
So it's going to be Dusknoir and a Phantom Dive to combine to take down the active and Zoroark. And I don't know if Andrew Hedrick is going to also use the Dusclops Curse Blast to take down the Zorua with those extra damage counters as well. Maybe take down the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, you could take down the Monkey Dory pretty much perfectly. Taking down the Zorua also has merit, as you mentioned. Now we're going to be able to KO the Zorg, no problem. We're not going to use the second one, though. We're going to place the damage counters onto the bench. 6 damage counters is not really a threat into the Dragapult, so saving that Dusclops for when it's going to be even more impactful than it currently is.
So Andrew Hedrick just takes 2 prize cards to start things off, and both players are even. So Christian Labella does not have access to counter catcher. You can see how precise this game needs to be. Andrew Hedrick didn't want to take that extra opportunity to pop the Duskull, take down the Monkey Dory, go for the 3 prize turn. He kind of saw how that left him high and dry in game number 1, perhaps. And in this scenario, you just have another Ghost on the bench, and you're waiting to set up to take down the next Zoroark that dares enter the active spot.
Yeah, and there's no way to really punish this Dragapult at this point. Like, you hit for 170 back, but then your opponent gets another Phantom Dive going. If you go after the Dusclops, sure, you make it so that your Zoroark EX, pardon me, is not going down, but you're also only taking one price card. You're not advancing your win condition too much, and you still need to find a way to deal with the Dragapult EX at any given moment. So a little bit of a tough spot here for Christian. We'll have to see how he ends up handling this. Gets another Zoroark EX, so probably gonna plan to take down the Dusclops as we mentioned, but we'll have to see. Not in a great spot here.
Yeah, just an evolve and a trade, another trade. Even getting rid of Buddy Poffin and Nest Ball. Can't afford to put any small basics in play because of Dragapult's combo potential. Secret Box, discarding a Cyrano. Counter Catcher, of course, not going to need that. And one more card needs to go.
I think Monkey Dory could be a candidate because establishing another one seems quite tough. Turo also sort of makes sense. Andrew's definitely on the aggressive front, so nothing's going to really get trapped. And I think with this much pressure and with so few energies in play, you can't really afford to tank a hit and then Turo the damage away. You actually want the damage on there to be able to 1KO back a Dragapult. We are going to see the boss, though, so I think this boss is either going after the Dracloak or going after the Dusclops. We'll have to see how Christian handles this.
And both of those options just feel kind of mediocre. You go after the Dracloak, sure, Andrew Hedrick doesn't get to see as many cards, but the attacker's already established in the active spot, the combo potential with Dusclops already backing up that damage output, and if you knock out the Dusclops, then it's just going to be, okay, well, I'll just Phantom Dive, I'll start picking apart your bench, I don't really need to worry about Powerful Rage, and Andrew Hedrick can still opt for the Forbidden Jet Headbutt technology and just not put too much damage down all at once.
Yeah, going after Dusclops is a way to protect your Zoroark, but this will make it so that Christian is ahead in the prize cards and will allow Andrew to have even more ghosting options through Counter Catcher to go after the Reshiram, maybe go after the Monkey Dory. We'll have to see how this plays out. And then perhaps if you go after the Monkey Dory, you can put just enough damage onto this Zoroark EX active that already has 6, place 2 more, and now it's in full range of Phantom Dive without the need of something like the Dusclops line.
And then you're pressuring for your 3 prize knockout. It's, ooh.
Yep, Adrenobrain healing a little bit of damage.
I see, does it? Yeah, just making sure this leaves play. Okay.
Yep. Still 5 damage counters from a Phantom Dive next turn, along with a knockout on the Reshiram. Does feel very, very strong from Andrew if he's able to pull that off with a ghosting effect. We'll have to see if he even goes for that, right? Because I think at this level, predicting what these guys are trying to do is becoming more and more difficult because they're clearly on another level.
And not only that, they're constantly looking for plays that are going to catch their opponents off guard. You might find a really good play, but you know that, oh, but if my opponent has X, Y, and Z card to counterplay or respond to this, it can get really dire for me. And Andrew Hedrick, right, maybe is feeling a little weird of, oh, do I evolve this Dracloak up into a Dragapult to have another attacker? Or do I value having Recon Directive? He's going to Iono these Dragapults to the bottom of the deck. I value having Recon Directive, just having a little bit of a backup.
And speaking of Recon Directive, we're going to see the first one used, and we have another one available already, along with 2 Night Stretchers to potentially recover the Duskull and the Dusclops the turn after. But first, very correctly, we're going to do the Recon Directive, find all the cards that we can see, and then start making decisions on what to commit into the board.
I think that this is so smart from Andrew Hedrick, because even if you have 2 Dragapult EX set up in play, you're just committing to one very, one-dimensional line of, okay, well, I can just keep Phantom Diving you, and you're giving Christian the ability to swing back with these big powerful rages. And so Andrew Hedrick is going to lean into just this one Dragapult EX, retain some utility of having Recon Directive to see some resources.
Now, Andrew did not find any ghosting effect. So I think, yeah, it's going to be the Jet Head, but only 70 damage, 100 total. Nowhere near enough for Powerful Rage to do enough damage to 1KO this Dragapult TX. So a little bit of a relief here for Christian, but no real threat to the active Dragapult just yet.
And of course, there is Adrenobrain, but that's kind of throwing a monkey wrench into things because you don't want to give up the damage that the Zoroark has on it because you need it to power up your Rage attack. Just going to fail the Buddy Poffin. It looks like Christian is fully committing to this is the board that is going to try to close out this second game. 12 minutes left on the clock. Andrew Hedrick up 1-0, starting off Phase 2 here in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. And Super Rod also being traded away to draw 2 more.
Andrew, interestingly enough, didn't choose to set up another Duskull or another Dusclops. I think he's now going into full aggressive mode with Dragon Ball DX, and he's going to try and make it so that Christian has to deal with 2 Dragon Ball DXs in order to take his remaining 3 prize cards. And that's a way to play with your opponent's prize map in a way and essentially make them play to 7 prize cards instead of 6. But Christian on the other side is going to pressure that Dracloak and try to make it so that it's not able to survive if it doesn't get evolved next turn.
Ooh, okay. So we've got Monkey Dory, then the Energy Switch, and then Professor Turos, and then another Monkey Dory with the Night Stretcher for triple Adrenabrain to take down the Dracloak. It's going to be 1 more prize card going to Christian Labella, sacrificing a lot of the damage that was on the Zoroark EX. And because there is no Duskull threat, this Zoroark is safe in the active spot.
That completely turns the tables here for Christian. Getting that extra prize card, triple Monkey Dory is not something you really expect when there's only 1 in play and your opponent can only attach 1 energy per turn. This might have caught Hedrick off guard, and now the Dragapult is threatened. Christian Labella, a single boss's orders away from potentially winning this game. Even healing this 30 damage through Adrenabrain, it's just gonna get sent back, right? And there's no way to 1-KO this Zoroark, so if Andrew leaves any sort of damage on Christian's side of the field, 1 boss's orders will close this out.
And now Ultra Ball is being used. What can Andrew Hedrick find to even hold back the tide? An impressive triple Adrenabrain to take down that Pokemon and put Christian Labella to 2 prizes.
Now, this is crazy. The math works out perfectly where now this 10 damage left over, Adrenabrain will send 30 damage there, and then you have 240 HP remaining, which coincidentally is enough for Blood Moon. However, Hedrick recognizes that he has no way to win this game despite being able to pull that off, and Christian, with that triple Monkey Dory play, walks away the winner of Game 2.
Astounding.
Astounding is correct.
The Professor Turos scenario to pick up the Monkey Dory back into the hand, replay it back down onto the bench, resetting its ability, and then Night Stretcher to find the dark energy. Absolutely unexpected, and it just put a crazy checkmate in play.
Yeah, with the Energy Switch, with the Turo, everything combined perfectly after an Iono as well, I think, was played. So pretty crazy to see. I think we are seeing how both of these players are so good. So let's take a look at what happened in this game too, because it felt like it was over out of the blue.
And we were talking so much about how these players will surprise you with plays that you didn't consider or lines you didn't consider. And it seemed like Andrew Hedrick was also caught off guard. But after this play, using the Phantom Dive, taking the knockout, setting up some damage, retaining that Duskull as well, Christian Labella wisely went after it, because this is the big damage modifier that was allowing Andrew Hedrick to control the flow of the game and take knockouts as he pleases. And here's a replay, folks, of that beautiful Monkey Dory play. Adrenabrain, Energy Switch, Adrenabrain, sending all this damage right back over to take down Dracloak.
Yep, I mean, triple Monkey Dory out of the blue is something that you can dream of, right? But the cards combine perfectly. That's part of why you play the Energy Switch, part of why you play the Professor Tour. We've seen Energy Switch combined with Monkey Dory quite a bit, right? Even in Gardevoir decks, now we're seeing it in Zoroark, which has always played the Energy Switch, but getting that triple Monkey Dory was so clutch. I completely wrecked any hope Andrew had of closing out that game, and now we have less than 10 minutes to see a winner for this game. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get past the threshold with so little time.
It really depends on how valuable these match points are to the players. This is a wide field. We're just kicking off Phase 2. Some players might think, oh, well, you know, I can take a tie here. This is fine. I'm getting a lot of practice for this matchup, maybe preparing for top 8. And then other players might try to just go all in and say, I'm going to try to just be very aggressive, hope that my opponent bricks, or try to be ahead on prize cards, try to close it out before it is too late.
And I mean, both players have probably faced off multiple times. They seem very friendly towards each other. They might have some sort of like agreement on whether, like, because a tie puts them both in a very awkward spot. They're trying to get to the asymmetrical top card. It almost feels like a loss for both of them in a way.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we're going to see both players try to get past some sort of threshold as quickly as possible in order to try to determine a winner.
With Dragapult, Dusknoir, we know they can take tons of prizes all at once, and Zoroark can't kind of start the aggression off. It needs to kind of soak some damage, roll with the punches a little bit before it can start counter-striking. But it's just going to be a classic setup. Nest Ball, Artisan, Monkey Dory, has 2 Zorua and the attach return and a pass. It's over to Andrew Hedrick. Starts with Dreepy in the active. No Badoo seeing just yet. And with Artisan, is going to grab that Duskull. I don't know if it's worth it for Andrew Hedrick to attach and retreat into a Badoo at this point, but he's going to find it anyway.
Yeah, we're going to see the body. We have Hilda for a potential energy. We also had Ultra Ball for Latias, but with so little time left, you probably don't want to bench Latias and give that Dark Week two-prize liability to your opponent. Now, Christian, seeing that Hilda probably makes him very happy because he has triple Zorua in play, and he also is holding Zerno for triple Zoroark EX next turn, and he already has the Artisan to start the aggression. So I think we're going to be off the races here in a very different game from Christian this time around.
Also sees the Hilda doesn't pick up Neo Upper Energy, picks up a Psychic Energy as well. Normally that wouldn't be too big of a tell because you're going to discard it anyway, but then we know that Andrew Hedrick has it in the prize cards. Badoo comes into the active spot with the Jamming Tower, tries to start the item lock, and Christian Labella firing on all cylinders. Has Cyrano for the triple Zoroark EX. It's going to have 3 trades as well. A lot of card draw.
Now that loss of the Artisan, though, could make it difficult for Christian to get a... Never mind. There's the Artisan already. Okay, so both players just having the perfect turn 1. I guess Andrew's start was actually pretty bad. When you're having to use Hilda as your turn 1 supporter, when you want to use it later down the line to get your evolutions, to get your new upper, you know you're in a little bit of trouble. And this is definitely very good here for Christian. Already has the perfect setup. Just found the energy as well to keep attacking. Discards the Iono because he doesn't want to help Andrew. Knows that his start was pretty bad and discards the counter catcher for the last trade, knowing he's going to be very far ahead this game for the most part.
As you draw cards with trade, you see more cards to discard for your other trades, and there's a clean knockout, takes down the Badoo. This is our first time that Christian Labella started to become very aggressive. I don't know if that's just the adaptation or if it's the circumstances of the timer, but Badoo goes down, and Andrew Hedrick still at a very pitiable board with just 1 Dracloak evolving up and Duskull in the active.
And see Ultra Ball probably going to go find another 3P. We could see Artisan for another Body to try to slow this down. I think this turn we're going to need to see a counter catcher play from Andrew to try and strand something in the active. Any of these Pokemon could work and just try to ease off the pressure that Christian is already applying with that Zoroark and with that Ents Reshiram.
Yeah, I do like bringing perhaps the Reshiram to the active spot just because if there is a a Zoroark there, perhaps it's just an attach and an energy switch to keep that attack going. But after the Ultra Ball resolves, he does indeed find Dreepy, as you predicted, Pablo, and then shuffles. It's going to be a cut from Christian Labella, and Vezendipity enters play. First, it's going to be Professor's Research, however, to discard. I think that was the final card in the hand. Pretty sweet. Yeah. Draws up to 7, and then 3 more will flip the script. 10 cards to put something threatening together to hold back this onslaught now that Christian Labella is kind of unleashing this new aggressive side of the deck we haven't seen yet before in the set.
Very nice follow-up for Hedrick here. Christian discarded the Iono, probably expecting his opponent to not have a great hand. And all of a sudden, Andrew has 10 brand new cards to work with off the top. Still has the Recon Directive available to him as well for 1 extra card. Now, the question is, there's no more room for Badoo or Latias, right? I mean, for both. So now you have to make a choice. Do you go for the Badoo? And if you do, then you have to pay an energy to retreat. And doesn't seem like we found either energy or counter catcher. Oh, we do have energy, but we don't have counter catcher, so there's not going to be any way to slow down this Zoroark. We could potentially, or we could have not anymore, retreat into the Vezendipity to tank a hit perhaps, but it's not looking great for Andrew, and he's going to be down another prize card next turn.
decides to attach to the Dracloak, and then Buddy Buddy Poffin for the Dreepy. This is a solid board. This is a great setup in any other circumstance almost as Dragapult, but when your opponent is being aggressive, this is where it gets dicey. It's going to be Dusclops evolving in the active spot. We'll see if Andrew Hedrick is going to use Curse Blast just to put something in the active spot, but no, just wants a little bit more HP there just to hold back the tide.
All right, we're going to start off with trade number 1. We're probably going to be able to trade 2 more times before we commit anything else to the board. 2 minutes on the clock. Is that enough time to take 6 prizes that I'm here? Especially if Andrew chooses not to evolve or not to attack into a Zoroark. I don't know. I don't think so, but we'll have to see. I mean, it's on Christian to make things happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be Christian Labella on a hunting expedition, trying to take down as many Dracloaks and Dreepies and Ghosts as possible. And of course, the Dusclops in the active spot is a great bait by Andrew Hedrick. Please knock out this Ghost because you know it's very threatening. I'm trying to protect my Dracloak over here so I can have an attacker. And I think that Christian Labella is willing to accept these terms.
Yeah, seems like he's okay with this. Now we're going to be 2 prizes ahead, has a Turo in hand in case there's any sort of trapping shenanigans to try to slow down. If you get Iono, then you have triple Zoroark to back that up. So things are looking pretty good. I think the last piece I would love to see is maybe the Pitchern TX has less than 200 HP, so that would be a big liability. So perhaps that's not a great idea.
Yeah, it doesn't have a gusting effect to bring up the Dracloak, and we know that Andrew Hedrick does not have rare candies. So now he is going to put the Dracloak in the active spot.
Yep, 1 minute on the clock. So I have to imagine Andrew's going to end up being turn 0, and Christian will be turn 1, aiming to maybe hope for another prize card taken. And we'll have to see if that affects anything at all. But yeah, Andrew Hedrick, 45 seconds. Can he do any magic like Christian did last game with a triple Monkey Dirty? Is there any possibility here?
I mean, the only magic that he needs is some way to extend the timer. If he had more time, more turns in this 3rd game, I think that he would still show us something because Christian Labella just has Zoroarks and is just kind of swinging for the fences. This opens up a lot of opportunity for Dragapult to get very devious, start stranding things in the active spot, moving damage counters around, setting up multi-prize turns, but it's just going to be a close out of this turn as we go to 10 seconds remaining, and then Christian Labella being our final turn of the game.
This feels like game 1 in the sense that if Andrew pulls this off, I'd be very surprised. Like, all seems to favor Christian at this point in time. He's ahead in prices. He has a pretty solid setup. But Andrew won game 1 despite many things going against him, right? So I would love to see a full conclusion of this match in particular. But now we are officially on overtime. We have 10 minutes on the clock maximum for both of these players to conclude the current turn 0 and the final turn 1 by Christian Labella.
And you mentioned how Andrew Hedrick was kind of able to flip things over in game number 1. Christian Labella certainly did that in game number 2 with the triple Adrenabrain. And so in game number 3, is it whoever's behind is actually favored?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's why we saw Christian not take a knockout on a Buddy in the very beginning, right? There's actually a benefit to being a little bit behind your opponent. Like, you don't want to be 4 or 5 prizes behind your opponent, right? And having a mountain to climb in order to catch up to them. But being 1 prize behind, having Counter Catcher activated, and having your Iono be a little bit more powerful, all of those can definitely benefit in many, many situations. And even not taking a knockout means your opponent doesn't get extra prize, extra draw cards, from Flip the Script. So there's a lot of things that come into play when choosing to take or not to take a knockout.
And finally, Andrew Hedrick decides on the line of play. Dragapult evolves in the active spot. Night Stretcher to pick up the Psychic Energy that was discarded earlier for retreat cost long ago to attach to the active. And finally, an Iono. Christian Labella is going to get 4 cards, which, again, one of the big benefits of the Zoroark EX is that trade engine. You don't mind your hand being disrupted as much. You know you're going to draw into something similar or something useful. Finally, Andrew Hedrick also responding with Flip the Script to draw 3 more after this supporter was played.
And did find Counter Catcher, so if Andrew's going to finally get some prizes and get something on the board, it's going to be through that Counter Catcher. Taking down Monkey Dury, taking down Reshiram, could take down both if he chooses to use Curse Blast and put 5 damage counters on the Monkey Dury. But with the Artisan being played or being in play, Reshiram can be found unless Andrew has the second copy of Jamming Tower in his hand, which of course he does. So yeah, I mean, getting an attack off by Christian could be a little difficult. We're just going to see the Monkey Dory getting attacked here.
Yeah, I like taking down the Monkey Dory because moving that damage around was how Christian Lavelle was able to take those multi-prize turns, was able to keep up in this race. I wouldn't be surprised as well if it's a Phantom Dive with all the damage going over to potentially Reshiram.
I do see a Boss's Orders, I think, in Christian's hand. So he will be able to take that third prize card. I wonder if that's going to lead to some sort of like resolution where Christian is far enough in the game where Hedrick would consider giving it to him. We'll have to see how this plays out and if we have a winner determined in this overtime.
Right, just making a strong enough case, certainly, that, oh, well, I've got Night Stretcher, I'm getting my Reshiram back, I'm getting my Monkey Dory back, or what have you. And I think that both these players are skilled enough to sort of extrapolate the game from that position.
Now, the dream scenario here for Christian would be another double Monkey Dory turn by sending damage to this Duskull and knocking that out, now that there's going to be 6 damage counters over on his side of the board. If Andrew spreads them, though, that's impossible. And I guess another dream option would be finding Petron DX plus the Binding Mochi, which is already on Zorg, plus the Boss's Orders to take down the Fezandipity and take go down to 2 prizes instead of 3. So we'll have to see what happens here in this final overtime turn 1 that we are about to see.
Yeah, based on the prizes right now, this is not a deck that's built to take 4 prizes in 1 turn, certainly, but Christian Labella is going to put as strong of a foot forward as possible and see if he can make a case for why he should take the win in this matchup. It's going to be Cyrano being discarded to trade, and all 3 trades already used. Christian Labella using those rapidly to have a full suite of what cards are in hand. Take a look at all the resources available and craft this play. Now remember, folks, even though Christian Labella does have the final turn of play, there is still a hard timer here. 5 minutes left to put all of these pieces together.
No Ultra Ball or Nest Ball found for the possible Petron DX knockout on the Fezandipity. We're going to see an Ents PP up. We do have Monkey Dory. Do we have Turo and... Oh, we have Turo and Energy Switch. So I think we might actually... Oh, no, there isn't 6 damage counters that we can send to the Duskull now.
Very true, yeah, because there's 5 on one and 1 on the other.
So Andrew splitting up the damage. Picture perfect. We're going to see 3 damage onto a Dusclops. Seems like we're just going to see a knockout right now. And that's going to be the last thing we see here at the table. We'll have to see what happens after, Adam.
Yeah, players are always trying to play their hearts out, especially here in Pittsburgh, where they want to get a really strong start to kick off their seasons here for the first regional in the NA region. Finally takes the knockout on the Dusclops, and that's going to be end of the overtime turn. And we'll see how this goes through. Andrew Hedrick has a beautiful board, has Dragapult all set up and ready to go. Fezandipity to draw some cards. Still has a Duskull that can maybe distribute some damage with another Cursed Blast if there's access to Dusclops. There's also still Dracloak that can see a few more cards, 2 Dracloaks, and Artisan. So I'm wondering now, players just having a quick discussion. Seems like they do have some sort of understanding regarding who's actually ahead, who's actually favored, who's on pace to win this. If Andrew shows, okay, well, I've got Iono in hand, I can set you down. And, of course, Christian is going to say, well, I've got trade. And you talked about it earlier, Pablo, right? There's this situation where having a tie here is detrimental to both players.
Both players, exactly. Whereas a loss instead of a loss is closer to a tie than the tie is closer to the win, right? So if you tie here, it's almost like a loss. But if one player loses and the other wins, there's a higher benefit to the winning player. So they're looking at their discard piles. They're clearly having a discussion and an understanding. They're trying to determine what's going to happen. They're showing each other's their hands. So we'll have to see if we end up walking away. I feel like Christian has the most merit to saying he's much closer to winning the game, right? And there isn't a clear-cut winner, or rather game-winning play for Andrew in this upcoming turn. So we're seeing Andrew sign the match slip. I don't know what's happening yet. Hopefully we find out very, very soon, and we can report the final result.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if the game 1 didn't swing on its head and then game 2 didn't swing on its head, I think that one player might actually have a stronger situation of being like, yeah, you know, obviously in this matchup we've seen it played out that I'm clearly favored, I have the comeback potential here, but both players put up such a strong performance there. I know that there's folks in the audience right now arguing back and forth about which matchup is favored or how it should be played, depending on what resources are left, and that certainly can be studied if you are looking to learn Dragapult EX, or if you are intrigued by Zoroark EX's sort of rise as this dark horse in the metagame.
Yeah, and I mean, seems like we're getting communication from the table. They did agree to tie the game. There was no clear winner, despite Christian being a couple prizes ahead at that point in time. So we are going to be having a tie here. No clear winner, no winner determined by the rules of the game. No clear winner by any sense of like, yeah, I was one attack away from just wiping out your board.
Yeah.
Right? So seems like both players are going to be walking away with the tie. And I mean, there's still plenty of Pokemon to play for, right? Plenty of rounds left in this phase 2. We are finishing Saturday with this first round of phase 2. We're going to be seeing a lot of these players, I'm sure, tomorrow.
And I'm so excited to see Zoroark EX now. I thought that it was being a bit too reactive, like being locked down by Budu, being sort of at the mercy of the Phantom Dive plus the Cursed Blast. But Christian Labella was really showing some strange lines. The odd lines that you always advocate for, right, Pablo, of, oh, what if I don't take a knockout here? I can just use triple Monkey Dory, a very skilled usage of Professor Turo's scenario to get an extra use of that ability, and completely flipping the script on that game that looked like it was lost. And if a deck can pull out all the stops when behind, I can only imagine what Christian Labella is going to be against a Gardevoir, some of these other more popular decks also in the room here, especially in phase 2.
Now, we are winding down the day. We have our other casters ready in the lounge. I'd love to hear their take on what we just saw go down in this round 1 of phase 2. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Juancho Saldana here in the lounge, joined by the one and only Kyle Sablehouse and the amazing Chip Ritchie. We just had phase 1 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships and the start of phase 2, actually. A lot of stuff has already happened. Are we excited for tomorrow?
Oh, man, yeah. Just seeing the start of phase 2 already gets me excited, thinking about what's to come. It's a round that we don't often get to show, and now we have that as a part of the broadcast. And you get to think about what we have to expect. There is a lot of great players. I'm following the story of Abon. I think that there's a chance for the back-to-back regional championship. It hasn't been done far too often, but it would be something else.
Yeah, it'd definitely be a really cool story. I'm also very excited for tomorrow. Tons of great players in day 2 of this tournament that are going to be fighting for their shot at becoming the regional champion. But there's also tons of players out there who are making a name for themselves, and that's one of the exciting things for me to see as well.
Definitely a lot to look forward to. I mean, if Abon does take a win, what is that, 2 regional championships within 7 days even? Definitely impressive. Something to watch out for. A lot of amazing players, like you guys said. But right now, I do want to check out the rest of the regional schedule, all the other tournaments we have here for the 2026 season. Again, this is just the first stop. This is just the first regional. We're just getting started, boy.
Yeah, it's nice to have the graphic back and not see all of the grayed out times we had of last year. It's a fresh new start here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, instead you get the blurred out Golden Gate Bridge.
You don't know where we're going.
Well, it all leads to San Francisco, right? That's where the Golden Gate Bridge is leading to. I think it'd be cool to just have the one bridge connect all those TBAs. But yeah, no. But before that, of course, so many good stops. Las Vegas, the first time there. And it's been a minute since we've also been to Seattle. And of course, a couple of IC sprinkled here and there. Very, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. Really exciting. I'm so curious to see what Las Vegas will look like for Pokemon. This is such a big moment for us in this city. I can only imagine the excitement that people will bring to that.
100%. But of course, let's bring it in back here in the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Day 1 may be complete, but of course, don't forget to tune in to Day 2 tomorrow. We're going to start 10:30 a.m. Eastern or 7:30 a.m. Pacific. And again, if it's anything like Day 1, it's going to be a very, very interesting Day 2. Whew. Again, of course, don't forget to catch all the action here. Visit Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. Whenever we have a tournament, be it here in North America, EU, and whatnot, you can find the information there. Always good to know. And of course, follow the channels. We have X at @PlayPokemon. Don't forget to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on YouTube /Pokemon, Facebook, and Instagram as well, /Pokemon. I always love seeing all the different tweets whenever they use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. For this one, I did enjoy Jeremy's dress up Badoo and whatnot.
There's a lot of unique things happening around the venue. It's always great to see that it's not always about the tournament that we're having. We've seen so many people enjoying themselves and getting to bond through this experience of Pokemon.
Definitely. And with that, I think this puts our Day 1 to a close. Again, such an exciting Day 1, so much action. Day 2 can only be better. So we'll see you all tomorrow.
Happy to be here in Pittsburgh. Happy to help you kick off the season. Welcome in, Pokemon fans.
To just double, triple, quadruple check that you're attaching the right energy to the right Pokemon